In the early morning, the sun illuminated the earth with its golden rays. Violent X's awoke from his slumber, descended from his bed, and opened the window to embrace the burgeoning sunlight. From this vantage point, he could see training ground number 7 within the castle, where thousands of knightly attendants were diligently engaged in spirit training. A series of knocks resounded at the door, interrupting Violent's train of thought. "Come in," he called. The door creaked open, revealing a beautiful maid who bowed respectfully, saying, "Young Master Violent, your father requests that you join him in the study after breakfast." "I understand," Violent replied. The maid stepped back, closed the door, and departed. Lowering his gaze, Violent was acutely aware that this visit to his father's chamber would demand a significant choice. More than 2 months had passed since he came of age during the rite of passage. Beyond the established heir, all other offspring were required to make a decision upon reaching adulthood. The first option was to become the guardian knight of the current heir, swearing an oath before the goddess of life to never betray. The second involved leaving the family to become a pioneer, forging his own path in the borderlands. The final choice allowed for entry into the kingdom's knightly order, serving the king under the family's auspices. If it were not for this extraordinary soul skill fate's guidance, I might have chosen the first path, remaining within the family and living a life of idle ease. As a transmigrator, Violent had awaited fate's benevolence upon reaching maturity. Through exploration during the past months, he had discerned the unique function of fate's guidance. Each month's first night at 8 o'clock, a melodic female voice would whisper valuable tidings into his ear. In these 2 months, he had received 2 significant pieces of information, one concerning himself and another regarding Silver Star City, the territory of the X's family. After a brief interval, a servant arrived with breakfast. Having dressed, Violent settled into a chair, quickly devouring 3 slices of white bread alongside a large cup of milk. Once he signaled for the attendant to clear the dishes, he grasped his knightly short sword, left the room, and made his way to his father's study. The castle of the X's family, known as Windsor Castle, possessed a romantic name, but stood as a formidable military stronghold. Spanning 8 square kilometers, it housed tens of thousands, including several hundred family members, over 200 silver knights, and 1,000 bronze knights, along with more than 6,000 trained squire knights. The remainder were the castle's servants. As Violent departed the annex where his chamber lay, he tread upon the pristine, jade-like floors, advancing toward the main keep where his father, Angus, resided. Along the way, passing servants bowed and curtsied. Violent replied with a smile and a nod. Half an hour later, Violent ascended to the 3rd floor of the main keep, straightened his attire, took a deep breath, and knocked on the study door. "Enter," came a commanding voice from within. Calming himself, Violent pushed the door open. Before him stood the imposing figure of Angus, the 6th patriarch of the X's family and the current count of the Eagles. Turning to regard his 5th son, he spoke with authority. "Violent, my dear son, what shall your choice be?" "Father, I wish to become a pioneering knight, adding new glory to the X's family," Violent declared, standing tall and meeting his father's formidable gaze. "That does not align with your character," Count Angus replied, his eyes widening as he scrutinized his son. "Father, perhaps I have matured since coming of age. I aspire to forge my own path like an eagle." Violent stood resolute in the face of his father's knightly prowess. Accepting his son's decision, Angus retracted his aura of authority, responding, "In accordance with the rules set by the first generation of the X's family, those who choose the path of a pioneering knight may only remain within the castle for 3 months. As your father, I shall permit you an additional month within these walls, but you must leave Windsor Castle after 2 months." "I understand, father. Unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave now." Violent turned to depart, grateful for his father's concession. "Your insights have spared Silver Star City from considerable losses. You shall receive your rewards alongside the aid afterward," Angus said as Violent approached the door. "Indeed, father," Violent acknowledged, closing the door behind him as he exited. At the moment the study door clicked shut, a shadowy infiltrator appeared before Angus, kneeling on one knee to report, "Master." There were no signs of other factions around young Master Violent. "Shall we pursue further investigation?" "Terminate this matter here and erase all records," Angus instructed, his hands clasped behind his back. "As you wish, master." With that, the infiltrator vanished as swiftly as he had appeared. A warm smile broke through Angus' stern visage as he murmured, "Violent, my child, may you truly carve out a new world and spread the glory of the X's." Meanwhile, as Violent strolled through the castle after leaving his father's study, he began to contemplate where to direct his next steps. Before coming of age, his mediocre talents had led him to embrace a life of idleness within the family, never once reflecting on this matter. Now that a choice had been made, he needed to carefully plan his course of action, ensuring he would not flounder aimlessly like a headless fly. Next, I must seek Elder Miller, who manages the whereabouts of the family members, in hopes of acquiring useful information. Violent gazed toward the sky, murmuring to himself. Each pioneer leaving the family would visit Elder Miller, a living relic at 320 years of age from the X's family. However, before that, he needed to visit Silver Star City to attend to a pressing matter. The second piece of information received from Fate's guidance indicated an event in Silver Star City. In 2 weeks, at residential number 308 in the Western District, 2 factions would engage in a transaction involving 2 kindred youths, a golden-haired and a silver-haired boy, both possessing immense potential. The 2 parties involved held strength at the highest rank of mid-bronze. Rescuing these boys would grant him allies to rely upon. Arriving at the stables, he instructed the stable hand to lead out a horse, hoisted himself into the saddle, and had the guards open the castle gates. He then rode off toward Silver Star City, located 30 kilometers away. Utilizing the stone-paved road, Violent arrived at the city, spanning 30 square kilometers and home to over 300,000 inhabitants in just 20 minutes. As the second largest city within the X's family territory, Silver Star City maintained a garrison of 8,000 troops year-round, tasked with safeguarding the city's security.
Chapter 2. The 2 youths at the city gate. The officer on duty noticed the approaching Valen and abruptly sprang from his chair, bellowing to his subordinates, "Quickly, clear the passage. His Excellency is to pass through here." A few languid soldiers snapped to attention and swiftly set about dispersing the waiting civilians and merchants, ensuring that the western city gate was unobstructed. Like the wind, Valen galloped into the city. Once he had entered, the gate officer instructed the soldiers to continue their tax inspections before reclining back in his chair to bask in the sun. Upon entering Silver Star City, Valen quickly oriented himself and made his way towards his destination, the security department of the Western District. Soon, an imposing and majestic edifice loomed before him. A sentinel stationed at the entrance approached to take hold of Valen's steed, leading it to a nearby clearing where he produced fine fodder to help the horse regain its strength. Valen paid little heed to this, striding directly into the security department and requesting the presence of the chief security officer, Becker. In a brief moment, a burly, silver-armored low-tier warrior emerged from within, saluting the bronze-tier Valen with respect. "Young Master Valen, how may I assist you, Becker? I have come to the city with a particular task in mind and require a squad of security soldiers," Valen stated plainly, without preamble. Upon hearing this, Officer Becker promptly summoned a soldier and commanded, "Inform team leader Ackman to assemble his men immediately in the courtyard." "Yes, my lord." The soldier saluted and dashed away. A few minutes later, a squad of 15 armored warriors gathered in the courtyard. Among them was a middle-aged man whose strength was comparable to Valen's, who approached Officer Becker and saluted him. "My lord, team leader Ackman reports for duty." "Ackman, you are to accompany young Master Valen on his mission henceforth." "Yes, my lord." Ackman turned to Valen with utmost respect, saying, "I am at your service, young Master Valen." Valen appraised the weathered warrior with satisfaction, nodding in approval before bidding farewell to Chief Officer Becker. He then led the 15 seasoned security personnel towards a street in the Western District, preparing to embark on an operation against the underworld, while simultaneously seeking personal gain. Within a residence in the Western District of Silver Star City, several local gangsters were engaged in a transaction with 2 mysterious figures clad in black robes. "This sack contains the goods you requested." The gang leader gestured for his subordinate to open the bag, revealing 2 youths within, one with a shock of golden hair and the other with silvery locks. The robed figures exchanged glances, and one stepped forward to inspect the contents. Once satisfied, the other tossed a pouch to the ground, which clinked with the unmistakable sound of coins. A nearby underling eagerly retrieved it, respectfully placing it in the hands of his leader. Thus, the transaction reached its conclusion when, without warning, the door to the residence was kicked open. A striking young man with dark hair burst in, brandishing a short sword, and shouted, "There is a traitor among us, no. Everyone, drop your weapons and do not move." The recently concluded transaction was interrupted by the sudden appearance of an uninvited guest, causing the 2 parties to cast wary glances. They seized their respective weapons, ready to demonstrate their resolve. That moment, the leading gang leader's expression shifted dramatically upon spotting Ackerman trailing closely behind. He bellowed, "It's the security team. Flee at once." No sooner had the words left his lips than he disregarded all caution and leapt through the window in haste. Immediately thereafter, a piercing scream echoed from outside, leaving the 3 gang members who had moved to act pale with fear. Trembling, they lowered their weapons, clasped their heads with trembling hands, and crouched on the ground. The sound they had just heard belonged to their leader, who was now evidently no more. Two figures clad in black robes stepped back a few paces, drawing their swords in a bid to resist until the end. Observing this scene, Wayland gestured to Ackerman not to engage, intent on personally resolving the matter. With his short sword firmly grasped, he adeptly maneuvered through the cramped space of the room, swiftly dispatching the 2 assailants with ease. Ackerman stood by, watching Wayland's combat prowess unfold, concise and effective, devoid of any unnecessary flourish. He could not help but exclaim, "Master Wayland, your swordsmanship is remarkable." "Too kind," Wayland replied, shaking the blood from his blade before sheathing it. He approached the corpse of one of the black-robed figures and removed the masks they wore, pondering the identity of these enigmatic individuals. Intrigued, Ackerman stepped forward as well, and upon seeing the black 3-leaf clover mark on the forehead of the black-robed man, his expression shifted dramatically. "Master Wayland, these 2 corpses are tied to significant events. I wonder if we might take possession of them." "Feel free." "What I seek is this," Wayland stated, moving to examine the 2 young men in the burlap sack, confirming the information he had received. Surprisingly, both bore the mark of slavery upon their foreheads. Wasting no time, Wayland lifted the 2 youths and prepared to depart. As he passed through the doorway, the soldiers of the security team observed him cradling the 2 handsome boys. Whispering among themselves, "Young Master Wayland has traveled all this way. Surely it must be for these twin youths. It seems so. I have heard that certain noblemen." Emerging from the room, Ackerman silenced his gossiping subordinates with a stern command. "Silence. Take these individuals back." The group, poised to discuss further, promptly fell silent, bowing their heads to resume their tasks. Meanwhile, Wayland placed the 2 boys upon his steed, mounting himself, and was about to depart when Ackerman approached, respectfully inquiring while holding a bag of gold coins, "Master Wayland, these are the seized coins. You? Distribute them among yourselves." "I shall not take any. Consider it compensation for your brother's toil," Wayland replied. "Thank you, Master Wayland," the other members of the security team exclaimed with palpable excitement. Upon returning to Windsor Castle, Wayland secured his mount in the stable, then carried the 2 youths back to his chamber. Along the way, the servants gaped in astonishment at the sight of Wayland cradling the 2 boys. Yet they dared not speak a word. Within the castle, discussing the master's affairs was considered an act of impatience with life. Once inside his room, Wayland laid the 2 boys upon the bed. After a while, noticing no signs of awakening, he turned to leave, intending to pay a visit to Elder Miller in search of fruitful opportunities for expansion. After traversing a considerable distance, Wayland arrived at the entrance of the underground stronghold, where he entrusted his weapons to the guards stationed at the door. Following a thorough search, he was permitted to descend into the depths below. As he gazed into the dimly lit tunnel, he observed the walls inscribed with the names of the distinguished members of the X family and their remarkable deeds. As a lineage that has persisted for 7 centuries, the X family now boasts 5 earls, 17 viscounts, and 33 barons. Among them, Wayland's branch represents the main line of the X family, while 4 other earls constitute the branches, together forming the vast X family. The family's illustrious accomplishments are attributed to the principles established by the first generation of the X family, which have enabled the entire lineage to continually strive for advancement, attaining the glory they enjoy today. Within the realm of the Aaliyah Kingdom, the influence represented by the X family is unparalleled among earls, even surpassing some powers at the marquis level. Due to not meeting the condition of 8 centuries of heritage, they cannot ascend to the rank of marquis within the kingdom. However, should a legendary powerhouse emerge from the X family, they would automatically transcend this limitation, elevating themselves to the esteemed status of a duke. After traversing a kilometer-long staircase, Wayland arrived at a well-lit archive room, where he noticed an elderly gentleman dozing nearby. Wayland approached quietly, patiently waiting for him to awaken. Chapter 3. Acquiring information uncertain of how much time had passed, the elderly man slowly opened his murky eyes while reclining in his rocking chair. Upon noticing Wayland standing beside him, a gentle expression graced his face as he inquired, "Young Wayland, what brings you here, esteemed elder? I beg your pardon for the intrusion and hope you can guide me." Wayland responded respectfully, first bowing in deference, then speaking with utmost reverence. "Pray, tell me. According to our family principles, this morning in my father's study, I chose to become an aspiring knight. I seek your wisdom on the direction I should pursue next." Upon hearing this, Miller closed his eyes, entering into contemplation. Wayland stood quietly beside him, exhibiting no signs of impatience. "There are 3 locations I believe to be worthy of exploration. The choice, however, lies solely with you. Please enlighten me, esteemed elder." Wayland produced the paper and pen he had prepared in advance, focusing intently on Miller as he awaited his forthcoming words. "The first location is situated at the northwestern border of the kingdom, the Greyfong Wasteland, an excellent site for development. The creatures inhabiting this area are relatively weak, and there are 3 barons from our family present in this direction who can offer you assistance. The second location lies at the southwestern border, the vast Leia Forest, which borders both the Duchy of Lakitz and the Kingdom of Kuba. While it poses significant dangers, it also harbors substantial opportunities, as another earl from our family resides there, a fact you are likely aware of." Wayland meticulously recorded Miller's words, nodding in acknowledgement. "The third location is the newly acquired Northern Territory, where the kingdom triumphed over the Mountain Dwarven Kingdom 3 years ago, seizing vast lands that are in dire need of development. However, it is constantly threatened by potential counterattacks from the dwarves, bearing considerable risk. Nonetheless, the kingdom's legions provide protection, alleviating concerns regarding safety. These 3 locations represent the most promising avenues for development at this juncture." After completing the record, Wayland discovered that the elder had fallen asleep once more. He quietly murmured a word of thanks before departing, returning to ponder slowly. Prior to entering his room, Wayland made a brief visit to the kitchen to procure some white bread, then altered his course towards the magic tower to request 2 vials of potion to remove the slave marks from the family mage. Only after this did he begin his walk towards his chamber. Based on his estimation, the 2 twin boys he had rescued should have awakened by now. Upon reaching the door to his room, Wayland halted, sensing something amiss. It was quiet, too quiet. Subsequently, he delivered a powerful kick to the door and stepped back a few paces. The golden-haired boy, who had been lurking at the entrance to launch a surprise attack, was sent tumbling backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, the silver-haired boy, armed with a wooden stick and poised to strike, stood frozen in shock. "How na-vi?" Wayland advanced, seizing the wooden stick from the silver-haired boy's grasp, gripping his collar and tossing him beside his golden-haired counterpart. Placing the food upon the table, he pulled out a chair and sat before them, his demeanor stern as he regarded the 2. Before he could speak, the golden-haired boy, clutching his chest and suppressing the pain, rose to his feet, shielding his brother behind him and adopting a defiant expression. He proclaimed loudly, "My lord, please spare my brother. I am willing to become your loyal slave. And why should I release your brother?" Wayland fixed his gaze upon the golden-haired boy, his face cold, exuding an imposing aura, deliberately resting his hand upon the hilt of his knight's sword. An ordinary human, facing the pressure emanating from a bronze knight was overwhelming for the golden-haired boy, who gritted his teeth and strained to respond. "It is because my lord values our worth that you have purchased us. If you spare my brother, I vow to serve you loyally for eternity. Otherwise, we would rather take our own lives than cause you any loss." Observing the golden-haired boy, Wayland realized that they had mistaken him for their master who had bought them, which explained their reaction. However, he had no intention of elaborating on the situation now, as it was unnecessary. "What I desire is for both of you to pledge your loyalty to me and become my guardian knights. Having just one of you holds no value." To substantiate his words, Wayland drew his knight's sword, pointing it at the golden-haired boy, presenting him with a final choice: loyalty or death. For these 2 kindred spirits with immense potential, if he could not attain them, he would have no choice but to destroy them. The golden-haired boy gazed at the knight's sword glistening in the sunlight, then turned to his brother, noting the fear etched on his face. After a struggle, he ultimately chose to relent. He pulled his brother before him, compelling him to kneel, and followed suit, bowing on the floor. "My lord, we brothers are willing to become your guardian knights." "Very well." Wayland sheathed his knight's sword, stood up, approached them, and helped them to their feet, speaking gently, "Rest assured, as my guardian knights, I shall devote myself fully to your training." "Thank you, my lord." The golden-haired boy sighed in relief, hastily expressing his gratitude. The silver-haired boy mirrored his brother, bowing deeply as he said, "Thank you, my lord." With a soft sound, the once resolute blond youth was suddenly flushed, his face betraying a sense of embarrassment. Valiant chuckled lightly, tossing the food on the table to the two. They seized the provisions and began to devour them heartily. Moments later, the blond youth had finished his meal, licking his fingers before speaking. "My lord, the lowly slave is named Orlando, and my brother is called Hebrew." The term lowly slave is a self-reference used by serfs and bondsmen. As my guardian knight, he may henceforth refer to himself by name or address his subordinates, or simply his subjects. "Yes, my lord, Orlando understands." Subsequently, Valiant patiently elucidated some general knowledge to the two. Throughout their ongoing interaction, they gradually lowered their guard and began to develop a fondness for Valiant. Regarding the slave marks upon their foreheads, Valiant personally applied ointment to erase these symbols of servitude. Gazing into a mirror, the brothers were overwhelmed with joy upon discovering the disappearance of their slave marks, and they knelt in reverence, bowing to Valiant. Observing this, Valiant hurriedly assisted them to their feet and began to impart further knowledge. Sharing a glance, Orlando and Hebrew silently vowed to remain steadfast by their lord's side, as long as he did not forsake them. Valiant then arranged for them to stay in the room adjacent to his own, preparing to teach them the night awakening method the following day, hoping to initiate their journey before departing Windsor Castle. After a day of exertion, Valiant reclined on his bed, retrieving his notes to contemplate the direction in which he should expand. He had a general understanding of the Grey Mall Wasteland, the Lea Great Forest, and the Northern Newlands. Chapter 4. Family Assistance. Being a cautious individual, he leaned towards the Grey Mall Wasteland. Both the Lea Great Forest and the Northern Newlands resembled a powder keg, poised to ignite into war at any moment. He had no desire for his hard-earned foundation to become the front line of conflict. After careful consideration, Valiant resolved to select the Grey Mall Wasteland. Although it lay over 5,000 kilometers away, he could swiftly reach it via the teleportation array in the provincial capital of the West River province. However, a significant issue arose. He could not carry too many individuals, or the teleportation fees would deplete his resources. Henceforth, he would focus on cultivating his strength, training his guardian knights, and gathering intelligence on the Grey Maw Plains. The following noon, Valiant brought Orlando and Hebrew to a meditation chamber, personally guiding them through the advanced night awakening method. Remarkably, they awakened their fighting spirit in just 2.5 hours, leaving Valiant astounded. This brought to mind the immense potential described in the Fate Guidance. It seemed he had underestimated the implications of those 4 words. In his own experience with the night awakening method, he had spent half a month to achieve the same result. Just as the Fate Guidance had foretold, these 2 youths were destined to become his wings. Therefore, during this period, nurturing their bond became paramount. He could not afford to lose the talents he had painstakingly cultivated. Upon his inspection, it was revealed that Orlando had awakened a fire attribute battle energy, while Hebrew had manifested an ice attribute battle energy. After advising the two to familiarize themselves with their internal energies, he departed from the meditation chamber, preparing to head to the family's treasury room. Utilizing his authority, he intended to select 2 tomes of nightly breathing techniques suitable for them. After a thorough examination, Valen arrived at the core area of Windsor Castle, the ex-family's treasury room. As the foundation of their lineage, this expansive chamber, spanning 400 square meters, housed tens of thousands of significant texts, including night awakening methods, nightly breathing techniques, and special skill acquisition methods. Additionally, a small collection of magical meditation techniques and spellbooks could be found. However, being a traditional knightly noble family, the ex-family placed little emphasis on the arcane arts. Approaching a particular bookshelf, Valen began to select appropriate nightly breathing techniques for his guardian knights. Given his status, he was unable to procure the most exceptional techniques. After dedicating half an hour, he chose 2 suitable tomes for Orlando and Hebrew. Utilizing the magical array at the entrance, he transcribed the 2 texts before departing from the treasury. Upon returning to the meditation chamber, Valen summoned the 2 and recited the text to them word by word, instructing them in the practice of these breathing techniques. The primary function of nightly breathing methods is to transform the potent magical energy present in the air into battle energy through skillful techniques, continually enhancing the body's capacity and purifying the quality of battle energy to achieve the goal of strength augmentation. In the following days, Valen first guided the 2 guardian knights to the Temple of Life to partake in the oath ceremony for guardian knights. The subsequent time was spent within the meditation chamber, striving to enhance their strength with every fleeting moment. During this period, He also witnessed what it truly meant to be a prodigy in a mere fortnight. Both had transcended from squire to become low-tier bronze knights. Now, what remained was merely the training of combat techniques and the experience of engaging in battle with foes. On the 1st of April, in the year 9720 of the Radiant Era, Valen found himself at Windsor Castle on the 6th day of his countdown. That afternoon, he received a list of aid from his father, Angus, which detailed the support the family was extending to him. The list revealed various specifics on a plain sheet of paper: 80,000 gold coins, 12 medium-grade magic crystals, 120 low-grade magic crystals, 18 red-scaled horses bearing a trace of red dragon blood, a squad of 12 high-tier bronze knights, 6 sets of exceptional knight armor, and 18 exceptional knightly longswords. Gazing at the sparse words on the page, he recognized that the resources represented a cumulative value of 300,000 gold coins. According to the broad classifications of this world, all items could generally be categorized into 6 levels: ordinary, fine, exceptional, extraordinary, legendary, and epic, mythical. The annual tax revenue of the Eagle Territory, where the X family resided, amounted to merely 3 million gold coins, while Silver Prosperity City garnered only 600,000 gold coins in a year. This assistance equated to his father donating half a year's taxes from the territory's second-largest city to him. Despite the inclusion of rewards for intelligence provided, this was exceedingly generous. Valen stroked his chin, recalling that 5 years prior, when his fourth brother departed, the family had only provided resources worth approximately 150,000 gold coins. With the wealth accumulated over the years, my initial capital amounts to 300,005 gold coins, a sum ample enough for me to spread my wings and navigate the early stages of my venture. From this point onward, every path must be tread by my own feet. Despite possessing this substantial fortune, I must remain prudent and meticulous in my calculations. Valen continuously reminded himself not to be blinded by this influx of riches. Being the master of his own fate was a novel experience for him. As night fell, he sat upon his bed, silently calculating and eagerly anticipating the next broadcast of fate's guidance. 8 o'clock. A melodious female voice resonated once more, delivering valuable intelligence. 13 days hence, on the most direct route from Windsor Castle to the provincial capital of the West River Province, a group of death warriors lies in ambush at a location known as the Sahaklos Mountains, poised to assassinate Count Eagle's fifth son, masquerading as robbers. These death warriors possess formidable strength. At the pinnacle of silver-ranked IT is advised to take a detour, lest one becomes embroiled in the upper echelons of conflict within the West River Province. The Sahaklos Mountains, situated in the heart of the Iron Bear territory, belong to the Harks family. As the sworn adversaries of the X family, it is evident that this band of death warriors has been dispatched by the Harks to eliminate him. Perhaps it would be prudent to set forth early, taking a circuitous route toward the provincial capital of the West River. With his hands clasped behind his head, Valen reclined on his bed, initiating a preliminary plan in his mind. The following noon, Valen arrived at training ground number 3 of Windsor Castle, a vast expanse of 600 square meters. Here lay the support extended to him by the X family. At the center of the training field stood 12 bronze-ranked knights clad in iron armor, awaiting the arrival of the one to whom they owed their allegiance. The captain of this contingent, Baird felt a deep sense of confusion. Although Master Valen was held in high regard within the castle, known for his amiable demeanor and sincere nature, lacking the common arrogance associated with nobility, he appeared rather indolent, seemingly biding his time. Consequently, while other scions of the Eagle nobility had advanced to bronze high rank or even silver low rank, he remained stagnant in the bronze mid rank. Chapter 5. Arrival at the provincial capital of West River. Nonetheless, as a member of the knightly escort assigned to Master Valen by Count Eagle, it was their duty to fulfill their responsibilities in gratitude for the X family's investment in their training. At the periphery of the training ground, Valen gazed at the 12 knights stationed 200 meters away, already comprehending that they were the guardians entrusted to him by his family. Approaching them while observing their demeanor, he noted that all 12 were remarkably youthful, likely between the ages of 24 and 28, indicative of their exceptional potential. Undoubtedly, these 12 individuals would become his right and left arms in the future. From Valen's understanding, assembling a cadre of bronze knights from scratch would require no less than several tens of thousands of gold coins. Thus, it was inconceivable that such a talented group could be cultivated without significant investment. As the priestess of the goddess of life observed Valen's arrival, she raised her staff and solemnly proclaimed, "In the presence of the goddess of life, I hereby declare the oath to commence. Bare your swords, Baird commanded loudly. The other 11 knights drew their long swords, placing them across their chests in a salute to Violin. Witnessing this, Violin too unsheathed the short sword he carried, holding it vertically against his chest. Gazing seriously at the 12 knights before him, Baird, Andrew, in the name of my own honor, and under the witness of the goddess of life, I solemnly swear to fight for this individual before me to the best of my ability, to fulfill my duties, and to uphold the chivalric code. For wherever the sword points, there lies my path. I, Velen, as the recipient of your vows, accept your allegiance, unwavering and steadfast. Let the goddess of life be our witness. A sacred radiance enveloped the 13, while an invisible bond intertwined the fates of the 12 with Velen. The oath completed, may the great goddess of life bestow her protection upon you. The aged priest declared the ceremony concluded, subsequently retreating to rest under the guidance of a steward. The 13 simultaneously sheathed their swords, marking the end of this solemn pledge. From this moment forth, these 12 bronze-tier knights are bound to Velen. Sharing in glory and suffering alike, my esteemed companions, you have chosen me, and I shall not betray your trust. Velen cast his gaze upon the 12, imprinting their visages in his memory. He then approached the chest containing weapons, lifting the lid to reveal the exceptional knightly swords within. As your sovereign, this is my gift to you. Furthermore, here are the red phosphor steeds. Each of you may select one as your mount, and I hope you will become my sharp blade, extending my dominion. Thank you, my lord, the 12 replied in unison. Unbeknownst to them, at a window in the main fortress, Count Eagle witnessed the entire scene unfold. Angus felt a deep sense of satisfaction regarding his 5th son's actions. To those who pledge loyalty, one must be generous, for only then can one swiftly win the hearts of their followers. On the battlefield, it is always your knight who shields you from harm. Neither your wife, your children, nor even your brothers can fulfill that role. This is the wisdom Angus has gleaned over 30 years. Prepare yourselves. Tomorrow morning, we shall depart from Windsor Castle to the provincial capital of West River. We shall heed your command, the 12 replied, their right hands thumping against their chests, heads bowed in respect. Observing their departing figures, Velen began to account for the remaining items, and once assured of their accuracy, commanded the servants to transport them to the carriage outside his residence. He then proceeded to the main fortress to bid farewell to his mother. After all, this separation might last an indeterminate time. Take, for instance, his elder brother, who left 5 years ago and has yet to return, tirelessly striving in an unknown land. Silent until now, yet when he does speak, he astounds. Such is Velen's assessment of his brother's resolve and talent, truly deserving of such an epithet. As thoughts of how to part with his mother swirled in his mind, he found himself standing before her door. Gently pushing it open, he beheld his mother, Eliza, seated by the window, weaving a silk scarf in the son's embrace. The head maid, noticing Velen's arrival, bowed her head and whispered softly. Eliza paused her work, lifting her gaze to meet Velen's. For reasons unknown, despite having rehearsed many words in his mind, he found himself momentarily speechless. Mother, I shall depart tomorrow. Indeed, I am aware that my fledgling has matured and is now poised to soar high, having established personal aspirations. I fervently hope for your glorious return. That day shall surely come, my mother. Wyland stepped forward, embracing his mother for a final farewell. 1,000 words and sentiments converged within that embrace. After an indeterminate passage of time, Wyland departed her chamber, clutching the silk scarf his mother had bestowed upon him. He then proceeded to his father's study, where he conveyed his intention to leave, receiving both counsel and blessings in return. Following his farewells to his parents, Wyland returned to his own quarters, instructing his 2 underage guardian knights to gather their belongings in preparation for their departure the next day. On the 3rd of April in the year 9720 of the glorious era, at the eastern gate of Windsor Castle, Wyland donned a lightweight cloth armor and mounted a tall red phosphorus steed. Gazing towards a corner of Windsor Castle, he commanded loudly, "Let us depart." In response to his command, a simple caravan was formed, consisting of 6 horse-drawn carriages, 12 knights of the guard, and 2 underage guardian knights, as they set forth from Windsor Castle towards the provincial city of the West River Province. The West River Province is situated in the southern hinterlands of the Ilia Kingdom, spanning an impressive area of 950,000 square kilometers, comprising 2 marquisates, 3 earldoms, and over 100 viscount and baron territories interspersed among 5 noble domains. Serving as a buffer zone at their juncture, to circumvent the hostile forces that might ambush him along the route, Wylin opted to navigate through the adjacent forested lands, avoiding the treacherous Sahakros mountain range located in the Iron Bear territory. Although this detour would extend the journey by over 200 kilometers, it was preferable to the annihilation of his nascent power by adversaries. After more than 10 days and a journey of 600 kilometers, Wylin and his entourage safely arrived at the provincial city of West River Province, a large metropolis directly governed by the royal family, covering an area of 400 square kilometers and overseeing a territory of 10,000 square kilometers. Home to over 2 million inhabitants, as he caressed his steed, Wylin lifted his gaze towards the 30-meter-high city walls of the provincial city, towering 3 meters higher than the towers of Windsor Castle. Occasionally, Griffin Knights soared through the sky. He recalled that the X's family also maintained a regiment of Griffin Knights, numbering 120, with each member being of silver ranked in this realm. Professions can broadly be categorized from the lowest to the highest as apprentices: bronze, silver, gold, soul intent, and legendary, while the subsequent transcendent ranks remain beyond his current knowledge. Chapter 6. The Harvest of the Mysterious Sphere. Traversing the aristocratic passage, Wylin's caravan moved unimpeded, its speed vastly superior to that of the congested alternative routes. At that moment, a merchant ascended the carriage roof and waved towards Wylin's party. Observing this, Wylin gestured for the caravan to halt, leaning over to pat the steed's flank, adopting a serious demeanor as he inquired, "What business do you have, good sir?" "Your Excellency, I beg your forgiveness for my intrusion." The merchant hastily descended and knelt before Wylin, explaining his intentions. The others present in the passage averted their gazes and continued onward, recognizing the wisdom in minimizing attention to such matters, thereby ensuring their own safety from potential noble ire. "I forgive your rudeness." Within Wylin's heart, curiosity bubbled, yet his countenance remained composed as he addressed the merchant. "My lord, I am grateful for your kindness." The merchant, having risen from the ground, continued, "Forgive my impertinence in calling out to you. I humbly wish to join your caravan." Wylin cast a few sidelong glances and discerned that the merchant's convoy comprised 8 carriages. Given his status, he could evade the entrance tax for 20 carriages, while his own retinue numbered merely 6, indicating that there remained an allowance for 14 more. It was only upon this realization that the merchant dared to beckon Wylin. In this world, unless one's strength was formidable enough to disregard the mundane laws, one could only bow and scrape before the nobility. "Are you willing to pay the necessary price?" The merchant's face brightened at the inquiry, and he hastily replied, "My lord, with your assistance, I can offer you 2 exquisite half-elves. Half-elves?" At the mention of these words, Wylin's brow furrowed. The southeastern border of the Ilya kingdom bordered a powerful half-elf kingdom, which held slightly more influence than Ilya itself. Thus, the kingdom publicly forbade the capture and sale of half-elves. However, rules are but rules, and many still took risks for profit. Clearly, the merchant before him was among such individuals. Furthermore, numerous nobles across the land were embroiled in this tangled web, creating an extensive industrial chain. The royal family, for its part, turned a blind eye to the situation, covertly instructing provincial capitals to impose heavy taxes for profit. Noticing the change in Wylin's expression, the merchant assumed dissatisfaction with the offered price and promptly prepared to raise his bid. However, before he could speak, Wylin interjected, "I have no interest in the half-elves you offer. My lord, I have been rude. I am willing to provide you." The merchant wiped the sweat from his brow. "Listen, merchant," Wylin curtly interrupted. "If you possess something that piques my interest, I may allow you to join my caravan, thereby sparing you the exorbitant entrance tax." According to the customary entrance tax for half-elves in the cities of the Ilya kingdom, it typically amounted to 10% of the total value of the slave. Upon hearing this, the merchant's face contorted in pain. He glanced back at his convoy and, gritting his teeth, withdrew 2 spherical objects from his pocket, respectfully presenting them to Wylin. "Your Excellency, these are trinkets I inadvertently acquired. I hope you will appreciate them. Should they fall short, I am willing to compensate with gold." Wylin accepted the 2 spheres from the merchant, slowly infusing them with his energy. They exhibited a slight reaction before quickly returning to tranquility. Although the response was minimal, he discerned its significance. The merchant's expression betrayed that these items held considerable value, yet it was prudent to extort a little more from a slave trader's purse. After all, one should not pass up free money. "Merchant, you may join my caravan, but you must supplement with 1,000 gold coins to seize this opportunity." "Thank you, my lord, thank you." The merchant's face lit up with excitement, and he swiftly retrieved 10 100 gold coin vouchers, issued by the Royal Bank of the Ilia Kingdom, adorned with miniature magical arrays and distinctive insignias for authenticity. Wylin examined them closely before placing them alongside the two spheres in his pocket, urging his red phosphor steed to depart from the scene. Upon witnessing the scene, the merchant hastily instructed his subordinates to follow closely behind the Wylin convoy, utilizing the noble passageway to approach the city gates. The officer stationed at the city gate of the provincial capital of the West River province observed the eagle banner of the X's family proudly displayed atop the Wylin carriage, and waved to halt the city guard's inspection, permitting them passage. "My lord, this slave trader possesses 8 carriages, with no fewer than 30 half-elves aboard. If we were to impose the entrance tax, it would amount to at least 3,000 gold coins," remarked the secretary, watching the Wylin convoy pass by with a perplexed expression. "Do you think I desire this?" the gate officer retorted, slapping the secretary on the head in frustration. "That is the eagle banner of the X's family, not some petty noble to be trifled with. It represents one of the 5 great powers of the West River province. Do you think I dare to collect taxes? My lord, I was indeed greedy." The secretary quickly conceded, refraining from further argument. Upon entering the provincial capital of the West River province, Wylin gazed around at the bustling streets, which dramatically expanded his worldview. Having lived in Windsor Castle for 18 years, he had seldom ventured outside, and as he was not the heir, his family did not compel him to engage in social activities. He relished his leisurely existence, which fostered a somewhat indolent disposition. The streets were lined with an array of shops, offering everything from magical scrolls and wands to magical crystals and the flesh of ferocious beasts. "My lord, shall we rest in the provincial capital for a few days?" inquired Baird, the captain of the nightly guard, as he approached Wylin. "No, we shall proceed directly to the teleportation array. Resting in the provincial capital of Cariday at the border province can wait," Wylin replied, gesturing for the convoy to follow, indicating his intention not to linger in the West River province. He had already calculated that a single night's stay in the provincial capital would cost at least 100 gold coins, a sum sufficient to purchase 2 serfs. In the early stages of his endeavors, frugality was essential. 2 hours later, Wylin's convoy arrived before a colossal structure. A middle-aged man clad in a mage's robe approached and greeted Wylin. "Greetings, my lord." "Greetings, your excellency," Wylin responded, performing a proper noble salute. "My convoy requires transportation via the teleportation array to the provincial capital of Cariday at the border province." "Please hold on," the mage instructed, summoning 2 apprentice mages to assist in reviewing the situation, recording information on a sheet of white paper for valuation. 5 minutes later, the middle-aged mage handed Wylin a document filled with details. "My lord, this is the estimated fee. According to the privileges enjoyed by the X's family, you are required to pay only 80% of the total cost." "Thank you," Wylin replied. After a brief glance at the document revealing a transportation fee of 6,000 gold coins, he expressed his gratitude to the mage and proceeded with his entourage through the magical array's inspection. Entering the grand edifice, Wylin entrusted his red phosphorus steed to Orlando, carrying with him a gold note worth 10,000 coins, and made his way to the nearby payment station. The red-haired woman seated at the payment station straightened herself, shedding her earlier nonchalance as she observed Wylin's approach. "Madam, here is the payment slip," Wylin stated, presenting the document provided by the middle-aged mage, along with the eagle insignia representing the X's family, placing it before her. After following the necessary procedures, Wylin handed over the gold note of 10,000 coins to her. "My esteemed sir, I remain uncertain whether you seek gold coins or golden tickets." In response to the inquiry posed by the crimson-haired lady, Valen pondered for a moment before articulating, 5,000 gold coins in the form of a golden ticket and 200 gold coins. "Please hold for a moment." The red-haired lady proceeded to enter a series of information into a magical device, reminiscent of a mobile phone from his past life, evoking a sense of familiarity within him. Ultimately, Valen, clutching the golden ticket worth 5,000 coins and a beautifully crafted pouch containing 200 coins, made his way toward his caravan. Chapter 7. The province of Cardro. After a half-hour wait, Valen and his entourage of 15 individuals, accompanied by 18 red phosphorus steeds, 12 nag horses, and 6 heavily laden wagons, Entered the teleportation zone. Four mages stationed at the corners of the teleportation array began channeling magic into the surrounding instruments. Mere moments later, an array of magical symbols emerged around them. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped the surroundings. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Valen felt his vision returning. As he surveyed his surroundings, a scene of desolation met his gaze, and he surmised that this must indeed be the provincial capital of Cardro. In stark contrast to the bustling teleportation area of the West River province, this locale appeared remarkably desolate. Once everyone regained their composure, Valen led the caravan out of the teleportation zone. Upon exiting the grand hall that housed the teleportation array and stepping onto the main thoroughfare of the provincial capital, disappointment washed over the group. The ground was littered with excrement from both humans and animals, and the stench was enough to induce nausea. Unsavory characters were visible everywhere, alongside extorting patrolmen, timid civilians, and petty merchants. My lord, is this truly the provincial capital of Cardro? The conditions here are even worse than the most dilapidated slums of Silver Star City, the captain of the nightly guard, Baird, remarked with a look of astonishment, disbelief evident in his voice. How could it be so chaotic here? Valen covered his mouth and nose, equally shocked as he responded. This is utterly inconsistent with the image one would expect of a provincial capital. He had not anticipated that the capital of a province could resemble this. Perhaps this was the unvarnished reality of the world. Cities like those in the West River province and Silver Star City were mere exceptions. My lord, where shall we proceed next? In response, Valen retrieved a map from his bosom, a rather rudimentary depiction of the entire Cardro province, marked only with approximate geographical locations in comparison to the expansive 95,000 square kilometers of the West River province. Cardro spanned a modest 15,000 square kilometers, hosting over 60 barons and viscounts, with a population of approximately 190,000, equating to about one-third of the population of the AEX family's Eagle territory. First, we shall head to the administrative building of the provincial capital for registration, and subsequently, we will pay a visit to my cousin, Baron Alcott, to familiarize ourselves with the local conditions. Gazing at the map, Valen noted the ancient territory of Gut located 200 kilometers from the provincial capital of Cardro. He folded the map and instructed Baird, as we traverse these filth-laden streets, I cannot fathom how these people endure life here. The provincial capital of Cardro was quite diminutive, and within mere minutes, they reached the administrative building situated in the Eastern District. Though referred to as an administrative building, it was essentially a two-story stone structure with a coat of white paint. Standing at the entrance, Valen observed that, regardless of perspective, the walls appeared gray, trending ominously toward black. Halt! Who are you, country bumpkin? Have you no eyes? This is not a place for you to be. The guard stationed at the entrance, upon spotting the simply dressed Valen, raised his inferior spear and disdainfully remarked, impudent. Standing behind Valen, Baird unsheathed his knightly sword, ready to slay the insolent guard. Dare you make a move? The guard retreated a few steps and bellowed. Help! We have an intruder in the administrative building. Shortly thereafter, a dozen guards and a knight hurriedly emerged from the building, standing upon the steps and gazing down at the group below. Observing this, the knights behind Valen drew their swords, positioning themselves protectively in front of him, confronting the guards. Who are you to dare trespass into the administrative building? The leading knight, upon hearing the soldiers' report, cast a malevolent glare at the group and produced a signaling magic scroll, poised to unleash it at any moment. As for our identity, let that be aside for now. Your guard has insulted a noble. Should I choose to slay him here and now, even His Majesty the King would have no cause for complaint, Valen said, his gaze sharp as he regarded the knight. Upon hearing this, the knight suddenly noticed the banner hanging from the distant carriage, his expression shifting dramatically, glaring fiercely at the guard. However, he could not afford to retreat. He represented the dignity of the governor of the Corrode province and could not easily back down. I know what you are thinking. I wish to avoid further conflict. Hand that guard over to me for punishment, and all will be settled. Otherwise, the consequences are beyond what even the governor of the Cadro province can bear. My lord, your words. A corpulent middle-aged man emerged from the administrative building. Having spoken only half of his thought, he caught sight of the eagle banner and swallowed the rest, turning to the knight to command. Hand that guard over to this gentleman. But, governor, did you not hear my command? The middle-aged man rebuked loudly. Yes. The knight, though unwilling, could only wave his hand, instructing his subordinates to disarm the previously arrogant guard and escort him before Violin. The guard, now visibly terrified, no longer bore his earlier haughty demeanor. Violin drew forth a dagger and plunged it into the guard's chest, killing him before the governor of Cadiaro. "And why, lord? I apologize for the offense. It is of no consequence. Welcome to the Cadro province, fledgling of the X's family," the middle-aged man replied, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, his tone composed. Violin then lingered outside the administrative building, awaiting the completion of his information registration. After approximately 10 minutes, a staff member approached, respectfully presenting a token inscribed with the word pioneering on one side and documenting Violin's basic information on the reverse. "Governor, I bid you farewell." "Farewell." The middle-aged man returned a standard noble salute, inwardly hoping he would not have to see Violin again. Once Violin departed, the previously silent knight inquired, "Governor, this is our territory. Why must we fear a foreign noble scion?" The middle-aged man, his smile fading, replied in a grave tone, "If it were any other noble scion, it would be manageable, but with the X's family, they are like a pack of rabid dogs, best avoided if at all possible." Observing the knight who still dared to inquire, the middle-aged man spoke directly. "Very well, resume your vigilance. The deceased guard shall receive compensation in accordance with the minimum standards for fallen soldiers. Additionally, instruct your men to maintain decorum and refrain from causing any further disturbances." "Yes, my lord," the knight replied, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction yet recognizing the necessity of compliance. Upon exiting the administrative building, Violin did not linger but promptly led his entourage away from the provincial capital of Cadelro. Although the governor, exiled to this location, would hardly dare to act against the esteemed Eckes family, it was prudent to avoid gambling on the governor's temperament. As soon as they departed the small town, Bayard rode up alongside Violin and inquired with confusion, "My lord, why did you not command your subordinates to execute that knight and the 13 guards?" "Every matter requires moderation. We must not overstep, lest our adversary finds it difficult to save face, potentially resulting in a catastrophic conflict," Violin replied. Bayard's perplexity remained unabated, and he wondered about the implications of such reasoning. Noticing the bewildered captain of the knightly guard, Violin sighed and reassured him, "Do not concern yourself with these matters. Focus solely on leading the troops." "Yes, my lord." Observing the politically naive knights, Violin resolved to scout for a capable individual well-versed in domestic governance during their expansion. Chapter 8. Guder Territory. Baron Alcott Guder Territory spans over 3,500 square kilometers, predominantly characterized by plains, and boasts a population exceeding 90,000, ranking among the foremost noble powers in the province of Corode. The lord of this land is Alcott Eckes, a fifth-generation member of the Eckes family, of the same generation as Violin's father. Thanks to the family's esteemed traditions, every Eckes offspring receives a commendable education, particularly those who choose the path of pioneering knights, aspiring to achieve remarkable feats and bring glory to their lineage. Having resided in the province of Cadelro for over 50 years, Alcott has built this legacy from the ground up through his diligent efforts and perseverance. "My lord, a guard has come to report that your nephew Violin is visiting, accompanied by a letter for verification," announced an elderly steward, entering to address Alcott, who, despite being over 70, still retained the appearance of middle age. As a high-ranking silver knight, he had only traversed half of his life journey, with at least 65 years still ahead of him. Should he achieve a breakthrough, his lifespan could potentially extend by another 200 years. Alcott pondered, taking the letter, which indeed bore the family crest. However, he had not returned to the family estate in over 20 years. Though correspondence had occurred during this time, it primarily concerned official matters. Opening the letter and scrutinizing the hidden markings, he confirmed that the visitor was indeed his nephew and proceeded to read the accompanying introduction to glean essential information. "Summon Kuel. Let us go greet my nephew," Alcott instructed, adjusting his attire. "Yes, my lord." The steward stepped forward to assist Alcott in arranging his garments before departing to fetch Kuel. The first aired at a tea that moment, at the entrance of Guder town, the central settlement of Guder territory. Violin surveyed the pristine and orderly surroundings, exuding the family's distinguished aura. Observing the local residents, who appeared healthy and well-nourished, he noted their condition was vastly superior to that of the common folk under the rule of various other nobles encountered along the journey. "Bayard, it seems my uncle harbors grand aspirations," Violin remarked. "Why, lord, you are indeed correct," Captain Bayard of the Knightly Guard replied. Shortly thereafter, A robust middle-aged man strode towards Valen with an imposing presence, accompanied by several knights and a steward. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Uncle. I am Valen Eakes, the fifth son of the Earl of Eagles." Valen stepped forward, bowing slightly in a gesture of respect towards his elder. "It is delightful to see you." "Valen, how has Lord Angus been of late?" Lord Alcott responded with a hearty laugh. "All is well. Under my father's governance, the strength of Eagle territory has grown ever more formidable. Allow me to introduce you to my finest son, Cowell," Lord Alcott said, taking Valen by the hand and introducing him warmly. "Greetings, cousin." Valen instinctively extended his right hand. Cowell paused for a moment before reciprocating the gesture, shaking Valen's hand. Lord Alcott, intrigued by this novel method of greeting, refrained from inquiring further, mindful of his elder status. "By the way, uncle and cousin, as it is our first meeting, I have a gift for you." Orlando stepped forward, holding a beautifully crafted gift box, which he slowly opened to reveal 3 medium-grade magic crystals within. "This is far too extravagant," Lord Alcott exclaimed, taken aback by Valen's generosity. "In the Cadro province, a single medium-grade magic crystal is valued at 5,000 gold coins, making these 3 worth a staggering 15,000 gold coins, while the annual taxes of his territory barely amount to 30,000. "Uncle, you are too kind. As I am new to this place, I require some information, and this is reliant upon your assistance," Valen replied with a smile that radiated sincerity. Baron Alcott exchanged pleasantries before instructing the steward to accept the 3 medium-grade magic crystals, then kindly took Valen's hand as they made their way towards the castle at the heart of Guter City. Throughout the journey, Baron Alcott exhibited an unprecedented warmth towards Valen. "Valen, the most crucial aspect of expansion is manpower. As a token of my goodwill, I shall grant you 200 serfs, 20 carts of grain, 200 spears, and a detailed map of the Cadro province. I am most grateful, Uncle Alcott." "This is precisely what I need," Valen replied with a beaming smile, pleased to have received such assistance. Upon arriving at Guter Castle, a grand banquet was swiftly organized. The castle hall was filled with Valen's 14 knights and over 60 knights under Lord Alcott's command. As the guest of honor, Valen drew considerable attention, with no fewer than 30 beautiful young women casting flirtatious glances in his direction. However, for him, the prospect of marriage would not be entertained until he reached the age of 30, unless sufficiently enticing advantages presented themselves to sway his decision. Consequently, he dismissed all propositions for fleeting encounters with these young women. "Valen, you could perhaps indulge a little," Cowell suggested, raising his glass and approaching Valen with a slight smile. "No, cousin," as a steadfast knight, engaging in premarital relations would be a desecration of the sanctity of marriage. Cowell, observing his cousin's earnest demeanor, chuckled awkwardly. "Very well, I shall not intrude further." Watching his cousin depart, Valen shook his head with a smile, choosing to remain silent. Everyone is entitled to their own freedom. Why should he concern himself with such matters? Soon, the banquet concluded, and Wayland entered Baron Alcott's study, engaging in candlelit conversation for 2 hours before retiring under the guidance of a servant. As midnight approached, Wayland lay in bed, contemplating the specific direction for his imminent journey. According to the information received from Baron Alcott, the most promising area for development at this stage was the southwest of the Grey Miasma Wastes, a region abundant in plains and resources. However, it was fraught with the presence of low-level monsters, making the task of expansion quite arduous. Deciding on that direction for his endeavors, Wayland was not hasty in making a final decision. He planned to visit 2 other barons of the X's family over the next fortnight to gather additional intelligence before reaching a conclusion. After spending 3 days in Gut territory, Wayland bid farewell to his uncle, Alcott. With warm send-offs from his host, he set forth with his subordinates and serfs toward the next destination. These 200 serfs, all robust young men, could fetch 33 gold coins each in the markets of Cadro province. They could serve as cannon fodder in battle, charging into the fray, or as laborers to cultivate the wilderness and sow fertile fields. Due to the increased number of the caravan, and mindful of the serfs' pace, Wayland had to slow down. Fortunately, with the adept military knowledge of Captain Baird, the serfs were efficiently divided into 20 small squads, each attending to their tasks without any sign of panic. As the days passed, the 200 serfs began to resemble a military unit, though their actual combat effectiveness remained uncertain. On the 1st of May in the year 9720 of the Radiant Era, a significant day unfolded. As night fell, Wayland sat beside the fire, quietly waiting. The moon hung high in the sky, and soon it was 8 o'clock in the evening when a melodious female voice echoed in his ears once more. Chapter 9. Encounter with bandits. A goblin king has emerged in the southwest of the gray miasma wastes, rallying the local goblins to prepare a retaliatory assault against the humans encroaching upon their homeland, with an expected attack planned within the year targeting the southern regions of Cadro province. Traveling southwest is currently inadvisable. Wren, initially believing that his uncle's information would prove somewhat useful, shook his head in resignation upon realizing the significant dangers lurking in that direction. Observing Wayland's dejected demeanor, Orlando approached and inquired, "My lord, is there any dilemma that requires Orlando's assistance?" "Enough. I am fine. You should focus on your training. It will serve you well in the future," Wayland said, ruffling the boy's golden hair, urging him to continue honing his skills to avoid becoming a mere shell of potential at that moment. Captain Baird of the Knightly Guard approached to report, "My lord, according to the map provided by Baron Alcott, the road ahead is notorious for bandit activity. We must heighten our vigilance." "Very well. I entrust you with the reconnaissance and protection along the way. This presents an excellent opportunity to capture a batch of slaves, as manpower is crucial for our expansion." "Rest assured, my lord. I will make the necessary arrangements." On Wayland's inevitable route, a band of bandits had gathered, numbering in the hundreds, armed with swords and knives, lying in wait amidst the underbrush along the roadside, greedily eyeing the path ahead, anticipating the arrival of a plump target. "Boss Cook, there are only 30 minutes left until that flock of plump sheep passes by here." A robber hurried over to report to the leader of this operation. "Cook, tell the brothers to be ready. If we succeed, tonight there will be an abundance of men, women, and wine." Upon hearing these words, the surrounding robbers erupted in cheers, but soon fell silent under the stern reprimand of their leader, Cook, as they patiently awaited their prey to enter the encirclement. Half an hour later, a convoy appeared on the road, gradually approaching the ambush site where the robbers lay in wait. Valen, mounted on his horse, surveyed the surroundings, sensing that something was amiss. "Baird, do you not feel that it is too quiet around here?" "My lord, indeed it is that I fear there may be an ambush. Should we halt our advance and send the knights to scout ahead?" Baird urged his horse forward, positioning himself beside Valen, his keen eyes scanning the area before he responded. "No need. Those robbers are likely hiding in the bushes up ahead. Just ensure the others are prepared for battle." "Yes, my lord." Gradually, the convoy drew closer to the robbers' ambush site. One of the robber leaders gazed at the massive convoy, particularly at the 200 militiamen armed with spears, feeling a wave of trepidation. He advised his chief, "Cook, boss, there are so many of them. Should we?" "Shut your mouth. This is a task assigned by our superiors, and it must be accomplished. Besides, they are merely serfs, all show and no substance. What is there to fear? Speak again and I shall cook you." Yes, boss, I understand." The robber leader, trembling in fear, averted his gaze from Cook, having witnessed firsthand how the chief dealt with those who defied him. As the convoy drew nearer, Cook held his breath, gripping his spiked club tightly, his eyes fixed ahead, waiting for the opportune moment. "Attack!" With that command, over 100 robbers surged from the bushes, charging recklessly toward the convoy. "Defend!" Captain Baird of the Knightly Guard unsheathed his sword and shouted. The 200 serfs, led by their respective squad leaders, rapidly formed two defensive lines behind 26 wagons. Although there was some chaos during the process, Valen felt immensely satisfied and no longer desired more, recognizing that they were merely serfs with less than half a month of training, not to be compared with professional soldiers. Meanwhile, the 11 knights outside the formation drew their swords, urging their red phosphorus mounts forward to confront the robbers head-on. With a sickening crunch, several heads flew into the air, and the headless corpse of the foremost robber stumbled a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Faced with 11 bronze knights, the largely ordinary robbers stood no chance of resistance. Observing the scene from the crowd, the robber leader Cook brandished his spiked club and approached one of the knights, intent on eliminating one to bolster the morale of his ragtag band. After dispatching 2 robbers, Knight Andrew noticed a strong robber attempting a sneak attack, gathering his strength in secret. Seizing the opportunity, Cook pushed off the ground with force, accelerating fiercely. With a resounding crack, the head soared high into the air, and the bandit leader Cook's face was alight with exhilaration. Yet, he pondered why he felt himself ascending further. The headless corpse seemed to mirror his own body, as a mid-tier bronze warrior, Cook met his demise on the battlefield in this manner. The surrounding bandits, witnessing their formidable leader's head severed by a single stroke from the enemy, scattered in disarray, fleeing in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Baird commanded the serfs to strike, assisting the knights in eliminating the remaining bandits. Standing at the center of the fray, Violin observed the utterly predictable combat. Even the phalanx formed by the serfs failed to approach, as they were decimated by 11 knights, leaving him at a loss for words. One could only remark on the utter foolishness of the bandits from the Cadro province, who, lacking strength, foolishly attempted to engage in robbery. The battle concluded in a mere 8 minutes, leading to the phase of capturing prisoners. "My lord, we have slain 43 bandits and captured 57, Baird reported as he approached Violin. Violin placed a hand on Baird's shoulder, exclaiming in loud praise, "Your valor has unequivocally demonstrated your loyalty." At that moment, 2 bandit leaders were brought forth by 4 serfs, escorted before Violin, awaiting interrogation. "Who is your leader, and under whose orders did you ambush us?" Baird inquired, drawing his longsword and placing it against the neck of one bandit leader. "My lord, our leader is Cook. He just perished at the hands of your knights. As for who directed us, I do not know," the bandit leader stammered, trembling at the sight of the knight's sharp blade. Violin fixed his gaze upon the responding bandit leader and gestured with a wave of his hand. Observing this, Baird promptly pierced the bandit leader's throat, blood gushing forth. The other bandit leader, witnessing his fallen comrade and Baird's readiness to strike, cried out, "My lord, I know. We are under the influence of a noble lord, but only our leader knew the specifics, and he has just been slain by you. I beg for your mercy." It appeared that hyenas were lurking in the shadows. "My lord, there are only a few noble families in this region. By gathering information about their reputations, we can discern which one is the most disreputable, as they may very well be the ones pulling the strings." Captain of the Knightly Guard, Baird, swiftly beheaded the other bandit leader and addressed Violin. Chapter 10. Baron Brian. No, it could also be the one with the best reputation. Realizing the intricacies involved, Violin shook his head and replied to Baird, "Why, lord? Why is that?" Baird, cleaning the blood from his sword before sheathing it, inquired with a puzzled expression. "There are many layers to this situation. It would take time to explain. When faced with challenges, we shall wield our swords to shatter any obstacles that stand in our way." Not wishing to elaborate further, Violin's reticence dissuaded Baird from probing further. He returned to the caravan, reorganizing the troops in preparation for departure. Violin gazed upon the lifeless bodies of bandits strewn across the desolate landscape, his eyes deep in thought. In the following days of travel, they encountered no further banditry. Perhaps these hyenas, having discerned the formidable strength of the caravan, chose to forego unnecessary losses. Traversing the wilderness, they finally arrived at their second destination, the mountainous domain of Baron Brian. Before Viling had even set foot in the ridge, Baron Brian had already caught wind of their presence. As a burgeoning figure in the realm of commerce, having only ventured into this domain for 6 years, Brian was acutely aware of his surroundings. After all, a contingent of over 200 individuals was remarkably conspicuous along the desolate borders of the Greyfong wilderness. Leading the procession, Viling gazed into the distance, where a plume of dust heralded the approach of a sizable force. With a steely determination reflected in his eyes, he swiftly commanded Baird and the others to prepare for combat. After all, ahead lay his cousin, a rugged voice called out, momentarily easing Viling's apprehension, prompting him to ride forth to meet the newcomer. The figure bore loose garments, a knightly sword hanging from his waist, accompanied by several knights and more than 30 squire attendants. "Cousin, it has been far too long. I have missed you dearly. How have you fared of late?" Viling approached on horseback, noting that Brian's appearance had scarcely changed since he had departed from Windsor Castle 6 years prior. "Welcome to my realm, Viling." Brian dismounted, arms outstretched, enveloping Viling in a vigorous embrace, exuding warmth and enthusiasm. "Cousin, I hope you won't find it bothersome if we converse for a few days. As it happens, Alec is currently a guest in my castle. We shall have ample opportunity to exchange thoughts." Upon hearing that his third intended visitor was residing in Brian's castle, Viling's heart soared with joy. Orlando, fetched the second wooden chest from the second wagon. Orlando, who had been holding the horses behind Viling, approached the second wagon, hoisting a heavy chest before them. Viling stepped forward to open the chest, revealing a full suit of exceptional knightly armor. Brian's eyes widened in astonishment at the gleaming armor before him. "Cousin, What do you think of this token of our reunion? What a splendid gift. I shall graciously accept it, Brian replied, stepping closer to caress the suit of armor that belonged to him, as one might tenderly soothe a beloved. Despite his contradictory words, he remained the familiar person Viling had known, with little alteration. Perhaps aware of his uncharacteristic display in the presence of others, Brian cleared his throat to mask the awkwardness, subsequently instructing for the chest to be taken away. Viling, come, allow me to escort you to my castle. Tonight, I shall host a grand feast in your honor. Ha ha, cousin Brian, I eagerly anticipate it. With that, Baron Brian took the lead, guiding Viling and his entourage toward his castle. After traversing several kilometers, they arrived at a modest yet functional fortress. The castle walls were bristling with spikes to deter any would-be climbers. Moreover, the abundance of crossbows and ballistae on the battlements was astonishing. In a nearby clearing, thousands of able-bodied men were engaged in rudimentary thrusting drills under the watchful eyes of several knights. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be commoners from the ridge. Brian, following Viling's gaze, chuckled as he elucidated, Viling, the borderlands are fraught with peril. These preparations are essential to counter any monstrous incursions. Cousin, in these 6 years, you have achieved quite a lot. Naturally, and let us not forget who I am. I am Brian, destined to become the 6th Earl of the X family. Upon hearing Waylene's affirmation, Brian could not help but display his pride, exclaiming loudly. Suddenly, it seemed that Brian recalled something and, without hesitation, inquired, Waylene, did you not once express a desire to remain in the Eagle's domain during your childhood? What prompted you to venture forth as a pioneer knight? It's a long story, best left untold. Let us just say I've had an epiphany, he continued. Indeed, as a man of the Ikes family, one must aspire to be a pioneer knight, striving to carve out one's own territory, thus honoring our ancestors. Very well, cousin, we shall discuss this later. First, lead me inside to tour your castle. I am positively eager to learn about your fortress. Waylene promptly interrupted Brian, diverting the topic, fearing he might elaborate for hours on end. Entering the grand hall, they beheld a refined gentleman seated comfortably, quietly sipping tea. Waylene, this is Alec. He is, Brian. Scratching the back of his head, struggled to recall how to introduce Waylene. Having done his homework, Waylene shot Brian a knowing glance before approaching the unfamiliar gentleman, embracing him warmly and saying, Cousin Alec, it is a pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is mine, my brother, Alec replied, momentarily taken aback by the embrace before reciprocating in kind. Beside them, Baron Brian offered an awkward laugh, as he often found himself perplexed by the intricate relationships within his family, frequently mistaking his own relatives. Why, Lord, the banquet preparations are complete. Please proceed to the drawing room, announced a distinguished-looking butler with graying whiskers, respectfully addressing Brian. Waylene, Alec, the dinner is ready. Let us dine and converse, while allowing Waylene to recount the events that have transpired within the family over the past 30 years. Baron Brian beckoned the two men to follow him to his drawing room. During the banquet, Waylene and Alec engaged in spirited conversation, traversing a myriad of subjects including the kingdom's politics, geography, and neighboring nations, truly leaving no stone unturned. Observing the harmonious rapport between the two, Brian felt a surge of joy. His cousin and brother were getting along splendidly, which warmed his heart. Unbeknownst to him, however, both Waylene and Alec, while seemingly conversing freely, were cautiously guarding against one another, adeptly maintaining the facade of camaraderie. As time wore on and the banquet drew to a close, Waylene, feeling fatigued, retreated to the room Brian had arranged for him. Lying in bed, Waylene closed his eyes, reflecting on the discussions from the evening, while integrating the information gleaned from Baron Alcott, concluding that the Grey Ember Wastes would serve as the most promising initial direction. His singular demand was to ensure safety first, before contemplating other matters. Both Brian and Alec had unanimously recommended that Waylene venture to the northwest of the Grey Ember Wastes, a suggestion that directly contradicted Baron Alcott's counsel. Given the insights obtained through Fate's guidance, Alcott's recommended path appeared inadvisable, leaving only the northwest direction of the Grey Ember Wastes as a viable option. It seemed, then, that he was left with little choice. If he disregarded the risks, the southwestern route of the Grey Ember Wastes seemed appealing. Nevertheless, prioritizing safety, he resolved to choose the northwest direction. With Fate's guidance as his ally, he would strengthen himself, and eventually, the entire expanse of the Grey Ember Wastes would be his dominion. At that juncture, choice would be rendered moot. After resolving to take a decisive stand, Wren began to succumb to slumber. Chapter 11. Finalizing the direction of expansion the following day, Wren awoke only after the sun had ascended high in the sky. After partaking of the meal delivered by the servant, he eagerly set out to seek out Brian and Alec to discuss the procurement of supplies. However, prior to this, Wren had instructed someone to bring forth a crimson horse, intending it as a gift for Baron Alec to foster goodwill. This gesture would undoubtedly facilitate future requests for assistance. At this moment, within the castle's study, Brian and Alec sat facing each other. Alec, what are your impressions of Wren? It is difficult to ascertain. Based solely on our interactions last night, I cannot form a judgment, Alec replied, pondering for several moments before ultimately shaking his head. You cannot see it. My cousin is indeed exceptional, valuing kinship, though he possesses a certain laziness. After 6 years apart, he arrives bearing a set of exquisite knightly armor worth 12,000 gold coins. Yet I find myself troubled, uncertain of how to reciprocate. At this juncture, Brian turned his gaze toward Alec, his eyes alight with intensity. Well, if you wish to return the favor, it is simple enough. I observed that the people he brought lacked protective armor. You could offer 100 sets of leather armor as your gift. Alec, pressing his forehead in disbelief, regarded this foolish man, at a loss for words. Ha ha ha, you are indeed clever. Inviting you to reassess the layout of the villages within the territory was a most astute decision, Brian exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth from him. Master, Lord Wren requests your presence alongside Lord Alec at the training grounds, came the sudden voice of the steward from outside the door, causing Brian to quell his mirth. Come, let us see what Wren desires of us, Brian said, rising first and making his way toward the entrance. Alec followed closely behind, conjecturing that Wren had summoned him to present a gift, mentally calculating how best to reciprocate. At the training grounds, upon seeing the two approach, Wren stepped forward and addressed Alec. Cousin, what do you think of this horse? It is robust and well-fed, possessing a trace of dragon blood, with significant potential for growth. On the market, it would fetch 20,000 gold coins. Alec, assessing the horse's exterior, offered a candid appraisal. Cousin, you possess a discerning eye. This is a gift from me to you. I hope you find it to your liking. Alec replied with composure. Since it is a gift from you, I shall graciously accept it. As a gesture of reciprocity, I will provide you with 60 carts of grain, a batch of iron farming tools, and a detailed map of the Huangshe region in the northwest of the Greifang wasteland. Upon hearing this, Wren was momentarily taken aback. How could Alec know that he had chosen the northwest Huangshe region of the Greifang wasteland as his intended area for expansion? Raising his gaze to meet Alec's smiling eyes, he felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Thank you for your support, dear cousin. Simultaneously, Brian seized the moment to interject with a smile. Wren, I do not possess many valuable items. My territory is rich in iron mines, so I shall offer you 20 sets of iron armor, 150 sets of leather armor, along with 100 iron swords as my return gift. I hope you do not find it lacking. Thank you, cousin. Without fail, Alec once again regarded this generous simpleton. Utterly at a loss for words, Brian paid no heed to his gaze. Witnessing the joy of his kin brought him great inner peace. That very afternoon, he entrusted Wren with 20 sets of iron armor, 150 sets of leather armor, and 100 iron swords. Within a camp outside the castle, Wren picked up one of the iron swords and tested it against a wooden post. Discovering its excellent quality, he subsequently inspected the iron and leather armors, finding them to be superior quality among the ordinary, with no instances of inferior goods masquerading as the genuine article. According to the market value in the Cadurlo province, these items were worth 15,000 gold coins, with the potential to sell for 30,000 during times of war. My lord, with this batch of weapons, our initial expansion efforts will proceed with far greater ease, exclaimed Baird, the captain of the knightly guard, as he gazed at the weapons, his excitement palpable. The training task for these 200 men is now entrusted to you. I hope they will prove even more crucial in actual combat. Rest assured, my lord, Baird responded, his face alight with enthusiasm as he departed the castle with several knights to rally the serfs outside the city, eager to commence their training, with nothing to occupy his time. Wren returned to his chamber, unfurling the map of the Huangshe region in the northwestern part of the Grey Desert, a gift from Alec. He studied it intently, contemplating the most advantageous areas for expansion. As for the promised 60 carts of grain and a batch of farming tools from Alec, They were expected to arrive at Brian's castle within half a month. Thus, Vylin resolved to shamelessly indulge at his cousin Brian's expense, preparing thoroughly for what lay ahead. The Huangshe region, encompassing an area of 600,000 square kilometers, equivalent to 4 Kaderlo provinces, was traversed by a principal river, the Huangshe River, flowing from the southeast to the northwest, merging into unknown distances. The land grew increasingly fertile the closer one ventured to the river, yet so too did the prevalence of monsters. Conversely, areas farther from the river were relatively barren, capable of sustaining crops, albeit with modest yields. For wheat, approximately 150 gene could be harvested per mu. Based on calculations from Vylin's previous life, an adult would require 400 gene of wheat annually if relying solely on it for sustenance. However, this was an alternate world, where the majority were serfs without freedom, surviving as long as they were not starved. Theoretically, one could sustain a quality serf with the harvest from a single mu of wheat supplemented by wild vegetables. No, this notion is too wicked. I possess morals. Should I overstep, what place would I have left in my family? Vylin shook his head, casting aside such thoughts. Turning his attention to the distribution of monsters in the Huangshe region, he noted that it too followed the river's layout. Near the main flow of the Huangshe River resided formidable clans of monsters, such as ogres, wolfmen, and minotaurs. In contrast, the tributaries were occupied by lesser creatures, including gnolls, goblins, and other minor beings. The good news was that the Huangshe region harbored few powerful monsters. The mightiest clan leader was at the golden level, as long as he did not seek death by recklessly encroaching into the Huangshe River basin. There was little cause for concern regarding safety. The bad news was that the impoverished environment resulted in a severely deficient magical energy atmosphere, making cultivation exceedingly arduous and necessitating the use of magic crystals for assistance. Subsequently, he gazed towards the southern region of the Yellowstone area, a place known as Toxic, located 200 kilometers away in a direct line, encompassing over 1,000 square kilometers. The only inhabitants surrounding it were the goblin clans, with the mightiest among them merely of the bronze tier, making it an ideal territory for his expansion. Having determined his course, Valen approached the table, retrieving a sheet of paper to commence recording his current assets. An astute lord, he possessed 2 underage guardian knights, 12 bronze tier knights, 200 serfs undergoing training, and 55 bandit slaves. His treasury boasted 81,200 gold coins, 9 intermediate magic crystals, and 120 low-grade magic crystals. Additionally, he owned 17 red-scaled horses, 5 sets of exceptional knightly armor, and 6 exceptional knightly longswords. There were 20 sets of iron armor, 150 sets of leather armor, and 100 iron swords, along with 60 carts of grain and a batch of farming tools yet to be accounted for. Thus, this constituted the entirety of Valen's possessions. With these resources, he felt sufficiently equipped to support the initial costs of his territorial expansion. Chapter 12. The first battle of expansion on the 17th of May in the year 9720 of the Radiant Era. Upon receiving the 60 carts of grain and a batch of farming tools from Alec, Valen departed from this place, officially embarking on his journey of expansion. Having imposed upon their hospitality for half a month, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and was eager to bid farewell to his cousin, leading his people away from the ridge territory towards the Toxic region. Standing atop the castle tower, Brian observed the departing group and let out a sigh of contemplation. Why, Lord? While cleaning Lord Valen's chamber, the servants discovered 300 gold coins, reported the castle steward, bowing his head before Brian. Taken aback by this revelation, Brian momentarily paused, then offered a wry smile. He must have feared rejection if presented in person, resulting in this underhanded approach. Why, Lord? What shall we do? Accept it, Brian replied, his gaze distant as he looked into the horizon. During our next transaction, remind me to ensure that my brother does not suffer any disadvantage. Yes, my lord. With that, the steward withdrew, leaving Brian alone atop the tower, watching Valen's departure. After 5 days of travel, they arrived at the outskirts of Toxic, where Valen ordered the establishment of camp while instructing Baird to send scouts to assess the surrounding situation. Their arrival had also drawn the attention of a relatively powerful goblin tribe in the vicinity. 2 days later, within a tent, Valen summoned all 12 of his knights for a brief military assembly. Due to the rudimentary facilities, all sat cross-legged upon the ground. Esteemed knights, after 2 days of reconnaissance, the general situation is as depicted here. I invite you all to share your insights. In the center of the assembly, A temporary wooden table fashioned from several crates displayed a rudimentary map illustrating the basic conditions of the encompassing area. The map marked numerous goblin tribes, counting at least 20 in total. The largest tribe numbered over 300 goblins, while the smallest comprised several dozen, adding up to more than 2,000 goblins in total. My lord, one of the knights proposed, we should concentrate our forces to eliminate the most formidable tribe. This way, even if the remaining goblins sense a threat and unite, they would pose no significant danger to us, and perhaps even incite internal strife. Captain Baird of the Knights Guard pointed at the largest tribe on the map, offering his insights. Indeed, it makes sense. The goblin race is both greedy and despicable, especially cowardly towards the strong. If we eliminate their most formidable member, even if the other tribes unite, they will inevitably descend into infighting due to the absence of a powerful leader, allowing us to vanquish them one by one. Upon hearing this, Valen nodded in agreement and then turned to the others, seeking additional perspectives. However, he had overestimated the intellect of this group. The other 11 looked around blankly before turning their gazes in unison towards Valen, their innocent eyes betraying a lack of understanding. It was evident that among these 12, only Baird was fit to lead. The rest were at best suited to be generals. Nevertheless, he found solace in this reality. As the saying goes, it is easier to find an army than a commander, and a true leader is even rarer. This principle holds true in this world renowned for its strength, of course. With sufficient power, one could shatter any cunning schemes. If Valen had thousands of bronze knights at his disposal, he would simply charge through, annihilating all goblins in the land and effortlessly claiming dominion without the need for strategic discussions. After a few minutes of silence, with no one offering further input, Valen, disappointed, surveyed the group and proclaimed, "We shall proceed with Baird's suggestion. Prepare yourselves. We commence our operation tomorrow." "Yes, my lord," the crowd responded in unison before exiting the tent to return to their quarters for preparation. Outside, the guards Orlando and Hebra, witnessing the departure of the others, lifted the tent flap and entered. "My lord, do you have any concerns?" Orlando inquired, noticing Valen's despondent demeanor. "It's nothing, merely a bit vexing. Why are there so few intelligent individuals among my subordinates?" Seeing this, Hebra curiously asked, "My lord, are those knights truly that foolish?" "Silence, Hebra," Orlando reprimanded softly, then turned to Valen to apologize. "My lord, my brother speaks without thought. I beg your forgiveness. Is fine. Expressing such sentiments in my presence is acceptable. But do not utter such words in public," Valen replied. "Yes, my lord," Hebra quickly acknowledged, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Enough. Both of you should prepare as well. This operation against the goblin tribe will serve as valuable experience for you. Merely training without practical combat will not benefit your growth." "Yes, my lord," Orlando and Hebra replied as they took their leave of Valen and exited the tent. Once back in their own quarters, Orlando pulled his brother aside into a corner and, with a stern expression, admonished, "Hebra, what are the 6 words I told you?" Under his brother's intense gaze, Hebra fidgeted and stammered, "Speak less, act more. And what have you accomplished today?" Orlando pressed, "Brother, Hebra mumbled, lowering his head. "Alas," Orlando sighed, looking at his brother with a mix of frustration and concern, "there can be no next time. The Lord considers us family. The others do not share that sentiment. Always remember those 6 words." "Understood," Hebra nodded solemnly, following his elder brother as they began to prepare for the battle ahead. Since the awakening of their fighting spirit, the 2 individuals have cultivated their skills for less than a month and a half, and they have already ascended to the rank of mid-level bronze knights. Their pace of advancement leaves Valen in awe. He estimates that within a year, both of his underage guardian knights will attain the status of silver knights. However, bolstered by the oath of the guardian knights and the witness of the goddess of life, he harbors no fear of rebellion from them. Moreover, Orlando and Heber have no reason to turn against him. Within a luxurious cavern of the giant stone tribe, a goblin chief, wielding a staff, appeared flustered after receiving intelligence from the goblin scouts. "Can you confirm? They number in the hundreds." "Elder, that group of humans truly comprises several hundred individuals. Each armed, I would stake my life on it." "What to do now?" The goblin chief paced back and forth, pondering strategies. Was he to flee once more? Over 30 years ago, his tribe had encountered human pioneers, prompting their first migration. More than a decade ago, they faced humans again, leading to yet another exodus. Now, having traveled to this distant place, he found himself confronted by humans once more. "Great goblin god, please guide your humble follower." The goblin chief knelt before the idol, offering a prayer. Yet, the grotesque statue remained unresponsive. In desperation, the chief rose, his face hardening with resolve. He was determined to save himself, not only for his kin but also for the salt mine he had painstakingly discovered. He then commanded loudly, "Summon the leaders of the nearby tribes. I must confer with them on matters of great importance to defend our territory." "Yes, chief," responded several goblin warriors around the cave, promptly departing. Chapter 13. The first battle of expansion. On the following morning, the entire camp, save for 20 armed serfs left to guard, was in a state of uproar. 13 bronze knights, 2 apprentice knights, 180 armed serfs, and 55 expendable slaves totaled 250 combatants. They formed a grand procession, stretching over 300 meters, as they advanced towards the goblin tribe located 25 kilometers away. Among the ranks, not a single armed serf displayed panic. Instead, their faces radiated excitement, eager to engage in battle with the goblins. The reason for their fervor lay in Valiant's promise. If they could claim the heads of 3 goblins, he would publicly grant them freedom from their serfdom. Furthermore, for each additional goblin slain, they would receive a silver coin as a reward. Freedom and private property, concepts that were once beyond their wildest dreams as serfs, were now within their grasp. Why risking their lives in this endeavor? They could secure a future of liberty for their children, grandchildren, and descendants. As they approached the battleground, Valiant attentively surveyed the surroundings while observing the armed serfs brimming with hope for the future. His heart filled with satisfaction. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this operation was destined for success. He understood well the disparity in strength between a horde of lifeless expendables and a group of spirited serfs. With memories of 2 lifetimes, Valiant had a clear vision for the future of his territory. This approach could be applied not only in warfare but in other domains as well, akin to the agricultural military system of the Qin state, albeit requiring certain modifications to avoid rejection by the prevailing norms of this world. After 4 hours of marching, Valiant commanded a halt to their advance, allowing the troops to rest amidst the trees. Simultaneously, 4 knights tasked with reconnaissance rode forth to scout the nearby stone tribe, ensuring that no unforeseen circumstances arose. Beneath the shade of a grand tree, Valiant accepted the food handed to him by Orlando, a flatbread baked from flour, accompanied by cool water to satiate his hunger. "Orlando, Hebra, you too will be the last to strike. Do not charge recklessly," Valiant stated, wiping his mouth and fixing a serious gaze upon his 2 guardian knights. "Yes, my lord," they replied in unison. In contrast to the increasingly mature Orlando, Hebra appeared somewhat timid, lacking confidence for the impending battle. Observing Hebra's helpless demeanor, Valiant chuckled softly, reassuring himself that a few battles would suffice to bolster his courage. "My lord, the scouts have returned," Baird approached, reporting to Valiant. According to Otto and the others' reconnaissance, the number of goblins in the stone tribe had significantly increased. Upon hearing this, Valiant inquired of Baird, "By how much has it increased?" "Approximately 100, Baird replied. 100. This means the goblin count in the stone tribe has reached 400. Baird nodded in response, looking to Valiant, awaiting his command. "Maintain the original plan. I shall lead the knights into the fray to disrupt their formation and slay their leader. You will command the infantry and direct the expendable slaves for the first wave of attack, with the armed serfs following closely behind," Valiant articulated after a moment of contemplation. "Let us strike decisively and shatter their ranks." "Understood, my lord." After Baird departed, Valiant leaned against the tree trunk, conserving his strength in preparation for battle. Meanwhile, within the opulent cavern of the stone tribe, their leader, Gree, was engaged in a fervent discussion with 6 other goblin tribe leaders. To entertain his guests, Gree even presented a long-preserved fruit wine. Watching these rustic folk indulge, his heart ached, yet he forced himself to maintain an appearance of generosity. The traces of human pioneers had resurfaced once again, under the watchful gaze of the goblin god, offering up the hearts of these humans. The goblin leader, who had only one ear, stood frozen, his raised goblet suspended in midair as he exclaimed in shock, "What? Another human pioneer? Oh, why does the divine not favor us goblins? I must hasten to relocate from this place." In an instant, the 6 goblin leaders attending the feast erupted into chaos, frantically discussing their escape. The notion of confronting human pioneers was laughable. Had they possessed the courage to resist, they would not have fled to such a cursed place. "Silence. Under the scrutiny of the divine, do you not feel any shame?" Gree shouted in fury, addressing his kin. Shame? What is that? Surviving is what matters most, one goblin nonchalantly retorted. Indeed, the goblin god teaches us that survival and the propagation of our kind is paramount. Were it not for humans' disdain for goblin slaves, I would not even consider fleeing. A more formidable victor arose, as an elder goblin chief, leaning on his staff, stood and brazenly spoke. Observing this band of miscreants, the chief of the stone giant tribe seethed with fury, causing the goblin maiden in attendance to tremble in fear. Just as he was preparing to summon the tribe's goblin warriors to teach these scoundrels a lesson, a goblin burst into the cavern, breathless with urgency, reporting, "Chief, a large contingent of humans has appeared outside, advancing towards us, less than 600 meters away." "What? How could they arrive so swiftly?" The stone giant tribe chief's expression shifted drastically as he bellowed a command. "Quickly, assemble all tribe members and prepare for battle at once. Be the witness of the great goblin god. We shall annihilate this horde of humans." As anticipated, under the overwhelming pressure of over 100 goblin warriors from the stone giant tribe, the 6 summoned goblin chiefs and their guards were escorted to the front lines, serving as fodder to deplete the human ranks. "Halt your advance," commanded Baird, who was in charge of directing the armed serfs and the expendable slaves. The 200-strong contingent came to a standstill, facing the green-skinned creatures 300 meters away. In contrast to the orderly formation of armed serfs, the 55 expendable slaves appeared disheveled, their faces a canvas of panic, trepidation, and fear. "Baird, the infantry formation is yours to command." "Yes, my lord." Villain urged his steed forward, preparing to lead the remaining 11 bronze tier knights in a first-wave charge, intent on disrupting the enemy's formation. Victory in the first battle is imperative. At the forefront, Villain lowered his visor, gripping his lance with heightened focus. Behind him, the 11 knightly guardians mirrored his readiness, awaiting his signal, "Charge." At his command, 12 fiery steeds surged forward. Witnessing the approach of these 12 iron beasts, the goblin warriors of the foremost tribes, along with the frail and unwell of the stone giant tribe, descended into chaos, their retreat stymied by the advancing goblins wielding pikes. "Catapult!" The stone giant tribe chief, now in a state of panic, shouted orders. The 20 goblin warriors designated as stone throwers exerted all their strength, launching their stones into the air as the massive projectiles soared towards them. Villain and his comrades did not flinch. Their armored protection rendered the stones largely ineffective. Chapter 14. The First Battle of Expansion. Gazing at the encroaching goblins, Villain could clearly discern their fear as he firmly clutched his lance. Initiating the first contact in an instant, the bodies of the goblin warriors at the forefront were rent asunder, several impaled by lances. Fueled by this momentum, Villain surged forward over 20 meters before relinquishing his lance and drawing his knightly sword, commencing a slaughter as he broke free from the goblin formation, heading towards the conspicuous wooden command platform. Under normal circumstances, infantry would strive to restrict the movement of knights, creating opportunities for others. Yet, the 12 knights effortlessly pierced through the goblin ranks, making a beeline for the command platform where the chief of the stone giant goblins resided. Observing this, Baird commanded the expendable slaves to advance. As the expendable slaves clashed with the goblins, Baird issued another order for the armed serfs to charge. At the same moment, Orlando and Hebre, clad in leather armor and drawing their knightly short swords, followed the armed serfs into their very first battle. From a high platform at the rear, the goblin leader, responsible for commanding the troops, noticed the approaching human knights and hurriedly commanded the goblin warriors by his side to engage the enemy. Simultaneously, he summoned the magic within him, activating his staff to unleash a magical assault, intent on demonstrating the might of his kind to these humans. Wayland advanced, swiftly dispatching several goblin warriors. Leaping from his horse, he ascended the wooden command platform and, with a single stroke of his sword, cleaved through the 2 burly goblin warriors who stood before him. Upon witnessing the collapse of their final line of defense, the leader of the stone tribe, Gree, felt his legs weaken with fear. His incantation faltered, resulting in a backlash that caused him to spew green blood, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Gazing up at the sky, he lamented that his decision made a day prior had been to fight against these humans rather than to migrate. Wayland thrust his sword through Gree's heart, hoisting the lifeless body high before hurling it towards the goblin ranks. In that instant, upon seeing their leader's corpse, The goblins scattered like leaves in a storm, fleeing in all directions. Observing this, Baird commanded the armed serfs to act independently. Whether they could shed their serfdom now bared. Next, let the remaining individuals set up camp. We shall need to spend the night here, I understand, my lord. After saluting with a fist to his chest, Baird departed to account for casualties, tally finances, and plan the encampment, all tasks requiring his attention. Meanwhile, upon receiving the orders from Velen, 11 knights and Orlando, the guardian knight, divided into teams, set their targets, and departed without a moment's delay. As night fell, within the opulent cave of the stone giant tribe, Velen, Baird, and Hebra walked alongside the fire, feasting on roasted meats while summarizing the battle. My lord, in this engagement, we suffered the loss of 12 slave cannon fodder, 8 of whom perished on the spot, while the remaining 4 were left with severed limbs, rendered useless, and I have ordered their execution. Well done. There is no need for compassion towards these thieving slaves. Those without utility should be dealt with swiftly to prevent wastage of provisions. Velen concurred with Baird's course of action. Observing Velen's approval, Baird continued, in total, we dispatched 321 goblins, seizing 142 gold coins, 382 silver coins, over 1,500 copper coins, more than 5,300 pounds of grain, over 1,100 pounds of jerky, and 600 pounds of salt. Salt. Wait a moment. Velen interjected, realizing the significance of the 600 pounds of salt. Is there a salt mine nearby? Baird shook his head, responding, my lord, I am unaware. Perhaps it lies close by. We shall dispatch someone to investigate tomorrow, which should yield results. Record this matter. If a salt mine is found, I shall strike it rich. Baird regarded Velen's foolish grin with curiosity, pondering that salt, being laden with harmful substances, holds little value, barely worth 8 copper coins per pound in the market. He then resumed reporting the seized materials: 30 inferior iron swords, 60 spears, 15 sets of leather armor, 20 pieces of unknown creature hides, 2 tons of iron ore, 6 low-grade magic crystals, 30 pounds of fruit wine, and 3 ordinary staves. When calculated, this amassed a value of approximately 821 gold coins. In this world, 1 gold coin equates to 10 silver coins, and 1 silver coin can be exchanged for 100 copper coins. This haul from the battle cannot be deemed insignificant. However, the Stone Giant tribe remains the most formidable tribe within this expanse of over 100 square kilometers. Whether the combined assets of the other goblin tribes even approach this sum remains uncertain, and my lord, the count of goblins slain by the serfs is still being tallied and will require some time. Subsequently, Velen began to review the battle's outcomes with Baird, while Hebra, the guardian knight, quietly sat by, absorbing the discussion and casually serving as a scribe. Chapter 15. Pardon for the serfs. A few kilometers from the Stone Giant tribe, at a small goblin settlement, a goblin warrior stood at the wooden gate, gazing into the distance, awaiting the return of their leader. Suddenly, tremors echoed from afar, and 2 goblin warriors, believing their leader had returned, hurried forward to greet him. Puff, Orlando, while riding, dispatched the emerging goblin warriors without losing speed, continuing onward upon his crimson phosphorus steed. The armed serfs trailing behind trod upon the corpses of the goblin warriors as they advanced toward the goblin settlement. Subsequently, the settlement inhabited by over 100 goblins was reduced to ashes, with flames ravaging the surrounding thatched cottages. Not a single adult survived. A serf stepped forward to report. Can we conduct a thorough examination? Orlando inquired with a grave expression on his youthful face. Indeed, even the younglings have been slain by us. Clear the battlefield and gather all supplies. We shall return to the Stone Giant tribe under the cover of night. Yes, my lord. Orlando, mounted on his steed, observed the bustling serfs around him, his mind beginning to ponder the gains and losses of this operation. More than 3 hours prior, during the assault on the first goblin tribe, he had been observing and learning from 3 knights who led the charge. This time, however, he had independently commanded 50 serfs in battle, employing a nocturnal ambush strategy to strike swiftly before the enemy could react. He understood that his ability to lead an offensive against this small tribe was greatly facilitated by the presence of the 3 knights at the periphery, standing guard against unforeseen circumstances, a privilege attributed to his status as a protector knight. Without the Lord's protection, he would merely be an ordinary slave, incapable of earning the respect of the lofty knights. One day, I shall earn my Lord's pride through my own efforts, Orlando resolved, clenching his fists with determination. The following morning, Velen awoke in the cave, greeted by the sunlight streaming in, realizing that time was of the essence. Outside, 14 knights sat on the ground, well aware of their lord's habits, thus refraining from disturbing his slumber, instead engaging in quiet discussions about the events of the previous night. Once dressed, Wren exited the cave and was immediately met with the sight of Orlando animatedly conversing with several knights, prompting a smile of satisfaction to grace his lips. "Why, lord, good morning." Upon seeing Wren, everyone rose to pay their respects. "Please be seated. It is a rare day of fine weather." Wren gestured for everyone to take their seats and joined them. Smiling as he remarked, "It seems your endeavors yesterday were quite successful. This brings me great relief." Noticing this, Baird produced a sheet filled with names and presented it to him. "Why, lord, this is the tally of serfs who have slain goblins. 79 have met the criteria to become freemen, and 25 have killed more than 3 goblins, among whom one has slain 8, marking the highest count among the serfs. Oh, summon him. I wish to see." A knight stood and turned to retrieve the young serf. "What of the casualties among the serfs?" Wren inquired, placing the yellowed paper upon his knee. Baird promptly replied, "My lord, 7 have perished and 11 are injured. That is acceptable, exceeding expectations, considering they are merely serfs. Although they have undergone over a month of training, we should not hold overly high hopes." Wren assessed thoughtfully. That moment, the departing knight returned with the young serf in tow. "My lord, this is the serf who killed 8 goblin warriors." The knight bowed in report and then took a seat. "What is your name?" The vast expanse of land belonged to the serf known as Kyle, characterized by his thick, raven-black hair and sun-kissed skin. His appearance, though unremarkable, was considered quite exceptional among the laboring class of serfs. "My master," he addressed with trembling tones, asked the serf with the most formidable record of slaying enemies among his peers, "I present to you 2 choices." With a playful demeanor, Wren raised 2 fingers before the kneeling serf. "Please, my lord, be explicit. Firstly, I shall arrange for you to receive instruction in the Knight's Awakening method. Should you awaken your combat aura within a fortnight, I will accept you as my squire. Secondly, adhering to my previous promise, I will grant you a pardon from your serfdom, along with a reward of 5 silver coins, plus an additional 3 as an incentive." Upon hearing this, Kyle prostrated himself, his face contorted in conflict. The surrounding knights regarded the serf with keen interest, eager to discern his choice. Orlando, seated nearby, gazed at Kyle, seeing a reflection of his former self. Had it not been for their lord, he might now be living a life worse than that of a pig or dog. Master, I choose the first." "A wise choice," Wren remarked, pointing at Kyle before turning to Orlando. "He is entrusted to you." "Yes, my lord," Orlando replied, rising to accept the task. Although puzzled as to why his lord had chosen him over the more seasoned knights present, he understood that a command from his master must be followed unconditionally. "Very well, summon the remaining serfs." Wren stood, brushing off the dust from his attire, and commanded the others in a matter of moments. 173 serfs were gathered. Before the formation, a wooden chest was opened, revealing gleaming silver coins that captivated the attention of all present. "I promise you, by securing the heads of 3 goblins, you shall be pardoned from your serfdom. Furthermore, for each additional goblin slain, a silver coin will be awarded. Today marks the time to fulfill this promise. In this encounter, 79 individuals would find their freedom. They were fortunate, yet valiant." Following this declaration, Wren produced a list and proclaimed loudly. Each serf mentioned wept profusely, kneeling in gratitude for their master's clemency. Among them, 24 would receive silver coin rewards. The remaining serfs watched enviously as their companions approached to claim the coins from their lord's hands. The forthcoming battle would continue, and their liberation from serfdom depended solely on their own efforts. After the pardon ceremony concluded, Wren delivered a brief yet impassioned speech to the remaining serfs, inspiring their spirits. Subsequently, Baird took command, dispersing the serfs to scour the surroundings in search of salt mines, promising that those who discovered a salt mine would be rewarded with a goblin warrior's head. This proclamation significantly heightened the serfs' enthusiasm, as they eagerly followed their captain to search near the stone tribe. Meanwhile, Wren unfurled a map, contemplating the ideal location within the expansive 100-plus square kilometers to establish his village and forge his first domain. Chapter 16. The first mineral deposit. The salt mine. The foremost choice for the salt mine is proximity to a water source, facilitating irrigation and nurturing the surrounding land with the stream's moisture. Gazing at this modest expanse, Vylin finds only 3 viable locations. One of these is a pond formed by converging streams, situated 7 kilometers north of the giant stone tribe, spanning over 1,500 acres, equivalent to approximately 1 square kilometer, sufficient for the initial water requirements. The other 2 sites lack such advantageous geographical positioning. Therefore, it is decided that an exploration team will be dispatched to this location in the afternoon for site selection. As for the nearby goblin tribes, they pose little threat. It is possible that these green-skinned creatures have already begun their migration. As noon approaches, a knight arrives with news of the discovered salt mine. After lunch, Vylin, accompanied by several knights, makes his way to the site of the salt mine. Upon reaching a low hill, they encounter several peasant soldiers guarding the cave entrance, munching on coarse black bread and animatedly discussing their recent exploits. Yesterday on the battlefield, I slew 2 goblins, and with the discovery of this salt mine, I shall surely shed my bonds of serfdom and become a free man. Alas, I am not so fortunate. I have only claimed 2 goblin kills, and I wonder when the next battle will come. Do not despair. As our master expands his territory, numerous battles are inevitable. Perhaps tomorrow we shall accompany the knights to eradicate the surrounding goblin tribes. Let us hope so. Once I am free from serfdom, I shall— Look, it's our master. One peasant soldier exclaimed, his words cut short as he spotted Vylin's approaching figure. As Vylin drew nearer, one of the peasants stepped forward to take hold of the red phosphorus horse, while the other 2 promptly reported, "Master, this is indeed the salt mine, and there are no dangers within." "Well done. Continue your efforts." Vylin encouraged the 3 peasants as he dismounted, then led Baird into the cave. After traversing over 100 meters, they encountered a cave measuring more than 100 square meters, its walls entirely composed of salt deposits. Stepping forward, Vylin employed his combat aura to sense the surroundings. Within the range of his perception, he found an abundance of high-purity salt deposits, requiring only minimal refinement to be sold as medium-grade salt. The harmful impurities present in the surface layer constituted but a small fraction. The reserves of this salt mine were substantial, a delightful surprise indeed. Baird, somewhat skeptical, performed his own sensing, his expression shifting dramatically as he exclaimed, "My lord, this is a treasure trove that must be guarded diligently. I recommend employing those unscrupulous bandit slaves for mining while stationing troops for perimeter defense." That aligns perfectly with my thoughts. However, in the initial stages, we should refrain from extensive mining to avoid drawing unwanted attention and inciting trouble. Vylin mused, stroking his chin as he spoke to Baird. "Indeed, my lord," Baird replied. Shortly thereafter, the 2 exited the cave and located a sizable boulder to seal the entrance, planning to resume mining operations once a settlement had been successfully established. With time still at their disposal, Vylin led Baird and a few others to explore a pond located 12 kilometers away, aiming to finalize the site for the initial settlement. Minutes later, the group arrived at a spacious lake, where several animals were seen drinking nearby. Gazing upon the exquisite landscape, the arriving individuals found their minds and bodies rejuvenated. "Baird, what a beautiful place this is it not?" Vylin turned to Baird, whose countenance revealed little change, and offered a genuine smile. "Indeed, my lord, it is quite stunning. The land is fertile, conducive to irrigation. There lies a slope in the distance, easily defensible yet challenging to assault, ideal for constructing a castle. Furthermore, this location is in close proximity to the salt mines, ensuring timely support." Vylin added, "Perhaps our interpretations differ, yet that is of little consequence." With a shrug of resignation, he continued, "Come, let us explore the surroundings. This may well become our future home for a considerable time." He addressed the knights behind him before mounting his steed and heading toward the distant slope. Observing this, Baird quietly followed with his entourage. After more than 2 hours, Vylin had circled the lake. Noting various rough ideas on paper, locations suitable for castle construction, areas fit for farmland, places that could serve as military encampments, or even sites designated for waste storage to prevent contamination of the lake's waters. Despite the lake's flowing waters possessing self-purifying properties, Vylin had no desire to drink from a lake tainted by refuse. As daylight waned, he concluded this reconnaissance expedition and returned to the Stone Tribe, ready to prepare for the forthcoming endeavors. The news of the annihilation of the Stone Tribe and the surrounding 6 tribes spread through the surviving goblins. As Vylin anticipated, the remaining goblin chieftains, upon receiving the news, did not resist but rather prepared to migrate westward. For over a century, This had been their way of life, merely repeating past patterns. They preferred to contend with werewolves and gnolls for territory rather than clash with human pioneers. Engaging with other races might lead to failure, yet they could become slaves, surviving in a diminished state. However, opposing human pioneers meant facing extinction. Countless examples over the past century had etched this grim reality into the very bones of the goblins dwelling in the Greyfong wastes. In the following days, the outskirts of Toxic were rife with migrating goblins. Thousands of the green-skinned creatures emerged at night, vacating the barren lands they had inhabited for over 30 years. Other goblin tribes from different regions, upon hearing of the renewed presence of human pioneers, began preparations to relocate. Uncertain whether this signaled another large-scale human incursion or if it was prudent to depart at the earliest opportunity, they decided to flee. Thus, through his singular efforts, Wren compelled hundreds of goblin tribes and tens of thousands of goblins in the Yellowstone region to migrate. This movement proved a grand feast for the deeper monster tribes, allowing them to acquire numerous slave tribes, enhancing their combat strength and food reserves. Yet, for Wren, none of this mattered. His focus lay in establishing the first village, the first farmland, and the first castle, expanding his territory to fulfill the assessment in 4 years, aspiring to be elevated to the rank of baron and become a true noble in this world. Upon returning to the Stone Tribe, after a discussion among the gathered individuals, predominantly led by Wren's account with nods of agreement from others, occasionally punctuated by Baird's insights, a meeting ensued. Reclining upon the carpet, gazing at the meticulously planned construction blueprints, a profound weariness enveloped him. This assembly had intensified Wayland's desire for a talent adept in internal affairs. Surrounded by a cadre of muscle-bound knights, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chapter 17. The development of the territory, Lake Chishing on the 27th of May in the year 9720 of the Radiant Era. With the encampment relocated from several kilometers away, Wayland commenced his construction endeavors. The initial central lake of the territory was christened Lake Chishing, symbolizing the light of hope. Dividing the land by the river, he planned to cultivate 9,000 acres on both the northern and southern shores of Lake Chishing, with rice to be planted near the water's edge and wheat slightly further afield. Taking into account the lake's dry and wet seasons, he deliberately designated the farmland to be 600 meters from the water's edge. Furthermore, surrounding the farmland, he intended to establish a village on either side. Due to the current scarcity of labor, Wayland resolved to focus on developing the southern side of Lake Chishing, postponing the northern side until sufficient manpower was available. He had also envisioned the layout of his castle, positioned in a defensible location to the northeast of Lake Chishing. With inadequate manpower in the early stages, these plans would have to be set aside until the village construction was well underway. As he gazed at the sun overhead, Wayland, clad in a shirt, observed the serfs as they progressed in their cultivation, simultaneously conducting real-time assessments to identify and rectify any shortcomings in his plans. He was the sole member of the team capable of undertaking such tasks. If he did not act, who would? Currently, they were in the period of stable water levels. During the wet season, the river would rise approximately 1 meter, extending 300 meters towards the riverbank. Thus, a 300-meter-wide usable area would exist between the farmland and Lake Chishing during the wet season. Standing on the riverbank, Wayland contemplated the potential for constructing several fish ponds in this area for aquaculture. Baird, who accompanied him, observed the fish ponds depicted on Wayland's paper and curiously inquired, "My lord, why build fish ponds here, when these fish may not yield sufficient economic value?" "Food," Wayland replied, "in this region. We can channel a tributary from the upstream river to encircle this 300-meter area and connect it downstream, creating a flow of fresh water. This will ensure that the fish we cultivate provide a more abundant food source." He pointed with his pencil towards the upstream direction, sketching a river channel 200 meters wide and 3 meters deep, extending approximately 3.5 kilometers in length. "However, my lord, we lack sufficient manpower," Baird remarked candidly after a moment of contemplation. "Then let the knights undertake the excavation. It will serve to strengthen their abilities in this realm. Where extraordinary resources are scarce, we must rely on our own efforts." Baird, upon witnessing the determination in Wayland's eyes, fell silent. Should he dare to suggest otherwise, Wayland would undoubtedly summon a shovel and compel him to commence the excavation of the river channel on the spot. Such tasks were better left to subordinates, as he needed to train 30 professional soldiers, striving to awaken the latent combat potential in these capable and robust freemen, transforming them into apprentice warriors to serve as the backbone of the territory. In contrast to the arduous process of awakening knights, The method for awakening warriors was considerably simpler. However, correspondingly, a bronze knight could contend against 3 warriors of the same rank without faltering. However, once the extraordinary level reaches a certain height, the disparity between the two will diminish increasingly, and by the legendary phase, they will become evenly matched. Valen looked at the perceptive Baird and nodded in satisfaction. He detested those who argued with him. If he weren't unable to best him, he would truly relish the opportunity to give him a good thrashing. For the next 5 days, Baird devoted himself to training the 30 professional soldiers, while the other 11 knights of the knightly guard were compelled to wield shovels, commencing the excavation of the riverbed under the pretense of exercise. Orlando and Hebra, accompanied by the serf Kyle, both imparted to him the secrets of knightly awakening and shared valuable experiences while diligently training to become the protective knights that their lord required, rather than mere wards. The remaining 40 or so free citizens and over 100 serfs, alongside 43 bandit slaves, toiled to cultivate the fields. Even Valen engaged in rigorous training, motivated by a desire to uphold his dignity as a lord and to better safeguard the hard-won territory he had acquired. On the morning of June 1 St, within a room constructed of wood, all assembled for a simple meeting, and Lord Baird, seated in the first position to Valen's left, stood up to report, of the 30 soldiers, 13 have awakened their fighting spirit, becoming apprentice low-tier warriors, while the remaining 17 have all touched the threshold. Regarding the fields, 2,750 acres of wasteland have been cultivated, leaving a deficit of 2,250 acres to fulfill your initial phase of the cultivation plan. Upon hearing this, Valen nodded, visibly pleased with the progress of the tasks, and gestured for Baird to take his seat. At the outset, Valen had devised a simple plan based on the existing population. According to his design, each free citizen or serf would be allotted 20 acres of land. Unlike serfs, free citizens possessed 10 acres of private land, allowing them the liberty to choose their crops, while the other 10 acres were designated for tax, requiring the cultivation of officially sanctioned crops. All harvest from the tax land would be submitted as taxes, with a minimum yield mandated. Any surplus would belong to the citizens, while any shortfall would be compensated by them to prevent any deceitful practices. In contrast, serfs were granted only 4 acres of private land, barely sufficient to sustain their families, with the remaining 16 acres being tax land, subject to the same standards as that of free citizens. Valen also established a detailed plan for the soldiers' wages, which consisted of 3 components. First, the harvest from 2 acres of tax land. Second, a monthly stipend of 3 silver coins. And third, rewards for slaying enemies in battle. The latter provision also applied to serfs who joined during wartime. Subsequently, a dark-skinned knight seated in the first position to Valen's right rose to report, "My lord, the excavation of the riverbed of the Lake of the Ringing Stars has reached 800 meters, with an additional 2,700 meters remaining. Excellent, truly commendable, my knights. Continue your diligent efforts, and once the riverbed is completed, we shall initiate the second phase of our construction plan," Valen declared, a look of exhilaration brightening his countenance. The other 11 knights present exchanged wry smiles, yet there was no trace of dissatisfaction or resentment among them. The Lord had bestowed upon them so much, 6 low-grade magic crystals, sufficient for 3 years of training, merely for the excavation of this 3,400-meter riverbed. What grievances could they possibly harbor, my lord? We currently possess 6 carts of grain and 56 mule carts of provisions, amounting to a total of 85,200 pounds of food. With a daily consumption of 530 pounds, we can sustain ourselves for 160 days, which is sufficient to last until the harvest. After listening to Orlando's report, Valen commenced his summary. In another half-month, we shall initiate the second phase of our construction plan, aiming to establish 2 villages by the year's end and cultivate a total of 18,000 acres of farmland, driving out the goblins from a 30-kilometer radius centered around Lake Qixing, with a population target of 1,200. This place shall be our future home. I hope all of you will exert your utmost efforts to build our territory. Indeed, my lord. Subsequently, the meeting was adjourned. Those tasked with digging the river did so, while soldiers underwent training, each fulfilling their respective duties. Chapter 18. A new crisis, breakthrough, and land distribution. That evening, Valen stood before the window of a wooden cottage, gazing at the nocturnal scenery of Lake Qixing, feeling his body and mind relax. 8 o'clock. The guiding hand of fate once again set into motion, delivering valuable news to Valen. 3 months hence, 3,000 kilometers west of Lake Qixing, 2 red dragons and 1 gold dragon will engage in a fierce battle, provoking a monster uprising that will strike the northwestern provinces of the Elia Kingdom in 6 months. The majority of the monsters approaching Lake Qixing will be werewolves, with their strongest being of low silver rank. A crisis loomed on the horizon in 6 months. Upon receiving this news, Violen felt as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt. He had come to this place seeking safety, yet these burdens seemed inescapable. Now, 2 paths lay before him. The first was to halt the development of Lake Qixing and seek a safe haven, thus evading the impending danger, though this would waste a year's time. The second was to continue the development, and within 6 months, if even one person could achieve a breakthrough to low silver rank, he would possess the capability to defend the territory of Lake Qixing. Pacing within the room, Violen suddenly halted, his gaze sharp as he looked deep into the wilderness beyond the window. After finally achieving a beginning, how could he abandon it? Were they merely a group of werewolves? He had faith in his ability to protect Lake Qixing. However, to enhance the defensive strength of his territory, he would have to procure slaves, competing for power. Moreover, blacksmiths, carpenters, masons, and urgently needed architects must also be acquired, striving to construct a fortress that would be easy to defend yet difficult to assault within 6 months. The following morning, as was his routine, Violen practiced in the clearing before the wooden cottage. Suddenly, he reached a particular critical threshold. Then, Violen abruptly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face. He had finally achieved a breakthrough, validating his diligent training over the past month. He had advanced from mid-bronze to high bronze, with his fighting spirit growing stronger. Coupled with the strong recovery and endurance of wood-type fighting spirit, this signified an increase in his own confidence. That moment, Orlando and the Hebrew brothers approached, accompanied by a young My Lord. I have a task to report. Upon hearing this, Violen rose and turned to Kyle, who stood behind Orlando, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, after half a month, he had awakened his fighting spirit and become a knight squire, displaying commendable talent. Kale knelt upon the ground, reverently proclaiming, I am profoundly grateful to my master for granting me this opportunity, that I vow with my very life to remain eternally loyal and never to betray you. Upon hearing this, Velen handed his sword to Orlando, assisted Kale to his feet, and with a look of satisfaction said, All of this is a result of your own efforts. I have promised that should you awaken your fighting spirit within half a month, I would accept you as my knightly squire. From this moment forth, you and Orlando shall address me as master. Thank you, master, Kale responded, his eyes alight with excitement and reverence as he bowed deeply to Velen. Orlando, master, Kale's fighting spirit attributes are of fire. I entrust his further training to you. I shall heed your commands, replied Orlando. Observing Orlando's gradual maturation, Velen patted his shoulder and reached into his pocket, retrieving 7 mid-level magic crystals from his spatial ring, which he placed into Orlando's hands. Master, what is this? Orlando inquired, his eyes widening in astonishment at the 7 mid-level magic crystals. He had witnessed the other 11 knightly figures toil tirelessly for a single low-level magic crystal, willingly laboring in the excavation of riverbeds without complaint. I have stated that upon becoming my guardian knights, I shall prioritize your training. 4 of these crystals are rewards for the 2 of you, while the remaining 3 shall serve as resources for the 3 of you to cultivate your abilities. A perilous time approaches. You must hasten the enhancement of your strength. Yes, master, the 3 responded in unison. 2 days later, the first phase of the farmland reclamation plan commenced, followed by the division of the fields. In an open area, a gathering of 39 free folk, 124 serfs, and 42 expendable slaves assembled, gazing at the board marked with a grid of squares. Except for the bandit slaves, anticipation glimmered in the eyes of all others. 5,000 acres of land were divided by Velen into 250 squares, each measuring 20 acres. Through your diligence, we completed the reclamation task by early June. These lands will soon be entrusted to you. Each of you will draw lots to determine the land you shall cultivate. Subsequently, Orlando began to call out names, starting with the free folk, followed by the serfs. As for the bandit slaves, they were not afforded such privileges. As remnants of society, their fate was to be exploited until their worth was exhausted, after which they would be disposed of. Velen observed from the sidelines, witnessing the myriad facets of life unfold. Those fortunate enough to draw lots near the Lake of Star Prayer rejoiced as they affixed their handprints to the contracts. Conversely, those who drew lots for remote areas appeared to lose half their spirit, dejected and dispirited. The onlookers, filled with restless anticipation, watched helplessly as desirable plots were claimed, their hopes dwindling. Once the process concluded, 163 contracts lay before Wren, symbolizing the allocation of 3,260 acres of land, which concurrently indicated he retained 2,358 acres as taxable land. As for the remaining bandit slaves, they would be relegated to true servitude, laboring day and night within a designated area until the end of their days. The moment the free folk and serfs acquired their lands, they rushed to their respective zones, inscribing their names upon the notice board. Wren instructed Orlando to carry the contract back to his chamber, then summoned Sir Andrew, the vice-captain of the Knights Guard my lord. Sir Andrew hurriedly arrived upon receiving the message. "How is the preparation of the bean seedling you requested?" "My lord, it has been completed long ago, as per your command. We have sufficient resources to cultivate 3,000 acres of farmland." "Good, very good." Wren nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the impressive number of bean seedlings. He aimed to have the freemen and serfs plant these beans across 3,000 acres by the end of June, with the intent of harvesting a substantial yield in September to bolster the food reserves for the coming year, facilitating the expansion of his territory's population. However, beans could only be grown seasonally, as this crop contains a small amount of toxins and significantly depletes the soil. Continuous planting of beans on fertile land for several seasons would render it barren. Nevertheless, alternating with soybeans would alleviate this issue. For now, securing food was paramount, and in the future, he planned to establish an official position to educate the farmers on this matter, preventing any irreversible decline in food production. "Inform Baird that I will be traveling to the Cadro province for a period. He is to handle all matters within the territory on my behalf." "Yes, my lord." After Andrew departed, Wren returned to his room to prepare for his journey the following day. Chapter 19. Trading weapons and journeying to the Cadro province slave trade center. On this occasion of traveling to the Cadro province, Wren planned to first visit his cousin Brian to purchase some weapons, and then devise a method to acquire a batch of slaves. In truth, he preferred to recruit freemen, yet no fool would venture beyond the perilous borders to seek a new life. However, this situation was not insurmountable. The recent monster invasion might present a favorable opportunity. On the morning of June 18th, Wren donned his attire, loaded a cart with provisions, prepared 5 empty carts, and led Orlando, 4 knights, along with a contingent of soldiers toward the Ridge territory, over 200 kilometers away. Watching his lord depart, Baird felt the weight of responsibility grow heavier, yet he recognized it as an opportunity. As the territory was still in its pioneering phase, the more he showcased his worth, the more significant his standing would become in Wren's eyes, preventing him from being overshadowed by the guardian knight Orlando and his foolishness. He had gleaned certain insights over the past half-month. Wren was intent on cultivating Orlando, even going so far as to recruit a lowly serf as a knight squire, a clear and perilous signal. During this time, not only did he need to manage the territory effectively, but he also had to ensure its smooth operation. Baird clenched his fists, resolutely vowing not to be cast aside by his lord, a knight of common birth. He aspired to rise, to become a commander, achieve glory, and return to his homeland, trampling upon the contemptuous noble offspring who once looked down upon him. Within the Ridge Castle, a steward entered Brian's chamber and respectfully reported, "Sir, Lord Wren has arrived." "Who did you say?" Brian paused in his writing, lifting his gaze to the steward. "Sir, it is Lord Wren, who visited you a month ago. He is waiting with his caravan outside the castle. Over a month has passed, and could it be that he has encountered some unforeseen misfortune?" Brian rose to his feet and made his way toward the castle's grand entrance. A look of concern etched upon his face. Halfway there, the butler, observing his anxious master, began to explain, "My lord, there is no need for alarm. Although the young master of Wren comes with a small retinue, each individual is a warrior. It is highly likely that they are here to procure weapons from us." "I hope that is indeed the case," Brian replied, quickening his pace upon hearing the butler's words. "Brian, my cousin." "It has been far too long," Wren exclaimed as he approached the familiar figure emerging from the castle, a warm smile illuminating his face. "Wren, what on earth has happened? Have you encountered bandits? Or perhaps faced a setback in your ventures? If so, I can lend you some men." Brian observed the bloodstains on Wren's garments and noted that his entourage was significantly diminished, with over 20 bound bandits in tow. "Thank you for your concern, cousin. These stains are merely the blood of bandits. There is no need for worry," Wren replied, feeling a swell of gratitude for his earnest cousin. "I have come to visit you, and I bring tidings of a lucrative opportunity." Relieved to hear that all was well, Brian inquired, "An opportunity? You haven't managed to make headway in the toxic region so soon, have you?" "Indeed, with my capabilities, I have claimed a territory in less than half a month." Wayland could not help but boast in the presence of his concerned relative. "By the way, what sort of business do you speak of?" After a brief exchange, Brian pressed for details. "Well, cousin," Wayland began to outline his needs to Brian. "I require slaves and weapons to fend off potential monster counterattacks." "Weapons are easily procured. I have over 200 sets of leather armor and 1,000 longswords available for trade," Brian replied. Then, shifting the subject, he continued, "As for slaves, to be honest, my territory is lacking in population. If you need them, I can provide you with a few blacksmiths and 50 serfs, but no more than that." Upon hearing this, Wayland hastily responded, "Cousin, I appreciate your generosity, but my primary purpose here is to trade for weapons. I plan to purchase slaves from the noble territories near the provincial city." "Very well. How many weapons do you require this time?" 100 sets of leather armor and 300 longswords. Please calculate the cost." Each set of leather armor is 80 gold coins, and each longsword is 30 gold coins. For 100 sets of leather armor and 300 longswords, the total comes to 17,000 gold coins. "Cousin, your pricing seems a bit off. It's considerably lower than the market rate," Wayland remarked, a hint of skepticism in his tone. "We are brothers. How could I possibly charge you market prices?" Brian chuckled, his expression sincere as he explained. Wayland, fully understanding, produced 17,000 gold notes from his pocket, accompanied by a letter, and handed them to his cousin. Without a moment's hesitation, Brian tucked them into his pocket without inspecting them. Subsequently, Wayland temporarily placed the 23 captured bandit slaves within Brian's castle, intending to retrieve them along with the weapons upon his return. 11 days after departing from the Lake of Prayer, Wayland arrived at the noble territories surrounding the province of Cadelro. The territories closer to the provincial capital are increasingly secure, with a burgeoning population consequently fostering a prevalent market for the sale of slaves. This time, Violand's destination is a city named Bagamoyo, renowned as a prominent center for the slave trade in the Cadro province, teeming with a vast number of enslaved individuals. Violand intends to procure a batch of serfs from this locale to bolster the population of his domains. After arranging for the relocation of others outside the city, Violand, accompanied by Orlando and 2 other knights, ventures into the slave city of Bagamoyo. Perhaps to ensure the comfort of customers, the environment within the city is markedly superior to that of the provincial capital, with soldiers patrolling the vicinity to avert any potential unrest. "My lord, I am quite familiar with Bagamoyo and would be pleased to assist you." A lad, no more than 13 or 14, approaches, bowing with a glimmer of eagerness in his eyes. "Orlando, grant him a silver coin," Violand commands. As he surveys the intricate streets, it becomes clear that a guide is needed. The boy, glancing enviously at Orlando, who is of a similar age, respectfully accepts the silver coin and carefully stows it away. "My lord, may I inquire where you intend to go?" he asks. "To procure robust slaves," Violand replies after a moment's contemplation, adding, "We require a substantial number and a diverse selection." The boy, sincerity illuminating his gaze, promptly responds, "My lord, please follow me." Navigating through winding paths, the group follows the lad to a secluded slave market. The surroundings are desolate, prompting Violand to furrow his brow in dissatisfaction. "Are you deceiving me?" At this, Orlando draws his knightly short sword, resting it upon the boy's shoulder. The lad, sensing the sharpness of the blade and the menace in the knight's eyes, realizes that failure to provide an explanation could result in dire consequences. "My lord, I have not misled you." He hastily kneels, fervently explaining, "There are many types of slaves for sale here, but the noble lords have made it difficult, resulting in this appearance. If you enter, you will understand what I mean. I hope for your satisfaction. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to deliver 10 gold coins to the local nobility." Upon Violand's assurance, they enter the slave market. The lad watches as the customers proceed to the back of the merchant's hall and knocks upon the door. After a brief interval, a pouch of coins is tossed out. The boy, keenly observing the surroundings, seizes the pouch once he confirms no one is watching, slipping it into his pocket and vanishing into the streets. Chapter 20. The unseen peril eliminated. Meanwhile, as Violand steps through the entrance, a portly merchant greets him warmly. "My lord, welcome to the Bashak Merchant Guild. I am Buck, the branch president here. How may I assist you? Violin scans the vicinity, noting an array of exotic races confined within ornate iron cages for display, including several half-elves, compelling him to admire the merchant's audacity. I seek robust slaves, as well as blacksmiths, carpenters, masons, and even architects, Violin declares. Buck's eyes gleam with excitement at this request, his demeanor becoming even more affable. Rest assured, my lord, whatever you desire is readily available. The Bashak Merchant Guild may lack in other areas, but we excel in skilled slaves. This way, my lord. Do mind the threshold, he adds, guiding Violin onward. Traversing through the tunnel, one arrives at the subterranean chamber of the Bashak Guild, where enslaved individuals are confined. Surrounding the area are patrolling enforcers, whose strength appears to rival that of Orlando, my lord, who hold the male slaves here. Their teeth are in excellent condition, and they are all in their 20s, capable of laboring for you for another 30 years without issue. Buck stepped forward, grasping the chin of one slave to display his teeth before Violin, passionately promoting his wares. How much for each, my lord? They are 20 gold coins apiece. Should you require a larger quantity, I can offer you a discount. Observing Violin's inquiry about the price, Buck eagerly interjected, fearing a change of heart from his potential buyer. Mr. Buck, I wish to purchase 300 robust slaves. What would be the total cost? At a 20% discount, the original price of 6,000 gold coins is reduced to 4,800 gold coins. Noted. Now, take me to see other skilled slaves. Of course, my lord. This way, please. With the deal struck, a broad smile spread across Buck's face as he led Violin to the next area. The blacksmith costs 80 gold coins, a carpenter 50 gold coins, and a mason 30 gold coins. After Buck's round of salesmanship, Violin acquired 10 blacksmiths, 15 carpenters, and 25 masons, spending a total of 2,300 gold coins. In the end, Violin spent an additional 1,000 gold coins to purchase 100 boys. Aged 11 to 12. Loyal subjects must be nurtured from a young age to instill values, and these youths were perfectly suited for that purpose. Buck, where can I find the architect I need? Take me to see him. After perusing the offerings and making his purchases, Violin couldn't help but inquire with Buck in the second phase concerning the construction of his castle. He was genuinely apprehensive about the possibility of a collapse during the building process without an architect's guidance. Upon hearing Violin's words, Buck displayed a troubled expression. My lord, within the guild, there is indeed an architect slave, though the price is quite steep, and she is a half-elf. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the purchase? A half-elf? It matters not. As long as she is capable, I have no qualms about her race. Violin waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was indifferent to the slave's lineage as long as she possessed utility. Seeing this, Buck guided Violin and his companions deeper into the dungeon. Passing through a secret chamber, they arrived at a secluded room. My lord, please take a look. This half-elf maiden is the architect, well-versed in various constructions and adept at building all manner of castles. Should you purchase her outright, we can also offer you a specialized carriage as a complimentary gift. Upon hearing this, Violin approached the iron cage, crouching down to gaze at the half-elf maiden, who was strikingly beautiful. Stirring feelings within him, the half-elf maiden's eyes reflected despair, showing indifference to her surroundings. Noting Violin's prolonged silence, Buck grew increasingly anxious and continued to promote, My lord, she is still a maiden. Upon acquisition, she can serve as an architect or fulfill other roles. How much? For 3,500 gold coins, she can be yours, and additionally, the Bashak Guild will provide you with a specially crafted carriage. Buck hurriedly replied upon hearing Violin's inquiry. Very well, I shall purchase her. Have all the slaves I require sent outside the city. Violin rose, producing 11,000 gold coin notes from his pocket and handing them to Buck. As Buck beheld the shimmering notes, his eyes sparkled with delight, and he respectfully accepted them, meticulously examining before carefully tucking them away. Here, my lord, are 4 gold notes, each worth 100 coins. Please accept them. With that, Violin departed from the location accompanied by his subordinates. As they walked along the path, Orlando suddenly inquired, My lord, the Bashak Trading Company evidently harbors some issues. Why do you still wish to conduct business with them? The other matters should pose no complications. Violin halted his steps and replied to Orlando, The real problem lies with that half-elf slave. I fear the local nobility covets her. A conflict must have arisen due to their inability to reach an agreement on price. After all, not everyone possesses the wealth that you, my lord, do. Gently stroking Orlando's golden locks, Violin responded with a smile, Indeed, My lord, I understand. Outside the city of Bagamo, within a grand estate, Kazak, the son of the governor of the Cadro province, had invited his friends to host an open-air banquet. Why, lord, I believe it won't be long before the Bashak Trading Company delivers that half-elf woman to us. Ha ha ha. Kazak raised his goblet and chuckled to a noble youth beside him. Anything I, Kazak, set my sights upon shall be mine. The mere thought of acquiring a half-elf maiden worth 3,500 coins without spending a single penny sent waves of exhilaration through his heart. At that moment, the estate's steward approached Kazak and whispered, "Young master, that half-elf maiden has been purchased by someone." Who? Who bought her? Kazak tightened his grip on the goblet, a menacing expression crossing his face. It was a pioneering knight, reportedly. What? A dog-like creature dares to snatch away what is rightfully mine. Does he seek death? Before the steward could finish, Kazak erupted in a tirade, clearly preparing to rally his men to annihilate the interloper. Young master, the individual is a member of the X's family. We cannot afford to provoke them. The steward, observing Kazak's intent to depart, hastily interjected, fearing he might plunge into trouble again. Upon hearing that the opposing party belonged to the X's family, Kazak's confidence immediately waned. He recalled an incident over a month ago when a member of the Eagle family had brazenly killed a soldier right before his father, who could only smile and let the matter slide, unwilling to pursue it further. Subsequently, he had been summoned to the study and sternly warned never to clash with them. Though his family held the title of Count, in comparison to the X's family, it was akin to the disparity between a tiger and a mouse. Within the kingdom, not all Count families were equal. The formidable Eagle family surpassed most Marquis families, while his own Dosky family was only marginally stronger than a few newly elevated Count families. Boss, if they are so ungrateful, why not allow me to gather some men and reclaim that half-elf maiden for you? A nearby noble youth, noticing Kazak's displeasure, quickly offered his assistance, eager to leave a lasting impression on his leader. Silence. My affairs are none of your concern. With that, Kazak stormed off in anger. The steward promptly followed suit, leaving behind a bewildered noble youth, who was puzzled by his leader's unusual behavior, given his typically arrogant demeanor that allowed for no dissent. Young master, how shall we proceed next? The butler inquired, catching up with Kazak's pace. Kazak, with a fierce yet timid demeanor, replied, this time, let that pioneering knight off the hook. Should he dare to seize my belongings again, I shall not spare him. Understood, young master. Just as the butler was about to take his leave, Kazak seemed to recall something and commanded, withdraw all measures deployed in the city of Bagamoy. There is no benefit in continuing the blockade against the Bashak Trading Company, as the goods are already gone. I comprehend, young master. The butler bowed once more and, seeing that Kazak had no further instructions, departed straight from the estate. Outside the city, Valen, having acquired the slaves he desired, purchased a portion of provisions before embarking back to the Lake of Star Prayer. However, he instructed his subordinates to remain vigilant at all times, as for whether there would be any trouble. Valen was uncertain, yet he believed that preparing in advance was always prudent. Meanwhile, Bach, the vice president of the Bashak Trading Company, had been waiting for news, eager to see how the governor's son, Kazak, would maneuver. For 2 consecutive days, a profound calm prevailed. No noble infighting erupted in the central region of the Cadro province, leading Bach to suspect that the greedy hound, Kazak, had perhaps changed his ways. It was not until he learned that the opposing party had even rescinded their blockade measures that Bach finally grasped the gravity of the situation. That young man, could it be that he was someone even Kazak dared not offend? Realizing this, Bach seemed to have committed an irreparable mistake, resigning himself to await the next encounter in hopes of salvaging his reputation. On the journey, the prolonged tranquility baffled Valen as well. According to his speculations, the half-elf posed a problem. Yet, in reality, no banditry or roadblocks occurred. One night, Valen approached the cart holding the imprisoned half-elf, a piece of white bread in hand, and rapped on the iron cage with his knight's sword. The half-elf maiden snapped out of her stupor, gazing at the knight who had been delivering food to her over the past few days, as if he were the one who had purchased her. Valen offered her the bread and a flask of water. Without hesitation, the half-elf maiden accepted the sustenance, nibbling delicately. I have no interest in your body, so you need not worry about that, Valen remarked, his gaze directed at the moonlit sky. My territory is in the early stages of development, requiring architects for planning. As long as you serve me faithfully for 10 years, I shall grant you your freedom. After all, I spent 3,500 gold coins to procure you from the slave trader. The half-elf maiden paused her eating, looking at Valen, and said in the common tongue, "My name is Eunice." Her light, melodic voice resonated in Valen's ears. He turned to Eunice, nodded, and subsequently departed from the scene. The remainder of the journey proceeded without incident, apart from a few reckless brigands, which resulted in Valen acquiring dozens more bandit slaves. But no further surprises ensued. 6 days later, Valen once again arrived at the Ridge Castle, acquiring 100 sets of leather armor and 300 longswords from his cousin Brian. He also retrieved 23 enslaved brigands from the prison before setting forth towards the Lake of Starlight, situated over 300 kilometers away. On June 21 ST, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Valen returned to the Lake of Starlight with a contingent of over 500 individuals. Having been away from home for more than half a month, he found the surroundings meticulously managed by Baird. The 5,000 acres of cultivated farmland were flourishing, with 3,000 acres planted with beans and tubers, while the remaining 2,000 acres were sown with a highly prolific root vegetable. Dismounting from his horse, Valen approached the verdant fields, and his weary spirit found solace amidst the greenery. Upon receiving the news of his return, Baird concluded his training and hurried to Valen's side. "My lord, welcome back," he said. Valen extended a hand to assist Baird, who was kneeling in greeting, and replied with a sense of gratitude, "You have worked hard these past weeks. It is all due to your meticulously laid plans." "I have merely followed orders and cannot claim hardship," Baird responded. "During my absence, were there any unforeseen events?" Valen inquired as he walked towards the village. Baird promptly replied, "Within a 30-kilometer radius, most goblin tribes have relocated, leaving vast areas uninhabited, which has led to an increase in wild beasts. We must remain vigilant. Our current manpower is scarce, and we cannot afford losses. Moreover, the half-elf girl I brought back should be assigned her own room. Please attend to her needs as best as you can. I shall take my rest now." "Understood," Baird affirmed. Upon returning to the village, Valen entered his modest wooden cabin, preparing for a much-needed slumber. After Valen departed, Baird instructed his men to accommodate the newly acquired slaves and dispatched a squad of soldiers to oversee them, ensuring that none would escape. Following Valen's orders regarding the half-elf girl, Eunice, Baird allocated a separate cabin for her and assigned 2 knights to guard her, just in case. The next day, Valen glanced at Eunice as she was sketching plans, then turned his attention to matters concerning his territory. Firstly, he selected 120 robust slaves from the 300 available, merging them with 30 soldiers to form a mixed infantry unit of 150. The newly enlisted 120 slaves would retain their status as slaves, with the sole means of emancipation being the defeat of 3 goblin warriors or achieving the rank of high-level apprentice soldier. No other option existed. This decree ignited a fervor among the 120 slave soldiers. Additionally, Valen promised the other slaves that should they diligently work for 3 consecutive years and meet their task quotas, or slay 3 goblin warriors in times of war, they too could be granted their freedom. As for the 10 blacksmiths, 15 carpenters, and 25 masons he had purchased, Valen established different criteria for their emancipation. Thus, the hundreds of slaves who had arrived at the Lake of Starlight were filled with hope. With a clear goal to strive for, each individual radiated an unprecedented enthusiasm. Inspired by the examples of those who had already been granted their freedom, they chose to place their faith in the words of their young lord. Regarding the 100 youths procured from the Bashak Chamber of Commerce, Valen intends to have Orlando and Hebrew oversee their training. Taking his own knightly squire, Kyle, as a reference, he aims for them to awaken their battle aura within half a month, thereby cultivating them as future members of the knightly order. Those who do not qualify will serve as apprentices to the craftsmen, thereby realizing their value. Chapter 22. Planning the construction of the castle in the afternoon, Valen summoned both the blacksmiths and carpenters, preparing to devise a formidable long-range weapon to counter the impending threat of the wolfmen in 5 months. On a spacious clearing, 25 craftsmen sat quietly on the ground, attentively listening to their lord's explanation. "This weapon I shall call a crossbow. Its general shape is as follows, while the specifics of its operation you must determine for yourselves." Pointing to a rudimentary sketch on a wooden board, Valen narrated without a hint of embarrassment. Its components include hinges, pulling ropes, a trigger, a front bow, a main bow, a rear bow, and pulleys. The principles behind it are for you to research independently. I grant you 3 months to complete the construction of this weapon, and upon its successful creation, I shall absolve you of your status as slaves. Should you finish within a month, I will bestow upon you a woman for the purpose of procreation." As soon as his words fell, the eyes of the 25 craftsmen gleamed with ambition. Completing this task not only meant gaining personal freedom, but also earning the favor of their lord with the promise of women. "Rest assured, my lord, we pledge to complete the task within a month," proclaimed Joseph, the 32-year-old carpenter, standing to represent the other 24 craftsmen. Due to his age and extensive experience, Violent appointed him as the leader of the carpentry group. Another, named Smith, aged 28, was designated as the head of the blacksmithing team. "Should you fulfill my directives, I shall not be stingy with my rewards," Violent reiterated, surveying the craftsmen present. He believed that with sufficiently enticing rewards, their motivation would be ignited to its fullest potential, perhaps yielding results within a fortnight. Subsequently, Violent delineated a work area, instructing Baird to procure the necessary materials and tools, striving for the swift completion of the crossbow. 3 days later, after finishing his breakfast, Violent learned of a request for an audience from the half-elf maiden, Eunice, and hastened to meet her. Upon entering the wooden cabin, he was greeted by a remarkably detailed blueprint of the castle. Set upon an easel within the room, several sheets of white paper lay flat upon the wooden surface. The central sheet displayed the overall layout of the castle, flanked by various internal structural designs and selected building materials. "My lord," the half-elf maiden, Eunice, began, her eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation as she approached the drawing board. "In accordance with your specifications, this castle occupies an area of 4,700 square meters, with a maximum capacity of 5,000 individuals and a permanent residence for 600. She continued explaining, "Here lies the outer wall, standing 6 meters high, 80 meters long, and 46 meters wide. The battlements extend 2 meters long, accommodating 240 combatants simultaneously. Every 30 meters, a small armory is established, interconnected to the next level for the storage of weapons and provisions. Behind this is the inner wall, measuring 9 meters in height, 63 meters in length, and 34 meters in width, designed with outwardly protruding battlements as per your request. Within this segment of the city wall, there exist a total of 31 platforms, capable of accommodating 230 warriors simultaneously." Upon the completion of the wall's introduction, Violent followed the direction indicated by Eunice, casting his gaze towards other sections of the castle. The Grand Armory, barracks, lord's quarters, hall, kitchen, water storage area, granary, latrines, armament repair sites, wine cellar, and stables, among others, were all present in abundance. The pinnacle of the castle, 6 large platforms were established to facilitate the placement of large crossbows, enabling assaults on invading foes. "Eunice, how long did it take to construct this castle?" Violent inquired, turning to the half-elf maiden. "With 25 masons and 200 humans, the construction of this castle can be completed within 3 years. "No, that is far too long," Violent responded, shaking his head. The threat of the Wolfmen attack loomed just 5 months away. He needed to complete the castle's construction before that. "Then, what is the time frame anticipated by the Lord?" 5 months. "The castle must be completed by the end of November." Upon hearing this, Eunice spoke softly. "If the sole purpose is defense, we can halt other construction, focusing solely on the outer and inner walls, along with the water storage area, granary, latrines, armament repair sites, and stables, abandoning external aesthetic enhancements and other areas. Additionally, if we increase the workforce by another 200, we can feasibly finish within 5 months. After considering her words, Violent began to ponder the current state of his territory. The combined total of freemen and serfs amounted to 343 individuals, along with 107 slave bandits. Given that the fields required manpower and the salt mine operations were set to commence, only 143 serfs and 57 bandit slaves were available for mobilization, totaling merely 200 individuals. Upon further reflection, Violent also recalled the troops being trained under Baird's command. "No, the salt mine requires manpower, and patrolling the perimeter demands personnel as well. The army cannot be diverted to construct the castle." After a period of contemplation, he swiftly dismissed the notion. "Eunice, I entrust the responsibility of constructing the castle entirely to you. The 25 masons will heed your command, but for now, we can only allocate 200 workers. I will find a way to augment our numbers later. You may proceed with site selection." "Yes, my lord," the half-elf maiden replied, momentarily taken aback by Violent's assignment before accepting the task. Subsequently, Violent departed from the wooden cabin, mulling over where to procure additional manpower to address the shortage within his territory. In the following days, under the direction of the half-elf maiden, The 200 workers and 25 masons were organized into 9 groups of 25 each. 3 groups were tasked with quarrying stone, 2 groups with transporting materials, and the remaining 4 groups focused on construction. After considerable contemplation, Violent suddenly conceived an idea. He could utilize cement to compensate for the material shortfall. However, he quickly abandoned the thought. He possessed a rudimentary understanding of the formula, yet it was merely cursory knowledge. Limestone, clay, and iron or powder needed to be finely ground and mixed in precise proportions, followed by a series of steps to yield cement, yet he lacked the knowledge of these procedures. Moreover, time was not on his side to engage in slow experimentation. Never mind for now. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Perhaps in a few days, a solution will present itself. Setting aside the matter at hand, Wayland resolved to organize a workforce to undertake small-scale salt mining, thereby augmenting the revenue of his territory. Upon departing from his family estate, he possessed a sum of 85,000 gold coins. However, after a series of expenditures, only 53,000 gold coins remained. The absence of income amidst constant outflow left him feeling quite unsettled. On the morning of June 26th, Wayland, accompanied by 2 knights, 3 squads of soldiers, and 60 enslaved brigands, made their way to the salt mine located 12 kilometers southeast of the Lake of Prayers. After 2 hours of travel, they arrived at the site of the mine. The 2 knights stepped forward to clear the enormous boulder obstructing the entrance, thereby allowing access to the passage. Andrew, oversee these slaves and construct a camp. We shall commence salt mining tomorrow. Yes, my lord, one knight responded promptly, bowing deeply. Observing the camp gradually bustling with activity, Wayland mounted his horse to patrol the surroundings with a contingent of soldiers, driving away wild beasts to ensure the safety of the encampment. Chapter 23. Excavating the salt mine and discovering the silver, or as Wayland surveyed the area surrounding the salt mine, he encountered numerous wild creatures, many teetering on the brink of evolution. It was imperative to find an opportune moment to eliminate them. Otherwise, these beasts would pose a significant nuisance once they matured. After dispatching several gray wolves, Wayland wiped the blood from the knight's sword while muttering to himself. On the 3rd day at the salt mine, witnessing the first batch of mine salt being extracted, the encampment began to stabilize. The perimeter was formed by sharpened wooden stakes embedded in the ground, effectively thwarting the intrusion of wild animals. Numerous traps were set near the wooden fence, serving a dual purpose: to prevent the enslaved brigands from escaping and to deter the encroachment of beasts. On the final day of June, laden with 3 carts of salt and a contingent of soldiers, Wayland retraced his steps along the road back to the Lake of Prayers. With the dawn of a new month approaching, he found himself eagerly anticipating what significant revelations fate might bestow upon him, hoping to resolve the challenges surrounding the construction of his castle. Upon returning to the Lake of Prayers, Wayland instructed his soldiers to store the salt in the warehouse and commenced a thorough inspection of his territory. Assessing the progress of recent constructions, my lord, I have some ideas that I wish to present for your approval. Baird approached, saluting as he saw his master. Pray, do share, Wayland replied, nodding in satisfaction at the sight of the soldiers diligently training in the training yard. My lord, the number of apprentice warriors in our ranks has exceeded 30, reaching 37. I propose to select 20 of them to don iron armor and undergo more rigorous training methods to unleash their potential, transforming them into the sharp blades of your command. The 20 sets of iron armor currently gathering dust in the warehouse could be put to good use. Wayland patted Baird on the shoulder with a smile and departed from the training ground. Thank you, my lord. Baird felt a surge of excitement at the realization of his plans. Meanwhile, Wayland was fully aware of Baird's intentions. Orlando was training 100 children aged 12 to 13, cultivating a force centered around him. Observing this, Baird would inevitably seek breakthroughs in other directions to showcase his value. Such healthy competition delighted him. On the evening of July 1 SD, a melodious sound once again graced Wayland's ears. 15 kilometers east of the Lake of the Praying Stars, at a depth of 30 meters, lies a small deposit of mithril, with an estimated reserve of 200 tons. What? Mithril mine. Upon hearing this news, Violent's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was far more valuable than the salt mine. Mithril, as a rare material, possesses a silvery white appearance, surpassing steel in durability while remaining remarkably lightweight. It exhibits excellent energy conductivity and has the ability to breach shields. When incorporated in small quantities during weapon forging, mithril can elevate the weapon's quality by 1 or 2 tiers. This 200 tons of mithril ore could conservatively yield 3,000 gene of mithril. Given the current market value, 1 gram of mithril is worth 4 gold coins, making this modest mithril mine valued at 6 million gold coins, equivalent to the tax revenue of the X family for 2 years. That said, such a resource is a hard currency, valuable yet scarce. It is imperative to arrange for its excavation swiftly to prevent others from discovering it. Consulting the map, Violen noted that 15 kilometers east of the Lake of the Praying Stars is a border area of a baronial territory, merely 3 kilometers from the boundary. Currently in the development phase, under the kingdom's laws, a knight can expand into unclaimed lands without borders, meaning that should the opposing party discover this site, they could mobilize troops to seize it without facing any legal consequences. Although he had the support of his family, that was contingent upon there being insufficient incentive for others to take risks. With this in mind, Violen resolved to allocate manpower the following day to excavate this mithril mine located 15 kilometers away, and to oversee the operation personally until its completion. As night fell and dawn approached, Violen commanded Baird to leave 2 squads of soldiers to ensure the safety of the Lake of the Praying Stars, while the remaining 110 would accompany him. Receiving such orders, Baird was perplexed. However, as a loyal knight, he refrained from questioning the rationale. He assigned 2 knights to lead the remaining troops, maintaining order and security within the territory, and then followed Violen's lead. After 3 hours, utilizing the detailed map of the Huangshe region provided by his cousin Alec, Violen arrived at the designated location. Baird, establish a camp here. We will commence mining tomorrow, Violen instructed, folding the map away. Yes, my lord, Baird replied, his confusion deepening yet without a hint of hesitation as he accepted the command. Under the efforts of the 110 warriors, a 300-square-meter camp with defensive attributes was erected. As night enveloped the surroundings, Violen summoned Baird to a tent and instructed the sentries to stand guard 10 meters away. Baird, can I trust you? Violen inquired gravely, fixing his gaze upon the knight entrusted to him by his family. My lord, as a knight sworn to you, I would gladly lay down my life for you, Baird declared, rising to adjust his attire, kneeling on one knee with a demeanor of utmost seriousness. Violen regarded Baird for a long moment before speaking. What I am about to disclose must remain between you and me. No third party must know. Please, my lord, enlighten me, Baird responded without hesitation. 30 meters beneath our feet lies a small mithril mine with a reserve of 300 tons. Upon hearing this, Baird's face displayed astonishment, and in disbelief he asked, my lord, is this truly the case? Absolutely, Violen affirmed with a nod. From now on, the task of excavating the mithril mine will be entrusted to your troops. Rest assured, my lord, should a third party learn of the mithril mine's existence, I would willingly offer my own head, Baird solemnly declared, assuring Violen. Most of the soldiers outside were born of serfs and slaves. Although they were currently learning to read and write, they were unaware of the rarity of mithril. As long as confidentiality was maintained during the excavation, these soldiers would merely believe they were mining a precious ore. The following morning, feeling the weight of his responsibilities, Baird divided his soldiers into 3 groups. The first group, consisting of 30 men, was tasked with securing the camp and scouting for suspicious individuals. The second group, comprising 50 men, was assigned to excavate the mithril mine. The third group, another 30 men, would serve as a transport unit, responsible for conveying the mithril from the camp to the Lake of Star Prayers, and then bringing supplies back from the lake. During their spare time, they would assist the second group in mining mithril. Violen decided to oversee operations personally, primarily focusing on transportation. Chapter 24. The barony of Cleveland. In the ensuing days, a passage leading 30 meters underground was opened. During the excavation, they encountered formidable boulders, and Baird himself descended to use his combat aura to shatter the stones. Inside the tent, upon witnessing the first piece of mined mithril, Violen was filled with excitement, as was Baird, who stood beside him. Holding the mithril ore and admiring its gleaming surface, Violen remarked with a smile, with mithril, our weapons will surpass those of our enemies, and the defensive capabilities of our armor will be enhanced. More importantly, it possesses the ability to breach shields. My lord, at our current pace, we can extract 2 tons of mithril ore each day, which means it will take approximately 5 months to complete the excavation. Indeed, we must exercise caution during the mining process and remain vigilant of our surroundings, Violen instructed, placing the mithril ore down as he spoke, his tone grave. This is a miracle of our ascendance, a tremendous fortune. We cannot afford to be too careful. Understood, Baird replied, striking his chest in salute, his demeanor serious. The subsequent days unfolded smoothly. However, as fate would have it, their mining efforts drew the attention of the lord of the neighboring barony of Cleveland. One must ponder, would a group of well-equipped soldiers linger in the desert for over half a month without reason? At this moment, within the administrative center of the barony of Cleveland, in a small yet exquisite castle, Brandon Hodgson listened to the knight's report, his expression marked by confusion as he inquired, "Have they truly remained in the wilderness for over half a month without any signs of departure?" "Indeed, my lord. They have been stationed here since early July. Due to the extensive perimeter they have established, we cannot ascertain their activities with certainty. However, from a distance, it appears they are engaged in mining." "Mining?" Brandon Hodgson exclaimed, springing to his feet, and asked once more, "Are you certain that the pioneering knight is mining?" "My lord, I assure you on my honor," the knight replied earnestly, meeting Brandon's gaze with utmost seriousness. "During the night, you dispatched individuals to observe discreetly. I require precise intelligence." "Yes, my lord." Once the knight departed, Brandon resumed his seat, rhythmically tapping on the table, pondering what treasures the other party might be unearthing. As his thoughts deepened, Brandon's gaze sharpened. The location was merely a few kilometers from his own territory, and if there were indeed valuable resources, he would not hesitate to seize them as the sun approached the horizon. In the borderlands of the Cleveland barony, a six-man squad clad in black, armed with blades, swiftly advanced across the wilderness towards the encampment where Baird resided. As time progressed, the sky darkened, shrouded by clouds that obscured the moonlight, plunging the surroundings into darkness save for the flickering campfire. The reconnaissance team of 6 from the Cleveland barony reached a position 300 meters from the camp's perimeter and concealed themselves, awaiting the opportune moment. "Captain, the area has been thoroughly surveyed, and 3 traps have been identified. One here, another here, and the last one here." A figure in black approached the side of the apprentice knight, marking circles on a map while providing the report. The apprentice knight noted the cunning placement of these traps. Fortunately, his subordinate possessed the requisite training to recognize such arrangements, else they might have been detected before even nearing the camp. He issued orders. Their primary objective was to gather intelligence, and should they be discovered, a swift retreat was imperative. The remaining 5 nodded silently, closing their eyes to rest as they awaited the late hours of the night. At midnight, the most wearisome hour, Baird, as was his custom, armed himself and commenced his first patrol of the evening. Beneath the camp lay a secret silver mine. As long as it remained unexcavated, vigilance could not wane for a moment. He began with a check of the sentinels, ensuring none were dozing, before surveying the surrounding area to ascertain the presence of any uninvited guests. That moment, the reconnaissance team stirred, evading the 3 traps, inching closer to the camp. "Who goes there?" Baird's ears perked up, and he abruptly turned towards the northwest, shouting loudly. The patrolling soldiers immediately reacted, grasping their spears and positioning themselves beside the knight, ready for combat. In the darkness, the reconnaissance team lay prone, refraining from movement. The lead apprentice knight, drenched in cold sweat, was taken aback by the unexpected alertness of someone at such a weary hour, inwardly praying that it was merely a misjudgment and that the other party would refrain from investigating further. Fixating on the knight, Baird seized the spear from a nearby guard and hurled it towards the direction of the reconnaissance team. A profound silence ensued, devoid of any sound, prompting him to question whether he had been overly cautious. "My lord, shall I venture forth to investigate?" the squad leader respectfully inquired upon witnessing the scene. "Indeed." Forthwith, 10 men advanced in formation as per their training, proceeding towards the direction where Baird had thrown the spear. On the ground, a black-clad figure writhed in agony as the spear pierced his thigh, yet his companions stifled him, fearful of uttering a sound. Sensing the approach of the enemy, the apprentice knight could only gesture for the remaining 5 to commence their retreat for the sake of their lives. After a brief interval of several minutes, the squad leader approached Baird, brandishing a bloodied spear, and with a heavy heart, reported, "My lord, the spear bears human blood. We have intruders tonight. Continue the patrol. I shall inspect the warehouse." No sooner had he spoken than Baird strode purposefully, taking 2 steps at once toward the central warehouse of the camp. "My lord." The 2 sentinels stationed before the warehouse immediately saluted upon noticing him. "Have you spotted any strangers?" Upon hearing this, the 2 exchanged glances before replying, "No, my lord. Aside from us, there is no one else here." Baird furrowed his brow and pushed the door open, counting the quantities of the mined mithril from the past 2 days. Finding no losses, He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that someone had detected the signs and dispatched scouts. It was imperative to report to the Lord without delay. Subsequently, Baird resolved to remain vigilant at the warehouse that night to ensure its safety. The following morning, when Wren arrived at the camp, Baird, sporting dark circles under his eyes, recounted the events that had transpired, as anticipated. It was likely the doing of the Cleveland barony. And why, Lord? How shall we proceed? Baird inquired. The Cleveland barony spans over 1,500 square kilometers and has a population of 13,000, governed by Brandon Hodgson. Ostensibly, there are 16 bronze knights, 63 knight attendants, 20 archers, and 300 soldiers. According to standard operational procedures, they might also have to contend with over 1,000 peasant soldiers. After a moment of contemplation, Wren commanded, "First, instruct everyone to cease mining the mithril and await my further orders. Additionally, send someone back to Lake Chishing to summon the other 6 knights. I intend to set up a formidable defense at the camp to ensure they come and go without return." Understood. Chapter 25. Engagement in the Cleveland barony. Within the castle, Brandon received the news without delay and immediately summoned the steward to gather the knights and troops for an assembly at the castle. A location guarded by a high-ranking bronze knight undoubtedly harbors rich mineral resources. Thanks to the assistance of 3 relatives, intelligence gathered by other nobles from the Cadelro province indicated that this fledgling of the X's family held only 3 high-ranking bronze knights in his retinue. Believing himself to have the upper hand, Brandon Hodgson decided to launch a surprise attack, rallying an elite force to encircle over 100 adversaries and seize this unknown mineral deposit. 3 days later, before Brandon's castle, a formidable army of over 1,000 gathered. Looking ahead, at the forefront stood 12 bronze knights, among whom were 3 high-ranking knights, along with Brandon himself, forming the strongest quartet of the Cleveland barony. Following them were 40 squire knights clad in leather armor, mounted on horses of varying quality, exhibiting remarkable vigor. Behind them stood 200 soldiers donned in half-armor and wielding polearms, their robust physiques and barely perceptible fighting spirit attesting to their combat prowess. Adjacent to the soldiers' formation were 20 archers wielding longbows, a source of pride for Brandon. The training of an archer is second only to that of a knight, and the lesser nobles in the vicinity regarded Brandon's substantial contingent of archers with considerable trepidation. At the very end of the line, the most numerous yet least formidable fighters were the serfs wielding pitchforks and wooden clubs. They trudged along, listless and numb, akin to mere shadows of life. Numbering over 800, Brandon surveyed the scene with a satisfied nod before issuing a resounding command. "Move out." The vast procession of over 1,000 souls, arranged in ranks of knights, squire knights, soldiers, and serfs, departed from the open ground before the castle, heading towards the encampment where the mithril mine lay. Within the camp, Wren, upon receiving news of the approaching forces led by Baron Cleveland Brandon, turned to Baird. "How are the traps set?" he inquired. "Rest assured, my lord," Baird replied, his face alight with excitement. "More than a dozen pits, large and small, have been meticulously prepared. Personnel are stationed within the tunnels, ready to spring the trap at the signal, catching the enemy unawares. Everything is in place. We merely await Brandon to validate our efforts." At that moment, a soldier entered the tent, kneeling on one knee to report respectfully, "My lord, there is a large contingent of troops approaching, numbering over 1,000. Scout further," Wren commanded. "Yes, my lord." Once the soldier departed, Wren directed Baird to assemble their forces in preparation for the impending confrontation. This time, he intended to capture the adversary alive and extort a ransom, thus alleviating their manpower shortage. Outside the encampment, aside from the 20 soldiers concealed underground, ready to activate the traps, the remaining 90 soldiers had assembled, donned in leather armor, with iron swords at their sides and spears in hand. As Wren patrolled the front lines, he observed the fierce desire for battle gleaming in each soldier's eyes. They yearned for the chance to slay their foes, for with victory would come freedom, wealth, and women, promises made by their lord. Before long, the army led by Brandon appeared before the encampment, forming ranks as they advanced slowly towards it. Wren focused intently, confirming his suspicions. The serfs led the way, followed closely by soldiers overseeing them, with knights and their squires flanking the sides. At the rear of the formation, 13 knights, armed to the teeth, trailed the procession. This was the most common method of warfare among the lower classes in this world, prevalent throughout the wilds. Calculating the distance, Wren gradually raised his right hand, signaling the nearby soldier to strike the gong and release the signal. Among the ranks of the enemy, a knight approached Brandon. Speaking in a grave tone, "My lord, the enemy consists of but a mere 100 souls, yet they do not appear panicked before our 1,000. Could there be an ambush?" Brandon, with an air of arrogance, replied, "I command over 1,000 men, 10 times their number. Even if there were an ambush, what could they possibly accomplish against me? Victory is assuredly mine. There is no cause for concern. I have been overly cautious." The knight admitted, lowering his head in shame. As time elapsed, the distance between the two forces diminished, from an initial 1,000 meters to 800, then 400. As the serfs traversed the traps, and the enemy foot soldiers entered the designated area, Wren seized the moment, issuing the command. The soldiers, obeying their lord's order, struck the gong. The resounding clamor echoed across the wilderness as the soldiers hidden underground vigorously pulled on the ropes, dislodging the wooden supports beneath them. In an instant, before Brandon's very eyes, half of the infantry formation plunged into a deep pit bristling with sharp spikes. The archers, who had yet to make their mark, were all lost within the depths of the pit. The air was thick with cries of despair. The majority of those who fell into the trap perished on the spot, while a few clung to life, though death was imminent. The surrounding soldiers, witnessing the gruesome fates of their comrades, found their spirits momentarily dimmed, but under the knight's stern admonition, they gradually regained their composure. Yet, Wren would offer them no respite to regroup. He lowered his visor, leveled his lance, and, leading the remaining 6 knights, surged forward with unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, the infantry behind hurled their spears at the disoriented serfs, swiftly drawing their iron swords to follow Wren into the fray. "No! Spare me! Spare me!" A gaunt serf watched in horror as his body was impaled, torn asunder by overwhelming force. Treading upon the fallen bodies of these serfs, Wren maintained his relentless pace, snatching a thrown spear mid-stride and launching it at the opposing infantry formation. Piercing through several soldiers in succession, he ignited a furious wrath in the otherwise composed Brandon, who could not fathom how such a ragtag group of over 100 believed they could vanquish his forces. "You lot, impede the other knights. I shall personally bring this arrogant fool to heel." Brandon lowered his visor, spurring his steed towards the rampaging Wren. Dispatching a few infantrymen with ease, he saw the main adversary approach, prompting Wren to discard his spear and draw his knightly sword. Charging forth, the moment of collision, Wren, employing his unique technique, sent Brandon's mount reeling backward, forcing him to stumble several steps. "Boy, I underestimated you." Steadying himself, Brandon adjusted his stance, his tone now laden with gravity. Wren dismounted, wordlessly surging towards him with blinding speed. Brave indeed. "Today, let me test the prowess of the X's family's knightly lineage." Brandon gathered his strength, channeling the energy within him to his sword, ready to confront his foe head-on. After a series of fierce exchanges, Brandon began to tire, his breath coming in heavy gasps, yet he dared not relent. A single misstep could cost him his life. Chapter 26. The clash of arms, a familiar voice pierced the tumult, and Brandon turned to see one of his guardian knights felled, his head soaring high into the air. The tide of battle shifted further against his remaining troops as an enemy knight pressed down upon several of his men. It was only then that he comprehended the folly of his earlier assumptions. The intelligence he believed to have gathered was nothing but a web of deception, a ruse orchestrated to mislead the nobles of the Cadro province. At that critical moment, Wren seized the opportunity, channeling the last vestiges of his energy into his sword, accelerating towards Brandon with ferocity. A few soldiers, witnessing their lord's moment of distraction, rushed to shield him, only to be cleaved in two. The piercing wails jolted Brandon back to reality, and he raised his sword in a desperate bid to defend himself. His blade was sent flying, his helmet clattering to the ground, and half kneeling, he gazed at the bloodied sword poised at his throat, his spirit crushed in resignation. He uttered, "You have won, villain." Donning his armor, calmly addressed the seasoned bronze knight nearing middle age, stating, "Indeed, I have emerged victorious." Upon witnessing their lord's defeat and capture, the surrounding soldiers and knights relinquished their weapons in surrender. Baird, wiping the congealed blood from his face, commanded loudly, "Confiscate their arms and bind these individuals." With the situation under control, Wren sheathed his knightly sword and ordered the binding of Brandon, to be taken back for strict custody. The battle had commenced swiftly and concluded just as rapidly, lasting a mere hour. That night, within a tent, Wieland, dressed in civilian attire, occupied the main seat, surveying the 7 knights who had participated in the conflict, each bearing varying degrees of injury. My lord, this engagement resulted in 37 fatalities, 12 severe injuries, and 41 minor wounds. Our losses are indeed grievous, Baird remarked with a grim smile, noting that his retinue had suffered a third of their strength. And what of the enemy's casualties? Wieland inquired with an expression devoid of excess emotion. Another knight rose to deliver the report. My lord, preliminary counts indicate that the enemy suffered over 400 casualties, with 531 captured, including Sir Brandon, 9 bronze knights, 87 elite soldiers, and the remainder being serfs. Return the serfs. Some shall be entrusted to the half-elf Eunice for castle construction, while others will be assigned to Mike for agricultural duties. Wieland paused momentarily before continuing. Send 1 soldier back to inform Baron Cleveland's domain that I permit the payment of ransom for the release of their lord. Understood, my lord, the knight replied, bowing with fervent respect. Once the meeting concluded, Wieland exited the tent and proceeded to the encampment housing the severely injured. Observing the pallid, near-lifeless faces of the soldiers sprawled on the ground, a pang of discomfort pierced Wieland's otherwise steely heart. Unlike those nobles who regarded lives as mere trifles, he retained a fundamental sense of compassion, even amidst uncertainty about his eventual assimilation into their ranks. Yet, he recognized the need to act. Fetch a basin of clean water. He instructed a nearby sentry, upon hearing his command, bowed and hurried away. Shortly thereafter, a basin of water was brought forth. Wieland retrieved a crystal vial containing a pale red liquid from his chest, crouched down, uncorked it, and poured its contents into the wooden basin. Administer this liquid to the severely wounded. Yes, my lord, the soldier replied, excitement tinging his voice as he swiftly assented. After observing the bustling activity within the tent for a time, Wieland departed the scene. Coincidentally, Baird, on his way to visit the injured, witnessed this unfolding moment but chose to remain silent, simply watching with a contemplative gaze. Perhaps choosing Lord Wieland was the wisest decision of my life. He mused on, my lord, the condition of our brothers has improved. Their breathing has stabilized. A military medic with some knowledge of healing approached Baird, excitement evident in his demeanor. Very well, regarding the life elixirs entrusted to you by our lord, if any remain, distribute them to the lightly wounded. Yes, my lord. The following day, in the castle of Baron Cleveland, a young man, upon hearing the news from the messenger, displayed an expression of incredulity. How could this be possible? The father, however, commanded a contingent of over 1,000 men. How could he possibly be defeated by a mere 100 foes? Young master, the old steward interjected, it seems that the returning serfs are indeed reflecting the true state of affairs. Seated at the head of the table, a middle-aged noblewoman, her hands trembling uncontrollably, attempted to maintain her composure and spoke in a low voice. Old Boer, relay my orders. The castle is to be placed under full lockdown, and summon the remaining 4 knights back at once. Yes, my lady. Once the steward departed, she turned her gaze to the soldier and inquired further. What are the demands of the adversary for the release of my husband and the other knights? My lady, they have not stated explicitly, but have informed me that negotiations will take place at the border on the morning of July 19. You may leave now. Yes. 2 guards assisted the injured soldier out of the hall, leaving the middle-aged noblewoman alone with the young man. The flickering oil lamps cast shadows in the hall as Brandon's eldest son, Reber, appeared visibly anxious. He looked toward his mother and could not restrain his curiosity. Mother, what shall we do next? For the time being, we must secure the ransom for your father and the other knights. Otherwise, we cannot hope to defend the vast territory of Baron Cleveland. Reber, perplexed, responded, but mother, even if several lords covet our lands, according to the laws of the kingdom, they, fool. The danger lies within our own family. The middle-aged noblewoman gazed at her son, incredulous at how she had borne such a simpleton. She then began to prepare for the negotiations scheduled for 2 days hence, striving to reclaim the primary military forces of their territory. Meanwhile, due to the captives within the camp, the extraction of silver had to be suspended. Thanks to the life potions provided by Wieland, the 12 severely wounded soldiers were no longer in mortal peril, their strength significantly enhanced, a silver lining amidst adversity. The lightly injured soldiers received a diluted version of the life potion, leading to substantial recovery. Within a tent, Wylan and Brandon sat across from one another, engaged in a game of chess. "Your prowess is formidable. Why come here to become a knight of conquest?" Brandon inquired, placing a piece on the board. "Perhaps it is for the sake of a dream, or perhaps to avoid living an ordinary life," Wylan replied succinctly, placing down a piece of his own. "What ransom do you intend to demand?" Without the atmosphere of the battlefield, Brandon seemed akin to a somewhat weary elder. Gazing at the middle-aged man before him, Wylan responded directly. "That depends on your and your subordinates standing in the territory. I have ample time to engage in this contest of attrition." "Ha ha ha, I doubt that," Brandon retorted, as if he could read Wylan's thoughts. "Who can say?" Wylan placed his final piece, achieving victory in the game, then rose to adjust his attire before departing the tent. Observing the young man's exit, Brandon's expression turned to a wry smile as he contemplated his own inept eldest son. Perhaps this was the reason the X's family had ascended from a baronial lineage to an earldom within a mere 7 centuries. Confined here with naught to occupy his time, Brandon began to reflect on his actions over the years. It had been a long while since he had the opportunity to sit quietly and contemplate his life. Chapter 27. Ransom. 2 days later, in the border territory of Baron Cleveland, a meeting was convened between the two parties. On the verdant grass, a wooden table was set, with Wylan and Lady Brandon seated opposite each other. Brandon's eldest son, Reber, stood behind his mother, while the accompanying guards remained a cautious distance away, vigilant of one another. The middle-aged noblewoman sat gracefully in her chair, exuding an air of nobility in her every gesture. Despite the faint lines etched upon her face, hints of her youthful beauty were still discernible. In contrast, Wylan displayed a more relaxed demeanor, choosing comfort over formality. "Your Excellency, may I inquire about your terms?" Her voice was melodious, prompting Wylan to steal a few more glances at the noblewoman. 500 female serfs, 3,000 gold coins, 100,000 pounds of grain, and 20 plough oxen. In exchange, I shall release Sir Brandon. As for the other captured knights and soldiers, a separate price will be required. The middle-aged noblewoman gazed at the audacious young man, struggling to suppress her burgeoning ire. Beside her, Reber lacked such restraint. His face a mask of fury as he exclaimed, "Why don't you just take it by force?" Wylan smiled faintly and replied, "Isn't that precisely what I am doing now?" "You," Reber began, but was swiftly silenced by his mother's sharp rebuke. "Reber, be quiet." With her son subdued, the noblewoman regained her composure and spoke softly, "Your Excellency, your demands are excessive. No. I believe these terms accurately reflect Sir Brandon's worth. Do you perceive your husband as so insignificant? Or perhaps that is not the point. We are here to discuss the ransom." The noblewoman deftly sidestepped the verbal trap Wylan had laid. "Very well, let us discuss the ransom." Leaning back in his chair, Wylan responded casually, "My lady, you surely do not wish to lose your husband and become a widow." "What do you mean by that?" she asked, perplexed. "It is quite simple. The wilderness is fraught with peril. Observe how I must travel with such a retinue of guards, not to mention Sir Brandon, who is unarmed. Your Excellency, under such circumstances, this negotiation is rendered futile." The noblewoman stood, looking down at Wylan, her voice steely. "Should any misfortune befall Sir Brandon, Baron Cleveland shall pursue vengeance without rest. Is that so?" Wylan remained seated, his expression unfazed as he regarded the noblewoman with amusement. "I sincerely hope that, a fortnight hence, it will still be you, my beautiful lady, with whom I negotiate." "You?" Faced with the young man's smile, the dignified noblewoman felt a pang of frustration, as though he had discerned her vulnerabilities. After a moment's struggle, she resumed her seat, acutely aware that her weaknesses were being exploited. If the negotiations were to be prolonged, it would not be long before the lordship of Baron Cleveland changed hands. After more than 20 minutes of heated debate, the noblewoman ultimately conceded. Reber glared at Wylan, his anger boiling within him, yet he was constrained by his mother's authority and could only simmer in silence. 500 female serfs, 3,000 gold coins, 100,000 pounds of grain, and 20 plough oxen as the ransom for Sir Brandon. For each night, the ransom shall be 20 serfs and 2 plough oxen. A soldier demanded a ransom of 5 serfs and 100 pounds of grain. In total, the Baron of Cleveland was required to deliver to the Lake of Prayer 1,100 serfs, 3,000 gold coins, 110,000 pounds of grain, and 38 plough oxen. Ultimately, the middle-aged noblewoman picked up her pen, filled with profound shame, and inscribed her name upon the contract. This time, the Baron of Cleveland was indeed suffering a significant loss, forfeiting 1/15 of their entire fortune, a legacy painstakingly built over 80 years by her husband and father-in-law. Very well, my lady, in 3 days. At this transaction, you shall see your husband, Sir Brandon, declared Velen, as he tucked the contract away and departed. Watching his adversary leave, Reber could not contain his frustration. Mother, this is a betrayal of father. He will not permit you to proceed in this manner. This. Reber noticed his mother raise her hand, and he simply closed his eyes, refusing to flinch. The middle-aged noblewoman, observing this, slowly lowered her outstretched hand. After an indeterminate period, Reber opened his eyes, gazing at his departing mother, before turning in humiliation to the retreating figure of Velen and mounting his horse to follow the procession on the return journey. Baird rode ahead, exuberantly exclaiming, "My lord, this time we have struck it rich. With so many resources, the progress of the castle's construction will accelerate significantly." Yet, Velen replied, "Nevertheless, before we attain true stability, we still have a battle to fight." Casting his eyes over the desolate wilderness, "My lord, you mean Brandon?" Baird inquired, to which Velen regarded him with a more discerning gaze and responded, "You are partially correct. We must also account for several surrounding territories. If we can subdue them this time, the subsequent task of mining for secret silver will become considerably more manageable." "Why is that?" Baird scratched the back of his head, puzzled. "Perhaps we should poison Brandon during the transaction, ensuring he perishes a few days after returning. I know of a poison that could fulfill this requirement." Without a moment's hesitation, Velen rejected the notion outright. "No, such despicable tactics would render us the target of scorn throughout the province of Cadro and indeed the entire kingdom. My lord, if that is not an option, how shall we confront the coalition of the neighboring territories, given our current military strength?" Baird queried, his concern palpable. "Do not fret. I have a plan," Velen reassured him, urging him to calm down and follow his directives. Upon returning to camp, Velen penned a letter, handing it to a knight with instructions to deliver it to his cousin Brian, located over 200 kilometers away in the Ridge territory. A few days later, at the border of the Baron of Cleveland, the exchange of ransom and personnel transpired smoothly, without any conflict erupting between the parties involved. Once back at the castle, Brandon summoned several nearby nobles to discuss significant matters. Meanwhile, Velen, accompanied by over 1,000 men and ample supplies, returned to the Lake of Prayer, preparing to re-envision the territory's development and simultaneously readying for the forthcoming battle. First, he selected 200 robust men from among the captured and traded serfs, assigning them to a night at the Lake of Prayer for training, with the aim of deploying them in a few days. Additionally, he allocated 300 individuals to the half-elf maiden, Eunice, to remedy the shortage of laborers for the castle's construction. At last, another knight entrusted with the guardianship of the Lake of Prayers was tasked with overseeing the management of the farmlands, the leveling of the riverbanks, and the felling of timber. The following dawn, as Velen rose from his slumber, Orlando rushed in with exuberance to deliver the joyous news. "My lord, the task you assigned to the craftsman has been accomplished." With his eyes still heavy with sleep, Velen instantly felt invigorated and exclaimed, "Quickly, take me there." Chapter 28. The crossbow, prepared for the return of Brandon soon. The two arrived at a designated area where all the blacksmiths and carpenters had already gathered in anticipation. Upon Velen's arrival, they all bowed in respect. Joseph, the leader of the carpenters, stepped forward and respectfully introduced, "My lord, here lies the finished crossbow." Velen approached, observing the crossbow, which perfectly coincided with the images etched in his memories from a past life. "Bring forth the long spear." Upon hearing this, a nearby carpenter promptly fetched a long spear, while 2 other carpenters exerted their strength to turn the pivot, drawing back the bowstring, and then loaded an arrow. Poised for launch, Velen accepted the wooden hammer that Orlando handed him, aimed it at the trigger, and struck down forcefully. With a swift whoosh, the hefty spear was propelled forth, piercing through 3 wooden targets, along with the leather armor used for the experiment, which was utterly shredded. Judging the distances, the 3 experimental wooden figures stood at 300, 600, and 800 meters respectively. Velen, witnessing the results of the experiment, could not restrain himself from exclaiming in delight. The surrounding craftsmen and blacksmiths, basking in their lord's praise, puffed out their chests, relishing this moment of glory. Joseph, stooping slightly, seized the opportune moment to boldly inquire, "My lord, What shall we name this weapon? Let it retain its former title. Thus shall it be named the triple-bow crossbow. As Violin caressed the crossbow, he turned to Joseph and inquired, "What is the current production rate?" "My lord, with each group of 4, a single triple-bow crossbow can be completed in 6 days," Joseph promptly replied. Violin nodded in approval, satisfied with such a pace. This weapon would serve as a formidable instrument in the wilderness, swiftly becoming a sharp tool in his arsenal. As for the future, once he possessed his own mages and magical blacksmiths, such creations might be rendered obsolete or perhaps enhanced with magical elements to unlock even greater value. Subsequently, Violin summoned everyone together and announced aloud, "Now, I shall fulfill my promise. In the name of Violin X's, I declare the abolition of your status as slaves. From this moment forth, you shall be granted your freedom." The 15 blacksmiths and 25 carpenters knelt down, their voices trembling with emotion. "Thank you, my lord." Once the others rose, Violin continued, "Next, the second part of my promise. If you complete this task within a month, I shall bestow upon each of you a woman to bear your offspring." Upon hearing the mention of women, the craftsmen erupted with excitement. Among them were those who already had children, yet those children belonged to their former masters. Now, as free men, their own women would belong solely to them, and their lineage would continue through their own blood. "Now, I shall proclaim my second task. Within the span of 1 week, should you successfully craft 20 crossbows, each of you shall be rewarded with a single gold coin. Rest assured, my lord, I, Joseph, will fulfill the task you have entrusted to me, even if it leads to my demise from exhaustion. I am willing to offer everything to my lord, even that which has yet to be born. My lord, your will is the very essence of my existence, and I shall execute it without a trace of regret." Each craftsman expresses his unwavering loyalty to Violin in his own words. Their very livelihood stem from the Lord, as will all that they possess in the future. Upon returning to his chamber, Violin revised the battle strategy. With the triple-bow crossbow, he felt an absolute confidence in facing Brandon's impending assault once more. Through this battle, he prepared to reap greater rewards and expedite the development of the territory. Fate's guidance would reveal only the most valuable of tidings, a privilege unbeknownst to others, and he intended to leverage this advantage to ascend to the pinnacle of this world and behold the view from the summit. In the Ridge territory, after receiving a letter from his cousin, Brian swiftly summoned the forces of the territory to provide aid. Throughout the entire process, he exhibited no hesitation, immediately leading away 80% of Ridge's military, leaving only a trusted confidant to guard the land. At this very moment, within the confines of Cleveland Baron S. estate, Brandon stood in his study, repeatedly replaying the events of the previous battle in contemplation of gains and losses. "This time, I shall not falter." Clenching his fists, Brandon scrutinized the various plans inscribed upon the parchment. This time, he was determined to capture the enemy alive. "My lord, the esteemed gentlemen Violetta, Catalyze, and Barry are awaiting you in the hall," announced the steward, approaching Brandon from behind. Brandon picked up the paper filled with diverse strategies and proceeded to the hall with the steward. Upon entering the castle's grand hall, he overheard the 3 engaged in loud conversation, their words laced with mockery regarding Brandon's defeat at the hands of a mere fledgling. Ha! That shameless Brandon, resorting to a woman for negotiations to secure his own redemption. Violetta, mind your tongue. Be careful that one day you do not find yourself in the same predicament. Ha! To rely on a woman for negotiations. I would sooner take my own life than endure such humiliation. Coughing, the 3 turned to silence, closing their mouths. Observing this, Brandon feigned ignorance and donned a false smile as he settled into the seat of the Lord. "Gentlemen, I have summoned you here regarding a site rich in iron ore reserves." "What? An iron mine?" The other 3 gazed at Brandon with wide eyes. "Indeed, an iron mine. This time, I am willing to contribute. Should we seize this stronghold, I shall take but a fraction of the iron ore profits, while the rest shall belong entirely to you." Clad in a magical robe, the rare wizard Lord Catalyze stroked his white beard, questioning with suspicion, "Brandon, there must be some ulterior motive. This cannot merely be a ploy for revenge or a fabrication of lies. And do you truly believe that, Catalyze?" Brandon's gaze bore into the wizard with piercing intensity. Upon witnessing the situation, the other 2 individuals promptly grasped the gravity of the possibility, casting skeptical glances toward Brandon, hoping he could furnish evidence to substantiate that the territory occupied by the pioneering knights indeed harbored abundant iron ore deposits. "Ahem, Brandon, it is not that we lack belief. But unless you present us with proof, we are not fools, remarked Lord Barry, the warrior leader, seeking to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. In that case, let Caithley employ a lie detection spell to ascertain the veracity of my claims, Brandon suggested, realizing the skepticism of the trio left him with little recourse. Rising to the occasion, the mage Caithley stood, staff in hand, reciting an incantation, conjuring a white magical circle beneath Brandon's feet. Under the watchful gaze of the other two, Brandon spoke once more. The location occupied by the pioneering knights conceals vast reserves of iron ores. Soon as his words fell, the lie detection circle retained its luminous white glow, devoid of any red hue. Witnessing this spectacle, they began to believe Brandon's assertions. Indeed, there existed a site rich in iron ore reserves. Chapter 29. Reinforcements. With a shared interest at hand, the meeting proceeded with remarkable ease. According to the agreed-upon division, each party was required to contribute an equivalent force. The longer they delayed, the greater the uncertainties became. The four agreed to convene 5 days hence at the border of Baron Cleveland's domain, uniting their armies to launch an offensive against the territory of the pioneering knights and seize the iron ore deposit. In the interim, Wren busily prepared for battle. On the morning of July 23rd, a well-equipped army entered the Lake of Star Prayers from the south. Upon receiving word, Wren made his way to welcome his cousin. Wren, I have arrived. A dashing knight approached, none other than his cousin, Brian. Cousin, I extend a warm welcome to your arrival. The knights from both sides exchanged salutations and followed the two into the Lake of Star Prayers. In less than 3 months, this region has been transformed impressively, far surpassing your cousin's initial endeavors, Brian remarked with nostalgia as he toured the territory, reminiscing about the early days of its development. Cousin, you flatter me. This is largely due to the assistance of Sir Brandon next door, which has afforded me ample manpower for my forthcoming plans. Wren replied with a smile. As they conversed, the group arrived at an expansive meadow adorned with a sumptuous spread of food and drink, where numerous knights began to indulge in the feast. During the banquet, Wren introduced his cousin to the surrounding circumstances while detailing his strategies. Wren, I believe we need not complicate matters. I have brought 50 bronze knights, 200 squire knights, and 600 elite warriors. Let us simply advance head-on and overpower them, Brian asserted, rubbing his throbbing head and interrupting Wren's elaborate plans with a straightforward approach. Cousin, such a course of action would undoubtedly lead to significant casualties. After all, our adversaries are not to be underestimated. Employing some strategies would mitigate our losses and yield greater gains, Wren advised, gazing at Brian with exasperation. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Wren prepared to elaborate further. Brian waved his hand dismissively, raising a cup and downing its contents in one gulp. Forget it, cousin. Let your guardian knights communicate with me. Wren concealed his face as he gazed upon the inebriated man, utterly perplexed by how his cousin managed to acquire twice the territory of the Cleveland barony and maintain it in such meticulous order within a mere 6 years. At T3 in the afternoon, the banquet concluded, and many drunken knights collapsed to the ground in slumber. Reluctantly, Wren summoned Orlando to fetch some blankets to cover these individuals. My lord, I am the guardian knight and chief executive officer of our sovereign. You may call me Adrian. A youth elegantly dressed appeared before Wren. Sensing the aura surrounding him, Wren exclaimed in astonishment, a magic knight. Your keen eye is commendable, my lord, the young man responded with courtesy and grace. It then dawned upon Wren why the Ridge territory was managed so adeptly. The reason likely stemmed from this individual, a magic knight, one who wields magical energies, embodies the strengths of both a mage and a knight, being both formidable and astute, an epitome of excellence. Subsequently, Wren led Adrian to a wooden cabin, unfurled a map, and began to elucidate his strategy. In this upcoming conflict, we shall confront an assault from 4 territories, with an estimated enemy force of 3,000, of which 60% will be serfs. This means we will only face a regular army of 1,200. The Lake of Star Prayers can deploy 300 infantry and 15 bronze knights to the front, diverting the enemy's attention. As for you, the adversary is unaware of your presence, allowing you to lie in ambush on the flanks, awaiting my signal to launch a surprise attack on their command center and shatter their core forces. Upon hearing this, Adrian, perplexed, inquired, My lord Wren, forgive my impertinence, but can your 300 withstand the onslaught of their 3,000? You need not worry about that. I possess my own methods to address it, Wayland replied with a mysterious smile. This revelation piqued the curiosity of the Magic Knight, who was eager to understand how they could hold back 3,000 with a mere 300. Upon entering the Lake of Star Prayers, he had already discerned that there were no silver knights present. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound of a knock, Wayland spoke. Come in. Orlando pushed open the door and reported. My lord, we have captured 6 fleeing serfs, all of whom were slaves traded back a week ago. They have been demoted to third-class slaves and will be sent to the salt mines after the conflict concludes. Very well, Wayland acknowledged. Once Orlando departed, Adrian naturally understood that these individuals were likely spies sent by the enemy to the Lake of Star Prayers, who, upon discovering the presence of unfamiliar troops, hastily prepared to flee and report back. However, he found himself particularly intrigued by this young knight. It's he merely 13 years of age. He had already attained the rank of a bronze intermediate knight. Such remarkable talent was truly astonishing. On July 25th, under the radiant sun, 4 lords gathered with their retinues at the borders of the Cleveland Barony. 60 bronze knights, 300 knight attendants, 1,000 warriors, and 3,000 serfs constituted the main force for this expedition. Violet, Kaysley, and Barry brimmed with exuberance, as if victory was already within their grasp. With such a formidable force, they could hardly believe that a newly emerged pioneering knight could withstand their advance. Yet Brandon sensed something amiss. Not a single spy arranged within the ranks of the slaves had returned, unsettling him greatly. This time, he was determined to eradicate that impudent youth and simultaneously avenge himself. Ha ha ha! Violet, with an air of arrogance, gazed upon Brandon and openly declared her intentions before all present. Her subordinates, loyal to Violet, brandished their weapons, provocatively regarding Brandon's forces, flaunting their martial prowess. Why, lord! The knight furiously exclaimed, pointing at Violet. Enough, something feels off. Let our men slow their advance, Brandon responded, unfazed by Violet's petty antics, issuing orders to the knight instead. He had long surpassed the impetuous age of youth and would not fall for such taunts, becoming mere cannon fodder. Observing this scene, Violet, sensing the shift, wisely refrained from further provocation and commanded her subordinates to silence. Move out. Under Violet's temporary command, the main force began to advance towards the encampment housing the mithril mine. According to their agreement, Violet's troops led the way, followed sequentially by Kaysley and Barry's forces, with Brandon's contingent bringing up the rear, totaling around 500 men. Due to the significant losses incurred in the previous battle, he lacked the funds and equipment to swiftly reassemble his forces. Chapter 30. The second struggle for the ore at this moment, within the mithril mine encampment, Violet, upon receiving the news, immediately began to deploy his troops in preparation for battle. As per the plan, Brian would lead his forces away from the camp, flanking 3 kilometers to the side, awaiting further instructions. The sun hung high in the sky as the approaching enemy forces came into view. Slowly drawing nearer, Violet, mounted upon his steed, observed the 3 crossbows concealed behind the soldiers, feeling a sense of confidence for the impending confrontation. On a towering warhorse, Violet advanced while scrutinizing the opposing formation. As an earth mage, Kaysley utilized his expertise to cast reconnaissance spells, probing the wilderness ahead to avoid falling into the traps that had ensnared Brandon. Kaysley, what is the situation? Are there any traps? Violet called out, her coarse voice causing Kaysley to wince. No traps. The path ahead is clear, Kaysley replied, his eyes wide open. Ha ha ha, splendid. With a single charge, we shall annihilate this ragtag band of a few hundred. With confirmation of the situation, Violet began directing her troops, assembling knights and their squires at the forefront, preparing for a sweeping charge to devour the enemy. Barry, glancing back at Brandon, who lingered 2 kilometers behind, remarked to Violet, Brandon is still at the rear. Should we not wait a moment longer? Ha, that coward must be trembling in fear at the sight of this impudent youth, Violet retorted dismissively. Kaysley, observing the exchange, nodded in rare agreement. Thus, Barry ceased to voice further concerns. With only a little over 300 opponents, the outcome of the battle seemed foregone, regardless of Brandon's involvement. Meanwhile, Violet watched as the enemy cavalry assembled, evidently abandoning traditional tactics in favor of a direct cavalry charge aimed at shattering his forces. Those who flee in the face of danger shall meet with no mercy. Violet, mounted, galloped past the front lines, bellowing at the terrified slave soldiers. Sensing the sharp blade behind him, the foremost slave soldier steadied his trembling legs, swallowed hard, and prayed fervently to the deities for survival. In an instant, the earth trembled as the enemy began their charge. Split the formation. The frontline slave soldiers, upon hearing the command, instinctively parted, revealing 20 concealed torsion spring crossbows. Prepare. 2 soldiers positioned at the crossbows manipulated the hinges, cranking the rear axle to draw the bows. As the bowstrings tightened, a soldier at the back produced a long spear and laid it atop the crossbow. Wren raised his right hand, gauging the distance, and as the enemy closed to within 800 meters, he lowered his hand and commanded loudly, "Release." The soldier wielding the hammer struck the trigger. With a sharp whoosh, the spear, forged with mithril, soared forth. The bronze mid-tier knight leading the charge felt a searing pain, slowly lowering his head to behold a gaping wound the size of a bowl in his chest. Before tumbling off his steed, .20 mithril-infused spears pierced through the armor of knights and their squires as though it were mere paper. Valiant, witnessing over 30 of his men fall, roared in fury, "Ah, I will have your head." That was a third of his forces, wiped away in an instant, a decade of effort gone in the blink of an eye. Soon, the second volley arrived as anticipated, with more men plummeting from their mounts, their fates unknown. Charge! Tear them apart! Valiant's eyes burned with rage as he gripped his spear, fixated solely on the diminutive Wren. As the third round concluded, the enemy stood less than 400 meters away, and the soldiers swiftly retracted their torsion spring crossbows. "Reform the ranks." From the rear, Wren coldly commanded the 200 slave soldiers to regroup, preparing to face the initial wave of assault. These were the expendables he had selected a week prior, specifically for this moment. Thanks to rigorous training, and under the pressure of the knights behind, the 200 slaves realigned into 4 rows, lifting their 4-meter-long spears to meet the knights' charge. Consumed by fury, Valiant summoned his fighting spirit, issuing relentless orders. "Charge! Tear them apart!" In an instant, the foremost dozen slave soldiers were reduced to mere pulp, while the following ranks were flung into the air by the impact. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Entering the fray, Valiant discarded his spear and wielded his knightly sword, mercilessly slaughtering the slave soldiers as he pressed closer to the hill where Wren stood. "Signal!" "Yes, my lord." Baird produced a magical flare and launched it into the sky. 3 kilometers away, fully equipped. Ryan, upon seeing the red magical glow, bellowed, "Charge with me." 50 bronze knights and 200 squire knights spurred their horses onward, following their lord. Meanwhile, the magical knight, Adrian, directed 600 elite warriors to follow behind, ensuring the completion of their mission. Meanwhile, far behind the battlefield, Brandon spotted the signal and his heart raced with alarm. He commanded loudly, "Everyone halt your advance and retreat immediately." The knights in the ranks were filled with confusion, yet they chose to obey their lord's command. The 500-strong troop transformed the rear into the front and retraced their steps. At the same time, Wren engaged in fierce combat with the frenzied Violet, locked in a relentless struggle. With the arrival of a large contingent of peasant soldiers, the tide of battle began to shift in favor of the enemy. The knights and soldiers under Wren's command struggled valiantly, awaiting the arrival of reinforcements. On the periphery of the battlefield, Barry recalled the recent signal flare, coupled with Brandon's sudden withdrawal, sensing that something was amiss. "Barry, there are people to the south," said Castley, abruptly opening his eyes, terror etched on his face as he spoke to his companions. "What?" Barry responded, turning to see Brian silhouetted against the setting sun, approaching their position. "Not good. They're ambushed." At that moment, he hurriedly mobilized the infantry to form a human wall to block the knights' charge. Castley was not idle either. He raised his staff, channeling his magical energy to conjure a low wall, 100 meters long and 1.5 meters high, before the infantry. This spell drained Castley of his magical strength, leaving him slumped on the ground. 2 apprentice mages rushed to support their master, producing precious potions to restore his energy. Barry, witnessing this, had no time to attend to them. With only 300 warriors at his side, of which merely 20 had attained the bronze rank, it would be an arduous task to fend off the enemy's assault. "We shall stand firm and defend the honor of the Barks family to the death." Hearing their lord's words, the 100 soldiers wielding massive shields steadfastly gazed at the oncoming knights, summoning all their fighting spirit. Prepared for a desperate struggle. Chapter 31. The second battle for O'Brien focused intently ahead, unleashing the might of his mid-tier silver knight prowess, condensing a visible flame of fighting spirit upon his lance. Form up! The knights and their squires behind him responded to their lord's command, adjusting their charge formation, swiftly arranging into a conical battle array within a mere 300 meters. With Brian as the vanguard, they prepared to break through the human wall, opposing them with a united surge. Barry, witnessing this, hefted his massive shield, stepping to the front of the formation, channeling all his fighting spirit in readiness for the initial impact. With a roar, his muscles bulging, veins prominent, he summoned every ounce of his fighting energy, employing his family's secret technique to transform himself into a towering figure of 2 meters and 3. Observing the enemy's movements, Brian adjusted his trajectory, circumventing Barry to strike from the flank. Thud. Crack. The right flank of the human wall was shattered as a dozen soldiers, along with their iron armor and shields, disintegrated into fragments, raining down like droplets of crimson. Witnessing this scene, Barry grimaced and bellowed, charging at Brian. With a single strike, this high-tier bronze warrior, just a breath away from ascending to silver, was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Several mid-tier bronze warriors, seeing this, charged in a frenzy, only to have their heads taken by the knights. The battle raged on, with soldiers falling continuously at the hands of the knights. The valiant magic knight, Adrian, led a contingent of 600 elite warriors to the battlefield, bringing this conflict to a close. Regaining a modicum of strength, Casely summoned his recently restored magical energy and, with great effort, announced through an amplification spell, "Surrender your weapons. We capitulate." Upon hearing the command, the surrounding soldiers ceased their actions and relinquished their arms. Observing this, Brian ordered Adrian to accept the captives while he himself led the remaining knights to support Violet. At this moment, Violet also became aware of the situation behind him, witnessing the command post being overtaken by the enemy. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Cowardly scoundrels, resorting only to underhanded schemes." A mere smile was Violet's response, deriding this intellectually astute yet physically unimposing knight. "Ah, scoundrel, I shall slay you," Violet fumed, for he had always been the one to mock others and had never encountered anyone daring enough to ridicule him. The sight of Violet's disdainful smile ignited Violet's fury, prompting him to charge at Violet once more, disregarding the dire circumstances of defeat. With a serious demeanor, Violet gripped the hilt of his knightly sword and prepared to engage the foe. Minutes later, Brian arrived on the scene, effortlessly concluding the battle. The adversary, who had posed a considerable challenge to Violet, was subdued with a single hand by Brian, whose overwhelming presence left Violet momentarily speechless. "Cousin, you are indeed a silver-tier warrior," Violet exclaimed. "What? Did I not mention it?" Brian replied, scratching his head with a boyish grin. Sighing, Violet found himself at a loss for words. Had he known, he would have followed his cousin's lead and confronted the enemy head-on, rather than concocting elaborate strategies. "Alas, cousin, it seems my intelligence work was lacking." "Oh, I see," Brian mused. "Despicable knaves, you two, so tiresome." With a swift strike of his sword's back, Brian rendered the muscle-bound knight unconscious. After 10 minutes, the battle finally came to an end. Upon counting the captives, it was discovered that Brandon was notably absent. This cunning old fox had evidently kept his wits about him. Realizing the circumstances, Violet smiled wryly, speculating that the previous encounter would haunt Brandon for a lifetime. "Why, Lord, what shall we do next?" Baird, drenched in blood, approached Violet to report. "According to our usual protocol, we shall select one soldier from their trio to return, and in 3 days, we will engage in negotiations regarding the ransom." "Understood, my lord." Soon after, the camp buzzed with activity. Except for Violet, who was bound hand and foot with a cloth gagging his mouth, Casely and Barry were treated with the courtesy befitting nobles. "Violet, it seems we are to endure the same fate as Brandon, relying on a woman to negotiate our release," Casely remarked. "Woo-woo, woo-woo-woo, woo-woo." Violet raged silently. "Thwarted by the GGO, you think Brandon foresaw an ambush and slipped away in advance?" Barry inquired, glancing at his bandaged ARI. "In truth, they had informed us of the ambush, but we chose to disregard it." Casely recalled, a rueful smile crossing his face as he thought of the earlier signal flare. "Alas, it is indeed true. Warfare demands not only brawn but also intellect, lest we find ourselves in our current predicament." Despite our clear advantages, we have been reduced to captives. Barry, too, is beset by distress, having suffered significant losses to his forces this time. He wonders how long it will take to restore them. Woe is me. Woe is me. 3 days later, preliminary negotiations commenced between both parties to discuss the terms of the ransom. 6 days hence, the agreement was finalized, and Vylin was released along with 3 lords, all knights, their squires and soldiers, while the opposing side delivered the items of exchange, as for the serfs captured during the conflict, none paid them any heed. The wealth of ransom Vylin received filled him with the exhilarating sensation of overnight affluence. 1,500 male serfs, 500 female serfs, 20,000 gold coins, 400,000 pounds of grain, 3,000 pounds of fine wine, 200 draft oxen, 60 warhorses, 500 bolts of cloth, 30 rolls of silk, 300 sets of leather armor, and 500 long spears, totaling a staggering value of 200,000 gold coins, equivalent to a tenth of the worth of 3 noble houses. According to the distribution principle, Vylin claimed 40% of the spoils, which amounted to 1,000 male serfs, 500 female serfs, 400,000 pounds of grain, 100 draft oxen, 20 warhorses, 300 bolts of cloth, and 200 sets of leather armor, with the remainder belonging entirely to Brian. Regarding the war trophies acquired during the conflict, Vylin requested merely 600 serfs, 80 sets of iron armor, 200 sets of leather armor, 50 knightly swords, 120 horses, and 300 long spears, leaving the rest to his cousin. On the afternoon of July 31, a grand feast was held upon the meadows of Star Lake to celebrate this victory. At dawn the following day, Brian departed Star Lake with his army and the spoils, returning to the Ridge territory. Simultaneously, excavation of the mithril mine commenced. On the journey back, Adrian approached Brian, perplexed, and inquired, "My lord, Lord Vylin's territory evidently harbors secrets. Why not allow me to investigate further to obtain more intelligence?" To this, Brian replied nonchalantly, "Adrian, I may permit you to pursue other matters, but concerning Vylin, he is disinclined to share with me. Thus, why should I delve deeper into such affairs?" "But, my lord," Adrian attempted to continue. Brian raised a hand to interrupt him, posing a query, "Enough of this. Let us return and indulge in a hearty drink together. It has been far too long since I engaged in such a gratifying battle." "Very well, my lord." Seeing the situation, Adrian could only relent and cease further inquiry. Chapter 32. The territorial assembly that night, as Vylin reclined in bed, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease. After 2 battles, the population of his territory had surged to 4,000, and the arsenal had greatly expanded, with the strength of his knights significantly enhanced, a cause for universal celebration. Moving forward, Vylin resolved to form 300-man infantry units, 100 archers, and to intensify the training of squire knights. Through these 2 confrontations, he realized the inadequacy of his knightly numbers, which hindered effective charges. Reflecting on the battlefield, he could not help but envy his cousin, commanding hundreds of knights and squires with such finesse that it left him salivating with admiration. At 8 o'clock, a melodious sound once again resonated, delivering valuable news to him. 15 days hence, 30 kilometers west of Lake Chishing, a band of centaurs will be herding a group of azure horses through this area, among which there exists a brown centaur of low silver rank. Upon hearing the news, Vylin abruptly sat up in bed. The azure horse, renowned for its endurance, robust carrying capacity, and gentle temperament, could effortlessly bear a weight of over 1,000 pounds. Most importantly, should the compatibility reach the requisite standard, such a horse could forge a brief telepathic connection with its knight, thereby enhancing its utility on the battlefield. The sole conundrum lay in the fact that one of the herding centaurs was of low silver rank, a hurdle that posed considerable difficulty. Fortune favors the bold. The timid perished. As long as I prepare in advance, I refuse to believe that I cannot bring down a low silver centaur. Vylin resolved with unwavering determination to acquire the azure horse at all costs. With a fortnight at his disposal, he felt confident in laying traps along the inevitable route of his quarry. The following morning, in accordance with tradition, a new round of meetings was convened to review the gains and losses of the past month. First to rise was Baird, the current regent, who reported, "My lord, in July, we cultivated a total of 4,000 acres of land, and the construction plan south of Lake Chishing is nearing completion. There are 2 lumber yards, 2 quarries, 1 salt mine, and 1 confidential mine. The population of the territory has reached 4,200, with free citizens constituting 7%. Next, Andrew stood to deliver his report. My lord, the salt mine has yielded 40 tons this month, with a significant increase in manpower, projected to reach around 100 tons. My lord, the outer castle wall has been completed on 2 sides. With the increase in workforce, according to the half-elf maiden Eunice's estimates, the planned construction will be completed in 2 months. Shall we consider adding other construction projects? Randolph, the knight stationed at Lake Chishing, rose to report. Convey my orders. Upon completion of the planned projects, prioritize the construction of essential facilities. Understood, my lord. Knight Randolph bowed in acknowledgement and took his seat. Lastly, Greg, the knight managing the public warehouse, stood to report. My lord, to date, the warehouse holds 150 sets of iron armor, 600 sets of leather armor, 50 knightly long swords, 300 spears, 300 rolls of cloth, 2,500 pounds of grain and wine, 300 pounds of fruit wine. 30,000 pounds of processed rock salt, 50,000 pounds of unprocessed rock salt, 630,000 pounds of grain, and 140 warhorses. Unbeknownst to him, the amassed resources had reached such a considerable amount. After listening to the reports, Violen prepared to outline this month's plans. Baird, at your service. Baird, seated in the foremost position, rose and bowed deeply to in the coming month. I require you to reorganize the territory's military, with a target of 400 personnel, structured into squads of 10, with 50 forming a company, thus establishing 6 infantry companies and 2 archery companies. Yes. Following this, Violen began issuing commands to the knights in positions of authority. Finally, he surveyed the room and spoke in a low tone. Hebrew. Seated in the last row, the Hebrew was abruptly roused, standing up to proclaim loudly, my lord, I am prepared to entrust you with the management of 140 warhorses to assist your brother in training the knightly squires. Indeed, the Hebrew responded with fervor, feeling a sense of purpose at long last, eager to serve his lord. As the meeting adjourned, Orlando remained behind. The 14 knights rose in succession, departing the wooden cabin. Once everyone had exited, Velen turned to Orlando, noting that the lad seemed to have grown a few centimeters taller. How have the youths fared this past month? How many have met the standards I set? In response, Orlando promptly answered, my lord, out of 100 youths, 17 have qualified, and the remaining 83 have been assigned to craftsmen as apprentices, as per your instructions. Not bad, Velen mused. A 17% qualification rate surpasses my expectations. I had anticipated that having 10 among the 100 qualify would be commendable. Yet there are indeed 17. Velen recalled a survey he had seen a few years prior at Windsor Castle, which documented the knightly and magical academies' assessments of the common children in the surrounding towns, concluding that out of every 100 youths, 70 reached the threshold to become warriors, 5 attained the level of knights, and 1 reached the rank of maged. As for rarer professions, such as the magical knight Adrian under his cousin Brian, it was estimated that 1 would emerge from roughly 300,000 individuals. By the way, what is your progress in training? Faced with Velen's inquiry, Orlando answered without hesitation, my lord, I have currently reached the threshold of mid-bronze and expect to break through to high bronze in just over half a month. Very well, do not hesitate to inform me of any needs. Thank you, my lord. With that, Orlando took his leave, leaving Velen alone in the cabin. Through the window, he gazed at the breathtaking scenery of the star-invoking lake, feeling his spirits gradually lift. His foremost task ahead was to set traps and ambush the centaurs to acquire the violet-blue steeds and bolster his strength. 2 days later, once the territory was back on track, Velen, accompanied by 2 knights, ventured 30 kilometers west of the star-invoking lake to survey the terrain and devise an assault plan. Know thyself and thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Along the journey, apart from encountering a few scattered goblins, they encountered mindless beasts that fell prey to their hunger. Standing atop a hill, Velen surveyed the lush green expanse below, where the occasional presence of gnolls and goblins could be seen. With pencil in hand, he unfurled a blank sheet of paper to begin documenting the surrounding landscape. Overall, the terrain appeared elevated on both sides, with a lower, gentle valley in the middle, surrounded by low shrubs and weeds. With scarcely any suitable ambush points, it seemed imperative to seek an alternative location for the traps, using bait to lure the silver-tier centaur away from the violet-blue steeds. Thus, the crux of the matter lay in determining what would entice the centaur to disregard the safety of the violet-blue steeds and follow the bait. In the next moment, Velen found the answer. Come, let us explore nearby. Grasping the reins, Velen led his 2 subordinates to a different area. Chapter 33. The Ambush of the Centaurs and the Seizure of the Azure Horses. After 3 days of exploration, Valen identified an exquisite location, nestled within a low valley to the north of the Centaurs' inevitable path, perfectly suited for an ambush. It was now August 60th, with 9 days remaining until the Centaurs were expected to pass this way. A sufficient time frame indeed. Having marked the site, Valen set off to return, preparing to gather his forces, lay traps, and ensnare the Centaurs to seize the Azure Horses by mid-August. A band of Centaurs was herding over 100 Azure Horses, moving at a leisurely pace. My lord, the scouts report that there are no dangers ahead. A Centaur, wielding a subpar bow and arrows, approached a white Centaur, kneeling before it with respect. Continue onward. The white Centaur? Aaliyah commanded imperiously, urging the procession to advance. She needed to drive the Azure Horses back to the tribe before winter's onset, and at the current pace, delay was unacceptable. That moment, Valen lay concealed amidst the underbrush, calmly observing the Centaur assembly, which numbered approximately 50. Baird, prepare to initiate our plan. Yes, my lord. Following the command, Baird descended the hillside and commenced the prearranged actions. A knight, drenched in blood and burdened with a parcel, mounted his red steed and set forth towards the trap point. 2 minutes later, Baird donned a fierce expression and, accompanied by several subordinates, pursued the bloodied knight. Halt! Don't flee, I shall tear you apart, you scoundrel. Leave the goods behind. Suddenly, a voice rang out across the wilderness, startling the Centaurs herding the Azure Horses into immediate alertness as they glanced around. Aaliyah's expression darkened as she observed the humans appearing in the distance, her fury evident. Is this what you referred to as no danger? My lord, please remain calm. The Centaur responsible for reconnaissance trembled in fear, hastily responded. Maintain vigilance. If they approach, shoot on sight. Show no mercy. Without hesitation, Aaliyah issued her command to ensure the safety of the Azure Horses. The surrounding Centaurs, upon hearing her orders, knocked their arrows, aiming at the oncoming humans, prepared to shoot as soon as they fell within range. Suddenly, Baird surged forward, cleaving the parcel strapped to the knight's rear with his sword, revealing a gleaming silver object that fell to the ground. Mithril, my lord. It is Mithril, a Centaur with reconnaissance abilities, spotting the treasure from 2 kilometers away. Bellowed with excitement, Aaliyah's eyes sparkled with intensity, fixating on the Mithril that the human had retrieved. My lord, grant me a squadron. I shall reclaim the Mithril. A tall and fierce brown Centaur, his lips licking greedily, inquired of Aaliyah. Doris, could there be danger within? Aaliyah shook her head vigorously, striving to maintain her composure, and questioned the low-tier silver Centaur warrior. Why, lord, these humans are weak. You take the others to protect the Azure Horses? I shall venture alone and ensure the Mithril is reclaimed. Consumed by greed, Doris could no longer heed caution. After a moment's contemplation, Aaliyah nodded in agreement with Doris's proposition. Subsequently, Doris led 10 Centaurs away from the herd, pursuing Baird. Upon witnessing the scene, Baird realized that his adversary had taken the bait and redoubled his efforts and performance, unleashing a torrent of foul language. The trap was set. Concealed within the thicket, Wylan excitedly waved his fists. That very moment, in the valley, Andrew led 2 companies of soldiers, skillfully maneuvering 20 crossbows while awaiting the target's arrival. As the sound of hooves grew increasingly nearer, Andrew peered into the distance, spotting the figure of the captain, followed closely by a Centaur. All was in readiness. Heed my command. The soldiers of both companies held their breath, eagerly anticipating the knight's order. Humans, do not flee. Leave your possessions behind, and Lord Doris may spare your wretched lives. The Centaur Doris, proficient in the art of running, hurled curses while issuing loud threats in pursuit. He remained oblivious to the fact that he had entered a valley, completely unaware of the humans concealed around him. His gaze was fixated solely on the gleaming Mithril, and bolstered by his strength, Doris let down his guard. Fire! At the opportune moment, Andrew commanded loudly. 20 soldiers wielding wooden hammers struck their triggers, launching 20 long spears forged from a mithril alloy. In an instant, Doris perceived the spears converging from all directions and brandished his hammer in a futile attempt to defend himself. However, against the assault of the mithril-forged spears, the hammer and his iron armor were effortlessly penetrated, and scalding blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground crimson. In reluctant despair, Doris gazed at the humans before him, gradually lowering his head after one round of fire, Only 6 centaurs remained in the valley. Their leader was dead. This was a trap set by humans. Run, quickly, return to report to the young lord. Several centaurs adjusted their course, fleeing towards the entrance without looking back. Yet, in the second volley, 5 centaurs were struck down on the spot, while one narrowly escaped, pulling a red pill from its pouch and swallowing it in haste as it dashed away. Young lord, there is an ambush. Humans, a spear flew forth, piercing the centaur's body and pinning it to the ground. The white centaur, Alia, braced herself against the sudden emergence of humans around her and the crossbows appearing atop the distant hill. Drawing their bows and preparing to unleash their fury, Wren, mounted on his steed, fixated his gaze on the unfolding S. However, on this basis, it is imperative to ascertain the identity of the other party. Despicable and shameless humans, dare you to reveal your names? Arya gestured to her living subordinates while loudly directing her words towards the direction where Wren resided. Attack! Wren, unfazed, issued the command to advance. To avoid harming the azure-purple steed, they could only engage in close combat henceforth. Noticing that the adversary was not taking the bait, Arya ceased her weight and turned to charge towards the northwestern direction, where the numbers were fewest. Disperse the herd and retreat. Several centaurs sounded their bone whistles, and upon hearing this peculiar sound, the azure-purple steeds became agitated and began to scatter. Seizing this opportunity, the other centaurs followed their young master, breaking through towards the northwest. Chapter 34. The mysterious sphere is activated, master. Shall we pursue? Baird rode up to Wren and inquired. Observing the centaurs fading from sight, Wren shook his head and commanded, "Let the others capture the azure-purple steeds. Do not concern yourselves with the fleeing centaurs." With full facial armor protection, the adversary could not possibly acquire any useful information. However, on their return to the territory, they needed to take a slight detour to prevent the possibility of being followed. As night approached, a total of 137 azure-purple steeds were gathered. 17 stallions, 106 mares, and 14 foals. Wren was quite satisfied with this number. Given time, with these mares, he could breed thousands of azure-purple steeds and establish his own knightly order. At this moment, having escaped the encirclement, Arya did not leave directly. Instead, she concealed herself among the surrounding bushes, preparing to follow and gather information to identify her target for revenge. Despicable humans, I will make you pay, and pay dearly. Arya hissed through clenched teeth while crouching in the grass. The slain silver warrior, Doris, was one of her 2 steadfast supporters, and to have perished in this unknown land, coupled with the loss of the azure-purple steed herd, would likely reduce her to a mere tool for interclan marriage among other centaur tribes upon her return. She felt a profound sense of bitterness, an overwhelming unwillingness. For several consecutive days, Wren adhered to the predetermined plan, circling towards the neighboring province of Sepler adjacent to the Cardro province. He had long since detected the centaurs following him and intended to divert their attention. The western border region of Sepler province was primarily developed by the Harks family. As the marquee family of the Iron Hero territory in the West River province. They were the arch-rivals of the X family. 1 week later, after confirming the departure of the centaurs, Wren began to redirect northward along the border, returning to the Lake of Prayer. At this moment, the Harks family's youth in the western border region of Sepler province remained oblivious to the powerful centaur clan's impending retribution they were about to face. On the morning of August 25, a group returned to their territory. Master Orlando and Hebrew bowed in respect upon seeing Wren's return. Splendid, your strength has seen a breakthrough. You truly are the guardians I have chosen. Wren praised loudly while patting the shoulders of the 2. The 8 knights behind them widened their eyes in astonishment, for these 2 had reached a level of accomplishment in less than half a year that would typically take others 6 to 7 years of cultivation. At this moment, the mysterious small orbs that he carried with him began to react. The 2 enigmatic spheres, acquired from the merchants at the entrance of the Zyhexing province, emanated an unusual energy. Could it be? As Wren gazed at Orlando and Hebrew, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Beard, ensure the azure-purple horse is settled and expedite the breeding of the stallion and mare. Yes, my lord. Subsequently, Wren, accompanied by his 2 guardian knights, retreated to a chamber, where he produced the 2 spheres he had on his person. In an instant, the spheres levitated gracefully into the air, slowly drifting towards the bewildered brothers. My lord, what is this? Orlando involuntarily stepped back, inquiring with a look of confusion. These objects should be relevant to you. Attempt to make contact, and you may uncover something unexpected, Violin replied, stroking his chin with an unhurried demeanor. Upon hearing this, Orlando and Hebrew extended their right hands to grasp the spheres, closing their eyes to channel their fighting spirit. In that moment, a blinding radiance compelled Violin to shield his eyes. The two were enveloped in the light, which persisted for 10 minutes before dissipating, revealing two silver knights before Violin. "We are grateful for your lordship's blessing," Orlando and Hebrew half knelt, responding with utmost reverence. In a state of bewilderment, Violin rubbed his head and queried, "What is the meaning of this? Explain the circumstances." Observing this, Orlando stepped forward to elucidate the origins of the mysterious spheres. These two orbs were swept into a spatial turbulence and arrived in the Sinopus subcontinent, containing precious and rare battle tactics cores. Thanks to the fusion with these cores, our power has been forcibly augmented. Now, we can use the battle tactics cores to contract knightly attendants, transforming our fighting spirit into a seed, which serves as a secondary core, entering the bodies of others to forge a connection. In this manner, during warfare, Orlando can form battle formations with these contracted individuals, intertwining our fighting spirits to create combat beasts for battle. "Now, how many can you two contract?" Violin inquired. Without hesitation, Orlando responded, "My lord, my current limit is 30 individuals. My lord, I can manage 25. Hebrew added immediately, his tone tinged with disappointment. "Very well, you may select any knightly attendants you desire. In the near future, I shall instruct Beard to procure a group of youths for us. Thank you for your generous favor, my lord." Orlando and Hebrew knelt in gratitude, bowing deeply. Witnessing this, Violin hastily assisted them to their feet. Smiling as he spoke, "I have promised that as my guardian knights, I shall devote myself to your training. Henceforth, you shall establish a knightly order centered around the contracted individuals, and I will lend you my full support. My lord, we shall become your sword, eternally loyal to you until our last breath," Orlando and Hebrew declared, their eyes filled with admiration and respect as they spoke from the depths of their hearts. Observing the two gradually maturing youths, Violin perhaps began to comprehend what the wings of destiny had revealed to him. In the following days, the 3,000 acres of bean tubers and 2,000 acres of vegetable roots planted 3 months prior gradually reached maturity. Regarding the first batch of mature crops, Violin placed great emphasis on them, personally organizing both freemen and serfs for the harvest. He gazed upon the mounds of beans and root vegetables. A smile graced Violin's face. "My lord, the joy of harvest is always a source of both mental and physical delight," Baird remarked, his voice filled with nostalgia as he surveyed the abundant food. "Indeed, harvesting is a joy, symbolizing the success of my first step towards expanding my endeavors." Violin picked up a bean, brushed off the soil, and with a gentle yet firm motion, split it in half, offering one portion to Baird. Upon tasting it, the refreshing texture and sweet juice evoked memories of his childhood, reminiscent of eating sweet potatoes in his past life. After 5 days of harvesting, they had gathered 1.35 million pounds of beans from 3,000 acres, averaging 450 pounds per acre, alongside 40,000 pounds of root vegetables from 2,000 acres, averaging 200 pounds per acre. According to the previously established tax regulations, he would receive 810,000 pounds of beans and 320,000 pounds of root vegetables. Furthermore, for the surplus food held by the freemen, Violin instructed Baird to issue a decree to procure it at the rate of 1 copper coin per pound of beans and 2 copper coins per pound of root vegetables. Chapter 35. The Mountain Copper Mine and the Distribution of Military Pay. As the date turned to September 1 ST, it marked the beginning of another month. Since departing from Windsor Castle in April, 5 months had elapsed. Unbeknownst to him, his initial band of 15 had burgeoned into a territory boasting over 4,000 individuals. Every effort had proven worthwhile. One day, I shall become the sovereign of this wilderness. The gray mist wasteland, as reported by the legendary mage Harrowell from the capital, spanned an expanse exceeding that of 2 kingdoms. This indicated that the entire wasteland was essentially the foundation of a kingdom. Furthermore, the region was teeming with monsters, and the combined legendary powers of various races amounted to 3 times that of the Ilia kingdom. Despite this, the internal enmity among the races within the wasteland allowed for only temporary alliances against external threats, making any notion of a counteroffensive utterly implausible. Compounded by the presence of several neighboring nations, the legendary beings of these monstrous races were further deterred from rash actions. In response, The Ilia kingdom had introduced the Pioneer Knight Code, gradually encroaching upon the wasteland. Success yielded vast tracts of land, enhancing the kingdom's strength, while failure merely resulted in the loss of some bronze and silver tier pioneers, a trivial matter. This policy had persisted for 150 years, culminating in a tumultuous upheaval a century prior that ultimately led to the formation of the provinces of Cadro, Cypro, the Duchy of East, Linsa, and Dani, collectively constituting the western segment of the Ilia kingdom. Lost in contemplation of the path ahead, time slipped away unnoticed until it reached 8 o'clock, when a familiar and melodious voice echoed once more. 20 days later, 150 kilometers southwest of Lake Qixing. Over 200 mountain dwarves will escort a shipment of mountain copper through this area, with the highest ranking among them being of silver tier. Mountain copper and mountain dwarves were either returning from the wasteland to the Ironforged Dwarven Mountain Kingdom or heading towards the wasteland from it. Upon hearing this news, Violen fell into deep thought. Had the dwarves discovered a mountain copper mine in the wasteland and been secretly mining and transporting it to their homeland? Yet the other party engages in clandestine transactions with the monstrous races of the wasteland. Regardless, I am resolute in acquiring this batch of mountain copper. After a brief interval, Violen ceased his internal struggles, firmly resolved to seize these goods. Venturing forth with merely his own family's power would be akin to courting death. However, he possessed family, with 3 relatives in existence, which granted him considerable fortitude. At the break of dawn the following day, 3 knights, each bearing a letter, departed from the Lake of Prayer Stars, journeying towards the territories established by the 3 Ekis family scions within the Cardoro province. In the ensuing days, Violen remained industrious. He initiated the Northern Development Plan, cultivating 9,000 acres of farmland in anticipation of the next year's grain crops. Concurrently, he summoned craftsmen, blending in a modicum of mithril, to remelt and reconstruct the weapons stored in the warehouse, enhancing their quality and fortifying the strength of his army. Moreover, Violen periodically took charge of the military training to assert his lordship, ensuring that the soldiers recognized the object of their loyalty. Engaging personally in the most effective means of garnering soldiers' fidelity, distributing military pay, he partook in the process. At this very moment, within a camp, several hundred soldiers stood in place, their eyes fixated ahead, revealing a glimmer of envy in their gazes. Eden, the first batch of liberated serfs, had fought twice, slaying 7 serfs and earning 7 silver coins, while 3 soldiers received 9 silver coins, along with 2 months' worth of military pay, totaling 1,600 pounds of beans and tubers, and 22 silver coins. Is that so? Violen smiled as he explained to the reserved apprentice high-ranking warrior before him. Indeed, my lord, you are correct. Eden respectfully accepted the food vouchers and 22 silver coins, returning to the ranks to await quietly. Once the distribution of military pay was completed, Violen instructed Orlando to post the notice before taking his leave. Under the commander's dispersal order, a throng of soldiers surged forward, gathering around the notice board to observe the decrees and regulations announced by their lord. Eden, you are literate. Please read to us what this means, a young soldier inquired, glancing at the document affixed to the board. Very well, please give me some space, Eden replied. The crowd quickly stepped aside, affording him ample room. Clearing his throat, he began to read aloud. Enunciating each word, the Lord proclaims, any soldier who submits 10 gold coins shall be granted a woman for the purpose of procreation. What? Such a boon exists? One soldier exclaimed, I heard that free men require 15 gold coins to procure a woman. Being a soldier is advantageous. Not only can one practice the warrior's law, but also receive such privileges. It is not merely the soldiering that is favorable. It is the Lord's benevolence. With just military pay, we could secure wives within 2 years at most. All present, without exception, hailed from enslaved origins and harbored profound sentiments regarding family formation and the desire for their own offspring. At this juncture, Eden began to ponder the extent of his wealth. With 1,600 pounds of beans and tubers, at a purchase price of 1 copper coin per pound, he could amass 1,600 copper coins, equivalent to 16 silver coins. Adding the 22 silver coins he had just received, he now possessed 38 silver coins. Furthermore, including his prior earnings from battle and military pay, his total wealth amounted to 62 silver coins. In merely 3 months, or at most 4, he could acquire a wife of his own. It is said that upon breaking through to the rank of bronze warrior, one is rewarded with a gold coin. With this aspiration in mind, Eden found ample motivation, igniting within him a fervent spirit. Orlando trailed behind Violin, his mind filled with questions. Summoning his courage, he inquired, "My lord, why have you posted such a notice?" Violin halted, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "To provide them with a goal and impetus for advancement. A person requires aspirations to continuously strive upwards. Furthermore, it stimulates economic vitality. If all were bachelors hoarding their wealth, the currency available to us would dwindle, my lord. I shall return to my training then, for I have recently contracted 3 nightly attendants," Orlando declared, shaking his head. "Very well, you may proceed." As he watched Orlando depart, Violin resolved to exert himself as well, recognizing that his own strength fell short of that of the Guardian Knights, a rather unseemly predicament. While there was no shame in this, it nonetheless fueled his desire for progress. He sensed that he was nearing the threshold of becoming a Silver Knight. Subsequently, Violin returned to his modest dwelling, commencing his cultivation of battle aura, aiming to break through to Silver Knight before their undertaking, thereby securing a larger share of the mountain copper during the division. Meanwhile, amidst the bustling activities at Starlit Lake, 3 letters were delivered in succession to the 3 barons of the X's family. Chapter 36. The Gathering of Relatives and the Conspiracy Before Departure in Güterling. Upon receiving Violin's correspondence, Baron Alcott's initial reaction was one of skepticism. "Butler, summon the Chancellor ABT." "Yes, my lord." Once the butler had departed, Alcott seated himself with the letter, scrutinizing its contents once more. Bearing a specially crafted family crest, he was convinced it originated from his nephew. Yet, how had the sender come to know that over 200 mountain dwarves would escort a shipment of mountain copper through the borderlands of the Greyfong Wastes? This raised significant doubts. Should I acquiesce? Alcott rhythmically tapped his fingers on the desk, contemplating the potential gains and losses. A short while later, the Chief Chancellor of Güterling, ABT, entered the study, bowing as he addressed, "My lord, you summoned me. ABT, take a look at this." Upon the arrival of his trusted confidant, Alcott handed the letter directly to ABT for his perusal. After several minutes of careful consideration, ABT spoke, "My lord, I believe there is an 80% probability that the information contained in this letter is true. Your nephew would not fabricate a lie to deceive you. Given this premise, the escorting of such a precious metal as mountain copper would be led by formidable mountain dwarves. Based on your nephew's capabilities, he would be unable to seize it alone, hence his request for your assistance. Moreover, you have met the basic requirements for your promotion to Viscount. It is merely military merit that remains, and this presents an opportunity. Thus, I believe you may consent to the venture." Alcott pondered for a moment, finding merit in ABT's reasoning. His nephew could not be so foolish as to deceive him, for it would severely tarnish his reputation within the family. "Very well, you shall descend and summon the Knight Order for assembly. This time, I intend to reclaim a sufficient number of mountain dwarf heads to complete the final stone for my elevation to the rank of Viscount." "Yes, my lord." With unwavering determination, Orchid commenced the gathering of troops. The very moment the missive reached him, Brian, situated in the Ridge territory, set forth with all his bronze knights and squire knights towards the Lake of Star Prayer, entrusting the governance of his territory to the Magic Knight, Adrian. Meanwhile, in the northeastern province of Cadro, at the Leaf territory, Alec's father, Edger, upon receiving the letter, promptly summoned his son. "Father, you called for me?" Edger opened his eyes, gazing at his eldest son, and inquired, "Violonix, the 5th son of the contemporary family, what are your thoughts?" Alec was momentarily taken aback, uncertain as to why his father would seek his opinion on such a matter. However, recognizing his father's inquiry, he felt compelled to respond truthfully. "I have encountered Violin at Brian's castle and spent some time in his company. He possesses a shrewd mind, understands the balance of advantage and disadvantage, and most importantly, he is cautious." "Very well, gather the men and prepare to accompany me to Violin's domain," Edger commanded Alec. "Yes, father." He refrained from questioning the reasoning behind this decision, trusting in his father's judgment. On September 16th, an extraordinary day, Orchid, Edger, and Brian, along with their respective subordinates, arrived successively at the Lake of Star Prayer. "Gentlemen, my 2 uncles and cousin, please enter." Violin greeted them with a smile, guiding his 2 elders and cousin into a meticulously arranged chamber. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Violin presented the reconnaissance maps he had prepared in advance, commencing the explanation of their upcoming plan. "Uncle Orchid, Uncle Edger, Cousin Brian, 4 days hence, over 200 mountain dwarves will escort a shipment of mountain copper through this area. with the most formidable among them being of the silver high rank. Orchid, seated in the primary position on the left, scrutinized the detailed map laid before them and inquired, "Violin, everyone harbors their own secrets, yet I must seek your confirmation. Will there indeed be mountain dwarves escorting mountain copper through this location?" On the opposite side, Edgar maintained a serious demeanor, fixing his gaze upon his nephew. Hoping for an affirmative response, as for Brian, he remained indifferent, trusting that Violin would not deceive him, disregarding whether this was a fabrication. "I swear upon the goddess of life and our ancestral lineage that all I have stated is the truth." The two middle-aged men, upon hearing this, began to place their faith in Violin's words. "If that is the case, let us deliberate on the operational strategy for this endeavor." Orchid, as the most powerful among the four, rightfully assumed command of the operation. Edgar nodded in agreement, while Violin and Brian shared no objections. After all, in this undertaking, Orchid had brought the most substantial force, comprising 200 bronze knights and 6 silver knights, while he himself was also a silver high-rank knight. Next was Edgar, with 120 bronze knights and 4 silver knights. Lastly was Brian, with 50 bronze knights and himself as a silver knight. At last, it is he himself who mobilizes 8 bronze knights and 2 silver knights. I end this operation. I shall take on the responsibility of confronting the high-ranking silver warriors among the mountain dwarves. Edgar, Brian, you two shall lead the remaining silver knights to hold back the other silver-tiered adversaries among the mountain dwarves. As for Violin and Alec, you are tasked with commanding the bronze knights to encircle and eliminate the remaining mountain dwarf transporters. Given the nature of our mission, it is certain to provoke retaliation from the enemy. Thus, confidentiality is paramount, and not a single mountain dwarf must escape. Upon hearing Alcott's directives, Violin inquired, "Uncle, might we seize this opportunity to frame the centaurs for our actions?" In the meeting room, all eyes turned towards Violin, filled with curiosity. "Speak your mind," Alcott encouraged. In response, Violin produced a bone token from within his garments, inscribed with the name Doris and bearing the distinctive mark of the Centaur clan. Alcott recognized the token immediately, querying, "How did you come by the Centaur Silver Warriors token?" "Uncle, that is not something I can disclose, but we can leverage this opportunity to instigate a rift between the mountain dwarves and the centaurs, thereby exonerating ourselves." Violin, such a scheme is fraught with peril and could easily be uncovered, bringing us significant risk, Edgar cautioned, clarifying the implications. "Rest assured, Uncle, even if the truth were to surface, the blame would ultimately fall upon the Harks family, not us." After careful deliberation, Alcott acquiesced, "Very well, but when implementing this plan, ensure to cleanse the token of any scent with a neutralizing potion to prevent magical detection." "Understood, Uncle." The following day, 378 bronze knights and 14 silver knights, fully equipped with supplies, departed from Lake of the Star Prayers, heading southwest for 150 kilometers to ambush the mountain dwarves and seize the rare metal known as mountain copper. Chapter 37. The Heist, Spoils, and the 7-Colored Life Flower. On the afternoon of September 20th, a band of mountain dwarves proceeded slowly across the wilderness, escorting 30 carts of sheep. Leading the group was a mountain dwarf mounted on a goat-headed steed, wielding a hammer and vigilantly surveying the surroundings to ensure the safety of the convoy. Now traversing the borderlands of humanity, the precious cargo necessitated his utmost caution. Suddenly, from the surrounding wilderness, hundreds of knights arose, casting their long spears and swiftly launching their assault. The entire operation was executed with remarkable efficiency. More than 30 mountain dwarves fell to the ground, caught unawares. Enemy attack. All units, defend and protect the ore. The leading mountain dwarf commanded, brandishing his hammer. Even without much intellect, he could deduce that the news of their transport had been compromised, and they had been ambushed by these greedy humans. Alcott identified his target and charged toward the leading mountain dwarf. Soon, their hammers and swords clashed, their combat auras intertwining, causing both humans and mountain dwarves to retreat from the fray. In short order, other silver knights located their targets and engaged in battle with the silver-tiered mountain dwarves. Observing the situation on the battlefield, Violin felt a surge of confidence, realizing that the tide had turned in their favor. In a scenario of overwhelming numbers, with multiple adversaries against a single opponent, the sheer advantage was evident in both elite combat capabilities and the lower echelons of the battlefield. "Cursed humanity, you are courting death." The leader of the mountain dwarves, observing the dwindling ranks of his subordinates, unleashed his latent potential, pressing forward against Olcott, making it increasingly difficult for the seasoned Silver-tier knight, now past his prime, to withstand the onslaught. "Edgar, Brian, lend me your aid." Upon hearing the call after dispatching 2 Silver-tier knights, they immediately rushed to support Olcott. Faced with the assault of 3, the mountain dwarf leader gradually found himself at a disadvantage, ultimately falling prey to Olcott's opportunistic strike, severing both arms. Ah, damn it. The mountain dwarf leader surveyed his surroundings, noting the scant few remaining subordinates, the majority having perished at the hands of humanity. "You will pay dearly for this, humans. Marquis Dalig will surely hunt you down." "Heh, that is only if he can find us," came the retort. In the next moment, the mountain dwarf leader met his demise, and without exception, the remaining mountain dwarves also succumbed beneath the blades. Subsequently, the group commenced the grim task of clearing the battlefield, collecting the severed heads of the mountain dwarves and retrieving the bodies of their fallen comrades. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, they refrained from lingering, opting to return to Lake Chishing before dividing the spoils. After the main contingent had departed, Violin discreetly discarded the centaur token, cleansed with a decontaminating potion, amidst a hidden thicket, serving as a tool of defamation. During their return, Olcott prudently chose to take a circuitous route along the border of the Ciprolo province, fabricating false intelligence for the enemy. At Lake Chishing, within a wooden cabin, Violin laid out the tally of casualties and the quantity of resources on the table, formally commencing the division meeting. Olcott, acting as the temporary commander, unhesitatingly assumed the role of moderator for the spoils distribution assembly. The captured war trophies were categorized into 2 segments, one for the heads of the mountain dwarves and the other for mountain copper, Nubian black goats, ram-headed goats, and weaponry. I propose we allocate according to varying proportions. The heads of the mountain dwarves shall be divided based on the number we have slain. The other resources will be apportioned according to contribution. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Observing this, Olcott continued, "In this battle, 17 bronze knights from my contingent perished, and 23 were wounded. Edgar lost 11 bronze knights, with 9 injured. Brian suffered 6 fatalities among bronze knights, and 13 were hurt. Violin had 3 bronze knights injured. In total, they had claimed 237 heads of mountain dwarves, with 83 deemed substandard, 148 classified as bronze tier, and 6 as silver tier. Thus, after half an hour, the meeting concluded, and each participant received their share of the spoils. In this skirmish, Violin acquired 6 carts of mountain copper ore, totaling around 12 tons, 12 Nubian black goats, 6 ram-headed goats, 30 sets of dwarven weaponry, 1 silver-tier mountain dwarf head, 16 bronze-tier mountain dwarf heads, and 26 heads of mountain dwarves. At this stage, the heads of the mountain dwarves held little utility. However, they would prove invaluable when he ascended to the rank of Baron and subsequently to Viscount. Within the Kingdom of Elia, individuals below the rank of Duke can ascend in nobility through military merit. Naturally, each class has its own temporal constraints. For instance, the X's family, being of the Count rank, possesses the strength and military accomplishments sufficient to qualify as marquises. However, with only 7 centuries of history, they remain a century short of the requisite 800 years of lineage. The day following the division of spoils, the 3 commanders gradually led their respective troops away from the Lake of Prayer Stars. As the multitude departed, Violin transitioned into a mode of cultivation, focusing on the development of his territory, overseeing the construction of castles, and organizing military training. In preparation for the impending Wolfman threat 2 months hence, Violin even began to organize intensive training for his personal militia and serfs, ensuring a swift replenishment of forces in the event of casualties. "My lord, you summoned me," Baird announced as he entered Violin's study, bowing deeply. Observing this, Violin paused his writing and instructed Baird, "I have a task for you." "Please, my lord, instruct me." "For the next 2 months, I require you to lead the army in organizing collection teams to gather all usable resources within a 10-kilometer radius. Remember, any items that cannot be collected must be destroyed without exception, leaving not a trace behind." "Yes, my lord." With the command accepted, Baird promptly exited the study. Violin approached the window, gazing at the tranquil surface of the lake, murmuring to himself, 2 months, complete desolation, with no sustenance in the vicinity, shall see how this horde of approaching wolfmen intends to manage. With only slightly more than 2 months remaining until the monster assault, he recognized the urgency to expedite his preparations and augment his strength. Soon, on the night of October 1st, fate once again bestowed upon Violin a most valuable revelation. Beneath the lake of prayer stars lies a cavern where the seven-colored life flower thrives. The seven-colored life flower. Rising from his bed, Wren made his way to his desk, opening a drawer to retrieve a tome filled with records of various magical flora. In short order, he located the information he sought. The seven-colored life flower, a rare magical plant, is said to be favored by the goddess of life. It has the ability to rapidly heal injuries, mend hidden wounds, restore bodily functions, and extend one's lifespan. An exceedingly rare botanical marvel. Furthermore, the seven-colored life flower can enhance the magical aptitude of those who consume it. Its immense value is underscored by the recommendation of the discoverer to present it to the Temple of Life, thereby gaining the favor of the goddess. Upon reading that final sentence, it was clear. This must surely be an embellishment added by the church. No rational individual would consider surrendering such a precious magical plant to the church merely for the sake of ephemeral honor. Chapter 38. Consuming the seven-colored life flower, a breakthrough in power harboring visions of a bright future, Wren soon drifted into slumber. At the break of dawn, he summoned his personnel, preparing to submerge into the depths of the lake of prayer stars in search of the cavern and the life flower. My lord, perhaps it would be prudent to send someone ahead to scout the area, Baird hesitated before suggesting. Not necessary. I can manage this myself. And no sooner had he spoken than Wren disrobed, clenched a short sword between his teeth, and plunged into the lake. Orlando and Hebrew swiftly followed suit, plunging into the lake, trailing their master as he submerged to the depths. Sunlight filtered through the water's surface, casting glimmers of light upon the lake bed, enabling the three to discern their surroundings with some difficulty. After a thorough search, Wren discovered a concealed cave, its entrance obstructed by a massive boulder. Noticing Wayland's gesture, Orlando swam to the boulder and, summoning all his strength, pushed it aside with great effort. With the obstruction removed, the trio wasted no time and swam into the cave without hesitation. After traversing over 100 meters, Wren emerged from the water into the cavern's interior, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight before him. Countless vibrant, seven-colored life flowers competed for attention, carpeting the expansive cave of several hundred square meters, their faint purple glow suffusing the entire space with an air of mystery. This was a treasure trove. Wren climbed onto the shore, feeling a refreshing chill, his gaze filled with the brilliance of the seven-colored life flowers. Orlando and Hebrew stood in silent accord behind him, their curiosity piqued by the radiant blossoms, pondering the peculiar properties these flowers might possess. Soon after, Wren approached a cluster of the seven-colored life flowers, each boasting 7 petals, and gingerly delved into the soil, carefully following the harvesting method described in his book, extracting the entire plant intact. Bring the box over, he instructed. At this, Orlando unfastened the box from his waist and presented it to Wren. With nimble movements, Wren placed the complete seven-colored life flower into the box. According to the text, the blooming of 7 petals and the emanation of a faint rainbow glow signified the maturity of the flower. In the ensuing hours, Wren led the two in collecting the mature 7-colored life flowers from the cavern, exercising the utmost caution throughout the process. For the immature flowers, it was essential to handle them delicately, avoiding any roughness that could harm these precious magical plants. After 4 hours of meticulous gathering, all 23 mature 7-colored life flowers had been secured within an exquisitely crafted waterproof box. During this endeavor, Wren also took stock, documenting the quantities of the 7-colored life flowers within the cave. 31 flowers with 7 petals but lacking the rainbow glow, 57 with 6 petals, 176 with 5 petals, and 425 with 4 petals or fewer. They could return for another harvest in 2 years. Wren quietly noted the time and led Orlando and Hebrew back along the same path. Lacking knowledge on cultivation, he resolved to allow the 7-colored life flowers to continue thriving in their current environment, refraining from disturbing the area to avoid disrupting their growth. Meanwhile, Baird paced anxiously by the shore, glancing frequently at the placid lake surface. The moment he spotted his master emerging safely, his heart, which had been in turmoil, settled at last. He stepped forward and offered the towel in his hand to Wren. "My lord, please dry yourself." Taking the towel, Wren smiled as he wiped himself, responding, "Tomorrow morning, I shall convene a meeting to summon all the knights to gather immediately." "Yes, my lord," Baird replied. Subsequently, Wren donned his attire, accepted the box from Orlando, and made his way back to his quarters. Upon closing the door, Wren retrieved a 7-colored life flower from the chest, gently cleansing its roots to remove the soil before swallowing it whole. Moments later, a peculiar energy surged forth from his stomach, radiating throughout his entire being. In an instant, Wren felt as though he had returned to his mother's embrace, enveloped in warmth and comfort. It was unclear how much time had passed, but when he finally opened his eyes once more, he was astonished to find that he had effortlessly transcended the barrier from bronze to silver, emerging as a low-tier silver knight. Terrifying indeed, this substance truly deserved the recognition of the Hall of Life, which had even lowered itself to advertise the seven-colored life flower. At that moment, Wren felt an unprecedented sense of well-being. The arduousness he had previously experienced in his training had vanished completely in the past. Given his innate talent, he had exerted every ounce of effort, yet his potential had only allowed him to attain the low-tier golden rank. Now, he sensed a clear path ahead, with no barriers beneath the legendary tier. As for becoming a legend, Wren felt somewhat uncertain. Despite having fate as his guide, it did not guarantee his ascension to legendary prowess. The crux of the matter lay in the necessity of a concept known as the world's favor to advance from soul intent to legend. Essentially, one must contribute to the world in order to unlock the pathway to promotion. Otherwise, one would remain stagnant at this level. Regarding how to earn the world's favor, numerous methods existed. Resisting demonic invasions, slaying interdimensional invaders, and purifying the most egregious of necromancers, among others. Yet, by virtue of his very essence, he appeared to be the interdimensional invader himself. Was he to slay his own kind? Regardless, he resolved to focus on diligently cultivating his strength to attain the level of soul intent before contemplating other matters. Subsequently, Wren rose from the ground and glanced at the time, staring incredulously at the hourglass on his desk. 12 hours. At least 12 hours had passed. The next moment, he looked out the window. The sky was shrouded in mist, clearly indicating the break of dawn. This meant that the act of consuming the seven-colored life flower had taken a staggering 20 hours. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock echoed at the door. Wren directed his gaze towards it and calmly said, "Enter." Baird stepped inside, clasping his chest in a gesture of respect, and said, "My lord, everyone has assembled and awaits your guidance for the meeting." "Very well." Wren lifted the chest and, accompanied by Baird, proceeded to the conference room. Upon entering, all present rose to salute him. Noticing Orlando and Hebrew seated in the second and sixth positions respectively, Wren nodded appreciatively. The arrangement of seats within the conference room had been determined solely by their internal consensus. He had never imposed his will upon them. He adhered to the principle of rewarding the capable and diminishing the influence of the inept. The fact that these two could occupy such positions indicated their unanimous recognition by the others. "You 14 are all individuals in whom I place my trust, sworn knights of loyalty before the goddess of life. Our fates are intertwined. We share in glory and suffer in loss. Over the past 6 months, your actions have demonstrated your fidelity to me." At these words, the 14 straightened their chests, accepting their lord's praise with poise. "Thus, regarding your training, I shall be most generous." Upon concluding his statement, Wren opened the wooden chest, revealing 22 seven-colored life flowers, each radiating a resplendent array of colors. Chapter 39. Bestowing gifts upon subordinates and inspecting castle construction. "My lord, is this the seven-colored life flower?" Baird exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment upon seeing the contents of the box. Aside from Orlando and Hebra, the other 11 individuals exhibited similar shock, their hearts racing as they gazed at the flowers emanating an extraordinary glow. During their training at Windsor Castle, they had been fortunate enough to hear their instructor speak of this magical plant, which had only existed in tales. The appearance of such a legendary flower before their very eyes was simply inconceivable. Indeed, this was the seven-colored life flower. Wren nodded in affirmation, channeling his aura to demonstrate his identity as a silver knight. This revelation left Baird and his companions even more astounded. Just a day prior, their lord had been a bronze high-level knight, and now he had ascended to a silver low-level knight. Moreover, the aura he exuded was remarkably stable, entirely unlike that of a novice silver knight. "Today, each of you shall receive a seven-colored life flower to enhance your talents and strengthen your prowess." Upon hearing this, the group was overwhelmed with gratitude, immediately kneeling before him and exclaiming, "Thank you for your lordship's benevolence. For my loyal knights, I shall spare no effort in nurturing your potential. Your loyalty is the greatest reward I could receive." Subsequently, Violin summoned each knight to his side, bestowing upon them the 7-colored life flower along with his blessings. After all 14 had received their flowers, Violin observed the exhilarated faces of the assembly and promptly declared the meeting adjourned, urging them to return and consume the flowers to unlock their potential and elevate their strength. Once the crowd dispersed, Violin gazed at the remaining 8 7-colored life flowers in the box, lost in contemplation. They shall be stored away for now. He resolved that regardless of one's innate talent for cultivation, anyone who proved their loyalty and worth would receive a 7-colored life flower from him. In the following days, the 12 knights led by Baird consumed the 7-colored life flowers and gradually experienced breakthroughs, evolving into Silver Knights. Judging solely by numbers, the count of Silver Knights from the Lake of Stars could rank among the top 3 in the Cadro province for Baron-level territories. Consequently, this created a significant disparity in combat power across the entire domain. This won't do. There isn't a single bronze-level knight within the territory. This situation is becoming precarious. Thus, in his capacity as Lord, Violin issued a proclamation allowing Baird and the 12 others to recruit knightly attendants, with a limit of 6 per individual, the corresponding resources to be provided by him. Unlike Windsor Castle, where thousands of knightly attendants were concentrated under the tutelage of dedicated Silver Knights, Violin lacked both the talent and resources to replicate such an arrangement. Therefore, he resorted to this ancient system of mentorship, nurturing Bronze Knights through a model of one teaching many. To further incentivize their efforts, Violin announced a 1-year time frame in which each knight who successfully trained Bronze Knights would receive a reward of a magical plant, contingent on the quantity and quality of their recruits. Consequently, Baird and his companions began scouring the entire territory for promising candidates to recruit as knightly attendants. In a short span, excitement enveloped the entire domain. Whether free citizens or serfs, warriors or commoners, everyone harbored a dream of becoming a knight. The Lake of Star Prayers. The shackles of slavery can be cast off, provided one becomes a knight's squire, thereby attaining personal freedom, which invigorates the hearts of the young serfs. However, for those who exist as third-class slaves, such as the brigand slaves, hope remains a distant dream. The demographic composition around the Lake of Star Prayers is notably robust, predominantly comprising individuals aged between 15 and 20, a fact underscored by Valen during his negotiations for ransom with the defeated nobles. The territory is entering a phase of rapid development, with Baird tirelessly patrolling the surroundings, hunting down beasts and monsters that strayed into the area, ensuring safety. Andrew is stationed at the salt mines, leading a company of infantry to supervise the third-class slaves in their mining endeavors, guaranteeing a daily yield of salt. Randolph has taken over Baird's duties, commanding 2 companies of infantry, 1 company of archers, and 300 serfs, diligently extracting mithril or with the aim of completing the task in the shortest time possible to avert unforeseen incidents. Greg, on the other hand, organizes the free citizens and serfs within the territory to collect food in batches, implementing a policy of leaving no roots for grass and no bark for trees, effectively clearing the land. The remaining 8 knights each have their designated responsibilities, overseeing various aspects of the territory to ensure the smooth operation of the Lake of Star Prayers. On this particular day, after completing his rest, Valen felt a significant enhancement in his strength and could not help but marvel at how the elevation of his innate talent made his training remarkably more efficient. "My lord, the chief architect of the castle, Eunice, requests your presence," came the report. "Very well, I understand," Valen replied. Once the reporting soldier took his leave, Valen began to wipe the sweat from his brow, donned his upper garment, and grasped his sword before heading towards the castle construction site. Along the way, he took solace in the neat and tidy roads, contrasting sharply with other territories plagued by filth and odor. Indeed, addressing sanitary issues at their root has yielded substantial results. As the saying goes, if one cannot resolve sanitation problems, how can one expect to rectify the behaviors that create such issues? At the Lake of Star Prayers, any individual caught relieving themselves indiscriminately or disposing of waste faces escalating penalties. The first offense results in 3 lashes with an iron whip, the second incurs confiscation of property, and the third demotes the offender to a third-class slave, irrevocably extinguishing any hope of becoming a free citizen. This decree, once promulgated, left no one daring to contravene it. They, being of slave origin, inherently understand the torment of losing freedom and hope, an existence shrouded in despair. After traversing a few hundred meters, Valen arrived at the castle construction site. Before him rose 2 walls of varying heights, the outer and inner fortifications, with catapults being installed at the protruding platforms, their angles of fire being adjusted. Awaiting him at the gate was the half-elf maiden, Eunice, who approached and greeted him with a bow. "My lord." "Eunice, splendid work. The construction of the two walls has progressed remarkably quickly," Valen praised, redirecting his gaze to the enchanting half-elf maiden. "Why, lord, you flatter me. I am but a steward." "The real credit belongs to the diligent workers," Eunice replied, her tone now imbued with calmness after a period of acclimatization, shedding her earlier aloofness. "They shall receive their due rewards," Valen smiled in response. "But I am now keen to know, what is the progress?" Upon hearing this, Eunice instructed someone to bring a table and unfurl the planning map, which was marked with two distinct colors. "My lord, please observe. The black markings denote completed constructions, the white represents unfinished projects, and the green indicates ongoing work." Valen lowered his gaze to the map, noting that the initial phase of construction, comprising the outer walls, inner walls, as well as the water storage area, grain warehouse, and latrines, had all been successfully completed. Meanwhile, the weapon repair facility and stables were still under construction. Chapter 40. Iron Mine. Is it feasible to construct a basement? Approximately 100 square meters in area? Valen inquired, pointing to a location adjacent to the stables. "My lord, it is indeed possible. However, this would preclude the commencement of the second phase of construction. There is no urgency for the second phase. Let us first complete the basement, for I have my reasons," Valen replied. "As you wish, my lord." Eunice hesitated briefly before complying with the directive. Subsequently, under Eunice's guidance, Valen commenced a tour of the completed areas. Throughout the inspection, he felt grateful for having enlisted an architect to construct his castle, recognizing that the intricate details and judicious use of building materials were essential to maximizing the defensive capabilities of the walls. Arriving at a parapet, Valen drew his longsword and, relying solely on his strength, struck down upon it, leaving only a faint mark. "Indeed, my investment of 3,500 gold coins has not been in vain. There is a reason for such expense." Eunice, upon hearing this, felt her smile falter momentarily before she resumed her composed demeanor. "My lord, if you possess magical materials, I can inscribe simple magical arrays upon the walls to enhance their protective capabilities." "Is it true that you possess magical abilities?" Valen queried, skepticism evident in his tone. To validate her claim, Eunice promptly recited an incantation, conjuring a small flame before them. Observing the flame that could easily be extinguished with a mere breath, Valen regarded Eunice with doubt, suspecting she might wish to exploit his magical materials to bolster her own power. Sensing the tension in the air, Eunice hastily added, "My lord, I am not skilled in combat. Indeed, my talents lie in the inscription of magical arrays and architecture, along with a modicum of knowledge in beast taming. Eunice, at present, I find it difficult to place my trust in your words. Furthermore, I possess no magical materials for your use," Valen declared, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Eunice's expression dimmed momentarily before she regained her composure, continuing to guide Valen through the tour. As they walked, the atmosphere returned to a sense of normalcy, with Eunice explaining various details while Valen nodded in agreement. From their earlier conversation, Valen discerned Eunice's intentions clearly. She did not wish to remain merely an architect for the next decade, wasting precious time. Previously, Valen had promised that upon her decade of service, he would grant her freedom. From her tone and demeanor, he could sense her uncertainty and trepidation regarding the future. However, Valen had no intention of accepting Eunice as a subordinate just yet. At least until the castle was completed, such considerations would remain on hold. Evaluating a person requires not only understanding their character but also observing those around them. After the visit, Valen offered encouragement to the workers before descending the mountain to return to the village. Observing the barren terrain surrounding him, Valen fell into deep contemplation. He pondered whether the enhancement of his strength would extend the guidance of fate. This question had arisen when he broke through to the rank of Silver Knight, and as of now, he could only await verification at the beginning of next month. Upon returning to his abode, he was approached with great excitement by Baird, who reported breathlessly, "My lord, we have discovered an iron mine." "Iron mine? Where?" Valen initially stood in shock, but quickly regained composure and pressed for details. 11 kilometers to the north, there is a hidden tunnel leading over 100 meters underground. During today's extermination of monsters, We encountered a multitude of goblins. My subordinates captured a large number, and after rigorous interrogation, we obtained this information. Lead the way. Subsequently, Violin and Baird mounted their horses and headed northward. That moment, at the entrance of the tunnel, over 20 dejected goblins sat glumly on the ground. A few of them whispered amongst themselves, occasionally glancing at the human soldiers stationed nearby. "What should we do next, boss?" One particularly hideous goblin muttered in their tongue. "Just wait. When night falls, we will escape amidst the chaos and return underground where it will be safe," replied a goblin clad in leather, his small eyes darting about as he discreetly surveyed the surroundings for an escape route. As a cunning mining goblin, he had some standing in the underground world. He had hoped to venture out today to trade with the surrounding goblins for surface goods, but to his dismay, he had encountered a large contingent of humans upon his arrival. With their goods lost, the goblins had been captured. Fortunately, his cleverness and command of the common tongue allowed him to fabricate a lie. Otherwise, he would have met the same bloody fate as his unfortunate companions. As for the iron mine, that was merely a ruse to deceive the humans. The tunnel was only a meter high, and he doubted these humans would dare to investigate. Moreover, the goblins around him were dim-witted and unable to speak the common tongue. As long as he maintained his grip on this information, they would be unable to discern its veracity. Then, the goblin Gree glanced at the slightly trembling stones on the ground, lifted his gaze toward the distance, and noticed that the humans who had just departed were returning to the camp with an unfamiliar figure among them. Based on his 20 years of experience, and as a father of 8, he could easily conclude that this relatively young human was undoubtedly the one in charge here. The mysteriously vanished goblins were likely led by him. Violin arrived at the detention site, dismounted from his red steed, and approached the group of goblins. "Why, lord, this is the goblin who speaks the common tongue," Baird said, stepping beside him and pointing to the leather-clad goblin Gree with reverence. Upon hearing their exchange, Gree scrambled over, kneeling before them and bowing his head. "Great lord, Gree did not intend to offend your territory. Please forgive my wretched life." Violin lowered his gaze to this diminutive creature, exuding an aura of authority that pressed down upon the bronze-tier goblin, causing him to cower on the ground, trembling in fear. "I ask you, is there truly an iron mine 100 meters below ground?" Feeling the weight of oppression upon his body, the goblin Jelly gritted his teeth and replied, "Great lord, what Jelly speaks is the truth." Upon hearing these words, Waylin maintained a serene expression, lost in his own thoughts. Jelly, sprawled on the ground, was in a state of torment, fearing that in the next moment, he would be severed from his own body. "Pfft, my apologies, I missed the mark," Waylin remarked impassively as he flicked the blood from his knight's sword. Jelly, trembling as he touched his own body, turned to see the dismembered remains of his companion, and was so terrified that he lost control of his bladder. "Why, lord, what I say is true. There is indeed an iron mine. If you do not believe me, you may descend to verify." In a desperate bid for survival, Jelly continued to fabricate lies. This human before him possessed a deadly disposition. Should he discover Jelly's deception, the consequences would surely be dire. Beneath the looming terror of death, the goblin still spoke thus, already half convinced of his own fabrications. Chapter 41. The secret teleportation array to the underground world. However, the cunning and sly nature of the goblin race dictated that if a third of what they spoke held truth, it was a blessing from the divine. Lacking a magician, Waylin had no means to discern the veracity of the goblin's words and could only judge by this method. Having acquired the desired information, the rest would be eliminated. Waylin sheathed his longsword, preparing for one final test. Should this goblin remain silent before death, it would signify the existence of the mine. Conversely, a word would indicate its falsehood. Upon hearing their master's command, the surrounding soldiers raised their pikes, ready to slaughter the more than 20 captured goblins. The air filled with their anguished cries, and Jelly's face turned pale with fear as he hastily deliberated his next course of action, whether to speak or remain silent. In the next moment, as Bayard raised his long sword to deliver the fatal blow, Jelly cried out, "My lord, I have intelligence to report. I possess value. Please do not slay me." "Oh." Waylin raised a hand to halt Bayard, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, "The intelligence you speak of holds value. I may forgive your previous deceit. Otherwise, I shall bind you here and allow the beasts of the wilderness to feast upon your flesh." "Yes, my lord," Jelly, trembling on the ground, replied anxiously, This passage leads only 50 meters underground, where there is no iron mine, but rather a still-functioning secret teleportation array that connects to the underground realm of the little folk, Colorado. You arrived on the surface through this teleportation array. Wren, his expression grave, pressed further. Is this true? Indeed, my lord. The teleportation array, lacking magic crystals for charging, requires the absorption of ambient magical energy and can perform a round trip approximately every 6 months. Jelly divulged all in a rush, hoping for mercy. Beside them, Bayard turned to Wren and asked, My lord, shall we dispose of him? No need. Since he has demonstrated his value, he has earned the right to live. Upon hearing that the array required charging, Wren's anxious heart calmed, signaling Bayard to sheath his sword, preparing to spare the goblin's life. Jelly, sensing his chance of survival, clutched his chest and took deep breaths of fresh air, experiencing the beauty of life for the first time. Seal the entrance and mark it, so we may return to explore later. Yes, my lord. Bayard pounded his chest in salute, watching as Wren departed, before promptly instructing his subordinates to bind the sole surviving goblin, preparing to escort it back for confinement. After a series of complications, several soldiers retrieved large stones to barricade the 1-meter-high passage, covering it with sand and gravel, and finally obscuring it with shrubs, blending it seamlessly with the surrounding environment. On the journey back, Wren rode alone, meandering through the silent wilderness, gazing skyward. The salt mines, the mithril mines, the magical flora at the bottom of the Lake of Star Prayers, and now, yet another secret teleportation array leading to shadowy realms. Everything emerging around the Lake of Star Prayers was of considerable value, each capable of becoming a cornerstone for a territory, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Closing his eyes, he quietly reflected on the past 6 months of pioneering endeavors. Only with sufficient strength could one seize opportunities. Suddenly, Wren opened his eyes wide, staring into the distance with a tone of unwavering conviction. Development, development, and more development. He would do everything in his power to expand his influence, enhance his strength, seize opportunities, and ascend to greater heights. In the ensuing days, the Lake of Star Prayers was bustling with preparations for the impending arrival of the werewolves at the end of November. Constructing triple crossbows, forging long spears, remixing mithril for weaponry and armor, gathering provisions within a 10-kilometer radius, and directing fortifications. Each task was a step toward readiness for the monster assault. On the evening of November 1st, Wren calculated the time until it struck 8 in that moment. Silence enveloped him. The guidance of fate had not materialized as anticipated. Just as I suspected, with an increase in strength, the interval would be prolonged. Sitting at the edge of his bed, he gazed out the window, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, the absence of forewarning felt somewhat disconcerting. With time extended, Wren speculated it might be a quarter or perhaps half a year. Would the information obtained be of greater value, now that the interval had shifted from 1 month to several? The answer to this question remained locked within his heart, awaiting time to reveal its truth. Since the guidance of fate had not come into play, the following month would necessitate even more thorough preparations. Although the highest strength of the werewolves approaching the Lake of Star Prayers was of low silver tier, should there be 100 of them, it would certainly pose a significant challenge, not to mention the risk of potential pitfalls. The next morning, Wren summoned Bayard. My lord. Bayard, clad in plain attire, approached Wren and bowed respectfully. Bayard, from today onward, arrange patrols, extending the radius to 30 kilometers, particularly to the west. Report any unusual movements to me immediately. Moreover, instruct Randolph and the others to expedite the excavation of the mithril mine, aiming for completion by mid-month at the latest. My lord, I shall convey your orders at once to T. That very moment, an attack was unfolding at the camp housing the mithril mine. Randolph had just emerged from his tent when he saw a soldier rushing towards him, panic evident in his voice as he reported, My lord, monsters have been discovered in the mine, and 4 of our miners have been injured. What? Take me there at once. Without donning his armor, Randolph seized his knight's sword and followed the soldier to the mine. After traversing over 100 meters of winding and serpentine mine tunnels, Randolph arrived at the scene of the incident with remarkable swiftness. A dozen soldiers, armed with long rifles, encircled 2 massive yellow lizards, restricting their range of movement. Rock lizards. Randolph was taken aback. How could such a creature manifest in this desolate locale? However, judging by their size, these 2 lizards were merely 3 to 4 meters long, suggesting they had only recently hatched. Were they to reach maturity, the rock lizards could grow to an imposing length of 16 to 17 meters, possessing strength equivalent to that of a gold-tier entity, truly a harbinger of calamity. Hissing, the two rock lizards seemed to sense a threat and began to retreat. Watching Randolph with wary eyes, in response, Randolph held his breath and concentrated, channeling his fighting spirit, which enveloped his knightly sword in a fiery crimson aura. In the next instant, he surged forward, charging at one of the juvenile rock lizards. With a slash, the rock lizard emitted a deafening roar, gathering stones in its mouth to prepare for an attack. Yet, the magical assault from the juvenile rock lizard was effortlessly evaded by Randolph. The knight's sword scraped against the lizard's scales, producing sparks that astonished Randolph. The defensive capabilities of these scales surpassed even that of armor. He stepped back, his expression grave as he scrutinized the monstrous creatures. Dreadful, they must have consumed mithril or, augmenting the resilience of their scales. Chapter 42. Juvenile mutated rock lizards. Randolph inhaled deeply, gathering his strength for a second assault. One juvenile rock lizard let out a pained wail, baring its teeth and fixing its gaze on Randolph from a short distance away. Observing this, the other rock lizard positioned itself protectively in front of its companion while simultaneously channeling its magical energy. All units, prepare to throw, commanded a squad leader nearby, as soldiers hastily hurled their weapons, aiming to disrupt the magical attack of the two rock lizards. A flurry of long rifles soared through the air, effectively interrupting the lizard's incantation. Hiss! The impact against their hardened scales transmitted force into their flesh, eliciting anguished cries from the two juvenile rock lizards. In the following moment, Randolph accelerated fiercely, targeting the head of one juvenile rock lizard. As the attack drew near, the rock lizard strained to maneuver its body, attempting to shield itself with its back. Crash! The tremendous force sent both rock lizards flying, crashing violently against the rocky wall. The ground trembled slightly, prompting the soldiers present to reevaluate their perception of the knight's formidable prowess. Minutes later, seeing that the rock lizards posed no further threat, Randolph signaled for a soldier to approach and assess the situation. The soldier, swallowing hard, retrieved a long rifle from the ground and cautiously approached, poking the rear of the rock lizard with the weapon's tip. Noticing no reaction, he mustered his courage and advanced further. "My lord, these two creatures have lost consciousness," the soldier reported with excitement, relieved to have survived the encounter. Seeing this, Randolph exhaled, his expression calm as he issued orders. "You four, take these creatures outside, bind their limbs and mouths with iron chains, and in a couple of days, return them along with the ore to the lake of prayers for our lord to handle." "Yes, my lord." A dozen or so soldiers stepped forward, hastily lifting the two colossal rock lizards out, allowing the mining serfs to resume their labor in extracting the precious mithril ore. In the early morning, Wren, under the guidance of Baird, arrived at the central square of the village, observing with some delight the young rock lizards bound by iron chains. "My lord, these are the two beasts returned by Randolph, discovered in the mine. It is said they have consumed a considerable amount of ore, and their scales possess remarkable defensive capabilities," Baird explained, drawing his knightly sword and striking the scales of the young rock lizard. Listening to the sound of the impact, Wren preliminarily assessed that these two creatures were quite resilient. He turned to Baird and remarked, "If we were to train these young rock lizards into war beasts, they could serve an unexpectedly significant purpose in the future. My lord, we lack a beast tamer." How can we train them?" Baird replied, revealing a troubled expression. Without a professional, he feared that they might inadvertently harm their own forces on the battlefield. Wren, stroking his chin, acknowledged that it indeed posed a dilemma. Suddenly, he recalled that the half-elf girl had some knowledge of beast taming. "Baird, go fetch Eunice," he commanded. "Yes, my lord." Baird instinctively turned to leave, but abruptly returned, inquiring with confusion, "My lord, who is Eunice?" "The half-elf girl," Wren said, covering his face in exasperation as he stared at his steward. A moment later, comprehension dawned on Baird, and he hurriedly departed the square, heading towards the castle construction site, feeling awkward for lingering even a moment longer. Subsequently, Wren approached the struggling rock lizards, curiously observing these creatures he had only seen in illustrations. Unlike ordinary rock lizards, these two possessed a dark coloration adorned with intricate silver patterns, and subtle off-white stripes ran from their chests to their abdomens, while the front half of their tails was predominantly silver. Given this peculiar appearance, It was likely that they had consumed a significant amount of mithril ore, leading to mutations, or perhaps even evolution. Such phenomena were not uncommon in the world. Numerous monsters had inadvertently ingested magical plants or exotic ores, resulting in mutations that birthed unique abilities. The two rock lizards gazed at the terrifying human before them with fear in their eyes. More apprehensive than during the previous human assault point, one of the lizards emitted a sound, its tone pleading and endearing. This astonished Velen. Such seemingly mindless creatures were exhibiting signs of supplication and cuteness. Could it be that the mithril ore had somehow enhanced their cognitive faculties? If so, taming these mutated rock lizards might prove to be a far simpler task than anticipated. Half an hour later, Baird returned with the half-elf girl to the square. "My lord," she greeted. Without further ado, Velen addressed Eunice. "Previously, you mentioned that you possess skills in beast taming." Eunice hesitated, gazing at the 3-meter-long rock lizards with trepidation. Yet mustering her courage, she replied, "Yes, my lord. I have some understanding of beast taming, and my sister is a beast tamer, and I am willing to attempt to tame these 2 rock lizards." "May you succeed," Velen replied, turning to Baird and instructing, "Have the chains removed." Upon hearing Baird's words, he personally stepped forward to unshackle the iron chains, granting one of the rock lizards a fleeting moment of freedom. Immediately, Eunice approached, gathering a gentle, healing light of magic within her palm, her heart fluttering with trepidation as she slowly advanced. The rock lizard regarded the pointed-eared creature before it with indifference, perceiving no threat, feeling that a mere swipe of its tail could obliterate her. Its walnut-sized head raced with thoughts, and the lizard's once confused gaze sharpened as it glanced at its sister beside it, ultimately deciding to make a bold choice. "Master, be cautious." Seeing the rock lizard charge toward him, Wayland rested his right hand on the hilt of his knight's sword, bracing himself for confrontation. Yet, in the next moment, the rock lizard halted before Wayland, lying on the ground and exposing its belly, resembling nothing less than a dog. This scene left both Wayland and Baird utterly bewildered, and even Eunice shared their astonishment. The rock lizard, notorious for its ferocity and lack of intellect, displaying such behavior was enough to drop their jaws in disbelief. The dozens of soldiers nearby, however, perceived the situation differently. To them, the once fearsome monster now submitting at their lord's feet was a clear sign that the Lake of Prayers was indeed a sanctuary blessed by the goddess of life. "Master, that Baird stepped forward, momentarily at a loss for words. Wayland remained silent, kneeling beside the rock lizard, tentatively reaching out to stroke its chin. With a hissing sound, the wise rock lizard exhibited a docile demeanor. Its eyes reflecting a desire to please. It understood all too well that by acknowledging its new master, it would enjoy a life of abundance, lest it meet the same grim fate as its brethren, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 43. The Assault of the Wolfmen. "It looks quite like a dog." Wayland rose, gazing at the rock lizard, and spoke to Baird and Eunice. Shortly thereafter, another rock lizard was released from its chains, equally docile as it lay on the ground, devoid of any signs of aggression. "Fetch some wolf meat," Wayland instructed the nearby soldiers, eyeing his new companions. Moments later, 2 soldiers arrived, carrying buckets of wolf meat coated in mineral salt, prepared for curing, and poured it onto the ground beside the rock lizards. The 2 creatures fixed their gaze on the wolf meat, drool escaping their mouths, their eyes gleaming with longing, yet they refrained from making a move. "Ha ha ha, they are quite well behaved." Wayland stepped forward, picked up a piece of meat, and tossed it to one of the rock lizards. The creature opened its jaws wide and devoured the wolf meat in a single bite, licking its lips in delight, gazing longingly at its new master. Baird stood to the side, calmly observing the scene, convinced that his master was indeed favored by the goddess of life. Otherwise, it was unfathomable why 2 mindless beasts would exhibit such submission at first glance. Eunice, on the other hand, found her worldview profoundly challenged. In her 50 years of life, she had never encountered such a phenomenon. This ferocious beast, which would snarl even at legends, now behaved like a docile puppy, a reality that was difficult for the half-elf to accept. However, she realized she had missed yet another opportunity, uncertain of when she might encounter a similar chance again. Upon contemplating the forthcoming decade, I am beset by a sense of despondency, feeling as though I am destined to labor diligently as a mere drudge of an architect. As for the notion of fleeing, nestled in the shimmering lake of the Silver Knights, her thoughts on escape are akin to courting death, During their interaction, Valen took it upon himself to name the two rock lizards. The one with a paler hue was dubbed Little White, while the one with a yellower complexion was called Little Yellow. Be ye obedient, for I shall soon create a home for you two. Now, accompany your caretakers to the lakeside for a cleansing. Once the rock lizards had departed, Valen turned his attention to the nearby Eunice, smiling as he remarked, though you have not contributed in labor, your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Shortly, I shall have Orlando present you with a low-grade magic crystal. Thank you, my lord, Eunice replied, executing a slight bow before returning to the construction site of the castle. This moment, the taciturn Baird interjected, my lord, I feel no need to treat the half-elves with such consideration. Should they dare to complain, a sound beating would suffice, and if they attempt to flee, we should simply sever their legs. Haha, Baird, your perspective is rather extreme, Valen responded with a chuckle, his tone devoid of reproach. He neither opposed nor endorsed Baird's suggestion. Very well, I possess my own principles regarding the treatment of foreign races. Baird, upon hearing this, bowed respectfully before departing from the village square. By the end of November, the wilderness displayed a stark desolation, with the once verdant grasslands now barely visible. Approximately 30 kilometers west of the Lake of the Silver Knights, 3 warriors gathered around a campfire, engaging in boastful banter to pass the time. Captain, I've heard that your savings are nearly sufficient to procure a woman, one soldier remarked enviously, gazing at the squad leader with admiration. Eden, while polishing his iron sword, replied with a smile, soon enough. After this month, I shall be wed. Captain, when you marry, do not forget about us, your brothers, chimed in the younger warrior, taking a sip of water. Fear not, I shall not forget you. Eden had never experienced the feeling of home, having been born a serf. At that moment, another patrolling soldier returned to the camp, his face pale and trembling upon his steed. Noticing this, Eden swiftly assisted his comrade, who was on the verge of falling. Marcel, fetch the water quickly. After a flurry of activity, the recovering soldier urgently addressed Eden. Captain, there are wargs. Many wargs, stretching as far as the eye can see, heading our way, roughly 10 kilometers distant. Did they spot you? Eden inquired in a low voice. I believe not. I observed them from afar and, upon realizing the peril, turned back immediately. That is reassuring, Eden sighed in relief, then instructed the remaining soldiers, hurry and pack up. We must leave at once and return to the Lake of the Silver Knights to report to Lord Baird. Upon hearing this, the group promptly extinguished the campfire and gathered their iron pots, food, and tents, securing everything onto their horses and hastily making their way back. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Valen, who had been training in the castle's courtyard, halted his activities upon noticing Baird approaching with an air of urgency. My lord, the sentinel reports that a considerable number of wargs are advancing towards the Lake of Star Prayers, with a distance of 30 kilometers remaining. Upon hearing this, Valen displayed no sign of surprise. He had long been aware of the impending threat. Consequently, he had already transferred the majority of food and supplies from the villages below to the castle, facilitating a swifter retreat when the wargs arrived. Baird, inform everyone that, effective immediately, the Lake of Star Prayers is to enter a state of war. Ensure that the remaining populace withdraws to the castle and distribute weapons to the strong serfs. The war has commenced. As you command, my lord. That very night, Valen's orders were disseminated. The entire night, the Lake of Star Prayers was aglow with light. Under Baird's command, the free folk and serfs of his private estate hastily retreated towards the castle upon the hill. Valen stood upon the inner city wall, observing the bustling crowd along the mountain path, his mind racing with thoughts on how to capitalize on this turmoil. The western provinces of the Ilia kingdom were poised to face an assault, and he surmised that the first to bear the brunt would likely be the province of Lensa, while the smaller province of Cadro would probably see little monster activity. He reminisced about a century past when millions of monstrous legions poured forth from the Grey Maw wastes, driving countless goblins and kobolds to invade the western borders of the Ilia kingdom, inflicting severe blows upon the pioneers of that time. Nevertheless, the upper echelons of the kingdom had expanded their territory by over 2 million square kilometers due to this upheaval. The province of Lensa, sprawling over 750,000 square kilometers and directly governed by the crown, was established in the wake of those events. Now, as the vital nexus between the Grey Maw wastes and the Ilia kingdom, Lensa thrived commercially, its capital city hailed as the Pearl of the West, making it a prime target for the monstrous legions. The fierce clash between a golden dragon and two red dragons cast doubt upon whether the golden dragon's defeat had precipitated this war. Regardless of the underlying reasons, it was not for a mere silver knight like him to investigate. What he must consider now is how to thwart the warg's advance and safeguard his subjects and possessions. Chapter 44. The first tentative assault 30 kilometers from the Lake of Star Prayers, over 3,000 wargs congregated, resting and regaining their strength. Within a dilapidated tent, a black-furred warg sat in the seat of authority, observing the clamor of the various clan leaders below, a sight he had grown accustomed to. They were on the brink of entering the realm of humans, and he expressed gratitude for Lord Varus's benevolence. This time, I shall indulge in a grand feast. The tender flesh of human nobility makes my mouth water at the thought. Wealth, the gold of the human world, is beckoning me. The leaders of over a dozen warg clans conversed animatedly, each warg harboring distinct aspirations. At that moment, a tall warg entered, kneeling on one knee, awaiting the leader's command. The warg chieftain, Ragus, opened his eyes, causing a tremor of silence to sweep through the tent. As not a single clan leader dared to utter another word. Chieftain, the scouts report that 30 kilometers ahead lies a human territory. Seated at the forefront, the werewolf commander hastily reported, Leader, it is now 6 in the morning. In an hour, we shall depart to seize human territory and partake in our feast. Indeed, leader, came the reply. All the clan chiefs of the werewolves rose, bowing in deference before swiftly exiting the tent. As the sun ascended, over 3,000 werewolves raced silently across the wilderness, heading towards the Lake of the Starry Prayer. The werewolf commander, Ragus, sat astride a towering werewolf, surveying the advancing army, resolute in the necessity of capturing the first human territory. With the gentle breeze caressing his ears, he could not help but reminisce about the tales his father had recounted regarding the Battle of Lunsa, a century ago, under the command of the deities of over 10 monstrous clans. The forces approached the borders of the human kingdom of Ilia, where all monster clans exerted their utmost efforts, gathering a coalition of 1,000,000 monsters, driving forward alongside countless goblins to the east. In the initial stages, they surged forth with overwhelming momentum, breaching numerous human territories and capturing an uncountable number of slaves and provisions. However, a turning point soon emerged. The goddess of life, revered by the Ilians, intervened personally, compelling the deities of the monstrous races to withdraw and exercise caution. Subsequently, the humans launched a counteroffensive, culminating in the slaying of the coalition's grand commander, the red dragon Sargas, in the region of Lunsa. Thus concluded the retreat of the monstrous clans, with humanity emerging victorious and reclaiming vast swathes of their land. In recent years, humans have relentlessly expanded, encroaching upon the living space of monsters, heralding the onset of further turmoil. As Ragas surveyed the unfamiliar terrain around him, he clenched his fists. As a werewolf of modest standing, he was acutely aware that this operation was merely a preliminary probe. In fact, such probing had occurred numerous times, and this was merely the first of many. As for the underlying reasons, he could not fathom. Cannon fodder, simply cannon fodder. As a low-ranking silver-tier warrior, he had no rightful claim to such a high position as the leader of a contingent. Yet, in the absence of more prominent figures, he, an inconspicuous werewolf of middling ability, was appointed to lead. Even his subordinates, these werewolf clansmen, were impoverished fools lured to this endeavor. Survival, mere survival, upon reaching the human borderland, his sole objective was to endure. Atop the cliff overlooking the Lake of the Starry Prayer, Violin stood at the pinnacle, gazing at the approaching werewolves with gritted teeth, at least over 3,000 werewolves. This poses a considerable challenge. That moment, Bader approached respectfully, reporting, My lord, the village has been fortified with various traps, sufficient to ensnare these werewolves. How is the stone supply? Can it sustain multiple battles? Violin turned to Bader, his voice low and measured. My lord, the stones are piled high in the castle courtyard, ample to withstand for intense skirmishes. After hearing this, Violin nodded and instructed, Ensure everyone makes the most of their rest. We may not have the luxury of time ahead. Understood. Within the castle, aside from 500 soldiers, an additional 2,000 able-bodied men were organized, armed with spears, while some donned leather armor and wielded iron swords, serving as overseers and junior commanders. All remaining personnel, irrespective of gender, were assigned as logistic staff, assisting in the transportation of the wounded, replenishing stones, and providing ample iron arrows for the three-bow crossbows. Approaching noon, the werewolf leader, Ragus, halted outside the village and bellowed, "Cease advance." A faction of the werewolves obeyed without question, maintaining a semblance of formation, numbering approximately 500, honed through a month of arduous marching under Ragus's command. In stark contrast, the remaining 2,500 werewolves lagged noticeably, aimlessly standing in place, bewildered, resembling a disorganized militia. "Leader, why have we halted?" "The human territory lies just ahead," inquired a silver-tier werewolf clan chief, stepping forward, his eyes glinting with greed as he fixated on the distant village. Ragus remained silent, leaping down from the back of the towering werewolf and confronting the speaking clan chief, delivering a forceful kick that sent him sprawling. Surrounding him, a dozen silver-tier werewolves bowed their heads, too intimidated to utter a word. "My word is law," Ragus declared coldly, surveying his surroundings. "Now, circumvent the village. Our target is the castle atop the hill. Seize it." "Yes, leader," the werewolves responded in unison, not daring to exhibit the slightest hesitation. Within the castle walls, Violen observed the werewolves beginning to maneuver around, and remarked, "Baird, sound the drums, prepare for battle. We have encountered an adversary." "Yes, my lord." Baird's expression soured at this revelation, realizing the futility of their efforts from the previous night. Clang, clang, clang. Team 1, ascend the walls. Team 2, stand down. Knights tasked with guarding the various sections of the castle walls reacted to this command. Issuing orders to their officers, in an instant, the once quiet castle erupted into a cacophony of movement. Within a mere 10 minutes, over 800 defenders took their positions along the walls. It was not that Violen wished to deploy more personnel, but the combined capacity of the outer and inner walls could only accommodate a limited number of combatants simultaneously. An hour later, a vast contingent of werewolves arrived within a kilometer of the castle. Those green-skinned vermin, how dare they report falsehoods? Roasting them would be a mere indulgence, Ragus mused grimly, gazing at the castle, his spirits dampened by memories of a goblin tribe he had recently conquered, discovering that this location had been occupied by humans 6 months prior. Cursed vermin, can this castle be fortified in just half a year? A fearful werewolf glanced at the leader and asked, "Leader, shall we launch an attack?" "Indeed. Let the 3rd and 4th squads advance to probe the enemy's strength," Ragus commanded after a moment of contemplation. "Yes, leader." Chapter 45. The first probing assault. Subsequently, over 1,000 werewolves lined up, brandishing a diverse array of weaponry. The imposing werewolves wielded iron chain flails and heavy maces, symbols of formidable might, while the more slender among them clutched wooden clubs adorned with iron spikes, alongside a significant number armed with mere sticks and stones. "Attack!" Ragus's command rang out, and the 1,000-strong horde surged forward, their disordered formation stretching several kilometers wide, charging tumultuously towards the castle, the highest point of the castle. Violen stood resolutely with his sword, calmly observing the advancing horde of wargs below. The inner wall was equipped with 20 ballistae, meticulously prepared and manned, awaiting the command of their lord. Violen raised his right hand, gauging the distance, and when the warg vanguard was a mere 600 meters from the outer wall, he decisively lowered it. 20 robust soldiers, wielding wooden hammers, struck the triggers with vigor, unleashing a volley of iron arrows that whistled through the air. Howls echoed as several towering wargs were pierced by the arrows, their momentum unyielding as they continued to impale several of their kin before finally coming to a halt. Ragus, with an inscrutable expression, gazed at the 12 blood-red trails within the attacking ranks, lost in contemplation. The scent of blood permeated the battlefield, igniting the feral instincts of the wargs, who, having lost their last vestiges of reason, recklessly intensified their assault. Observing this from the outer wall, Baird bellowed an order. "Shield up!" Over 200 soldiers responded swiftly, raising their ironclad wooden shields and gripping their polearms, bracing for the initial wave of attack. The ballistae on the inner wall relentlessly fired upon the wargs, inflicting significant casualties among the advancing foes. Approaching the wall, some wargs hurled stones, while others, using their claws, began to scale the 6-meter-high outer wall. Preparing to breach it, the stones struck the wooden shields with resounding thuds, and occasionally, flails and chain maces were hurled onto the wall, sending the shield-bearers sprawling. Baird, feeling a sense of helplessness, noted that among the soldiers were recently conscripted serfs and freemen. Despite having undergone some training, they had not successfully awakened their warrior potential, rendering their combat capabilities far inferior to those of seasoned warriors. Observing that several wargs had ascended halfway, Baird immediately commanded, "Stone barrage!" The warriors hidden behind their shields hefted massive boulders, positioning themselves beside the wall to drop the 100-pound stones. Many wargs were struck and sent tumbling from the wall, emitting anguished cries. The battle raged from noon until afternoon, and as darkness began to envelop the battlefield, Ragas ordered a retreat. The attacking wargs halted, dragging the bodies of their fallen comrades away like a receding tide. Witnessing the enemy's withdrawal, the defending soldiers slumped to the ground, gasping for breath and wiping the sweat from their brows. Baird flicked the blood from his knight's sword before sheathing it, preparing to tally the casualties for a report on the defensive situation. The surviving 600 wargs returned to their camp, dragging the bodies of their fallen, where the long-awaited warg chef accepted the remains and began to kindle a fire for cooking. Throughout their march, they had subsisted on goblin and kobold slaves, occasionally raiding a goblin tribe to replenish their supplies. Upon reaching the border of human territory, the kobolds and goblins had been devoured, and they had anticipated swiftly conquering a piece of human land to resolve their food shortages. However, faced with this predicament, and with the surrounding landscape barren, devoid of even tree bark to sustain them, they were left with no choice but to resort to cannibalism. "Commander, food!" A towering warg respectfully presented a roasted wolf leg to Ragas. "A reward for you." Ragas cast a disdainful glance at the roasted wolf leg before him, his expression inscrutable as he spoke, "Thank you, Commander." Upon hearing this, the warg eagerly seized the roasted leg and departed with an air of exuberance. Ragas observed the other wargs, who delightedly feasted upon their kind, their joy evident and unrestrained, and he could not conceal his contempt. He had never regarded these beasts as kin. Judging by the events of the afternoon, humanity had employed a long-range crossbow. Whether it was a widespread armament or a unique technique possessed solely by this nobleman remained uncertain. It was clear that ordinary wargs could not breach this human fortress. The participation of the clan leaders was imperative. Tomorrow, Ragas intended to conduct a probing attack. Should he fail to seize the castle in a single decisive strike, he would circumvent the area and continue eastward. His presence here was under the pretense of reconnaissance, and there was no need to engage in a futile struggle with humanity. Moreover, even if his retreat were obstructed, he would simply abandon these fools and lead his trusted followers to safety. He remained unconvinced that humans could entirely seal off all routes leading to the Grey Mound. Within the fortress, Valen was simultaneously inspecting the premises and receiving a report from Baird and my lord. During this afternoon's defense, we expended a total of 160 iron arrows, 1/5 of our stone reserves, and suffered 86 casualties, 23 of whom were fatalities, most perishing in combat against the wargs. Additionally, under the cover of darkness, we ventured outside the castle to collect the heads of the wargs, securing 167 ordinary heads and 57 bronze-grade ones, while the remainder of the corpses were reclaimed by the enemy. Preliminary estimates indicate that we inflicted casualties on over 400 wargs. Valen paused, his voice grave. "Today may have merely been a test from the enemy. Tomorrow will be crucial. Ensure all knights are prepared, for silver-grade wargs may enter the fray. Furthermore, preserve the warg heads in lime. These hard-earned military achievements must be safeguarded. They will serve well for ascending ranks and selling to other nobles." "Understood, my lord," Baird replied. Once Baird departed, Valen meandered through the corridors before returning to his chamber. Sitting in his chair, he closed his eyes to recuperate, reflecting on the observations made throughout the day. The leading warg displayed a certain degree of intelligence. Whether navigating through villages to evade unknown dangers or employing expendable troops to probe the enemy's strengths and weaknesses, their strategies exhibited a discernible level of acumen. This realization conflicted with Valen's preconceived notions of wargs as mindless brutes. How he wished they were truly devoid of intellect, he mused, rubbing his temples in exasperation. In order to guard against nocturnal raids by the wargs, the fortress was ablaze with light, and all soldiers remained armed, resting with blankets upon the walls, facilitating both shifts and immediate readiness for battle. Baird, the steward of the Lake of the Starry Prayer, made rounds of the outer walls every 2 hours to ensure absolute preparedness. Chapter 46. The second assault. As dawn broke, over 2,000 wargs finished their remaining provisions, assembling in formation under the sharp commands of their clan leader. Ragas sat astride one of the wargs, flanked by two robust companions wielding a chain mace, serving as an impromptu weapons rack. "Commander, the assembly is complete and we await your orders." A clan leader of the Wolfmen stepped forward, speaking with utmost respect. As the sunlight illuminated the outer walls of the fortress, Ragus dismounted from his Wolfman steed, seized his weapon, and commanded in a booming voice, "Attack!" Over 2,000 Wolfmen howled in unison, surging toward the castle like a tidal wave. Ragus, wielding a chain hammer, followed closely behind, preparing to enter the fray. The other silver-clad Wolfmen concealed themselves within the ranks, ready to scale the walls and catch the enemy off guard. As before, the triple crossbows unleashed their fury first. With iron arrows soaring towards the Wolfmen, whoosh, an iron arrow whizzed past Ragus, piercing through two of his guards who trailed behind. "Danger! Scatter!" Upon hearing this, the remaining Wolfman guards dispersed, no longer encircling Ragus in a mere span of 2 kilometers. After sacrificing hundreds of their kin within 5 minutes, they successfully reached the outer wall, and the next moment, a portion of the Wolfmen began hurling stones and weapons to disrupt the wall's defenders, while another faction commenced their ascent. Soon, the battle escalated into a frenzy. Blood splattered, screams echoed, and the clamor of clashing weapons filled the air along the outer wall. Numerous Silver-tier Wolfmen breached the fortifications, inflicting severe casualties upon the defending soldiers, yet they were swiftly met with resistance from the Silver Knights. Ragus, mingling among the throng, fixated his gaze upon the human noble atop the castle with his keen perception. He discerned that this young human was the most formidable threat and held the highest status within the fortress. If he could eliminate this target, capturing the castle would be a trivial task. "Leader," a Wolfman approached Ragus, presenting a bloodied iron arrow with reverence. Ragus weighed the arrow in his hand, biding his time for the opportune moment. In the next instant, he exerted his strength and hurled it towards the noble atop the castle. Valen, standing with sword at the ready, spotted the incoming iron arrow, swiftly drawing his blade to sever it mid-flight, then turned his gaze toward Ragus, hidden among the advancing Wolfmen. The human and the wolf locked eyes, each comprehending the other's intent. Roar! Upon being discovered, Ragus ceased his concealment, utilizing the climbing Wolfmen to swiftly ascend the wall, brandishing his chain hammer and sending a dozen soldiers plummeting from the ramparts. Their fates unknown, Valen, with a piercing gaze, leapt from the platform, landing firmly on the outer wall. "Human, today, you die, and I live." Ragus regarded Valen warily, his tone grave. "Let us see who shall live and who shall perish." Valen scrutinized his formidable opponent before him, recognizing his strength yet feeling confident in his abilities. The clash of knightly sword against chain hammer was not merely a battle of weapons but a contest of wills, with emerald light and crimson flames colliding, wreaking havoc upon the castle's battlements. Unbeknownst to them, over 10 minutes had elapsed, with neither the man nor the wolf able to gain the upper hand. At this moment, Orlando, having arrived at some point unbeknownst to Ragus, seized the opportunity to launch a flanking attack while Ragus was wholly engrossed in combat. Thud! An arm was violently severed, falling to the battlements. "Howl! Despicable human!" Ragus exclaimed angrily, clutching his severed limb. "When it comes to monsters, any means may be employed," Valen stated with an unwavering demeanor, poised to decisively subdue the warg and bring an end to the turmoil. Upon witnessing 2 silver knights encircle him, Ragus did not hesitate to leap from the city wall, commanding his guards to fend off the pursuers. Observing this, Valen followed suit, with Orlando closely trailing behind. A score of towering wargs formed a rudimentary formation, obstructing the escape of Ragus and Valen. Eliminate them. The majority of these wargs were of the bronze low and mid-tier ranks, and they proved utterly ineffectual against the 2 silver knights. Within a mere 10 minutes, they were nearly annihilated. However, this also afforded Ragus sufficient time to flee. Before long, the attacking wargs, hearing the retreat signal, began to withdraw, dragging the bodies of their fallen comrades with them. This siege lasted less than 2 hours, yet its brutality was several times greater than the previous days, with blood staining the outer city walls, mingling the corpses of wargs and their own soldiers. Once the danger had subsided, Ragus promptly summoned the surviving clan leaders of the wargs to issue new commands. Just days prior, there had been 17. Now only 9 remained, each bearing wounds. The gravity of the situation was palpable on every face, including Ragus's, which had long lost its earlier ease. In this battle, humanity proved formidable, boasting 15 silver knights. A significant force, I surmise this is a human outpost, with the true domains of the human nobility lying beyond. Thus, I have resolved to circumvent this area and launch an assault on the human territories behind, in an effort to recoup our losses. Yes, Commander. The remaining 9 wargs responded, their words revealing a desire to hasten their departure from this place of death. To prevent the human nobility within the castle from taking the initiative, Ragus immediately ordered the cook to prepare a meal, ensuring that his warg subordinates were well fed before setting off, without lingering in this location, to avert unforeseen complications. Meanwhile, after tallying the casualties, Violen compared the figures with the spoils, finding some semblance of balance. In this conflict, 117 had perished, 13 of whom were regular soldiers, while the rest were serfs. Additionally, 226 had sustained injuries. This battle resulted in the acquisition of 687 ordinary warg heads, 167 bronze-tier warg heads, 5 silver-tier heads, with the remaining bodies claimed by the enemy. Baird, prepare a contingent, and in the evening at this moment, Knight Randolph entered, kneeling respectfully as he reported, "My lord, the scouts have relayed that the wargs have vanished, suspected to be heading eastward." Upon hearing this, Violen swallowed his intended words and replied, "Tend to the bodies to prevent the outbreak of disease." "Yes, my lord." After Baird departed to fulfill his orders, Violen rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Heading eastward implies they intend to return. Thus, an ambush along the way to plunder would serve to offset his losses. As for the losses of the eastern nobility, that was not his concern. He had held the wargs at bay for a day and a night, slaying over 1,000 of them, which could be deemed as an act of utmost benevolence towards both the kingdom and these nobles. Chapter 47. The Dwarven Marquis and the unwarranted calamity of the Centaur clan. On the following day, after the departure of the werewolves, the serfs who had taken refuge within the castle returned to their village to clear the traps they had set. Under the guidance of the knights, they busied themselves, striving to shed their status as slaves. The forces of the territory, under the tutelage of Baird, trained with renewed vigor to enhance their strength. Numerous knightly squires, instructed by their respective knights, experienced a steady improvement in their abilities. Orlando and Hebra dedicated their days to training alongside their contract holders, deepening their bond in hopes of swiftly channeling their fighting spirit to manifest the war beasts described in the mysterious orbs. Additionally, the second phase of construction for the castle commenced simultaneously, with aspirations to complete the project by March of the coming year. The Lord of Lake Praying Star, Wren remained industrious throughout December, rising promptly each day to train and bolster his prowess, in stark contrast to the tranquility of Lake Praying Star. The other regions of the Carid province were engulfed in turmoil in the western part of the Ilia kingdom. Numerous monsters crossed the buffer zones, reaching the border areas to engage in battle with the kingdom's forces and the private armies of various nobles. Meanwhile, the collusion among 4 territorial coalitions to seize the Mount Copper mines was uncovered. In the southwestern region of the Ironforge Dwarven Mountain Kingdom, within a grandiose castle, the Dwarven Marquis Derrig Ironforge sat upon his iron throne, listening to reports from his subordinates, his expression darkening considerably. "My lord, according to the report from the Griffin Knights, over 200 individuals escorting the Mount Copper have vanished entirely. Utilizing the search magic scrolls you provided, we located their last traces 200 kilometers from the border of the human Ilia kingdom. Here is the item we recovered." The dwarf produced a token belonging to a centaur warrior from his bosom and presented it with both hands. To the left of Marquis Derrig, a silver-armored high-ranking warrior descended the steps to accept the token. Respectfully handing it to the Dwarven Marquis, Derrig scrutinized the token closely, immediately recognizing it as a distinctive emblem of the Centaur clan, crafted from the bones of a centaur warrior, symbolizing the legacy of their lineage. "Did you uncover anything else?" The dwarf kneeling in the center of the hall lowered his head and replied, "My lord, aside from this item, no further clues were found. It appears these rats are rather cautious, even employing scent-masking potions." His flat tone was accompanied by an icy chill. The 10 or so silver high-ranking dwarven guards stationed in the hall felt an overwhelming pressure, as though they might perish on the spot. The reporting dwarf, situated at the center, faced the formidable aura emanating from Marquis Derrig, collapsing to the ground in silence, too intimidated to utter a sound. Moments later, a mid-tier golden dwarf warrior entered the castle hall and knelt, awaiting orders. Karak, my lord. The mid-tier golden dwarf warrior Karak responded loudly, "I shall provide you with 300 hammer-wielding warriors, 1,000 goat knights, and 3,000 dwarven soldiers. Retrieve tenfold my losses from the centaur clan. Understood. Karak caught the token tossed by Derrig, bowed in respect, and then exited the castle hall. Minutes passed once more, and Dalej spoke again. Monitor the human market. The moment there is news of transactions regarding the mountain copper mines, report to me immediately. Yes, my lord. The dwarf who received the order scurried away in haste. Dalej rhythmically struck the iron seat, producing a resonant thud, and spoke nonchalantly. Pathetic framing and scapegoating. Let me not discover your identity. As for his knowledge of the truth, he had his reasons to attack the centaurs. After all, he could not afford to lose benefits without recompense. If the culprit could not be found at this stage, he would reclaim tenfold from the most direct and evident target. This batch of mountain copper had been excavated from a sparse and scattered mine in the wilderness, transported monthly, to mitigate risks. The escort was merely a high-ranking silver dwarf warrior in his territory. Every golden tier warrior was the focus of attention from all sides and could not remain missing for long 10 years. His Majesty the King would initiate a war to reclaim the lost territories from the Ilia Kingdom. I must hasten my efforts to gather minerals, forge weapons, and train an army to secure substantial benefits during the conflict. 5,000 well-equipped soldiers departed from the dwarf Marquis Dalej's domain, heading westward towards the Grey Wastes, directly toward the territory of the centaurs. In one centaur clan encampment, the severed heads of over 1,000 centaurs were neatly piled in the wilderness. The golden warrior Karak hurled the silver-tier centaur clan chief to the ground with great force, stepping on his head while producing a token and inquiring, "Tell me, to which clan does this belong? You filthy, despicable dwarf, this is the Grey Wastes, and my god shall surely punish you." The centaur clan chief glared fiercely at Karak, unafraid of death. "I have no intention of offending the centaur god," Kylon crowned, "but that does not justify your disrespect towards me." With a wave of his hand, Karak crushed over 20 young centaurs into a bloody pulp with his hammer. "If you tell me which centaur clan this token belongs to, I can spare a seed for your clan. You will not succeed." Subsequently, over 100 captured centaurs perished beneath the dwarven hammer. The arrogant centaur clan chief was also slain by Karak, who took a sharp tooth as a trophy for his collection. Thereafter, Karak led his troops onward, plundering the centaur clans, seizing horses and other valuables while searching for the centaur clan associated with the token. After annihilating 6 centaur clans and slaying over 4,000 centaurs, Karak finally obtained the information he sought. As one of the 13 chosen clans of the centaur god, the Maglam clan, a small branch with a population of 15,000, boasted 8 vassal clans and thrived in the border regions of the Iron Furnace Dwarven Mountain Kingdom. Recently, upon learning of the loss of the azure horse escorted by his daughter, Arya, the clan chief Mam directly stripped the young lord of his title and imprisoned him, awaiting a marriage alliance with a neighboring clan of equal stature in the coming year. Moreover, Mam is actively preparing, selecting valiant centaur warriors and archers, so that when the monstrous army probing the human borders retreats, he can lead his forces to exact a fierce reprisal against humanity. However, at this moment, he is unable to act, nor dares to, fearing he would be treated as cannon fodder. This very instant, the dwarven army led by Karak is also advancing towards the Magrilum clan, unaware that they are on the brink of a devastating strike. Chapter 48. Movements of the Wargen. It has been more than half a month since the Wargen departed from Lake Qixing, continuing their march eastward. During this time, Lake Qixing has returned to its former bustling state, enhancing the castle, cultivating farmland, constructing irrigation channels, mining salt, and patrolling the territory. Each knight under Wyland's command diligently fulfills their respective duties. As the Lord, Wyland has not been idle either. After engaging in combat with the Wargen, he has come to a profound realization of his own shortcomings in battle techniques. Consequently, he has established a rigorous schedule for himself, attending to territorial affairs in the morning, practicing combat with other knights in the afternoon, and engaging in martial training at night, seizing every moment to elevate his prowess. In late December, personnel assigned to reconnaissance missions returned to Lake Qixing, bringing Wyland the latest intelligence from the province of Cadro. Within the castle hall, the leader of the reconnaissance team, the Silver-tier Knight Mike, respectfully reported to Willie N. "My lord, there are 5 factions of monstrous armies attacking the borders of the province of Cadro, targeting the border fortress Montas, our territory of Lake Qixing, and the Huangsha River Valley of Avanmaz, among others. Notably, the coalition of monsters besieging Fortress Montas is the most formidable, comprising over 30,000 beasts. Upon hearing this, Wren inquired, "What is the current situation in the inland regions of the province?" "It is chaotic, exceedingly chaotic," Mike replied after careful consideration. "Nobles across various regions are resolutely resisting the monster attacks. Yet there are instances of defeat and retreat, even outright flight. This phenomenon is particularly pronounced the closer one gets to the provincial city. It seems that over a century of peace has dulled the martial spirit of certain nobles." Wren chuckled, expressing his disdain for the conduct of some of these aristocrats. In this turmoil, it remains to be seen how many noble houses in the province of Cadro will lose their territories or have their heirs replaced by their lords. Nevertheless, these matters bear little significance to him. "What of the pack of wargen I instructed you to focus on, my lord?" That band of beleaguered remnants departed from Lake Chishing heading eastward, swiftly conquering several noble territories. It appears they are either lacking in strength or have learned from their failed siege of the castle, as they are only pillaging the villages and towns surrounding the castle, disregarding the noble strongholds, thus amassing a considerable fortune. My return this time is to inform you that the wargen are preparing to circumvent Lake Chishing, planning to return to the wasteland with their plundered wealth and captives from the base of the Rock Mountain, situated over 60 kilometers to our south. Is this information reliable? Wren immediately perked up, fixing his gaze on Mike with a serious expression. "Absolutely true. I captured a silver-tier wargen clan leader, from whom I gleaned this intelligence." Wren's brow furrowed in contemplation, sensing something amiss. Would they alter their course as a result? Mike stood quietly to the side, patiently awaiting the specific time. The intelligence obtained from the werewolf on the other end indicated that it should be around early January, though the exact timing remained uncertain. "Continue scouting with your men, and report to me immediately if there are any developments." "Yes, my lord." After Mike departed, Wren approached the map, scrutinizing the areas surrounding Lake Chishing. He too felt uncertain, pondering whether the werewolf leader would alter his plans upon learning of his subordinate's disappearance and retreat from another location. If he were to hastily lead a large force to Gaian Mountain for an early ambush, would it prove to be a fruitless endeavor? It would be wise to wait for some time. Now is not the moment for rash decisions. Subsequently, Wren instructed Baird to mobilize the territorial army, preparing for departure, with the specific timing to await his command in the province of Cardro. Within a village, the one-armed werewolf Rogus gnawed on a roasted leg of beef, calmly surveying the room. "My lord, during these past 20 days of plundering, the wealth we have amassed is beyond counting, with over 10,000 robust human slaves captured alone." A werewolf clan leader seated below toyed with a gold coin in hand, speaking with excitement. "My lord, shall we continue eastward? It is said that the further east one goes, the wealthier the human nobility becomes, with even more treasures to be had." A scarred werewolf clan leader seized the opportunity to tentatively inquire. At that moment, Rogus sensed something amiss, carefully counting his subordinates before asking, "Where is Dalago?" The werewolves below exchanged glances, each wearing a perplexed expression. "Come forth." Addressing this band of incompetents, Rogus's countenance darkened. Soon after, two tall werewolves entered the room, kneeling on one knee, awaiting orders. "Bring Dalago's kin here." "Yes, chief." After a brief moment, several filthy werewolves were brought forth, awaiting Rogus's inquiry. "Where is your clan leader?" One werewolf prostrated on the ground and respectfully replied, "Esteemed chief, our leader went out to raid 3 days ago and has yet to return to the camp. So, your leader has not returned for 3 days, and I, the chief, am left in the dark." The prostrated werewolf trembled in fear, recalling the inexplicable executions of his kin over the past 20 days, and began to pray for the protection of the werewolf god Garalik. "Take them out and roast them." Upon hearing this, several werewolves collapsed to the ground, forcibly dragged away by the werewolf guards. The remaining clan leaders lowered their heads, not daring to utter a sound. Ever since the chief lost an arm, his temperament had grown increasingly volatile, often resorting to the brutal slaughter of his kin to vent his frustrations. Rogus surveyed the surroundings. Not a single werewolf dared to meet his gaze. 2 weeks hence, we shall begin our return journey, proceeding as originally planned. "Yes, chief." No werewolf opposed the decision, all responding loudly to demonstrate their agreement. On the evening of January 1, 9721, Wren, for the first time, refrained from his usual practice and instead lay in bed, quietly waiting. This evening, in accordance with his earlier conjectures, fate's guidance would reveal new tidings to him. Soon, the hour struck 8, and a melodious voice resonated once more, delivering valuable news. 7 days hence, to the north of the Lake of Star Prayers, a legendary sorcerer from the cosmos will descend upon the gray mist mountains. To rescue her is to gain 30 years of her protection. The mention of a legendary sorcerer caused Violin to sit upright abruptly. Astonishment etched upon his face. How could he possibly save her? In the next moment, he realized he possessed something that could indeed rescue a legendary mage. However, during the day he had received word that the wargs had already set out, preparing to return to the Grey Wastes, just as had been previously surveyed, intending to depart from the southern region of the province of Cadro. North and south could not be attended to simultaneously. A choice had to be made. Violin's countenance was marked by turmoil, weighed down by the prospect of abundant resources that could further develop his territory, juxtaposed with the potential friendship of a legendary sorcerer, albeit promising only 30 years of protection. Thus resolved, Violin soon found clarity within his heart. Chapter 49. Raymondo, in a forested area north of the Lake of Star Prayers, the warg Rogus led several hundred meticulously selected guards, laden with immense wealth and valuable items. Cautiously navigating their path, the warg who had long accompanied Rogus was filled with confusion, watching as they distanced themselves from the main forces. Struggling to suppress his fears, he inquired, "Chief, why must we separate from the main body, bearing treasure and deviating from our original plan to exit from the north?" Perched upon the back of a warg, the one-armed Rogus opened his eyes, his fierce gaze startling the questioning warg, who began to regret his inquiry. "I suspect that the missing Delego has fallen into human hands. Our original plan of retreat has been compromised, and with so many human captives in tow, do you think those noble humans would allow us to leave the borders unscathed?" The dim-witted warg was further perplexed, yet he was astute enough to nod in agreement. Disappointed, Rogus cast a disdainful glance at the fool pretending to understand. Waving him off to the rear, instructing him to avoid appearing before him, he lifted his gaze to the sky, silently calculating the distance. In 2 days, they would be able to depart from this place. This journey, serving as mere cannon fodder, solidified his resolve that he would never again return. Upon his return, Rogus resolved to use 2/3 of the wealth to bribe the clan's higher-ups, elevating his status and power to avoid being chosen as a sacrificial leader in the future. Clutching his missing arm, Rogus's expression turned fierce. The vendetta for his severed limb would be repaid tenfold. On the other side, Violin dispatched 6 silver knights and 12 knight attendants, departing from the Lake of Star Prayers towards the Grey Mist Mountains. In comparison to the rapid growth of his territory's strength, Violin placed greater value on the 30 years of secure development. To this end, he brought along all the 7-colored life flowers, prepared for any eventuality. The Grey Mist Mountains lay over 100 kilometers from the Lake of Star Prayers, and at full speed, they would arrive within a day. The journey was smooth, encountering little resistance, save for a few foolish goblins. "My lord, this should be the place." Violin urged his steed forward, gazing in awe at the towering mountains shrouded in mist. With twilight encroaching, he decided to establish a camp on the spot, intending to ascend the mountain at dawn in search of answers. Subsequently, 12 knightly attendants began to erect the camp, tending to the horses and kindling a fire to prepare a meal. Meanwhile, 6 silver knights patrolled the perimeter, warding off wild beasts. There remained a day until the arrival of the legendary mage. Sitting upon a large stone, Violin closed his eyes and followed the luminous spark within his heart, attempting to discern the general direction and distance of the legendary sorcerer's descent. The northwest, 2 kilometers away. Violin opened his eyes and gazed into the distance, his expression profound as he spoke. "My lord, the tents have been set up," reported a knightly attendant who approached him with utmost respect. Observing the young man, Violin noted that he had already attained mid-level prowess among the attendants. "You are Cyril, the knightly attendant of Beld," Violin remarked, rising to his feet with a gentle tone. Cyril stood tall, his eyes filled with reverence and joy, responding with excitement. "Yes, my lord. Indeed, you possess considerable talent. I hope you will continue to strive, my lord." "I certainly shall." After patting the exuberant young man, Violin leisurely made his way to the tent. Once inside, he set down his knightly short sword and removed his heavy armor, relishing the coolness of the air as he sat upon a blanket. It seemed that Beld's educational efforts were beginning to bear fruit. Logically, a vassal's vassal should not be his concern. Yet, Violin found such a hierarchy distasteful. He did not wish for uncontrollable military factions to emerge among his subordinates. At this stage, lacking a comprehensive educational system, he could only rely on this apprentice-teacher model. Once it developed to a certain extent, he would adopt his family's methodology, training one group of individuals for leadership and another for combat, with loyalty directed solely toward himself. Half an hour later, a silver knight entered Violin's tent, carrying a bowl of meat soup, which he placed upon the low wooden table. "My lord, there are no dangers in the vicinity." Violin refrained from eating immediately, instead regarding the silver knight, Raimundo, and calmly inquired, "Raimundo, if I recall correctly, you hail from a merchant's lineage." "You are not mistaken, my lord. It is thanks to my family's nurturing and your guidance that I have reached this point," Raimundo replied, his eyes betraying a flicker of unusual emotion as he spoke respectfully. "I wish to see you reclaim your ancestral skills. Would you be inclined to do so?" Upon hearing this, Raimundo fell silent. Grappling with his inner turmoil, Violin remained patient, quietly observing him while awaiting his decision. Should he decline, it would not be too late to cultivate a leader for a merchant caravan. Cyril appeared to possess considerable acumen. As the third son of a merchant, Raimundo had been selected to become a knightly attendant due to his talent and wealth, receiving training at Windsor Castle before serving in the 7th Knight Order of the Eagle Territory. Reflecting on his father's earnest teachings, he recalled that pursuing a career as a merchant held no promise. Only by ascending to the lofty ranks of nobility could one walk the path of righteousness and honor. Unbeknownst to him, several minutes had slipped by. After a fierce struggle, Raimondo finally knelt upon the ground and spoke, "My lord's needs shall be met. I shall comply." Taken aback by this unexpected response, Violin paused momentarily. Reassessing the guardian knight before him, of the 12 knights entrusted to him by his family, he had devoted considerable attention to Baird, Andrus, Randolph, and Greg. However, he had only a passing acquaintance with the remaining 8. Lacking any deep familiarity, "A day as my guardian knight is a lifetime commitment," Violin said to Raimondo with calm resolve. "If you ever wish to withdraw, you may report to me at any time, and I shall make alternative arrangements." "Yes, my lord," came the reply. Subsequently, Violin engaged Raimondo in conversation regarding matters of his homeland. After Raimondo took his leave, Violin lifted a bowl of slightly cooled meat broth and savored it slowly. The selection for the trading caravan had been finalized. The next step was to establish the caravan for the sale of mineral salt and develop the pillar industries of his territory. However, before proceeding with that, he needed to personally conduct trade within the province of Cadro, both to foster connections with other nobles in the region and to gather intelligence, as well as to ascertain trade routes, ideally establishing mutual trade caravans to avoid the repeated collection of tariffs and tolls. On the following morning, Violin left a few individuals to guard the camp and set forth with the others towards the northwest, preparing to welcome the guardian spirit destined for the next 30 years. Meanwhile, several hundred wargs emerged from the mountains, resting over 10 kilometers away from the Grey Mist Mountain. Chapter 50. An encounter with the wargs within the Grey Mist Mountain. Violin arrived at the designated location. "Everyone disperse. Do not approach this area," he commanded, casting a wary glance at the sky for good measure. Upon hearing his words, the others swiftly retreated to a distance of several hundred meters. Time passed, and before long, fluctuations began to manifest before their eyes. A dazzling chaos of light materialized in the clearing, and feeling an unprecedented pressure, Violin and his companions retreated once more by several hundred meters. A few minutes later, the space fractured, and a woman clad in a tattered robe was expelled, landing steadily upon the ground. "My lord, this is point," one of the Silver Knights exclaimed in astonishment, questioning with bewilderment. The others turned their gazes towards Violin, their eyes reflecting the same confusion. "Just remember, this is the guardian spirit of our territory's future," Violin replied succinctly, offering no further explanation. Approximately 15 minutes later, the spatial portal gradually dissipated. In the next moment, Violin rose from the ground and walked slowly towards the center. As he approached, the legendary realm he had envisioned did not manifest. He felt no trace of pressure upon his body, which stirred a sense of doubt within him. Unconsciously, Violin traversed several hundred meters, standing beside the sorceress. Her silver hair, exquisite features, and devilishly alluring figure caused him to swallow hard. Yet, upon remembering that this woman was a legendary sorceress, his restless heart was instantly quelled. He then retrieved a small wooden box from his pocket, delicately extracting a flower of 7 colors, the flower of life. Cautiously, He approached the legendary sorceress, and a faint blue shield materialized before vanishing without a trace. It is said that these high-ranking mages often envelop themselves in a layer of protective magic shields against attacks. If I had harbored any inappropriate thoughts just now, the image of himself reduced to a pile of ash flashed through Violin's mind. He hastily shook his head and engaged in self-hypnosis, reminding himself, I am here to save lives. Subsequently, the pale blue magical shield no longer manifested, and Violin placed the seven-colored life flower near the mage's lips. In the next moment, it transformed into a light green liquid and flowed into the mage's body. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Violin sat by helplessly, awaiting the awakening of this legendary sorcerer. Just then, a knightly attendant appeared before everyone. Violin turned to look, recognizing him as one of the personnel remaining at the camp, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Why, Lord Raimundo has sent me to report that a large horde of wargs is approaching our location. Numbering over 300, the knightly attendant arrived before Violin, breathless as he delivered the news. What? The Silver Knight sprang to his feet in alarm, his face a mask of terror. Others gathered with weapons in hand, their expressions laden with concern as they gazed at their lord. A mere few dozen wargs could be dealt with easily, but over 300 wargs posed a significant threat. Calm down, let me think, Violin said, his demeanor composed as he began to strategize. The wargs emerging from the province undoubtedly belonged to a retreating monster coalition. It was likely that many silver-grade monsters resided within their ranks. Therefore, it was imperative to avoid confrontation and conserve our strength. Inform Raimundo to abandon other supplies, take the horses and essential rations, and retreat towards our direction. Yes, my lord. The knightly attendant wasted no time and departed with utmost urgency. Meanwhile, just 2 or 3 kilometers away from the Grey Mist Mountain camp, the wargs had already detected the presence of Raimundo and his party. The one-armed Ragus sat atop the back of a towering warg, his expression darkening. Can you see clearly? There is a human encampment ahead. Chief, there are quite a few humans ahead, and the banners they display are those of the human outpost. Upon hearing this, Ragus extinguished any thoughts of circumventing the area, his expression turning increasingly ferocious. Advance at full speed. I intend to collect some interest. Understood. Hundreds of wargs surged forward, racing towards the camp. Within the camp, upon receiving Violin's orders, Raimundo immediately commanded, abandon this place. Take the purple horses and withdraw with me. The 8 knightly attendants, who were in the midst of fortifying defenses, upon hearing the command, promptly discarded their wooden and stone implements, gathered essential rations, mounted the purple horses, and followed closely behind Raimundo, heading into the depths of Grey Mist Mountain. Merely 10 minutes passed before hundreds of wargs burst forth from the wilderness. Arriving at the camp in an instant, the incomplete fortifications were obliterated by the wargs, and tents were torn asunder. Ragus surveyed the deserted camp, and fury clouded his judgment as he bellowed at his subordinates. Where are those humans? Chief, over there. They ran that way. A keen-nosed warg quickly provided the answer. Pursue them. I shall feast upon them raw. Fixating on his severed limb, Ragus issued another command to chase after them. The mindless werewolves, lacking in intellect, chose to follow, making their way towards the Grey Mist Mountain. With their limited reasoning, they considered their own numbers, hundreds against merely a dozen of the enemy, and concluded that victory was inevitable. Within the confines of Grey Mist Mountain, Valen breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Raimundo's arrival. He had been anxious about the potential delay caused by the werewolves. Why, Lord, that pack of werewolves is right behind us. It won't be long before they arrive. Prepare for battle. They are undoubtedly targeting us, Valen declared, rising to his feet and gazing at the multitude of phantoms appearing in the distance. The others eagerly readied themselves for combat. The legendary mage's fingers began to shimmer, seemingly on the verge of awakening. Moments later, hundreds of werewolves encircled Valen and his companions, each one glaring menacingly at the group, brandishing their weapons and awaiting their leader's command. Valen unsheathed his knightly sword from its scabbard and steeled himself for battle. To survive this encounter, he believed that eliminating the enemy leader was paramount, as it would sow chaos among their ranks, providing an opportunity for escape. Of course, if the legendary mage were to awaken at this moment, the predicament would resolve itself effortlessly. Before him, the werewolves formed 2 lines, and a one-armed werewolf mounted upon a towering beast approached slowly. Upon laying eyes on the adversary, Valen's expression turned grave. Ha ha ha, this must be the divine favor bestowed upon me, granting me the chance for vengeance. Ragas's face twisted with madness as he roared, I shall tear you apart and preserve your remains in salt to savor slowly. Hearing the adversary's words in the common tongue, Valen gripped his knightly sword tightly, biding his time for the perfect moment. Their side boasted 7 silver knights, presenting a potential opportunity to forcibly eliminate the enemy, though the 12 knightly attendants would undoubtedly prove a hindrance. Crush them, Ragas cried with excitement, gesturing for his subordinates to attack. At his command, the werewolves swung their flails and chains, howling as they surged forward. Knightly attendants, fall back for your own protection. The rest of you, follow me and slay that one-armed werewolf. Valen decisively issued his orders, leading the charge with unwavering determination. Several bronze-tier werewolves met their end, cleaved in two, their scorching blood staining the armor, marking the commencement of battle. In the next moment, an even greater horde of frenzied werewolves surged forward, relentlessly assaulting Valen and the remaining 6 silver knights. As more and more werewolves joined the fray, the 7 were gradually separated, and Valen lost contact with his comrades. As the primary target, Ragas summoned a large contingent of high-tier bronze werewolves to converge on Valen. Sever one of this human's legs, and I shall reward you with 20 gold coins. An arm, 50 gold coins. The surrounding werewolves, driven by their leader's words and the intoxicating scent of blood, began to succumb to their primal instincts. Valen swung his knightly sword with vigor, managing to fell a werewolf with nearly every strike. Yet the numbers surrounding him only continued to swell, showing no signs of abating. This cannot continue, he realized, feeling the energy within him deplete rapidly. A decision was imperative. Otherwise, he would be consumed by fatigue in this place. At this very moment, the legendary sorcerer awoke from slumber, his icy gaze surveying the surroundings as he murmured incantations. A colossal beam of magical energy began to coalesce in an instant. The area was enveloped in snow and ice, and all the worgs were encased in frost. Breathless, Valen halted his actions, shaking the frozen blood crystals from his armor. Astonished by the scene around him, the unfamiliar sounds of the encased worgs began to shatter, transforming into fine shards of crystal. Even the arrogant one-armed worg was not spared, becoming part of the crystalline snow on the ground. In a heartbeat, the imminent danger dissipated, and without a moment's thought, he recognized the source of this intervention. Subsequently, Valen removed his helmet and approached the legendary sorcerer floating in the air, bowing deeply in a gesture of respect. My lord, I thank you for your assistance. Upon hearing Valen's words, the sorcerer's eyes brimmed with curiosity, and he silently contemplated, soon grasping the essence of what had been conveyed. Young man, I appreciate your aid. Listening to the familiar universal tongue, Valen marveled at the wonders of magic, though he maintained a facade of humility. The legendary sorcerer scanned the surroundings, parting his lips to inquire, what place is this? My lord, this is the Grey Mist Mountains in the Huangshe region of the Greifang Prairie on the subcontinent of Soprinas. Sensing the indifference in the sorcerer's tone, Valen dared not delay, truthfully relaying the information sought. The Grey Mist Mountains. With a tone of certainty, she already comprehended everything in her heart. The urgent escape from the starry skies had indeed brought her to this world, yet it had also inflicted grievous wounds, necessitating a period of recuperation. Feeling the oppressive force of the surrounding laws, which were 100-fold stronger than those of her native world, it was undoubtedly a formidable and fearsome realm. This compelled her to swiftly establish contact with the indigenous inhabitants to mitigate the rejection and oppression of the laws. Otherwise, her injuries would worsen, leading to certain demise. Valen observed her silence as she stood still, awaiting her command. As recompense, I shall grant you protection for 30 years. Do you accept? The time frame echoed the guidance of fate, and upon noticing her somewhat defeated expression, he seemed to grasp the implication. It is my honor. Thereafter, the legendary sorcerer summoned a fragment of restorative magic within her, conjuring 2 faint purple magic circles beneath their feet. Gazing at the circles, Valen felt a surge of panic, yet the subsequent information that flooded his mind quelled his doubts. This is the Guardian Contract ritual. Under the witness of the deity you revere, we shall forge a pact. Indeed, my lord. In the next moment, the ritual commenced, and Valen donned a devout expression, solemnly proclaiming, Great goddess of life above, your faithful follower, I beseech you to witness our binding contract. Following a lengthy series of sacred vows, a beam of light enveloped the two. Simultaneously, 12 knightly attendants and 6 silver knights knelt, bowing their heads in reverence to the divine. Within the gaze of Wren, the legendary mage appeared to perceive something, and a respectful expression surfaced upon the cold visage as she began to solemnly declare, "I, the legendary ice mage Anastasia, hereby swear to protect Wren and his territory for 30 years, ensuring absolute safety in exchange for." The subsequent words were a mere jumble of incomprehensible sounds to Wren, as if they had been thrown into disarray. However, a voice imbued with authority resonated in his ears, accompanied by a gentle dispersal of luminous beams. Upon the conclusion of the ritual, the legendary ice mage Anastasia gracefully descended to the ground, her curious gaze fixed upon the young man before her, yearning to articulate something yet finding herself at a loss for words. "From this moment forth, I shall safeguard you and your domain for the next 30 years. Henceforth, you may address me as Anasta." With a curious appraisal, Anastasia spoke in a softened tone, shedding her earlier indifference and aloofness. "Yes, milady," Wren replied with a bow, gaining a rudimentary understanding of the situation. "Raimondo, gather the remaining wealth and supplies from the surroundings." As Raimondo received the command and prepared to depart, Wren hastily called out to him, adding, "Select only the most valuable." "Yes, my lord." Given the limited number of horses they possessed, it was impossible to transport all the belongings of the 300 wolfmen. Thus, they could only choose the most valuable items, while the rest would be buried on site, awaiting retrieval at a later time. As the temperature began to rise, the ice crystals on the ground began to melt, and blood flowed down the mountainside, much of it remaining on this land, serving as nourishment for the flora of the gray mist mountains. The legendary mage Anastasia observed the bustling group, and with a casual wave of her hand, an ice throne materialized. Seated upon the throne, she glanced at her tattered robe and the emptiness of her fingers, realizing that she had little choice but to endure this for now. She was no naive girl. As a legendary mage with over 6 centuries of life experience, she paid no heed to the judgment of the mundane world. Moreover, who would dare to show her disrespect? The ever-bored Sia's gaze fell upon the young man with whom she had forged a contract, her curiosity unabated. She was keen to uncover why this youth, scarcely past his teenage years, had garnered the attention of divine beings. Indeed, more than one. With her current prowess, she lacked the audacity to challenge the majesty of the divine. Chapter 52. Unexpected gains. Returned to the territory before long. The sky darkened. With the tents having been ravaged by the wolfmen, Wren could only instruct his subordinates to gather firewood for warmth, making the earth their bed and the sky their blanket for the night. Once a pot of meat soup was prepared, Wren filled a bowl and made his way to the legendary mage. Lady Anastasia at the edge of the camp, Wren approached an ice house, pushed the door open, and placed the soup on the ice table. "Thank you." Sia opened her eyes, awakening from her meditation, and expressed her gratitude to Wren. Unbeknownst to her, she had come to regard this young man as an equal. Wren bowed respectfully, then exited the ice house, his spirits lifted by the sight of the bright red moon in the night sky. With the safety concerns resolved, it was now time for a rapid expansion. With the protection of a legendary mage, albeit a somewhat diminished one, he felt empowered to traverse the borders of the kingdom of Ilya with audacity. The larger the territory, the more abundant the resources, and the greater the number of trained personnel, leading to ever-expanding dominion in a virtuous cycle. At the bottom of the lake of star prayers, one could discover the 7-colored life flower. Thus, it was certain that other locales harbored hidden treasures capable of rapidly enhancing one's strength. With the guidance of fate, he was confident that within 30 years, he would ascend to become the 6th Earl of his family. At that moment, Raimundo approached with a stack of papers, excitement radiating from him as he made his way towards Violen. "My lord, we have struck gold this time." "Not so fast, let us dine first, and then we shall discuss it at length," Violen replied, in good spirits as he directed Raimundo. As night fell, seated by the flickering campfire, Violen and Raimundo began deliberating on the management of their newfound resources. There are approximately 30,000 gold coins, and the quantity of silver coins is substantial, though we cannot count them precisely. I estimate around 150,000. We have 256 finely crafted knightly swords and 136 sets of exquisite armor. There are 893 low-level magic crystals, 17 intermediate crystals, 1 high-level crystal, and 376 magical pearls. Additionally, 130 sheets of special paper for crafting magical scrolls, 16 bottles of magical potions, 12 pounds of purple gold sand, and 32 various elementary spellbooks, altogether valued at over 100,000 gold coins. As Violin listened to Raimundo's report, a smile remained plastered across his face. This truly was an unexpected fortune. He had already resigned himself to leading troops southward to seize the spoils plundered by the Wolfmen, only to discover that the Wolfman leader had cleverly departed from the Cadero province with the essence of their loot. Could it be that I am truly dying the next moment? Violin shook his head, dismissing such fanciful thoughts. Rather than indulge in fantasy, it was wiser to meticulously plan for future development and grow steadily. Let us take 50 sets of knightly swords and armor and bury the rest here. Marking the spot for retrieval later. As for the other items, we shall take them all. Nothing must remain here, my lord. I shall attend to it at once, Raimundo exclaimed, rising with enthusiasm to instruct the knightly attendants to prepare for burying the swords and armor. Leaning against a sturdy tree trunk, Violin gazed at the nearby ice house, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. 2 days later, Violin returned, laden with the spoils. Outside the village, 2 training rock lizards noticed their master's return, abandoning their caretaker to rush towards him excitedly. Xia trailed alongside Violin, curiously surveying the surrounding environment and architecture. Her first impression was one of cleanliness, a stark contrast to her preconceived notions of the town's sordid conditions. Violin, as the lord, you must be quite competent. Violin chuckled in response. Lady Anastasia, you flatter me. In the long journey I have undertaken, few towns possess such a clean and comfortable atmosphere, Anastasia remarked calmly as she observed Violin. At that moment, seeing the 2 rock lizards approach, Violin crouched down and curiously stroked their chins. Fascinating. Might I borrow these 2 pets for a couple of days for study? Feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure, the 2 rock lizards trembled in fear, promptly burying their heads in the ground. Observing his 2 pets nearly paralyzed with fear, Violin comforted them while remarking, Madam, given their current state, it is evident they cannot assist you in your research. I suggest we abandon this endeavor. Anastasia nodded in acknowledgement, diverting her attention elsewhere. Noticing her lack of insistence, Violin breathed a sigh of relief, pleased to encounter some rationality that would help avert unnecessary complications in the future. Madam Anastasia, shall I provide you with accommodations, or would you prefer to select a site for construction yourself? After sending Xiao Bai and Xiao Huang away, he addressed Xia. No need. Simply grant me a parcel of land, and I shall manage the rest, Xia replied, reverting to her aloof demeanor, adding, preferably situated away from the central area of your territory. Violin, though somewhat perplexed by her request, acquiesced to her choice. Madam, may I inquire about the required dimensions of the area? He pondered before asking. 30 square kilometers, Xia specified, providing an approximate figure based on the minimum radius of her legendary domain. Subsequently, Violin instructed Baird to retrieve a map. Upon Xia's arrival at the Lake of Prayer Stars, she noted a distinct drop in temperature, likely correlated with the specified area. Standing aside, she observed the young noble sketching 2 locations on parchment, awaiting Violin's elucidation, as she was unfamiliar with the script of this world. Madam, please take a look, Violin said, retracting his pencil. I believe these 2 sites are suitable. One lies 11 kilometers north of the Lake of Prayer Stars, and the other 30 kilometers to the west. Let it be the latter, Xia declared after a brief examination, extending her delicate finger toward the location 30 kilometers west of the lake. Violin nodded slightly. With the protection of this formidable individual, the development of this shadowy region should prove relatively simple. However, the exploitation of the shadowy territory would need to be postponed for 3 to 5 years, as his current domain lacked the resources for such perilous ventures. The immediate priority was to seize this opportune moment to expand his territory. This 30 square kilometers of land shall serve as your private domain, for you to manage as you please, he stated. Xia nodded in satisfaction at his words. Following this, Violin personally escorted her to the guest room of the castle, allowing her to rest before their journey to the designated site the next day. After attending to his responsibilities, the sun had set, and after finishing his dinner, Violin summoned Baird to the study to gather intelligence regarding the movements of the Southern Wolfman's army. Having extracted the essential information, he now focused on the populace. Chapter 53. Defining the area and convening a meeting. Baird entered the hall, bowing respectfully as he reported, My lord, the Wolfman's army has encountered the kingdom's forces at the border and has been annihilated. However, according to the intelligence gathered by my subordinates, This coalition of noblemen from the province of Selup appears to be quite disheartened. They are certainly justified in their disappointment, Violin replied with a smile. Baird, somewhat bewildered, sensed that his lord seemed already well informed, truly a man favored by the goddess. Baird, please notify the others that a territorial meeting will be convened in 3 days. It is time for us to expand westward. Wayland stood up and instructed Baird, furthermore, select 20 young women. I have use for them. Yes, my lord. After acknowledging, Wayland nodded, and upon Baird's departure, he returned to his chamber to rest. The following dawn, Wayland directed Baird to prepare some essential supplies while instructing Raimundo to bring forth half of the spoils acquired from the wargs, to be loaded onto the carts and transported 30 kilometers westward. Why, lord, I find this perplexing, Raimundo confessed as he approached Wayland, seeking clarity. These items, though valuable, were serendipitously obtained. They were originally seized by Lady Anasta, and it is fortunate that we have received half. Wayland sensed a chilling presence behind him and elucidated to Raimundo. Not far from the caravan, Xia listened to the noble youth's words, a flicker of unusual emotion crossing her eyes. Yet she remained silent. Lady, good morning. Wayland turned appropriately, noticing Xia, and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Wayland. Since preparations are complete, let us depart, indeed. Under Wayland's command, a detachment of soldiers escorted a dozen carts laden with various supplies, accompanied by 20 carefully selected comely female serfs, towards the Silver Ice region, an appellation Wayland had designated for this 30-square-kilometer expanse. An hour later, Wayland arrived at a hill 2 kilometers from the entrance of the Shadowed Territory, where a modest river meandered, suitable as a water source for the Silver Ice region. Excellent, Xia remarked, then summoned her inner magical energies, drawing the surrounding magic towards this location. Wayland stood aside, observing as the water gathered under the legendary sorceress's command. Materializing from nothingness, in a mere half hour, a castle of ice was formed. The area was blanketed in snow, and all vegetation, under the icy breath, transformed into delicate ice crystals. Others stood in awe, mesmerized by the miraculous scene. Wayland, this shall be my future abode. You may come to me for assistance at any time, and I shall honor our pact. Yes, my lady, Wayland respectfully replied, then gestured towards the 20 comely female serfs, continuing, Lady, these are your servants, a humble gift I offer for your acceptance. Xia turned, extending her right hand, as a magical circle enveloped the 20 serfs, proclaiming with authority, Do you wish to serve as my ice servants? We do, the 20 serfs responded in unison. As the words faded, the magical circle activated, encasing the group. Minutes later, as the magical glow dissipated, the 20 serfs clad in coarse garments vanished, replaced by 20 figures possessing azure skin, largely encased in ice that served as their attire, adorned with 2 pairs of translucent wings, and sporting antennae yet to fully develop, their appearances markedly transformed. Regarding strength, under Wayland's perception, the individuals who were once merely ordinary humans have now attained the status of mid-tier bronze, and their power continues to grow. 20 unknown beings opened their eyes, kneeling on the ground, and reverently addressed Xia. We have come to pay our respects, master. Sensing Wayland's confusion, Xia smiled and elucidated. They are no longer identified as humans. You may refer to them as ice spirits. Wayland, closing his mouth in astonishment, remarked, Your Excellency, this ability of yours, do not be concerned. I understand your fears, Xia interjected with a wave of her hand, continuing, the transformation into ice servants is fraught with numerous restrictions. I did not anticipate such a thorough metamorphosis this time, without any aberrations, perhaps thanks to you. Wayland gazed at Xia's smile, feeling somewhat bewildered. This is my contractee. From now on, whenever he arrives, you must not impede him. Yes, master, the 20 ice spirits responded in unison. Finally, Xia produced a token from her bosom and presented it to Wayland. This is a token of trust, which can shield you from 3 attacks below the legendary level at critical moments, while also deterring any ill-intentioned individuals. Consider it a reward for these beings. Thank you, milady. Feeling the residual warmth of the token, Wayland expressed his gratitude without pretense. Subsequently, he bid farewell to Xia and returned to the Lake of Prayer with Baird and the others. On the way back, Raimundo gazed at Wayland with admiration, excitedly exclaiming, My lord, you are truly shrewd. With these items, you have acquired a treasure. Ha ha ha, this time, it is indeed a gain. Baird, standing beside them, looked utterly perplexed, casting a puzzled glance between his lord and Raimundo. Unable to comprehend the situation, no matter how hard he tried. 2 days later, within the hall of the castle, 14 low-tier silver knights took their seats in accordance with their ranks. Once everyone had gathered, Wayland convened a meeting. As of now, we possess a population of 4,500 troops, 83 knight attendants, and 15 silver knights. Our food supplies are ample, weapons plentiful, our foundation stable, and with powerful guardians, the time is ripe for territorial expansion. Within a year, we must not only develop the entirety of the 150 square kilometers of land surrounding the Lake of Prayer, but also continue to expand our territory. Furthermore, we shall establish buffer zones on the periphery to allow for sufficient space. Upon hearing this, the remaining 14 silver knights understood their lord's intentions. During the initial establishment of the territory, it was permissible to forego unnecessary possessions in order to conserve vital forces. However, as the territory expands, they cannot replicate such measures each time. Thus, they must repel enemies beyond their borders to minimize losses. My lord, may I inquire how much land we need to develop and the size of the buffer zone to be established this time? Baird inquired, looking towards Wayland. Wayland surveyed the room and responded directly, centered around the Lake of Prayer. We shall expand at least 200 square kilometers of land to the west and establish a buffer zone spanning 20 kilometers. As he reached this point, Wayland paused and produced 2 sheets of parchment, which he handed to Baird and Orlando, instructing them to circulate them in turn. Noticing that the lord remained silent, the others began to murmur among themselves. 10 minutes later, once everyone had perused the contents of the parchment, Wayland continued, saying, "Only through competition can we achieve progress. I have decided to establish 2 distinct departments, exploration and construction, each to be allocated equal resources. A year from now, we shall assess the achievements of the team assigned to the Lake of Prayer in the newly developed areas. The team that demonstrates the greatest accomplishments will be rewarded with 6 low-grade magic crystals, a mithril dagger, 3 sets of superior knightly armor, 3 exquisite knightly longswords, and a 7-colored life flower." Chapter 53. Division of Teams. As for the criteria for evaluation, you have all seen it, so I shall not elaborate further. The group exchanged glances, then turned their attention to their lord, awaiting his next commands. Wayland did not keep them in suspense, promptly announcing the roster. The construction department, to be led by Baird, will consist of Cassius, Imogen, and Orion, retaining 3 squads of soldiers. The remaining forces will be assigned to the exploration department under Orlando's leadership, with all silver knights except Raimundo joining this division. 2/3 of the weaponry and 1/3 of the food supplies within the territory will be allocated to the exploration department, along with the enlistment of 1,000 inhabitants from the territory. We shall conduct an evaluation on this day next year to determine the victor. I trust you will provide me with a satisfactory report. Rest assured, my lord, we shall exert every effort to fulfill our respective tasks, declared the 14 individuals, rising to their feet with resolute conviction. Such generous rewards were not something anyone would willingly forego. Very well, aside from Raimundo, the rest of you may leave to prepare. Wayland waved his hand, dissolving the meeting and allowing the others to exit. Moments later, the once bustling hall was left with only Wayland and Raimundo. Raimundo, how is the formation of the merchant caravan progressing? My lord, the caravan has been successfully assembled, comprising 12 carts, 18 pack horses, and 3 war horses. In terms of personnel, we have 12 drivers, 15 assistants, 15 caravan guards, 2 cooks, and 1 physician with some medical knowledge, totaling 46 individuals including myself. Very well, Wayland nodded, responding, I shall grant you 2 days to select some goods, after which I will accompany you to establish trade routes. Yes, my lord, Raimundo bowed respectfully before departing the hall. Meanwhile, Orlando exited the hall and returned to the village encampment with his brother, preparing for their training session with their contractor. Brother, this is a splendid opportunity to prove our worth and demonstrate our capabilities to the Lord, Hebra exclaimed excitedly, pumping his fists as they walked. It is indeed an opportunity, but it also comes with responsibilities, Orlando replied, turning to face his brother, his expression calm and devoid of much excitement. With only 4 individuals remaining under Baird's command, aside from the Lord and Raimundo, the majority of the high-powered forces will be left for me to lead. Observing his brother's demeanor, Hebra tempered his enthusiasm and inquired, Is there something troubling you? There is no issue. Orlando shook his head and remarked, This is an opportunity bestowed upon us by our master to hone our skills. Leading the way and expanding our territory independently is imperative. We must seize this chance, or we shall find ourselves contentedly remaining by our master's side as mere guardians. Is there anything amiss with being a guardian? Hebra inquired, gazing at his elder brother with a look of confusion. Unbeknownst to them, the two brothers, Orlando and Hebra, arrived at the encampment of their contractor. Train diligently. Do not falter when the time comes, Orlando instructed. Understood, brother, I will strive earnestly, Hebra replied, and Orlando nodded before proceeding towards the left side of the camp. In the open space, he observed 30 young contractors diligently engaged in their training, and a sense of satisfaction washed over him. With his hands clasped behind his back, he began to inspect the scene. The 30 youths, aged 13 or 14, intensified their efforts upon the arrival of their master. Having emerged from backgrounds of servitude and peasantry, they yearned to become individuals of worth, rather than mere detritus. After completing his inspection, Orlando retrieved a wooden sword from the nearby weapons rack and called the 30 contractors to assemble. Soon, the perspiring youth stood before Orlando, poised for the next instructions. Today, our master has entrusted me with a significant responsibility. This is the task before us, a test from our master and an opportunity for us to demonstrate our worth. You exist because of me, and I exist because of our master. Be why the grace of the goddess of life. For our Lord, we are willing to sacrifice everything. The 30 youths displayed expressions of reverence as they performed their daily oath, as was customary. Subsequently, Orlando began to communicate with the luminous orb within him, linking the fighting spirit of the 30 individuals in the square. A pale red orb enveloped the 31 participants. From a distance, the faint outline of the orb was discernible, yet not distinctly so. Standing atop the highest point of the castle, Valen gazed down at the scene, observing the diligent training of Orlando, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. The distant view was promising. However, the true measure of their combat prowess remained uncertain in this upcoming trial. I hope to witness your growth, Valen mused to himself, stroking his chin. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to nurture Orlando and Hebra as if they were his own children. In the following 2 days, Valen assigned Baird to oversee all matters pertaining to the Lake of Prayers. Apart from the supplies allocated to the expansion department, all other resources of the Lake of Prayers were entrusted to Baird's management. Simultaneously, Valen commenced the establishment of a private treasury, distinguishing it from the financial affairs of the territory. And the dimly lit basement of the castle, Valen surveyed his surroundings, admiring his personal treasures. 300 pounds of secret silver, 50 pounds of mountain copper. This alone accounted for nearly 10% of the territory's stockpiled. In addition, the adjacent chest contained 3 complete sets of exceptional knight armor, 10 intermediate magic crystals, 1 advanced magic crystal, and 50 magical pearls. On the wooden shelf rested 30 sheets of special paper for crafting magic scrolls, 6 bottles of magical potions, 3 pounds of purple gold sand, 32 various introductory magic tomes, and 3 volumes on nightly breathing techniques. To the left of the basement, 3 wooden chests were stored, each containing 10,000 gold coins, which could be considered the least valuable items therein. From this moment forth, these would be his private collection. While it is true that everything within my domain belongs to me, one must exercise caution before taking action. However, the private treasury is an entirely different matter. Gazing upon the plethora of treasures, a smile graced Valen's face as he murmured to himself. Perhaps, for the resources of the territory, 2 distinct storage systems could be established, one for regular use and another as a reserve, just in case of unforeseen circumstances. Prompted by this sudden notion that emerged in his mind, Valen resolutely decided to put it into action. Upon leaving the basement, he summoned the castle guards to call for Baird. "My lord, you summon me," Baird responded, having immediately set aside his tasks in a flurry to attend to Valen. "Baird, I have an idea and would like to hear your thoughts on it. Please enlighten me." "My lord." Leaning against the stone seat, Valen spoke slowly. "Regarding the storage system for the territory, we could adhere to the 70-30 principle, with 7 layers designated for regular use, displayed openly, while 3 layers serve as backup resources, safeguarding against any eventualities. What do you think?" "That seems feasible," Baird replied after a moment of contemplation. In truth, he was more inclined towards an 80-20 ratio for storage, but since his lord had already articulated a plan, it would be inappropriate for him to argue against it. Moreover, having an additional layer of resources would only enhance security, with no detriment involved. "Very well, I entrust you with the planning of the castle's main warehouse. Additionally, you shall oversee the construction of the Star Lake. I shall not detain you further, as your duties are ample." "Yes, my lord." Swiftly departing, Baird exited the hall within a mere 10 minutes. That moment, a guard entered the hall, kneeling respectfully to report, "My lord, Sir Raimondo seeks an audience." "Let him enter." Just as Violin was about to leave, he settled back down and instructed the soldier. Shortly thereafter, a young man clad in brown linen entered the hall and bowed deeply, causing Violin to blink in surprise. "Raimondo, why are you dressed this way?" Raimondo, glancing down at his attire, promptly replied, "My lord, one must not display wealth ostentatiously. As a merchant, the foremost principle is to remain discreet, thus avoiding becoming an easy target for rival factions." "You speak wisely," Violin responded, rubbing his forehead, still adjusting to the mindset befitting a noble. Subsequently, Raimondo began to report on his endeavors. "My lord, for this trading expedition, we have 10 carts loaded with goods, alongside 2 carts carrying essential supplies for the caravan. This allows for a total of 12 tons of cargo. I have chosen 2 tons of finely processed salt, 6 tons of coarsely processed salt, along with 320 animal pelts, 120 foldable chairs, and 6,000 pounds of bean tubers. Prepare to depart tomorrow morning," Violin instructed. "Understood." Once Raimondo had taken his leave, Violin glanced down at his attire and promptly requested a servant to fetch a linen garment for him. On the muddy roads of the Cadro province, Violin found himself languidly perched atop one of the carts within Raimondo's caravan, observing the desolate scenery along the route. They were still over 20 kilometers away from the first destination, the domain of Baron Grosvenor. Gazing at the annotations by the roadside, Waylon withdrew a map of the Cadro province from his breast pocket. He studied the 6 locations marked upon it, representing the 6 relatively prosperous noble territories traversed during this expedition to establish trade routes, all aimed to be completed within 2 months. After carefully stowing the map away, Waylon reclined on the roof of the carriage, casting his eyes towards the overcast sky, murmuring to himself. This endeavor to expand trade routes was not merely a matter of following a predefined path. It also encompassed visiting local nobility, fostering mutual acquaintance, and establishing networks of influence. After more than an hour, a small town emerged before the group. At the entrance of the city gate, hundreds of commoners and merchants were lined up, awaiting entry. The territory of Baron Grosvenor, governed by the Grosvenor family, was a modest lineage that had been established for less than a century, spanning 3 generations, with dominion over a mere 3,000 square kilometers. Thanks to its advantageous geographical location along a vital thoroughfare, it had become a bustling trade town, frequented by several local nobles and numerous pioneering lords for commerce. Following a thorough inspection, the merchant convoy was permitted to enter the town. Upon entering, Waylon was immediately assaulted by a foul stench that compelled him to cover his mouth and nose. Refuse, urine, and excrement were carelessly strewn across the streets. "Sir, do you require a pair of shoes?" A young vendor approached, cradling several pairs of high-heeled shoes, cautiously promoting his wares. Raymond, hearing the vendor's words, instinctively glanced at Waylon, perched atop the carriage. "You are the leader of the convoy. The decision is yours." "Indeed," Raymond responded, turning to the vendor to inquire, "How much for a pair?" The vendor, sensing a potential sale, replied respectfully, "My lord, these high-heeled shoes will spare you from stepping into the filth of the town. A pair costs merely 5 copper coins." After a moment of contemplation, Raymond extracted a silver coin from his pocket and handed it to the vendor. "I shall take all the shoes you have, and with the remaining funds, I would like to hire you as a guide for a few days. Are you agreeable?" "Yes, yes, my lord, I am willing." The vendor eagerly accepted the silver coin, stowing it away in his inner pocket, and promptly handed over all 10 pairs of high-heeled shoes to a nearby convoy guard, swiftly assuming the role of guide. "My lord, my name is Tom. Please instruct me. First, take us to the area where we can park the carriage." Raymond considered the plan, deciding to secure a resting place for the convoy before presenting a formal greeting to the local nobility. As for the sale of goods, establishing connections with the local aristocracy would ensure there was no fear of unsold merchandise. "Please follow me, my lord." The convoy then followed Tom, the local vendor, to the designated resting area. Once everything was arranged, Raymond summoned a convoy guard. "Take this letter and family crest and accompany Tom to present them to Baron Grosvenor." "Yes, my lord." The guard accepted the letter and crest, following the vendor towards the small castle within the town. Inside the modest castle at the heart of the town, the current head of the Grosvenor family, Duke The second son of Baron Grosvenor was training, his upper body bare, skillfully wielding a knight's longsword to hone his technique. A bronze knight at the intermediate level, he pondered when he might ascend to the higher ranks. Aware of his limited talent, he resolved to compensate through diligent effort. As he paused from his training to take a brief respite, the castle's steward entered and reported, "Young master, a noble has sent a formal invitation, representing one of the families your father has instructed us to pay particular attention to." Duke halted in his tracks and turned to inquire, "Ah, which family is it?" "It is the Eeks family, likely associated with the neighboring frontier knight," the steward replied earnestly. "Accept the invitation and inform my father at the main keep outside the city." "Yes, young master." Once the steward departed, Duke wiped the sweat from his brow and commanded his servants to begin preparing the venue, while also dispatching someone to gather intelligence. Soon, a knightly squire mounted on a swift steed set off towards the castle, located 20 kilometers north of the small town. As night approached, a formidable middle-aged man, accompanied by several guards, arrived at the quaint town of Grosvenor. "Father," Duke greeted at the castle entrance, bowing slightly in his silk robe. "Duke, what is the situation?" In response to his father's inquiry, Duke recounted the details of the brief investigation he had conducted over the course of 3 hours that day. "Father, they are stationed in the Western District and will visit tomorrow morning at 10. Additionally, their caravan's goods include." The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. "You have done well. Now recall all those spies." "Yes, father." Chapter 55. Expanding Trade Routes, Part 1. In the deep of night, after attending to his affairs, Duke approached the door of the study and gently knocked. "Come in." He pushed the door open and, observing his father's silhouette, bowed his head slightly and respectfully stated, "Father, all matters are resolved." The middle-aged man set aside the book he held, turned to face his second son, and after a moment of silence, spoke, "You handled the recent monster attacks in the wilderness commendably." "Father, it is my duty," Duke replied with a calm demeanor, accepting his father's praise. Gazing at his second son, who possessed modest talent yet demonstrated unwavering diligence, the middle-aged man wore a complex expression. Their family was merely a small baronial lineage. Aside from paying taxes to the kingdom and tribute to higher nobles, their remaining resources were exceedingly limited. Cultivating an heir was already a formidable challenge, and for other family members, only the most promising could be nurtured. Beyond that, he felt powerless. "You may lack exceptional talent, but I have observed your efforts over the years." After a prolonged silence, the middle-aged man continued, "Within the family, your future appears bleak. I wish to hear your choice." Duke lowered his head, remaining silent. The flickering candlelight danced in the evening breeze, casting shadows that added a tranquil ambience to the surroundings. "Father, I shall heed your arrangements." After considerable reflection, Duke resolved to comply with his father's wishes. "Tomorrow, I shall introduce you to the pioneer of the Eeks family. As for your success, that shall depend on you." "Yes, father." Duke bowed before exiting the room. Walking through the dimly lit corridor, a look of melancholy crossed his face. He had learned much regarding the monster attack from over a month ago. The pioneer hailing from the Eeks family established a frontier territory in less than a year, demonstrating formidable combat prowess that compelled the wargs to retreat, redirecting their assaults towards the inland regions. He vividly recalled the fierce encounters with the wargs from over a month ago. Had it not been for the fortifications, even the valiant guards of the small town would have faltered against the onslaught of over 300 wargs. He harbored hopes that he might catch the eye of that esteemed individual. Yet he considered himself lacking in any remarkable qualities, possessing nothing but diligence to his name. As the sun rose 6 hours later, Violin arose from his slumber, donned his attire, and stepped out of his chamber. "Sir, is this truly what you intend to wear?" inquired Raimundo, who had been waiting by the door, observing Violin's appearance with a puzzled expression. Violin stifled a yawn and replied, "Changing clothes is rather bothersome. This will suffice." After partaking in breakfast, Violin, accompanied by Raimundo and 2 guards from the merchant caravan, set forth towards the center of the small town to pay a visit to the local lord. Upon traversing the filthy streets, they arrived at a relatively clean castle square. A modestly dressed steward approached them as they arrived, bowing respectfully. "Might I inquire if you are Lord Violin?" "Indeed, I am," Violin responded, noting the steward's calm demeanor, which alleviated his initial apprehension. "Please, follow me. The Baron has been awaiting your arrival for some time." Thus, Violin followed the steward into the castle, crossing a spacious cobblestone path, until they reached a simple hall. A middle-aged man, upon seeing the youth clad in linen enter, immediately rose to greet him, with the Duke closely trailing behind. "Welcome, fledgling of the Ikes family. I am Baron Whisk Grosvenor, a noble of this land." Violin regarded the affable middle-aged gentleman, placed his right hand over his chest, and inclined his head slightly, saying, "Good day, Baron. I apologize for the imposition. I hope you do not take offense. Ha ha ha, it is indeed my honor to have you here." After exchanging pleasantries, Whisk warmly invited Violin to take a seat, instructing a servant to present exquisite pastries and fine wine. Raimundo stood quietly behind Violin, while the other two guards awaited outside. Duke, standing behind his father, subtly raised his gaze to observe the imposing young man flanking Violin, unable to discern the latter's strength, and felt a sense of astonishment. "So, Violin, may I address you as such?" Whisk inquired with a smile. "Baron Whisk, you may do as you please," Violin replied gently from his elegant chair. The decorum exhibited by those of noble lineage was evident. Whisk, observing the humble yet powerful youth, recalled his grandfather's endeavors to seek out the offspring of noble families to collect tribute, and he could not help but shake his head in reminiscence. Soon after, the conversation shifted to the situation in the Cardro province, providing Violin, who had resided in the territory for over a month, with a wealth of useful information. Among the most significant revelations was the astonishing fact that the kingdom had stationed a Silver Knight Order in the relatively obscure Cardro province. According to the military structure of the kingdom, a Silver Knight Order comprises 3 Golden Knights, 300 Silver Knights, 3,000 Bronze Knights, and an indeterminate number of knight attendants, typically ranging from 5,000 to 10,000. Baron Weskier has come for 2 reasons: to pay a visit to the Grosvenor family and to discuss commercial matters. After some deliberation, Valen revealed the purpose of this journey. Weskier, upon hearing Valen's words, was not surprised, as he had anticipated this. What goods could it be? Although he had already gathered the intelligence, Weskier refrained from divulging it in such a setting and instead politely inquired. "Salt, processed from rock salt," was the answer. Raimondo, standing behind Valen, then retrieved 2 small cloth bags from his waist and placed them upon the long wooden table. Observing the gesture of invitation from his counterpart, Weskier dropped any pretense and took the 2 bags, carefully pouring their contents onto the table. The refined rock salt appeared crystalline and white, with uniform granules. Weskier took a pinch of the salt, rubbing it between his fingers. It felt dry and devoid of moisture, smooth and delicate. He tasted it, his eyes lighting up in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Superb quality. What price do you propose? What does my lord the Baron deem its value?" Weskier, after a moment's contemplation, did not respond immediately. Instead, he examined the other pile of coarsely processed salt, making a mental evaluation. After a brief pause, Weskier pointed at the refined sample and stated, "For this type of salt, I am willing to offer 25 copper coins per pound, as for the other. It possesses a slight bitterness and lacks quality, yet it exceeds the market's rock salt. I would offer 10 copper coins per pound for it." Upon hearing this, Valen found the prices to align closely with his own estimations and was prepared to discuss further. However, he was interrupted by Weskier's remark. "Valen, matters of commerce can wait. I have a request." "Please, go on," Valen replied, momentarily taken aback, gazing at Weskier. With an apologetic demeanor, Weskier continued, "I am contemplating your introduction of my son, Duke. Oh, Valen responded, assessing the young man standing proudly behind Weskier, noting his mid-tier bronze strength, which was quite standard. Duke felt a twinge of disappointment at Valen's assessment, but maintained his composure, remaining still behind his father. Given that, then, Weskier held little hope and prepared to steer the conversation back to business. Yet, in the next moment, Valen interrupted him. "However, I can offer your son an opportunity. Should he pass my test, I would be willing to take him under my wing for further training." "What kind of test?" With a glimmer of hope, Weskier eagerly inquired, sensing a shift in circumstances. "He must engage in a duel with my caravan's guards, after which I shall provide my verdict." Seeing the situation unfold, Weskier promptly agreed and enthusiastically guided Valen to the central training ground of the castle. With the host leading the way, Valen and Raimondo arrived at a training area exceeding 60 square meters, where a variety of weapons lay arranged upon nearby racks. "Remember to suppress your strength to match your opponent's realm." Valen turned to look at Raimondo and instructed him. "Yes, my lord," Raimondo replied with a nod, promptly retrieving a suitable wooden sword from the weapon rack. He then removed his linen outer garment, revealing the white shirt worn beneath. After receiving confirmation from Weskier, Duke similarly shed his outer layer, accepted the wooden sword handed to him by a servant, and made his way to the center of the training ground. Unleash your full potential. Do not be defeated in a single strike, for it would bring great shame upon your father, Raimondo cautioned, having suppressed his strength to the bronze intermediate level and sizing up Duke with a careful gaze. Thank you, Duke expressed his gratitude, his eyes sharpening as he gripped the wooden sword tightly and began to slowly channel the fighting spirit within him in contrast. Raimondo observed Duke with a casual demeanor, making no superfluous movements as he awaited the first assault. In the next moment, Duke launched the initial attack, only to have it effortlessly deflected. Standing outside the training ground, Weskier watched the duel with a solemn expression. He was acutely aware of his son's capabilities, knowing they surpassed many of the bronze high-ranking knights in his territory, yet here they were being easily subdued by a guard of the same realm. Noticing the change in Weskier's countenance, Wren remarked with a smile, "My lord, your son's abilities are quite commendable. Compared to ordinary bronze knights, he ranks among the elite." "Oh this." Weskier shook his head and replied, "Wren, he cannot even best one of your merchant guards." "It is truly no, that cannot be the measure," Wren interjected. "Raimondo, as the leader of the merchant caravan, was meticulously chosen by me, and having undergone comprehensive knight training within his family, he naturally excels beyond what the lesser nobility can provide. I apologize for such an assessment of your it is of no consequence. Please, continue." Weskier felt no offense taken, for the hierarchy was evident, and such distinctions existed. The heirs nurtured by lesser nobility might not even rival the knight training of our family. Duke has reached this level, which is already commendable, though he lacks some essential training. Hearing Wren's words, Weskier felt a sense of reassurance. At least the other party would not refuse to accept his son. He then complimented, "As a family rooted in the knightly profession, I am well aware of your strength, and I am grateful for your acknowledgement of Duke." Wren nodded in response, choosing not to elaborate further, and quietly observed the clash between the two. As time passed, Duke's stamina dwindled, and he gasped for breath as he regarded his opponent, feeling a twinge of doubt creeping into his heart. All his efforts over the years seemed to amount to little. Throughout the brief encounter, he could clearly sense that Raimondo was holding back. By his estimation, had Raimondo exerted himself fully from the outset, he would have been defeated within 3 moves. With a clang, the sword in Duke's hand was sent flying, and he sank to his knees, struggling to articulate, "My lord, thank you for your mercy. Your foundation is lacking, yet your perseverance is commendable. You merely require some guidance," Raimondo remarked as the battle ceased, prompting Weskier and Wren to approach. As Duke beheld his father approaching, he mustered the strength to rise, shame enveloping him as he uttered, "Father, I have failed. It is of no consequence." "You have exerted yourself to the utmost," his father replied. Expecting his defeat to elicit a look of discomfort from his father, he was instead met with a countenance radiating affection, a sight he had not witnessed in many years. "Duke, would you consider accompanying me?" Wren inquired gently as he stepped before Duke. Stunned into silence, Duke stood immobile. Observing his son's sluggishness, Whisker swiftly delivered a kick to Duke's knee, forcing him to kneel upon the ground. Reacting to the urgency of the moment, Duke bowed deeply, proclaiming loudly, "I pay my respects to my lord." Noticing this, Wren assisted him to his feet, saying, "Bid farewell to your father, and come to my encampment tomorrow morning. You should be familiar with the location." "Yes, my lord," Duke promptly acquiesced, bowing once more. Subsequently, Raimondo, as the head of the merchant caravan, engaged in further discussions with Whisker's steward regarding the acquisition of mineral salt, solidifying the purchase arrangements. Following their midday meal, Wren took his leave of Whisker, accompanied by Raimondo and 2 guards from the merchant caravan. As they exited the castle to explore the commercial district of the small town, hoping to uncover items of interest and my lord, the purchase price they offered has significantly increased compared to before, Raimondo remarked, trailing behind Wren. "Indeed, do elaborate," Wren responded with intrigue. Raimondo produced a commercial contract from his pocket, handing it to Wren for review, while explaining, "Previously, the price you discussed with Baron Grosvenor was 25 copper coins per pound for refined mineral salt, and 10 copper coins per pound for rough mineral salt. Subsequently, I negotiated with the steward, securing a price of 30 copper coins per pound for refined mineral salt and 12 copper coins per pound for rough mineral salt, an overall increase of 1/5 in the purchase price. This time, They intend to acquire 1 ton of refined mineral salt and 3 tons of rough mineral salt, with an agreement to transact every 3 months under this contract. Quite intriguing, Valen mused, a smile gracing his face as he noted Whisker's signature on the document. Based on prior pricing, the counterpart would have needed to pay 110 gold coins. However, under this contract, the amount escalated to 132 gold coins, a substantial increment of 22 gold coins. Nevertheless, there was an additional stipulation. Within Grosvenor's territory and its surrounding lands, no further mineral salt transactions could be conducted with other nobles. Chapter 57. Expanding Trade Routes, Part 1. Peculiar Matters. Valen paid little heed to this demand. His current endeavor was solely to traverse the planned trade route with Raimondo, visiting 6 nobles along the way, and he had no desire to squander precious time engaging with lesser nobles. This trading method saved him considerable time. Let us go and see if this small town holds any treasures. Perhaps we might stumble upon a fortunate find, Valen declared as he handed the contract to Raimondo and proceeded towards the commercial district. Noticing that his lord had no further suggestions or ideas to impart, Raimondo refrained from speaking, securing the contract and hastening to keep pace. The following morning, outside the merchant encampment, Duke donned a linen outfit, accompanied by 2 knightly retainers, leading a warhorse and 3 pack horses, quietly awaiting their departure. The other members of the caravan did not drive Duke and his companions away. They had already learned of the events that transpired yesterday and understood that these were knights newly acquired by the Lord, who might very well become their direct superiors. A few minutes later, after Valen had completed his morning rituals, he exited his chamber and stepped through the door. Upon seeing his vassal approach, Duke promptly advanced to greet him. Placing a hand upon his chest and bowing deeply as he declared, "My lord, Duke reports for duty." "Indeed, you appear to have recovered splendidly," Valen remarked, nodding at the spirited Duke. "Raimondo, I entrust Duke's training to you. Ensure he receives thorough instruction." "Yes, my lord," Raimondo replied with a serene expression as he accepted the task, subsequently leading Duke and his 2 knightly attendants to a nearby clearing to commence their foundational training. As Valen observed the overcast sky, a sense of tranquility washed over him. The atmosphere was quiet, cool, and gentle, and he relished such weather in the following days, based on the conditions of the territory and the intelligence he had gathered. Valen entered into another business agreement with Baron Grosvenor Whisk. His investigations had provided him with a clearer understanding of the predicaments faced by other minor nobles and pioneers in the border regions. The sudden onslaught of monsters from the Grey Maw Wastes had caught this group unawares. With the loss of their possessions and the threat to their safety, they were eager to sell their serfs in order to flee the province of Cadro. The number of these individuals was not insignificant. Over 30 resided in the border areas surrounding Grosvenor. They had come to the province to settle, seeking stability, but the current situation forced these vulnerable pioneers to act swiftly to mitigate their losses, selling serfs and remaining supplies for coin in hopes of departing as soon as possible. Who could predict when these marauding monsters would return? Even the later arrival of a Silver Knight order from the kingdom could not deter the pioneers from abandoning this perilous location. Consequently, a flood of serfs entered the market, resulting in a drastic reduction in slave prices. Previously, a robust male slave commanded 15 gold coins, while a female serf was valued at 12. Now, they could be acquired for half that price, often accompanied by children. Nevertheless, the supply far exceeded the demand, leaving many sellers at a loss. Stranded without funds, Valen sought assistance from Whisk, requesting that he procure 800 male serfs and 500 female serfs for the sum of 9,000 gold coins, along with an additional 200 coins for provisions and transport, instructing Whisk to send them to Lake Chishing. Whisk was more than willing to oblige, unconcerned about whether Valen could afford such a transaction. In fact, he relished the prospect of extending a favor, hoping that Valen would owe him a debt. On January 20th, after a 5-day stay in the small town of Grosvenor, the caravan prepared to depart for their next destination. At the city gates, Raimondo produced 2 silver coins from his pocket and tossed them to Tom, who stood nearby, bowing and scraping. "Tom, here is your additional reward." "Thank you, my lord. Thank you," Tom exclaimed, receiving the coins with utmost reverence and carefully stowing them in his inner pocket, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Subsequently, Raimondo dismissed the guide, commanding the caravan loudly, "Let us set forth." Walen reclined atop a cart, gnawing on a plant reminiscent of sugarcane, its sweetness and chewiness igniting a notion within him, one he resolved to implement upon his return to the territory. Over the ensuing month, he traversed 3 destinations, forging commercial agreements with local nobility, all proceeding smoothly. However, an unexpected turn of events arose at the 5th destination. Along the muddy roadside, emaciated serfs were scattered everywhere, intermingled with a fair number of deserters, my lord. I have gathered the information, said Raimondo, his expression grave as he approached Wayland with a respectful report. Pray, enlighten me as to the cause of such turmoil, Wayland inquired, arms crossed, fixated on the refugees lining the road. And my lord, the situation is as follows. The local lord, Kent Brom, is currently in conflict with his son, Bory Brom. The strife originated from matters concerning Kent's daughter, Evelyn Brom. What? Wayland stared at Raimondo, bewildered. Raimondo, upon receiving this news, mirrored his disbelief, for the revelation was utterly shocking. 2 months prior, for reasons unknown, Kent Brom had developed an obsession with his daughter, Evelyn. In a bid to claim her, he first brought his mistress to the military camp, coercing her to confess that Evelyn was the product of her infidelity and bore no blood relation to him. When the Baron's mistress refused to comply, Kent cast her into the camp of military concubines, subjecting her to torment for 3 weeks, ultimately forcing her to acknowledge that Evelyn was not his biological child. What does this have to do with Kent's son? Wayland queried, stroking his chin in perplexity. That is precisely the crux of the issue, Raimondo replied. During Kent's 3-week stay in the military camp, Bory Brom seized control of the entire castle and several surrounding towns, declaring that his father was possessed by a demon, which ignited the conflict between them. Surely, Kent's prolonged stay in the military camp raises questions. Bory, being the heir, why would he turn against his father? And where does Evelyn fit into this saga? Wayland quickly discerned the underlying issues. My subordinate, is also unclear. But this is the intelligence I have gathered, Raimondo said, scratching his head in confusion. It appears there are sinister machinations at play, my lord. Shall we intervene? Intervene in what? Such matters will soon attract resolution from others. We shall take a detour to our final destination, Gressley, by the time we return. We may well uncover the reasons behind this debacle. As you command. Raimondo bowed and promptly directed the caravan to alter its course towards Gressley. Chapter 58. Expanding Trade Routes, Part 1, The Final Stop. After a fortnight of diversion, the caravan safely arrived at its final destination, Gressley, a military town located in the northeastern boundary of the Cadro province, a semi-military settlement at the northern frontier, and the sole town in Cadro that engaged in free trade with the province of Tyrock, home to the dwarven kingdom of the Iron Furnaces. Although the kingdom of Ilia remains in a state of mutual hostility with the iron-forged dwarven mountain kingdom, the commerce in the town of Gressley has not been significantly affected. Upon entering this city, the intoxicating aroma of fine wine envelopes the air, delighting the weary guards of the trading caravan who have journeyed through hardships. As they survey their surroundings, they observe dwarves and humans mingling amiably, their faces flushed with merriment, wandering along the streets. Correspondingly, the number of patrolling guards is remarkably high. A mere glance reveals no fewer than 100 soldiers clad in leather armor, wielding standard iron swords. My lord, I have ascertained that the Gressley Trading Company is located in the eastern district of the military town, reported Raimondo as he emerged from the throng, making his way to the open space where the caravan had temporarily halted. Then let us proceed. We have been away for 2 months, replied Valiant. Indeed. After navigating through a bustling thoroughfare, the caravan successfully arrived at its final destination, the Gressley Trading Company established by the station troops. Observing the guards stationed at the entrance, Violand felt a twinge of surprise. The bronze-tier soldiers were indeed a testament to the establishment's military affiliation. After completing the requisite formalities, Violand found himself in a reception room, face-to-face with the president of the Gressley Trading Company, Vice Commander Kane, a congenial yet inscrutable middle-aged man. Violand, welcome to our establishment, Kane greeted warmly. You are too kind, Commander Kane, Violand replied with a smile, slightly bowing in respect. Kane gestured for Violand to take a seat and, cutting straight to the chase, inquired, Violand, what brings you here? Is it solely for commercial purposes? Naturally, it is for commerce, Violand responded candidly, without the slightest hesitation. Upon hearing this, Kane merely chuckled, harboring skepticism regarding the simplicity of Violand's intentions, and continued the conversation along this vein. If that is the case, what do you wish to trade? Grain, weapons, and wine. What of slaves? As I understand, you must be in need of laborers for your newly acquired territories. Commander Kane, My territory does not lack for people. That is true. Your family boasts several nobles in the Cadro province, so a shortage of population is unlikely. My apologies for the presumption, Kane replied, his eyes betraying a hint of disappointment, though he masked it well, leaving Violen none the wiser. After half an hour of discussion, they settled on a price of 4 copper coins per pound of wheat, purchasing 50 tons for a total of 400 gold coins, and secured 200 barrels of wine at 5 silver coins each. As for the requested weapons, Kane expressed his inability to assist. The situation between the Kingdom of Ilia and the iron-forged Dwarven Mountain Kingdom had grown increasingly tense, with many nobles seeking military glory, and the available weapons at Gressley had been sold out for over a month. The remaining stock had reached a critical threshold, and although they could still sell some, the sudden deployment of a Silver Knight order to the Cadro province rendered the border guards hesitant to act recklessly. With no success in procurement, Violen contemplated alternative solutions, relieved that the expansion of his territory had reached a plateau, thus alleviating the urgency for weapons. After paying a deposit and signing the commercial agreement, Violen took his leave from Kane. Once outside the Gressley Trading Company, Violen and Raymondo began to meander leisurely through the vicinity. Why, Lord, has everything gone smoothly? Raymond inquired, trailing closely behind Violen. All has proceeded rather well. This round of trade has come to a close. Once the cargo is loaded, we shall embark on our return journey. Unbeknownst to them, Violen traversed 3 bustling commercial streets, arriving at a dimly lit alley. Why have I come to this place? He pondered, surveying the dilapidated surroundings, his mind awash with questions as he turned to Raymond for clarification. Why, Lord, I too find this perplexing, Raymond replied, gripping the sword sheath with his left hand and the hilt with his right, casting wary glances around. For reasons unknown, the two had stumbled into this location. A scent of malevolence hung in the air. Suddenly, footsteps echoed through the alley, and a gaunt figure cloaked in gray appeared before them. Upon witnessing this unexpected visitor, Raymond drew his iron sword, positioning himself protectively in front of Violen. Violen's heart raced at the sudden encounter, yet his tension eased upon noticing the emblem upon the elder's chest, signifying a penitent of the Dawn Church. Why do you speak thus, believer of the Dawn? Violen inquired, gently pushing aside Raymond and bowing slightly in respect. The gray-robed elder shook his staff, casting a temporary barrier around them. A luminous and gentle light enveloped the two men. As they looked around, the alley remained unchanged, yet the president of their merchant guild had vanished without a trace. Before Violen could voice a question, the elder lowered his gaze and spoke slowly. Esteemed, I beg your pardon for my discourtesy. Acting upon divine mandate, I am in pursuit of the demon. I hope for your understanding. Once again, the words were muted. Violen recalled a similar occurrence during his covenant with the legendary mage, Anastasia. Noticing that the elder did not meet his eyes, he felt a twinge of curiosity, yet it was evidently not the time for contemplation. How may I assist you? Your assistance is greatly appreciated, esteemed one. May I inquire if you have encountered any demons on your journey, or heard rumors of their emergence? Violen shook his head in response. During our travels, neither I nor my subordinates have encountered demons, nor have we heard whispers of their presence, however. After a moment's deliberation, he continued, Kent Brom, the lord of a relatively prosperous barony not far from Grale military town, has exhibited unusual behavior that may hold the information you seek. The gray-robed elder expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. May the light of the dawn shine upon you. With that, the barrier dissolved, and the elder vanished along with Item. Why, Lord, what just transpired? Who was that penitent of the Dawn Church? Raymond asked, gazing at the now empty alley with confusion. Violen clutched the emblem of the Dawn Church that had inexplicably appeared in his right hand, murmuring to himself, the Cadro province may soon be embroiled in turmoil. Let us depart. It is time to rest. He patted Raymond on the shoulder, signaling him to sheath his weapon before turning towards the merchant camp. At that very moment, the figure of the gray-robed elder appeared outside Grale military town, first offering a prayer to the god of dawn, then casting a long, contemplative glance at the town before proceeding to his destination. Meanwhile, a well-equipped army, numbering around 3,000, departed from the provincial city, their sights set on the tumultuous Kent territory. Chapter 59. The Tempest of Demons. 2 days later, after concluding the transaction with the Gressley Trading Company, Violen eagerly led the merchant caravan on the journey homeward. In an effort to avert any unforeseen complications, Violen made a deliberate choice to circumvent the Kent territory. While this decision would inevitably incur additional time costs, it prioritized safety above all. Sitting upright in the carriage, Violen meticulously examined the rudimentary transaction spreadsheet crafted by Raimundo, lost in contemplation. This trade, when excluding the expenses associated with purchasing slaves, revealed a disheartening state of loss when viewed through the lens of standard commodity trading data. The items available for trade at Lake Qixing were woefully scarce. Raimundo, perched upon his steed, nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, "My lord, items such as those folding chairs will soon be replicated by them, rendering them unviable for future trade. As for the bean tubers, their low price precludes them from being considered as trade goods." "You are correct," Violen conceded, setting down the rudimentary transaction sheet, allowing a moment of silence to envelop him before continuing. "Relying solely on rock salt, no matter how lavishly it is utilized, cannot sustain our future development. We shall ponder solutions upon our return." At this juncture, the only commodity that Lake Qixing could offer for trade was rock salt. To broaden the range of available goods, aside from venturing deeper into the Greymang wastes, the focus must shift towards enhancing processing techniques. Violen caressed the somewhat coarse ceramic, resolving to embark on this endeavor first, in hopes of crafting exquisite pottery. This was merely one avenue. Other potential paths for development also warranted consideration. As Violen was engrossed in his thoughts, a scout from the merchant convoy hastily returned, reporting, "My lord, there is a military blockade ahead, and passage is currently impossible." "Which army is it?" Violen inquired, lifting his gaze towards the convoy guard. "My lord, the opposing military banner displays both the royal and noble insignias. My limited experience prevents me from identifying the specific army," the guard reported candidly. Observing this, Raimundo interjected, "My lord, the army bearing the royal banner is likely the direct forces of the Cadro province, or perhaps the Silver Knights dispatched by the kingdom. The noble banner likely signifies the temporary levies from nearby aristocrats." Upon hearing this, Violen nodded thoughtfully. It appeared that there had indeed been developments within the Kent territory, necessitating military blockades and searches in this area. However, lacking sufficient information at present, he felt it prudent to refrain from making hasty decisions and instead adopt a wait-and-see approach. Subsequently, under Violen's direction, Raimundo led the caravan cautiously towards the site of the blockade. The Rockfall Hills, serving as the outermost point of the blockade, were manned by a coalition of a small squadron of knights and several hundred local noble troops. "Captain, another merchant convoy approaches. Should we?" A knight lifted the tent flap and reported to a young female knight with short black hair. "Did I not make myself clear? Regardless of what it is, even if it is a dog, it must be thoroughly inspected," Flora X replied, wiping her weapon with an air of impatience. As a high-ranking silver knight, she could have been purging the detestable remnants of demons within the Kent territory, yet here she found herself relegated to this wretched place. "Captain, that merchant convoy bears your family's banner. Should we inspect them as well?" The knight cast a glance at his captain and, mustering his courage, continued his report. "It is not you." Flora, upon hearing that it pertained to her family, halted mid-sentence, promptly rising to sheath her sword. She commanded her subordinates, "Lead the way. I shall personally conduct the inspection." "Yes," the knight responded, immediately turning to guide the way. Flora adjusted her short hair, donned her black helmet, lowered her visor, and followed her men out of the tent. Outside the checkpoint, the sentinels observed the brazen civilian clad in linen garments as he scrutinized the encampment. Recalling the earlier busy demeanor of the knight, they wisely kept their mouths shut, refraining from the earlier reprimands. Valen surveyed the temporary encampment before him. The distinctions between the noble army and the royal troops were strikingly clear. The tents in the left area were meticulously arranged, with the majority engaged in essential training, clearly indicating the presence of the royal army. In contrast, the right side appeared much more chaotic, though there were no signs of drinking or gambling. Each soldier wore leather armor, equipped with fine weaponry, and to his perception, at least two-thirds of the soldiers had reached the professional stage. While most were either warrior apprentices or squire knights, it nonetheless demonstrated that this group of nobles had invested their own resources, not relying on serfs to fill the ranks. "My lord, she has arrived." Valen heard Raimundo's voice and turned to see Flora approaching. Flora glanced at Valen but remained silent, simply instructing her men to begin inspecting the merchant convoy. Under Raimundo's orders, the merchant guards cooperatively stepped aside from the road. "Captain, all is in order." Minutes later, after confirming the absence of demons and their minions, the knight swiftly approached Flora to report, then retreated behind her. Upon hearing this, Flora gently turned her head to gaze at Valen. "Are you from the X family?" Faced with the inquiry from the knight in a visor, Valen felt a bit perplexed but replied truthfully. "I am Valen X, the fifth son of the Eagle Count Angus, the sixth-generation patriarch of the X family. I am Flora X. A pleasure to meet you, my kin," Flora said, removing her visor with a gentle tone. "I belong to the lineage of Count Andusi, also of the sixth generation. You may call me Aunt if you wish." The nearby knights gaped in astonishment at their captain revealing a genteel side, nearly blinding themselves with disbelief. "Those rascals are slacking off again. Captain, I shall go take a look. Deputy, I will accompany you. We must teach those scoundrels a lesson today. There seems to be a situation over there." "Captain, I shall take a few men to investigate." In less than a minute, the knights beside Flora had dispersed, leaving only Valen and the merchant personnel apart from the sentinels. Observing Flora, who was only slightly older than himself, Valen wrestled with his thoughts before softly calling out, "Aunt." "Such a good boy," Flora replied. Her spirits lifted as she took Valen's hand and led him towards her tent. Raymond gazed at his lord's departure, left to await in place. Along the way, numerous knights observed as their captain led a young man clad in the garb of a commoner, his face alight with excitement as they approached their encampment. Many bowed their heads, lost in their own thoughts. Chapter 60. The turmoil of demons. Valen, my dear, let me tell you, in my youth, I trained at Windsor Castle for a span of 2.5 years, under the personal guidance of the Earl of Eagle. By the way, Flora recounted her illustrious history at Windsor, while Valen sat quietly on a small stool, listening intently. Judging by her demeanor, he estimated that his aunt was around 30 years of age, though he hesitated to inquire directly. Observing the peculiar behavior of the knights earlier, Valen speculated that his aunt possessed a rather fierce temperament. "Aunt, how is Elder Miller faring?" "Adato, Elder Miller is quite well. I owe my presence here to him," Valen hastily replied, snapping back to reality. "That old chap is still alive." Flora suddenly realized her words may have been too candid. Valen gazed at Flora with wide, innocent eyes as an awkward expression crossed her face, prompting him to ask, "Aunt, why have you sealed off this area? Isn't it due to that damned elder brother of mine? Otherwise, why would I be here? If I could take him on, I would love to give him a proper thrashing," Flora responded. Her fists clenched involuntarily, her teeth gritted in frustration. "Aunt, perhaps that it is for your safety." "Very well, let me explain the reasons behind this blockade." With that, Valen listened attentively. 7 days prior, the Bishop of the Life Cathedral in the provincial capital of Cadro received a divine mandate, discovering demons in the territory of Kent. 1/3 of the forces of the 16th Silver Knight Order were dispatched. Yet they arrived too late, as over 1,000 demons had already surged through the demon gate, simultaneously infecting thousands into half-demons. Just as the situation spiraled out of control, a legendary figure from the Dawn Church appeared, effortlessly dispatching all the demons and half-demons with a single strike. You heard me correctly. With just one blow, thousands of demons and half-demons were reduced to mere pulp. And, since the Dawn Church has intervened, logically the demon crisis should soon be eradicated. Why then is such a vast area still under lockdown? The legendary figure of the Dawn Church pursued a formidable demon that fled the scene, leaving the remaining half-demons and some demon worshippers to scatter in chaos. Due to limited forces, they could only eliminate the majority, while the remainder must be sought through a net-like search. Have those demon worshippers and half-demons escaped? Valen, thinking of his own territory, inquired of Flora. "Do not fret. They remain within the blockade. With the church's priests and our knight order present, those remnants cannot possibly escape." Flora replied confidently. "Is it possible to pass through now?" "Not at all," Flora stated bluntly. "Valen, unless a decree to lift the blockade is issued, you must either take a detour or remain where you are." "Is that so?" Valen lowered his head, contemplating whether to wait in place or embark on a long detour. Flora gazed at Valen, who had lowered his head, and gently advised, "Valen, I cannot contravene an order issued personally by the captain. If only, Aunt, you need not trouble yourself. I have resolved to take a detour." After a moment of contemplation, Valen lifted his head and spoke to Flora, subsequently retrieving the dawn token bestowed upon him by the elderly man in the gray robe. "This is a dawn token, imbued with the essence of dawn's power. You may find it useful in your current endeavor to eradicate the demons." Flora examined the gray cross emblem in Valen's hand, Despite the wear of time that had rendered it somewhat antiquated, it still radiated an aura of reverence. Where did you acquire this? I seem to recall having seen it before, yet the memory eludes me, Flora mused, tapping her head in contemplation. Aunt, I unexpectedly obtained this from a recluse of the Dawn Church. Rest assured, it was not taken by force, Violin hastily clarified, eager to quell any unfounded suspicions his aunt might entertain. No, I should surely recognize the significance of this gray cross emblem, yet it escapes my mind, Flora replied, shaking her head in mild perplexity. Perhaps it is inconsequential information, something not deliberately committed to memory. Forgetting is quite natural, Violin reassured her, observing the pained expression on Flora's face. Perhaps you are right, Flora conceded, subsequently relinquishing her thoughts, pondering that the memory might resurface unexpectedly in the future. Then, Aunt, please accept this. It is rightfully yours and contains the power of dawn. Its worth is considerable. Flora, however, did not accept the gray cross emblem. I cannot utilize it at present, but as you are involved in the demon eradication, it will undoubtedly serve you well. Why, then, should it remain in my possession? Violin inquired gently, articulating the most salient point. You are my kin, and we share the same bloodline. The prosperity of our family is contingent upon mutual support among its members. Over the past year as a pioneering knight, I have relied on our family's influence to navigate numerous troubles and dangers. Flora nodded in agreement, absorbing Violin's words. In the kingdom of Ilya, no other family could compare to theirs, possessing 5 earls, each of whom, when considered individually, rivaled an ordinary noble family. Furthermore, the members of the X family wielded significant influence within the kingdom's military as well. You are correct. Through unity, we can achieve greater heights. Flora reflected on the support she had received from her elders in the kingdom's military, granting her more opportunities than others. She recalled witnessing 2 noble scions from different branches of the same family engage in a fierce rivalry that left her bewildered. Then I shall accept it for now and return it to you at our next meeting. Flora solemnly took the gray cross emblem, handling it with care in the latter half of the year. A military operation will be organized to retaliate against the monsters of the Grey Maw Wasteland. This presents an excellent opportunity to earn military merit, so prepare yourself. Indeed, thank you, Aunt. Following this exchange, the two enjoyed a meal together, after which Violin tendered his resignation to Flora. Outside the military encampment, after Raymondo had commanded the caravan personnel to complete their preparations, they departed according to the newly charted route, under the cover of night. Within a thicket, hundreds of half-demons and a dozen demon worshippers congregated, furtively discussing as they gazed at the distant flickering lights. Why, Lord, ahead lies only a small squad of royal knights and 1,000-strong rabble of noble soldiers. With our might, we can surely break through. One demon worshipper knelt on the ground, cautiously reporting to a half-demon. Bah, this old, sinewy flesh is truly unpalatable. The half-demon spat out the human flesh in his mouth, fixing his sickly green gaze on the demon worshipper. Dare to deceive me, and I shall feast upon you. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. The dozen demon worshippers, their legs trembling beneath the scrutiny of the hundreds of half-demons, sat on the ground, filled with regret for having been misled into joining this organization. Chapter 61. The demonic turmoil charged forth, tear them to shreds and feast. The leading half-demon bellowed, brandishing a bone of unknown origin, mindlessly initiating the assault. A cacophony of grotesque cries erupted from the hundreds of half-demons as they surged towards the encampment. At that moment, within the camp, all troops rapidly assembled. Whether it was Flora's squad or the summoned noble forces, they all swiftly converged on the battleground. In the first row behind the palisade, hundreds of soldiers hefted wooden shields reinforced with iron, fixating their gaze on the half-demons emerging from the darkness. Swallowing hard in a state of utmost tension, distribute the feathered arrows. Archers, prepare yourselves. Priests, illuminate the front with holy light. Frontline warriors, brace for the first wave of half-demons. Knights and their squires began to run, flanking the enemy. Standing at the center of the formation, Flora assumed command and began to issue orders systematically. The feathered arrows, blessed with holy water, were distributed to the quivers by the laborers. Loose. Under the radiance of the holy light, the silhouettes of the half-demons became distinct. Hundreds of archers received the command and drew their bows. The foremost half-demon, with skin as dark as night, was pierced by numerous arrows. The agony of the holy water searing his flesh further provoked the putrid souls of these wretches. Roar! As a dozen half-demons were purified, the wooden palisade was obliterated, and the frontline soldiers, armed with wooden shields, began to engage the enemy. Crawlers. Embrace the glorious evolution? The 3-meter-tall half-demon leader swung a bone club, sending 7 or 8 soldiers flying, effortlessly tearing a gap in the shield wall, clearing the way for the half-demons behind. Silver Peak? How the hell did he escape? Flora gritted her teeth as she beheld the monstrous creature before her. Sir Flora, what shall we do? We cannot possibly withstand this. A noble, his expression grave, fixed his gaze on the half-demon, clenching his teeth. Among them, Flora was the most formidable, a high-ranking silver, while the 2 knights serving as vice-captains possessed only low-ranking silver strength. I shall restrain this half-demon. The rest is up to you. Let us resolve this swiftly, for I cannot hold out much longer. Understood, Captain. Subsequently, Flora transferred command to a viscount and departed the command platform to confront the half-demon leader. At this very moment, the half-demon chieftain seized a hapless soldier, biting off his upper body and swallowing the mixture of wood shavings and iron with a single gulp. Humans, mere ants, with a resounding clash. The knight's sword struck the chieftain's black-skinned form, forcing him to stagger back several paces before regaining his balance. Flora, observing the shallow wound she had managed to inflict after exhausting all her strength, felt her heart grow heavier. Roar, merge with me. The half-demon chieftain discarded the severed body he held and swung his bone club, charging directly at Flora. In the face of his assault, Flora skillfully evaded, leading him step by step away from the encampment. The half-demon chieftain, already intoxicated by desire and flesh, had forgotten his primary objective, fixating instead on the elusive human before him, relentlessly pursuing her as she lured him further from the main battlefield. Let the cavalry initiate their attack for a swift resolution. Lady Flora cannot delay for long. The newly appointed viscount began issuing commands to encircle the half-demons and their demonic worshippers on the battlefield. After several missteps, witnessing the increasingly agile human, the half-demon chieftain bellowed, and his left arm suddenly vanished, replaced by a surge in speed several times over. As the bone club drew nearer, Flora ignited her chi, channeling it into her knightly sword to form a fiery shield. With a thunderous impact, the immense force shattered the flame shield in mere 3 seconds, sending her body hurtling backward over 100 meters. Humans, embrace the glorious evolution. Merging with me is your ultimate salvation. Spitting in defiance, Flora mused, it appears that I am destined to perish in this wretched place today. Feeling the intense pain coursing through her body, she removed her blood-soaked visor, gazing at the advancing half-demon chieftain with self-deprecation. Yet this manner of dying is hardly dignified. I wonder if those little brats will manage to scavenge my bones. Evolution, evolution. The scent of the high-ranking Silver Knight's blood lingered in the air, flooding the chieftain's mind with thoughts. His instincts urged him that devouring this woman would allow him to shatter his chains, transcending to the rank of a golden demon, becoming glorious cannon fodder beneath the abyssal hierarchy, shedding the humiliation of his half-demon identity. As the half-demon chieftain closed in step by step, the gray cross emblem in Flora's embrace began to radiate light. With a thunderous blast, a beam of light materialized, enveloping the two and illuminating the night sky. Shall not perish in less than 2 seconds. Under the embrace of dawn, the howling half-demon chieftain vanished entirely. Simultaneously, on the brink of death, Flora felt herself cradled in her mother's embrace, as her damaged innards, shattered bones, and scars across her body were healed by the power of the morning light. She lived. She survived. Gazing up at the starry sky, Flora's mind echoed with the scenes of moments past. On the evening of April 1, 9721 of the Radiant Era, at a barony located 400 kilometers from the Lake of Star Prayers, Wren had dispersed the members of the caravan, sitting by the lake, awaiting the arrival of fate's guidance. As he waited, Wren could not help but reflect on a year prior, when he was still in Windsor Castle. A year has nearly passed since his departure. Gazing at the tranquil surface of the lake, Wren found himself lost in contemplation. In the stillness of the night, one is most prone to wanderings of the mind. At 8 o'clock, a familiar and melodious voice once again echoed in his ears. 5 months hence, the famine cult will initiate a ritual of famine, and the western territories of the Kingdom of Ilia will be subjected to extreme weather conditions. The famine cult and extreme weather. Upon hearing this news, Valen's expression turned grave. Within the family library, he possessed a certain understanding of the famine cult, a sinister sect. According to the records of the malevolent deity incidents that have erupted across the continent of Cyprinus, most of the calamities instigated by the famine cult were associated with floods, locust plagues, and droughts. This implies that the western expanse of the kingdom of Ilia, spanning over 5 million square kilometers, will be beset by one or more natural disasters. Preparations must be made in advance. In the face of such malevolent occurrences, the kingdom of Ilia, which is solely devoted to the worship of the goddess of life, must largely rely on its own strength to overcome these challenges. Naturally, if it were a diocese of the goddess of life, such a malevolent cult would not dare to cause disturbances. As Valen had learned, there were only 2 nations surrounding the kingdom of Ilia that were of a diocesan nature. One is the sacred mountain Dwarven kingdom, a diocese of the Dwarven god Modimus. The other is the sacred Dawn Third kingdom, a diocese of the god of dawn, Lansandal. Diocesan nations and faith-based nations are fundamentally distinct. In contrast to the dualistic rule of king and nobility in faith-based nations, diocesan nations operate under a dual structure of church and parliament, where military power is vested in the church and local political authority resides with the parliament under the church's oversight. Thus, the military strength of a divine diocese naturally surpasses that of a faith-based nation, yet it is far weaker than that of what is termed an empire. In a certain sense, empires and deities are equivalent. With Lady Anastasia at the helm, the safety of the Lake of Star Prayers need not be a concern. Rather, the most pressing issue now is the impact of extreme weather. 5 months hence, the autumn sowing season will arrive, which poses a significant threat to cultivation. It is imperative to procure grain and to begin stockpiling provisions upon his return. This presents an opportunity to strategize effectively and expand the population of his territory. Subsequently, Valen rose, casting a stone into the lake, sending ripples across its surface before he turned to return to the camp for rest. 6 days later, after a 3-month absence from the Lake of Star Prayers, Valen felt a surge of excitement as he beheld his territory reappear within his sight. Early that morning, Baird, the temporary overseer of the Lake of Star Prayers, had commenced preparations, issuing commands relentlessly to welcome the Lord's return and to showcase the past 3 months. "Stand tall for me, and present your finest selves," he commanded. "Anyone who falters will find the next 6 months quite challenging." Cassius, the commander of the Lake of Star Prayers forces, cast a serious gaze over the 150 soldiers of the 3 battalions, reiterating his earlier speech. It was not long before the silhouette of the caravan emerged within view. Baird felt a thrill of anticipation, as did the 3 guardian knights, Cassius, Imogen, and Orion, who remained at the Lake of Star Prayers. Meanwhile, sensing the presence of their master, the 2 rock iguanas lying on the ground opened their eyes and swiftly made their way toward Viling. Perched atop the carriage, Viling felt a slight tremor, prompting him to lift his gaze and behold his 2 beloved pets drawing ever closer. With a resounding roar, one of the rock iguanas flicked its tail and raised its head, gazing at its master with eyes full of yearning. In response, Viling leaped down from the top of the carriage, landing gracefully on the back of one of the rock iguanas, and patted its head, signaling it to advance. Obeying the command, the rock iguana turned its head and swiftly crawled in the direction of Baird. Meanwhile, Raimundo observed the startled pack horse recovering from its fright and waved his hand, indicating for the caravan to proceed. "Having feasted so well, it seems the provisions have been quite satisfactory," Viling remarked with a smile, stroking the head of the rock iguana. Upon hearing Viling's words, the other rock iguana emitted several enthusiastic calls. "Welcome back, my lord." Baird and his 3 companions bowed respectfully. The 3 squadrons, comprising 150 soldiers and 20 knight attendants, stood tall, their eyes fixed upon their lord. Standing atop the rock iguana, Viling gazed past Baird and surveyed the warriors behind him, nodding in satisfaction. "Indeed, you have all cultivated your fighting spirit well, Baird, Cassius, Imogen, Orion. You 4 have performed admirably in my absence over these past 3 months, living up to my expectations." Viling dismounted from the rock iguana and approached his chief steward, patting him on the shoulder and casting an approving glance at the others. "Why, lord, this is merely our duty," Baird replied, a rare smile gracing his face as he felt his efforts recognized. The other 3 felt a sense of relief at this display. Over the past 3 months, under the relentless urging of their captain, who also served as chief steward, Alexander had struggled with inadequate sleep and nourishment. Perhaps tonight would afford him a good rest. "Let us return to the castle. I have matters to discuss with you." Upon returning to the territory, Viling did not tarry but proceeded directly with Baird toward the castle atop the hill. Seeing their lord depart, Cassius and the others noticed Raimundo's figure and approached him with smiles. Raimundo, it has been quite a while. One by one, the three stepped forward to greet Raimundo with customary embraces. Cassius, Imogen, Orion, you three seem to be enjoying life in the territory far more than I, Raimundo remarked. You underestimate it. Our captain keeps a relentless watch over us, and not a day passes without its challenges, Imogen replied with a wry smile. Orion, upon hearing this, added his own grievances. If only I were more adept at commerce, I would gladly swap places with you. By the way, who is this young man behind you? Cassius inquired, eyeing the youth accompanying Raimundo. I nearly forgot to introduce him, Raimundo exclaimed. Tapping his forehead, he brought Duke forward, explaining to his old friends, this is Duke Grosvenor, the second son of Baron Whisk Grosvenor, possessing bronze-level strength. He is a newly recruited knight attendant of our lord, and I am currently guiding his training. A fine young lad indeed. It is an honor to meet each of you, Duke said, performing a proper knightly salute to Cassius and the others. I have no doubt that it will not be long before you catch up with us. One of the elders complimented him. You flatter me, Duke replied humbly. Ha ha ha, I am not merely exchanging pleasantries. Upon hearing this, Duke felt somewhat bewildered. Observing the three engaging in nostalgic conversation with Raimundo, he found it inappropriate to interject further. As he traversed the spacious thoroughfare connecting the village to the castle, Valen surveyed the familiar surroundings, his spirits soaring with delight. Why, Lord, we have 150 soldiers, 52 who have recently become apprentice warriors, 87 who have attained the rank of intermediate apprentice warriors, and 11 who have progressed to advanced apprentice warriors. Among the 20 knight attendants we lead, all have reached at least the intermediate knight apprentice level, with 3 achieving the advanced knight apprentice status. Just as Baird finished speaking, Valen turned to him and remarked, with everyone having entered the apprentice phase, we can prepare for the next step in expanding our military. My lord, there have been no recent conflicts. Is it not somewhat hasty to consider military expansion at this time? I have received word that in the latter half of the year, the kingdom will initiate military operations against the monster clans in the Grey Fong Wilds to avenge last year's grievances. Does my lord intend to partake in this endeavor? Baird inquired eagerly upon hearing this. Indeed, Valen nodded, continuing, however, that is not the most pressing matter. Our immediate priority is to expand the granaries and procure provisions, setting a ceiling of supplies sufficient for 30,000 people over 3 years. Understood, my lord. Baird did not delve into the reasons behind the procurement of food. Even without questioning, he was well aware of his lord's intentions, which were undoubtedly aimed at population expansion, a rather common objective. Although the projected population increase seemed substantial, it was not overly concerning. Chapter 63. Ice attribute magical plants. Upon entering the castle and making his way to the hall, he spotted the industrious half-elf maiden, Eunice, and offered her some words of encouragement. What is the situation with Orlando? Valen inquired as he settled into a chair, gesturing for Baird to sit and converse. The land reclamation efforts are proceeding excellently, Baird replied, taking a seat before him. With the majority of our military strength in the territory, coupled with the slaves you returned over 2 months ago, we have ample manpower. Currently, in the southern region of Lord Anastasia's icy domain, we have successfully eradicated all monsters across 600 square kilometers as per the original plan. Simultaneously, Orlando and his team are working on establishing a buffer zone. Valen propped his chin on his hand, gazing at him with a smile. So, how are you feeling? Any pressure? My lord, to claim there is no pressure would be disingenuous, Baird replied with a wry smile. Ha ha ha, pressure is good. It accelerates your progress, making my future endeavors much easier, Valen chuckled, amused by the expression on his chief steward's face. How about this? Let the supplies from this transaction be allocated solely to you, and not shared with Orlando and his team. At this, Baird rose immediately, his demeanor turning serious. My lord, that is utterly out of the question. I am confident in my abilities to surpass Orlando. Very well, then let us split it 50-50, allowing both of you to manage your respective shares. Seeing that his lord did not insist further, Baird let out a sigh of relief. The prospect of achieving victory with his lord's support while committing such a humiliating act was unbearable. Moreover, should he acquiesce, how would his comrades perceive him? Is there anything else to report? Indeed. Baird withdrew a piece of parchment from his bosom and presented it to Valen, beginning to elucidate that His Excellency Anasta had discovered magical flora at the boundary between the frigid zone and the Lake of Prayer. A find of considerable value. Magical flora? Are you certain? Violin inquired as he took the parchment, scrutinizing the recorded information meticulously. Meanwhile, Baird continued his explanation beside him. This ice attribute magical plant grows in limited quantities at 6 distinct locations along the boundary of the frigid zone and the Lake of Prayer. With no presence in other areas, M.Y. subordinates have conducted research and found that the environment at these 6 sites differs markedly from others, likely constituting the necessary conditions for the growth of this magical plant. Gazing at the various data recorded at the bottom of the parchment, Violin raised his head and asked, "Has this magical plant recently sprouted, or has it existed prior, merely undergoing mutation?" "It seems to have undergone mutation." Baird pondered, somewhat uncertain. "I had individuals compare it with over 100 ordinary plants in the vicinity and discovered that the blue lusk grass and this plant are nearly identical in all aspects except for their color. What are its effects? Has it been experimentally verified?" Violin pressed further. "Sensing the potential for commercial advancement in their territory. It offers rapid hemostatic properties akin to those of diluted life water." "Excellent," Violin exclaimed. Unable to contain his elation as he clenched his fist, "This substance will underpin our further development, my lord. This magical plant was discovered at the boundary between the frigid zone and the Lake of Prayer. How shall we address this matter with His Excellency Anasta?" Baird, noticing Violin had regained his composure, posed another significant question. "Do not worry. I shall handle this matter," Violin replied, restoring his steadiness. "Very well, I shall take my leave then." Indeed. Once Baird departed, Violin rose from his seat and turned to gaze at the newly updated map on the wall, pausing to reflect. The map of the expanding territory depicted the Lake of Prayer, the core of their domain, now hosting a small town, 3 villages, 3 lumberyards, and a salt mine, with a population of approximately 3,000. The newly developed area was marked by a single burgeoning town, with around 2,500 inhabitants. As for the specifics of the surrounding regions, he would need to explore them personally. The Lake of Prayer sprawled over 150 square kilometers, with at least 70% of the land yet to be developed. However, these matters were now Baird's concern. He merely needed to establish the general direction. "I shall rest for 2 days, then proceed to discuss the magical plants with Lady Shia, followed by an assessment of how that rascal Orlando is faring." In the ensuing 2 days, Violin remained in the castle, relishing the tranquility of this leisurely interlude. Meanwhile, the caravan leader, Raimondo, was diligently organizing the provisions for trade, arranging the necessary goods, and planning new routes. Concurrently, 3 knights serving as messengers carried their lord's missives to the baronial territories within the Cadro province. On the morning of April 10, Violin departed from his cozy abode, enjoying breakfast before arming himself, mounting his beloved red-scaled steed, and accompanied by his knightly squire, Kyle. Quite commendable, they have all reached the advanced apprentice stage. It is a blessing from the master that has bestowed upon Kyle his current achievements. Kyle, trailing half a step behind Violin, spoke respectfully. Sensing the nervousness of his first knight attendant, Violin gently remarked, "Do not be anxious. I have often left you to Orlando and the others, and have not had the chance to understand your situation well. This is a perfect opportunity for us to engage in meaningful dialogue, my lord. Without your grace, I would undoubtedly still be an ordinary serf, living a life of mediocrity," Kyle replied, his tension easing, though his tone remained respectful. "Master Orlando and Master Hebra have treated me exceedingly well, imparting their teachings without reservation, never belittling me due to my origins. If you encounter any difficulties in your training, feel free to seek my assistance," Violin stated. Kyle was taken aback by his lord's words, momentarily lost in thought. "Why, lord, you is my first knight attendant. You hold a special significance to me." Violin leaned forward, tilting his head to observe the somewhat dazed Kyle. Locking eyes with his lord, Kyle experienced a surge of emotions, deepening his understanding of his mission. To protect point one day, I aspire to become a guardian knight to the master, just like the other esteemed individuals, under the witness of the divine. Unaware of the internal changes within his knight attendant, Violin patted his red phosphorus steed, slowing its pace to match Kyle's stride. "Today, it is a rare occasion for just the 2 of us. Share with me some of your concerns, and I shall help clarify them." "Yes, my lord," Kyle replied. Throughout their journey, Violin indulged his desire to teach, and even upon reaching the boundary of the ice-cold region, he remained unsatisfied as the frost-covered edges revealed the ice spirits, Kyle recognized that the time had come and quietly fell back a step, following his lord in response. Wylan regained his authoritative demeanor and gradually approached the ice spirits, located hundreds of meters away. Chapter 64. A visit to Anastasia. Welcome, Lord Wylan, greeted a 1.7-meter tall ice spirit, bowing in reverence before gesturing for him to enter the carriage. Wylan cast a glance at the ice-forged carriage before instructing Kyle. You wait here for the time being. Yes, my lord. Kyle dismounted, grasped the reins of Wylan's steed, and proceeded to the nearby resting outpost. Once Kyle had departed, Wylan boarded the ice carriage, which featured seats on both sides and a finely crafted table in the center adorned with a fruit platter. Grabbing a piece of unfamiliar fruit, he settled onto one of the chairs. Shortly after, the ice spirit entered the carriage and closed the door. As the elemental ice beings received the ice spirit's command, they enveloped the carriage in a protective shield and began pulling it towards the ice fortress. Inside, Wylan gazed out the window at the desolate, snow-covered landscape, where vegetation was scarce and life was absent. My lord, please. The ice spirit suddenly approached with a teapot, pouring a cup of tea for Wylan before stepping aside, standing at attention, awaiting further instructions. How has Lady Xia been faring recently? Gazing at the expanse of white, Wylan withdrew his gaze, lifting a cup of unknown fruit tea to his lips before turning to inquire of the ice sprite. Why, lord? The circumstances of our master are not within the comprehension of a humble servant. The ice sprite replied with a slight bow, adopting a tone of deference. Lacking the desired answers, Wylan, with discernment, refrained from pressing further. The speed of the ice carriage was remarkable. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the ice fortress perched atop a small hill. My lord, we have arrived at the ice fortress. The ice sprite opened the carriage door, gesturing for Wylan to alight. Equipping himself with his weapons, Wylan stepped down, surveying the exquisite fortress, flanked by patrolling ice elementals, each radiating formidable strength, their ranks indiscernible to his keen eye. Lord Wylan, welcome to your presence. I am the head maid of our master, and I shall guide you henceforth. The maid clad in a traditional outfit of the ice sprite appeared before him, bowing gracefully as she spoke with utmost respect. Indeed, Wylan nodded, following the head maid into the fortress. Lining the pathway were various statues of soldiers, leaving him to ponder whether they were mere likenesses or once living beings. After traversing the lengthy corridor, they reached the grand hall. The head maid gently pushed open the massive door, standing aside with her hands clasped before her abdomen, inclining slightly forward. Please, enter. Without hesitation, Wylan stepped into the chamber, where he discovered Lady Xia seated upon the ice throne, awaiting him in serene silence. Good afternoon, my lady. Wylan, your arrival is most welcome, Anastasia replied, rising from her throne to approach him, her tone imbued with warmth. Why, lady, I have come primarily to extend my apologies for the impetuousness of my subordinate. I am already aware of this matter. Anastasia waved her hand casually, conjuring a set of ice chairs and inviting Wylan to take a seat. You are free to cultivate and utilize ordinary plants into magical flora at your discretion. Thank you for your understanding, my lady, Wylan responded respectfully as he settled into the ice chair. There is also another pressing matter for which I seek your assistance. Please proceed. Subsequently, Wylan recounted the circumstances surrounding the famine cult's invocation of the famine rite. After listening intently, Anastasia fell into a contemplative silence. Might there be a specific location? Wylan shook his head in response, uncertain of where the famine cult would initiate their sacrificial rites. After all, orchestrating a ritual for an evil deity typically requires the sacrifice of no fewer than 10,000 souls. Such a scenario, affecting a third of a kingdom, would likely entail the offering of hundreds of thousands of lives. Without a precise location, this poses a significant dilemma. I have 3 hypotheses regarding this situation. Pray, enlighten me. Wylan straightened, all ears. Anastasia proceeded to elucidate slowly. Firstly, there may be individuals within your kingdom colluding with the famine cult, concealing the church's surveillance. Secondly, they could utilize a demiplane to achieve the requisite number of sacrifices, though this method demands the dissolution of the demiplane's holder, a costly endeavor. Lastly, an adversarial nation may invade your kingdom, sacrificing their own soldiers to fulfill a large-scale rite. Why, lady, is the last option feasible? The first 2 hypotheses seemed plausible, yet the final one took him by surprise. As Wylan's words fell, Anastasia shook her head and remarked, the third one, I have encountered in my hometown, pertains to a demonic ritual. In any case, it is best to extinguish danger in its infancy. If that is not feasible, I can certainly safeguard the safety of your territory, madam. I shall remember this. Sensing the sorrow in her tone, Violen refrained from probing further. After sharing a meal, he declined Anastasia's invitation to stay, embarking on his journey home. Upon meeting Kyle at the border, Violen then altered his course towards the newly developed area to assess Orlando's achievements over the past 3 months. In the newly developed region, Orlando had just finished clearing out a band of kobolds that had strayed here, and was currently recuperating at the furthest outpost from the settlement. Why, lord, we have exterminated a total of 62 kobolds this time, of which 6 have been preserved as trophies. Additionally, we collected 45 sets of kobold teeth, 6 iron-tipped wolf clubs, 236 pounds of food, and 134 silver coins. Lastly, as per your instructions, all meat has been incinerated along with the kobold corpses. Orlando took a sip of water and inquired of a subordinate nearby, "What is the casualty report?" "Our nightly order has suffered no losses. However, 3 soldiers from the accompanying infantry units sustained minor injuries." The armored high-ranking knight apprentice reported with great pride. "You have performed admirably this time, yet there is still room for improvement." Orlando stood up, patting the subordinate on the shoulder, offering words of encouragement. The high-ranking knight apprentice thumped his chest and pledged to Orlando, "For our master, we are willing to sacrifice everything." Indeed, despite being only 14, soon to turn 15 next month, Orlando had already proven himself capable of independent leadership. "My lord, here is a letter from our master." A high-ranking knight apprentice adorned with the emblem of the ice bear approached Orlando, saluting before presenting the letter with both hands. Orlando took the letter sent by his brother, Hebrew, and tore it open to read. "Brother, there is grave news. Our master has returned and will arrive here today for an inspection. You must hurry back." Observing the awkward handwriting, Orlando groaned. "This boy needs to practice his penmanship." "What is the matter, my lord?" A nearby knight, noticing their leader clutching his forehead, inquired with concern. "Nothing to worry about. Have the knights tidy up and prepare to return to the settlement. Furthermore, instruct Sir Randolph to keep these 2 infantry units behind to conduct a thorough search of the surrounding area, ensuring no stragglers remain." "Understood, my lord." The knight hastily departed to relay Orlando's orders. Chapter 65. Inspection of the settlement at 4 in the afternoon. Outside the settlement, Hebrew, clad in armor, paced anxiously at the entrance. Observing this, Andrew approached to offer reassurance. "Hebrew, there is no need to be anxious." "Brother Andrew, the master is coming for an inspection. How should I report?" "Usually, it is you who takes charge." Hebrew's face bore an expression of urgency as he spoke to Andrew. "Do not fret. If the master inquires, I can support you from the sidelines. There is no need for excessive worry," Andrew gently advised, noticing the child perspiring with anxiety. Sigh. Hebrew felt a twinge of regret. Had he known earlier, he would have taken the initiative to hunt down the wandering gnolls. Before long, the sound of galloping hooves echoed in the distance, revealing 2 figures approaching. Forming ranks, Hebrew stepped forward to the front of the line and commanded loudly. The 5 companies of infantry, accompanied by over 30 mounted knights and an additional 300 militia, swiftly organized themselves, showcasing their finest selves. The 6 silver knights, including Andrew, donned their helmets and positioned themselves behind Hebrew, the acting commander, waiting in silence. Riding atop his red phosphor steed, Velen gazed into the distance, observing the burgeoning frontier town and the neatly arranged troops. "Why, lord, welcome to inspect the frontier town," Hebrew reported to you, stepping forward and bowing deeply. "Well done," Velen remarked, dismounting to approach Hebrew, clapping his hands on the latter's shoulders while scrutinizing him closely. "Where is Orlando?" "My lord, my elder brother is out exterminating the roaming gnolls. I have already sent word to him. Then let us inspect the troops and assess your progress." With the lord's absence, Velen wasted no time and commenced his inspection. Approaching the 6 silver knights, he recognized their familiar faces. Andrew, Greg, Mike, Dorius, Alf, and Adolf. It has been a long time. Under Andrew's lead, the 6 silver knights performed a chest-thumping salute to express their profound respect. "We have seen the lord." Velen then resumed his inspection of the troops. Each soldier in the 5 regular companies had already embarked on their journey as warrior apprentices, with many having ascended to the rank of mid-tier warrior apprentices, which pleased him greatly. Regarding Orlando's achievements, as for the 300 militia behind them, nearly 100 had also attained the status of warrior apprentices. Subsequently, Andrew nudged Hebrew, prompting him to begin his report. Stepping before Velen, Hebrew quelled his rising anxiety and spoke. My lord, since the commencement of the frontier expansion in January, it has been 3 months. Through our collective efforts, we have established a small town, 2 villages, 3 lumberyards, cultivated 6,000 acres of land, developed a 100-acre orchard, and constructed 5 outposts. Meanwhile, in the southwestern direction of the frontier town, we have discovered an iron mine, with unknown reserves, currently preparing for extraction. Furthermore, during the expansion, we have slain over 1,500 goblins, more than 500 gnolls, and 30-odd W-orgs. As proof of military merit, we possess 33 goblin leader heads, 21 gnoll heads, and 28 warg heads. Finally, as he reached the conclusion of his report, Hebrew suddenly forgot the inventory of resources gathered. Observing this, Andrew took over to continue reporting to Veliand my lord. As the head of the management and storage for the expedition team, I will now present the report. Very well, Velen nodded, signaling Andrew to proceed. Hebrew, relieved, stepped back to the side, ceding the stage to Andrew my lord. Over the past 3 months, after accounting for the consumed provisions, the expedition team currently possesses 421 gold coins, 1,732 silver coins, and 6,738 copper coins. The food supplies amount to a total of 270,000 gene, of which 180,000 gene were confiscated from the monster tribes. In terms of weaponry, we have salvaged various scrap iron items, resulting in the forging of 127 iron swords, 373 spears, 20 crossbows, 3,000 arrows, 37 sets of leather armor, 7 sets of iron armor, 6 exquisite staves, and 2 exquisite wolf fang clubs. As for other items, we have 600 gene of fruit wine and 30 gene of royal jelly. Finally, after Andrew completed his report, he stepped aside, awaiting Vyland's next instructions. Well done, Vyland remarked, casting a glance around and generously praising. I am greatly pleased with your accomplishments over the past 3 months, and I look forward to witnessing even more splendid achievements from you in January of next year. The Lord's commendation filled each individual present with immense honor. The sound of a noise. Everyone turned to look, only to see over 30 knights approaching swiftly, recognizing the flame insignia emblazoned on their breastplates. Vyland understood that Orlando had returned. My lord, welcome to your arrival. Orlando dismounted, removing his helmet to reveal a cascade of golden hair, and bowed with a fist to his chest. Vyland stepped forward to embrace Orlando, then remarked, You have matured and achieved commendable results. It is the stage provided by my lord that has enabled my current successes. Everything stems from you, my lord, Orlando replied earnestly, refraining from claiming the credit for himself. Come, lead me to the town you have built. I wish to see it thoroughly. Please, my lord, follow me, Orlando said, accepting the role of guide and leading Vyland to inspect the fruits of his labor over the past 3 months. As night approached, within the administrative hall, Vyland held a private meeting with Orlando and Hebel. After half an hour of listening to Orlando's plans for the next 9 months, Vyland refrained from intervening. Proceed according to your vision. Should there be failure, I shall bear the consequences. I hope you two can truly become my right and left arms. At this juncture, Vyland fixed his gaze on Hebel and remarked, You ought to learn more from your elder brother. Today, you required Andrew's assistance to present your report. Seeing this, Orlando promptly assured, Rest assured, my lord. I will comprehensively supervise Hebel from now on, ensuring that in every aspect, you shall not be disappointed. Upon hearing this, Hebel lowered his head, too timid to meet the eyes of his lord and elder brother. Do not be so serious. Sit down, and let us discuss other matters. Vyland invited the two to take a seat as he began to converse on different topics. The following morning, Vyland departed from the expedition town with Kyle, embarking on their journey back to the Lake of Prayer. In the time leading up to the assembly of the kingdom's army, Vyland intended to refrain from intervening in territorial affairs, leaving everything to Baird and Orlando to manage. With more than 2 months ahead, rigorous training would be essential. One's cultivation must not falter. Meanwhile, Baird began to follow Vyland's instructions, acquiring the remaining food supplies from the surrounding territories in batches. This action was quickly noticed by the nearby nobles and pioneers. Some mock this situation, profiting handsomely from the grain trade, while others plunge into contemplation, selling only a fraction of their grain for profit. There are those who ponder briefly and, Chapter 66, the impact of grain purchases and military action invitation. In the barony of Cleveland, after listening to the steward's report, Brandon paced back and forth, pondering whether there might be a hidden conspiracy at play. Are you certain they commenced their extensive grain acquisitions a fortnight ago? With no signs of abating? The apprehensive Brandon sought further confirmation from his steward. Indeed, my lord. The Lake of Prayers began its grain procurement on April 15, and it continues unabated. The neighboring lords have significantly raised their prices for grain, and they are purchasing every last grain. The steward patiently elucidated in response to his lord's inquiry. There's something I am unaware of, Brandon murmured to himself after hearing the steward's words, once again succumbing to silence. Since his two failures at the hands of Will and X, he had been particularly vigilant regarding this neighbor, scrutinizing every move. My lord, perhaps we should also partake in this frenzy and reap substantial profits to recover. The steward ventured softly, noting Brandon's prolonged silence. The last defeat in battle had nearly devastated the barony of Cleveland. Allow me to ponder this matter. There is no need for haste. Brandon found himself in a quandary, torn between seizing this opportunity for great profit or emulating his rival by acquiring grain. A series of knocks at the door interrupted his contemplation. Enter. Upon hearing Brandon's voice, the servant gently pushed open the door, bowed respectfully, and reported, My lord, here is information regarding the noble territories of Violet, Cecily, and Barry for your perusal. The steward stepped forward to accept the letter from the servant, gesturing for him to withdraw, and then handed it to Brandon. Upon opening the letter and reading it carefully, Brandon discovered that his neighbors, Cecily and Barry, were engaged in grain procurement, while Violet remained in a phase of observation. Old bull, let us also procure grain from other noble territories. After a moment of internal deliberation, Brandon decided to take a gamble, his subconscious urging him toward this course of action. My lord, how much should we procure? The steward inquired. Sufficient for the sustenance of 20,000 people for a year. Procure according to this standard, as you wish. The steward bowed and was about to depart when Brandon added, Seek out locations further afield where grain prices may be lower. Yes, my lord. After the steward's departure, Brandon, seated at his desk, reviewed the intelligence once more, murmuring to himself, I hope I am not mistaken in my decision. Time swiftly elapsed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had gone by. 3 days ago, once more guided by fate, Willen received significant news. Beneath the dwelling numbered 76 in the 3rd district of Rander City in the province of Quares, lies a book written by a foreigner. As Willen understood, the province of Quares is located in the central region of the kingdom, directly governed by the crown, situated to the north of his homeland, the province of Shiha, and bordering the kingdom of Ilia and the Iron Furnace Dwarven Mountains, 3 provinces away from the province of Cardro. The distance is too great, hence, it must be temporarily set aside. To be explored further at a later time. As usual, Valen diligently exerted himself on the training grounds, honing his combat skills while also instructing his knightly squire. Under his tutelage, Kyle had successfully ascended to the rank of Bronze Knight, marking his formal entry into the profession. Upon concluding the morning training session, he noticed that Baird had been waiting nearby for quite some time. What is it? Valen inquired, wiping the sweat from his brow. In response, Baird spoke up, My lord, I have 3 matters to report. First, the 5 blue root plantations have been completed, and we anticipate the first harvest in December this year. However, we lack the necessary preparation techniques for the blue root potion, which will require the hiring of a specialist mage to resolve. Let us proceed with the planting. I shall take care of the preparation techniques. Without a moment's hesitation, Valen made his decision. Second, as per your instructions, we are to procure food supplies for 30,000 people over 3 years, based on a calculation of 300 pounds per person per year. We plan to acquire 13,500 tons in total. And so far, we have secured 2,000 tons of wheat, 5,000 tons of beans and tubers, 500 tons of rye, and 3,500 tons of black beans, totaling 11,000 tons, at an expenditure of 110,000 gold coins. This has exhausted all the liquid assets, including your private treasury. Do you wish to continue purchasing food? Pause the purchases. The current stock should suffice. After a few months, we will be able to recoup our expenditures while also replenishing our population. There is no need to rush, Valen reflected before swiftly reaching a conclusion. In that case, I shall instruct my subordinates to halt the food acquisition efforts. Baird promptly replied, before proceeding to report the 3rd matter. This morning, I received an official letter from the province, issued in the name of His Excellency, the commander of the 16th Night Order, Med Monkey Colombo. Please review it. Valen recalled the news his Aunt Flora had shared with him 3 months prior and took the letter. Within, he discovered a missive, which he promptly tucked away into his pocket before perusing the contents of the official letter. By recommendation of Captain Cadrich X of the 3rd Squad of the 16th Night Order, the Order hereby extends an invitation to the pioneering Knight Valen X, requesting that you lead 20 cavalry and 200 infantry to the border of the Kedroro province at the Falling Cloud Slope by August 15th. Baird, draw 5 knightly squires from your ranks and 1 company of infantry, and from Orlando S. forces, requisition 15 knightly squires and 3 companies. They are to be assembled in the barracks by tomorrow morning, as I shall personally conduct the training. Valen handed the official letter to Baird for his review, then issued his command. After scrutinizing the document, Baird inquired, "My lord, do you require the reassignment of additional silver knights?" "No, I will be taking a third of the troops with me. Leaving them behind ensures the security of our territory, which I trust, my lord, understood." Once Baird had departed, Valen finally opened the letter to read it thoroughly. "Dear Valen, it has been 3 months since we last parted, and I miss you dearly. This military operation is primarily supported by the kingdom's knightly order. There is no danger, so please rest assured. Moreover, I have resolved the issue of supplies for you. You need only to bring sufficient troops. Be prepared, for at the opportune moment, my brother will create an opportunity for you to meet our esteemed commander, His Excellency Metamonkey Kalongpo, in private, thus facilitating your connection with him. Signed. Flora.it. Seems that thorough preparation is imperative this time. At the very least, the 200 infantry must be fully outfitted." After neatly folding the letter, Wyland donned his jacket and returned to his study, where he formulated a training plan for the 200 soldiers for the month, striving to elevate their capabilities before the commencement of military operations. Chapter 67. The gathering at Liyunpo on the following dawn. Within the barracks, 200 infantrymen and 20 knight attendants were all in place, arranged in formation, awaiting the arrival of their lord. "Salute to the lord," proclaimed Eden, a bronze-tiered low-level warrior who had taken on the role of acting commander. Swish in unison, all raised their weapons, expressing their respect to Wyland. "Excellent, very spirited," Wyland remarked as he handed his mount to the knight attendant, Kyle, and ascended the training platform in formation. All lowered their weapons, stood tall, and rendered a salute to their lord. "From this day forth, for the next month, you shall be trained by me personally. During this training period, you shall all refer to me as General." As soon as Wyland finished speaking, over 200 voices responded in unison, "Yes, General." In the subsequent month and a half, Wyland thoroughly relished the experience of being a general, rigorously training the group within the limited time frame. In contrast, their abundant rations, which were thrice the usual amount, invigorated them, leaving no room for complaints. On August 10th, the month-long training concluded successfully, and the outfitted army, under Wyland's leadership, set forth with 5 days' worth of provisions towards Liyunpo, 300 kilometers away, to assemble. Liyunpo, once a desolate wasteland, had now transformed into a vast encampment. Nobles from across the Kedroro province, qualified to lead their own troops, gathered here in preparation for the impending military operations. The registration desk at the camp's entrance. The secretary of the 16th Night Brigade was busy recording the details of the noble armies. Name? Wyland Ikes. Upon hearing this familiar name, the secretary lifted his gaze to scrutinize Wyland before inquiring, "Number of troops?" 20 cavalry and 200 infantry. The secretary meticulously recorded the information and then gestured for a bronze knight on duty. "Sir, please escort this noble to Camp 6. "Yes, my lord. Please follow me." Thus, Wyland followed the bronze knight to Camp 6. After traversing a distance, Wyland arrived at a clean and orderly encampment. Wyland. Following the source of the voice, Wyland was astonished to find his cousin, Brian. "My lord, this is Camp 6. I take my leave." "Thank you." After expressing his gratitude to the bronze knight, Wyland made his way directly towards his cousin. "Wyland, I never anticipated your presence here. It is truly remarkable that you have received an official letter." Brian stepped forward to embrace Wyland. Then, with a smile, remarked, "Cousin, I owe this opportunity to the assistance of Aunt Flora." Wyland responded with equal mirth. Brian's face lit up with realization and he continued, "Come, allow me to introduce you to our 2 cousins. Cousin, my people have yet to settle in. It would be best to leave it to Adrian." At that moment, the magical knight Adrian, who stood behind Brian, moved to take command of the group and lead them to the camp for rest. Wyland ceased to demur and followed Brian to the tent to meet their 2 cousins. Upon entering the tent, Wayland greeted the two cousins, Olcott and Edgar, who were engaged in an animated discussion, with a hearty laugh. "Cousins, it has been far too long." Upon hearing the familiar voice, both turned their heads in unison. "You have arrived as well, young man. Indeed, Wayland, you have qualified for this military endeavor. Your progress is commendable. Come, take a seat. Let us engage in a proper exchange." Brian guided Wayland to sit among Olcott, and the conversation commenced fervently. "You have done well. Your cultivation has not waned, and you have grown quite robust. How many have you brought with you?" Olcott inquired, stroking his beard. 200 infantry, 20 knight attendants, all of whom are at least intermediate apprentices. Wayland replied directly, without hesitation. Upon hearing this, both men were left astounded, their mouths agape. Brian was particularly taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "You mean they are all intermediate apprentices, and you are not jesting? Cousin, uncle, if you doubt me, you may see for yourselves shortly." Wayland chuckled in response to their skepticism. "What a remarkable young man you are. When I first arrived here, it took me 5 years to achieve what you have done in just one." Olcott regarded his nephew with newfound admiration. Edgar, equally astonished, reflected on his eldest son and muttered to himself upon returning, "I must devise a more rigorous training regimen for Alec. I cannot allow that young rascal to remain so unruly." Brian, seated beside them, felt a pang of sympathy for his friend, silently wishing that their next meeting would not be too far off. "Cousin, uncle, how many people have you brought?" Satisfied by the astonishment of his elders, Wayland inquired. Observing this, Brian took the initiative to respond, "Uncle, allow me the pleasure of introducing Wayland to our numbers." "Very well," Olcott agreed. Edgar nodded in concurrence. "Wayland, this time I have brought 600 individuals, 30 bronze knights, 70 knight attendants, and 300 infantry, in addition to 200 militia serving as laborers. Uncle Olcott has brought 800, comprising 50 bronze knights, 150 knight attendants, 300 infantry, and 300 militia acting as laborers. As for Uncle Edgar, he has brought an impressive total of 1,200 individuals, including 50 bronze knights, 250 knight attendants, 600 infantry, along with 300 laborers. At this juncture, Brian suddenly asked, "Wayland, have you not brought any logistical personnel?" Upon hearing this, Wayland shook his head. "In that case, I shall allocate 50 to you. Here, I also have my cousin and uncle. No need to share any with me. Aunt Flora has already informed me in advance that she has taken care of the logistics, so I only need to bring enough soldiers." Before the three could finish their statements, Wayland hurriedly clarified, "Yes, that works as well." With the logistics issue concerning his nephew resolved, Olcott and the others ceased to focus on that matter and began to engage in other discussions. "Dear uncles, how many military merits are still required for you to be promoted to Viscount?" In response to this inquiry, Olcott and Edgar fell into an unusual silence. After a few minutes, Olcott spoke up. "According to the kingdom's promotion regulations, a baron must have a population of 30,000 in their territory, a qualified army of 1,000, 12 silver-level extraordinary individuals, 100 bronze-level extraordinary individuals, 3,000 military merits, and lastly, and most importantly, 30 battle merits to ascend to a viscount. Our families have met all other criteria, but we still fall short in terms of battle merits. We hope this time we can meet the standard." Edgar continued Olcott's explanation to clarify for Wayland. Chapter 68. The rarity of battle merits. Wayland was well aware of military and battle merits. According to the kingdom's promotion system, military merits could be obtained by presenting monster heads, contributing during peacetime, or receiving accolades from the king. However, battle merits could only be earned on the battlefield. In other words, they must be acquired during the kingdom's foreign wars, with stringent review processes in place. Moreover, there were no alternative channels for acquiring them. Not even the king could bestow battle merits to any noble arbitrarily. This military operation against the Greyfong clan in the wilderness, in a sense, constituted a foreign war, and participation in such actions required meeting certain thresholds. "Wayland, do you know how many noble houses are involved in this military action?" In response to Brian's question, Wayland felt a surge of confusion and inquired, "Cousin, please speak plainly." "There are a total of 17 houses, which is less than half of the noble count in the Cadro province," Brian stated, casting a deep glance at Wayland, then continued, "and among the reserve nobles, you are the sole participant." Suddenly, Wayland comprehended. Battle merits are not opportunities afforded to every noble. A certain threshold must be met to partake in military endeavors. "Uncle, how many battle merits do you still require?" Wayland turned to Alcott and Edgar, posing the question. During my tenure as Lord, I have accumulated 13 battle merits, along with the merits inherited from my father, totaling 27. I still require 3 to meet the standard, Edgar responded first. Subsequently, Alcott added, I have amassed a total of 25 battle merits, needing 5 more. If we are assigned to a secondary support position this time, we may not gain many battle merits at all. Then we must await the next opportunity. However, that wait could extend to over a decade or even 20 years, given the infrequency of conflicts along the western borders, thus further diminishing the chances to earn battle merits. Listening to his 2 uncles and observing their ages, Wayland understood they were not exaggerating. Why, Lord? There is a distinguished guest outside, claiming to be the aunt of Lord Wayland. A silver knight entered the tent, reporting to Alcott. Upon noticing the collective gaze of those around him, Wayland began to clarify, Cousin, uncle, it must be Aunt Flora. Please invite her in. The silver knight acknowledged the command and exited the tent. Shortly thereafter, a gallant female knight entered the camp. Flora surveyed her surroundings, offering Wayland a warm smile, before formally introducing herself. I am Flora X, a member of the Andusi Earl lineage. Pleased to meet all of you, my kin. This is Alcott X, from the lineage of the Eagle Earl, Edgar X, from the lineage of the Meeches Earl Brian X, also from the lineage of the Eagle Earl, and I, Wayland X, from the lineage of the Eagle Earl. After the introductions among the group, Wayland promptly invited, Aunt, please take a seat here. Flora, unreserved, made her way to Wayland's side and settled down with ease. Subsequently, Wayland assumed the role of mediator, lightening the previously tense atmosphere. In no time, the group engaged in lively conversation. Thanks to the family's exemplary upbringing and values, the barriers among those sharing a common ancestor swiftly dissolved. Flora, you have developed splendidly. You are far ahead of us, Alcott remarked with genuine admiration. Cousin Alcott, that is not entirely fair. You all have the support of your family. Striving alone is not comparable to having the assistance of elders, which paves a smoother path with fewer concerns, Flora humbly responded. That is not entirely accurate. Elders merely guide the way. Your current achievements are a testament to your own efforts, Edgar interjected, shaking his head with a smile directed at Flora. At that moment, Wayland inquired, Aunt, do you know how the recent military reorganization is being conducted? Alcott and Edgar turned their attention to Flora. Even Brian, who had been a passive observer, gazed intently at their distant aunt. I have some understanding regarding the military composition, Flora reflected before responding. According to the captain's plan, our knightly order serves as the central force, with the noble armies divided into the left and right flanks. The right flank designated for logistics and cleanup duties. Do you happen to know the roster? Alcott asked, his voice slightly trembling. Flora shook her head, replying, I am not quite sure. Perhaps my elder brother is aware. Suddenly, Flora slapped her forehead, exclaiming, I just recalled the purpose of my visit. Aunt, why are you looking at me like that? Wayland queried, perplexed by Flora's gaze. Of course, it is for something good, Flora said, ruffling Wayland's hair. I have arranged a splendid opportunity for you. Others are waiting, so come along with me at once. All right, Wayland conceded, suppressing his curiosity. Flora stood and addressed the other 3. I will inquire about the roster. And if possible, I will persuade my elder brother to include you in the left flank. Thank you, the 3 replied as they rose in gratitude. With that, Flora took Wayland's hand and led him outside, leaving only the 3 remaining in the tent. If it is feasible, we cannot allow them to assist us without recompense. We must provide something in return. The words of Alcott swiftly garnered the agreement of the other 2. To merely exploit the efforts of their kin while indulging in the benefits without offering anything in return was inconsistent with their principles of conduct, as well as the family's ethos. Thus, the trio agreed that should they be incorporated into the left route army, each would contribute 20 pounds of mountain copper, totaling 60 pounds, as a token of gratitude to Flora's brother. Within the confines of the knightly order's encampment, Flora escorted Wayland to the logistics office. Flora, you are rather late, complained a young female priest as she fixed her gaze upon Flora. Aware of her fault, Flora offered an apologetic smile. Moira, I apologize. I was engaged in conversation with my kin and lost track of time. The young priestess sighed. Well, this must be your nephew, correct? Indeed. Flora quickly brought Wayland before Moira. Wayland, this is Moira Colombo, my dear friend, a silver-tier priestess of the goddess of life, and the head of the logistics division. Subsequently, Flora turned to Moira, earnestly stating, Moira, This is my beloved nephew. I entrust him to your care. Understood. The commander just summoned the combat unit officers for a meeting. You should hurry along, Moira replied. Got it, Flora exclaimed. And without a backward glance, she hurried towards the largest tent in the Knightly Order's encampment. Chapter 69. Father's fervent admirer Wren. Please follow me, Moira said, surveying her friend's nephew with a gentle gaze. Yes, Wren replied, trailing behind Moira, contemplating the role he would play in the forthcoming endeavors. Approximately 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the right side of the nightly encampment. All around, countless knights and laborers were busily transporting supplies. Along the way, numerous individuals paused their tasks to pay their respects to Moira. From their expressions, it was evident that each person regarded the Silver-Tier priestess with utmost reverence. This was Wren's immediate impression. It seemed that this priestess held considerable esteem within the Knightly Order, as Wren mused. He followed Moira into a tent. The interior was simply furnished, with a miniature statue of the goddess of life positioned at the center, a resting area to the left, and an array of holy waters, medicines, and herbs to the right. Please, take a seat. Let us converse for a while. Observing Moira's warm demeanor and melodious voice, Wren felt a wave of tranquility wash over him as he sat properly on a small stool across from her. You hail from the X family lineage, Moira inquired, pouring a cup of tea for Wren. He gently sipped the tea before responding. I am the fifth son of the current count of the X family, the Eagle Count. The present Eagle Count, if I recall correctly, is Lord Angus, renowned as the war god of the kingdom, the vanquisher of the Mountain Dwarf Bowler Legion, the honorary bishop of the Church of Life, and the commander of the auxiliary forces of the Holy Dawn Third Kingdom, Moira exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Yes, that is indeed correct. Wren was utterly unaware of the formidable prowess of his father and could only muster a reluctant nod. Ever since his birth, his father, Angus, had always exuded an air of authority, yet he was astonished to learn of the multitude of titles he bore, titles that had never been mentioned by his mother or other elders. Do you possess a portrait of Lord Angus? Moira suddenly sprang to her feet, grasping Wren's hand with fervent excitement. Witnessing the transformation of the previously reserved priest into an ardent admirer nearly caused Wren to sputter the tea he had yet to swallow. Realizing her lapse in composure, Moira offered an awkward smile, releasing Wren's hand and gracefully resuming her seat on the small stool. Well, Lord Moira, just call me sister, she interjected, her tone gentle yet firm. Sister Moira, I do not have a portrait of my father. Oh, Moira's expression faltered momentarily before she quickly regained her composure. Do you possess any keepsakes of Lord Angus? I mean, something he entrusted to you that holds little significance. Might you part with one for me to cherish? Wren, noticing the fervent longing in Moira's gaze, felt a twinge of reluctance to refuse, and responded vaguely, Allow me to ponder that, in a rush, Wren. Take your time, Moira encouraged, suppressing her inner yearning with a soothing voice. After a few minutes of contemplation, Wren finally spoke. Sister Moira, I have a wooden toy that my father gifted me, though it currently resides in my territory. Upon hearing Wren's words, Moira's excitement was palpable as she exuberantly pumped her fist. Wren, once the military operations conclude, may I accompany you to your territory? Sensing the fervent desire in her gaze, Wren nodded affirmatively. Of course. Suddenly, Moira realized something and quickly added, by the way, is there anything you require my assistance with? I am adept in architectural planning, potion crafting, inscribing magical arrays, and even crafting statues of the goddess. Wren was taken aback by the impressive array of skills possessed by someone so young. Sister Moira, my territory cultivates a certain potion plant, and I hope you can. Leave it all to me. I will handle the cultivation planning, preparation techniques, and even the sales channels, Moira interjected, rising to her feet and waving her hand, leaving Wren momentarily speechless. Ahem, let us now discuss your arrangements for the military operation. Indeed, Wren replied softly. Moira then approached the bedside and retrieved an official document from beneath the pillow. This is your appointment letter. Please take a look, and I will explain it shortly. Wren accepted the document and began to read it carefully. A few minutes later, as he closed the letter, Moira commenced her explanation. In the forthcoming operations, you and your unit will be integrated into the logistics corps under my command. Your primary responsibilities will include safeguarding the accompanying priests, transporting the wounded, and collecting and preparing the remains of the fallen. This role is relatively safe. Barring any extraordinary circumstances, you shall not find yourselves on the battlefield. Ultimately, upon the conclusion of the military operations, your contributions will be converted into military accolades. As the conclusion approached, Moira added, as the situation escalates, the number of military achievements will also increase. In any case, since Flora has entrusted you to me, I shall ensure your safety. After a moment of reflection, Violin rose and bowed to Moira, expressing his gratitude with a simple, thank you. For the remainder of the day, Violin integrated the troops he had brought into the logistics system of the 16th Night Brigade, coming under the management of logistics supervisor Moira, and familiarizing himself with his responsibilities. On August 16th, the day following the scheduled assembly date, the reorganization commenced. The headquarters of the 16th Night Brigade, consisting of 11,000 personnel, was designated as the Central Army, commanded by the brigade leader, Medmonkey Kalimbo. The Left Flank Army, comprising over 13,000 individuals, including 3 viscounts and 6 barons, was led by Montcast Lowick, hailing from a noble family with a lineage spanning 4 centuries. The Right Flank Army, made up of 3,000 provincial troops and 8 barons, totaling 9,000 personnel, was commanded by the provincial vice-governor, Cadmonk, who was responsible for logistical support and necessary security for both the Central and Left Flank armies. Standing among the logistics corps, Violin observed the 3 noble banners shifting towards the left flank and then glanced over at Flora, pondering the considerable debt of gratitude he owed to his 2 uncles and cousin. Even now, he was uncertain how to repay Flora for her assistance. "Depart!" shouted dozens of messengers. With the order given, the Central Army set off first. At the rear of the convoy, Violin sat atop a logistics cart, gazing at the seemingly endless procession of marching troops. "Don't let the rear fall behind. We need manpower from carts 15 to 20. Ryan, take 10 men over there. And for the front, do not delay. Keep pace with the combat units." Moira rode back and forth among the logistics troops, adjusting personnel structures, enhancing security, and ensuring proper coordination. An embodiment of a formidable leader, a stark contrast to her previous persona as an ardent fan. Chapter 70. An unexpected turn of events in the subsequent fortnight, the Central Army advanced with relentless momentum, decimating innumerable goblins and kobold clans. The operation unfolded with astonishing ease. Aside from the lower-tier monster clans, scarcely any traces of medium or high-tier monster clans were detected. Within the logistics camp, a scribe numbly tallied the left ears of a pile of goblins and kobolds. Meanwhile, a steady stream of monster ears continued to be delivered. It was a scene of frantic busyness juxtaposed with utter idleness. Violin sighed, continuing to recline on a straw-covered flatbed cart, overseeing the operations with leisure. Since the commencement of military actions, Moira, finding herself with little to do in the logistics camp, had assigned Violin the position of overseer to alleviate his boredom. After completing the tally of monster ears, a scribe approached Violin to report, "My lord, the tally is complete. 1,327 goblins and 869 kobolds, all accounted for honestly, genuine practitioners. Since there's nothing else to do, bag them up, label them according to their respective units, and store them securely at the back," Violin instructed, accepting the roster presented by the scribe and tucking it into his pocket, waving dismissively as he commanded, "Proceed." "Yes," the scribe replied and withdrew to direct the personnel to continue their tasks, in stark contrast to the leisurely and carefree mood of Wren. The atmosphere within the central tent of the Knights Templar was exceedingly grave. The commander of the 16th Night Order, Medmonkey, perused the report in his hands, his expression growing increasingly somber. The officers beneath him, observing their leader's demeanor, straightened in their seats, abandoning their usual casualness and freedom. Across a vast expanse of no less than 100,000 square kilometers, inhabited solely by goblins and kobold clans, not a single silver or higher entity could be found. Medmonkey closed the report, muttering to himself, "Commander, there seems to be a conspiracy afoot in the Greymaw Wastes. We must report it to higher authorities without delay," spoke a middle-aged man seated in the first position on the left. "The last monster incursion at the western border, if I recall correctly, was due to a dragon battle that forced the monster clans to incessantly assault our western defenses," replied a middle-aged man standing in the first position on the right. "Indeed, Commander, the kingdom's investigative team has come to the same conclusion," he stated. Suddenly, a silver knight burst into the tent, kneeling on one knee and proclaiming loudly, "Commander, a griffin knight has arrived. Quickly, let him in," Medmonkey responded, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Outside the tent, the majority of the Silver Transcendents, including Wren, sensed that significant events were unfolding as they beheld the descending Griffin Knight. It was an unspoken rule that Griffin Knights would not be summoned as messengers unless absolutely necessary, particularly in border territories. "Sister Moira, do you know what is happening?" Wren inquired, approaching Moira and watching the Griffin Knight make his way toward the command tent. "I am not certain yet, but our days of leisure are about to come to an end," Moira replied, shaking her head. Inside the tent, the Griffin Knight first bowed respectfully to Medmonkey, then produced a viewing stone, placing it in the center of the tent, followed by a low-grade magic crystal to power the viewing stone. "Medmonkey, I am Jerome Lading, the governor of the Lunsa province and the overall commander of the Western defenses. Hundreds of thousands of monsters are assaulting the defenses of the Lunsa Istradani provinces. You are ordered to mobilize your elite forces via the teleportation array in the Cadro province to provide immediate assistance. This command has been approved by His Majesty the King," declared a grizzled elder with an air of authority. Medmonkey rose and thumped his chest in salute, replying, "Yes, my lord." Shortly thereafter, the low-grade magic crystal depleted, and the image from the viewing stone vanished. The Griffin Knight stowed the viewing stone, bowed, and stated, "Sir, I must proceed to my next location. I take my leave." "Understood." Once the Griffin Knight departed, Medmonkey surveyed the room and issued commands. "Relay orders to the left and right flanks to assemble here by noon tomorrow." "Yes," the officers responded in unison before taking their leave in the afternoon. The entire encampment bustled with an observable urgency. That night, Flora entered Moira's tent, removing her helmet and casually placing it atop a nearby wooden crate. "Flora, what is my father's plan?" Moira inquired, having concluded her prayers and standing with a hint of concern as she gazed at her friend. "The commander's plan is rather intricate," Flora replied, reclining on the bed and closing her eyes. Moira ascended the bed and knelt at its head, gently placing Flora's head upon her lap, tenderly massaging her temples. The entirety of the knightly order was dispatched to bolster the defense of the provinces of Lensa, East, and Dani, while the noble armies remained behind to guard against the remaining monsters lurking in the gray wastes. Flora, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of relaxation, shifted to a more comfortable position and replied at a leisurely pace. "No, then what does that imply?" Moira inquired. "The commander intends for all knight apprentices and ordinary logistical personnel to remain, while the combat troops and priests will be a mixed elite of the noble armies. Traveling light," Flora elaborated. Moira furrowed her brow and remarked, "So, my father's intention is for the remaining noble forces and the knights to guard against the monsters of the gray wastes." "That is indeed the case," the commander affirmed. "But if, hypothetically, this is a ruse to draw us away, what of the province of Cadro?" Flora continued. "Many, including the vice-commander Lord Theodore, raised similar concerns, yet the commander managed to persuade us." Flora tilted her head back slightly and added, "This is untenable. With our elite combat forces withdrawn, should the monsters attack, wouldn't the millions in Cadro be left vulnerable? I must speak with him." Moira abruptly stood up. "Ouch!" Flora rubbed the back of her head, then seized Moira, who was about to leave. "Do not go. The commander bears immense pressure, and this decision was made out of necessity. Consider this. If the defensive line of Lensa, East, and Dani were to collapse, over 100 million in the western regions would face peril, and the legendary forces of the Grey Wastes would undoubtedly intervene. So, you are effectively abandoning those millions?" At Moira's penetrating gaze, Flora silently nodded. "You, therefore, I request to remain." Flora interrupted Moira, smiling as she spoke. "For the greater good, the commander and the others had no choice but to act thus, but I can stay. The defense of the provinces of Lensa, East, and Dani does not lack for lower-tier combatants. What it lacks are the strength of the commander and the established knightly order. Then I too. You cannot stay. As a silver priest, your role is of utmost importance." Flora sat up, fixing her gaze upon Moira, and said earnestly, "With you here, the knightly order will suffer far fewer casualties." Chapter 71. The emergence of conspiracy after a struggle. Moira ultimately nodded in agreement. Seeing her consent, Flora breathed a sigh of relief and then lay back upon the bed, soon succumbing to a deep slumber. Moira, with a resigned expression, pressed her forehead before deftly removing Flora's armor. She then stepped out of the tent to fetch a basin of warm water, returning to cleanse Flora. After 20 minutes of diligent effort, Moira settled beside Flora to rest. Meanwhile, in another independent tent, Wyland scrutinized the map of the Western Kingdom while summarizing and speculating on the information gathered that day. The defense line of Lunsuistani provinces is under a massive assault, inevitably necessitating the withdrawal of troops from surrounding provinces for support. Furthermore, a famine cult incident is anticipated to erupt in September. Could there be a connection between the two? As Wyland meticulously pondered the information at hand, uncertainty clouded his thoughts. My lord, Kyle entered, lifting the curtain and saluting Wyland with a fist to his chest. Kyle, welcome. Please, take a seat. Wyland set aside the documents he was studying and turned to pour a cup of tea for Kyle. Just as Kyle settled onto the bench, he hurriedly stood once more, accepting the cup from Wyland's hands with care, taking a cautious sip. Please examine the documents here. I wish to hear your thoughts. Kyle placed the teacup aside and took the materials from the small table, comparing them against the map as he read with utmost seriousness and deliberation. After several minutes, Kyle lowered the documents and shook his head, saying, My lord, I beg your forgiveness for my dullness. I fail to perceive any anomalies. Upon hearing this, Wyland stroked his chin and murmured to himself, It is likely as I suspected. The higher-ups should categorize this as a monstrous border conflict. Given that Kyle, unaware of the famine cult incident, arrived at such a conclusion based on the available intelligence, his reasoning was entirely reasonable. As a knight who had ascended from the status of a serf, Kyle, despite his limited exposure, demonstrated a judgment that surpassed many. You may take your leave now, and do not speak of tonight's matters to anyone. Understood. Kyle stood, saluted, and subsequently exited the tent. Afterward, Wyland ignited the parchment containing the written information and tossed it into the brazier, waiting for it to burn completely before extinguishing the oil lamp and settling down to rest in the deep of night. In the province of Moni, within the domain of Count Fortuitously, lies the bustling city of Fortuitously, home to over 200,000 inhabitants. In the basement of the Lord's Manor, for figures draped in black robes convened. Having received orders from the front lines, 2 night orders from the province of Moni, alongside 50,000 provincial troops, had already set out. Concurrently, orders were given for 2 marquises and 6 earls within the province to muster 80,000 soldiers. The Count of Fortuitously was also gathering his forces, expected to depart Fortuitously city in 3 days. One of the robed figures spoke first. I have received the directive from the Bishop of the Life Church in Moni. The entire Count Fortuitously territory's Life Church is required to mobilize 300 priests and 800 church knights to the front lines, leaving only a little over 100 priests and 200 church knights behind. I am in a similar situation, remarked a muscular figure in black robes. The Adventurers Guild in Fortuitously city must dispatch 8 bronze adventurer groups, each comprising over 100 members to the front. The remainder are merely insignificant and pose no threat. 5 days hence, let us commence our actions, offering sacrifices to our God. The leading figure performed a prayer ritual, fervently exclaiming, For our God. The other 3 similarly bowed their heads in silent prayer. The following morning, a considerable number of noble armies arrived in succession, transforming the camp into a cacophony. Within the logistics camp, Flora, having freshened up, made her way directly toward Wyland's tent. Standing guard at the entrance, Kyle watched as Flora approached, bowing respectfully as he greeted her. Good morning, Lady Flora. Is Wyland still resting? Yes, my lady. He retired quite late last night. Kyle remained steadfast at the tent's entrance, showing no signs of yielding. Meanwhile, Wyland had just risen from his slumber and donned his attire when he heard Flora's voice. Kyle, allow Aunt Flora to enter. Of course, upon receiving his master's command, Kyle stepped aside and lifted the curtain. Please, my lady, come in. Flora nodded and then entered the tent. Aunt, you have come. Indeed, it has been some time since our last meeting. Flora took a seat on the bench. Once Wyland had organized himself, he turned to Flora and inquired, Aunt, is there something you wish to discuss? I trust you have received the news. The Knights Templar are set to depart for the Lunsuistani provincial defense line. Do you wish to remain behind or accompany us? Before Wyland could even contemplate his response, Flora interjected, having considered it, I believe the Lunsuistani provincial defense line is a prime location for achieving military merit. Such opportunities are rare. And what of you, Aunt? Wyland countered, my squad and I shall remain. Flora replied with a smile, is it for the safety of the Cadro province? Flora nodded, tacitly affirming his assumption. Wyland, upon hearing this, found it aligned closely with his own speculations. Aunt, I harbor no grand ambitions. I simply wish to cultivate my territory. I generally shy away from perilous ventures. But if you require assistance, I am willing to remain and aid you. If you stay, what then of your territory's safety? Flora inquired with genuine concern. Violin shook his head at him. My territory boasts 14 silver knights and a formidable guardian. Threats below the legendary tier pose no danger to my lands, but that is only true within my borders. What a clever lad. Has your father secretly dispatched these individuals? Flora asked in astonishment. Aunt, you overthink. This is my own opportunity, unrelated to my father. Flora was taken aback, realizing that her understanding of Violin was only scratching the surface, revealing a rather enigmatic character. Then, Flora, implore you to stay and assist me. Flora suddenly stood, her expression graved. I am willing to serve. Come, let us have breakfast. I have a meeting to attend shortly. Very well that I in the afternoon. During the meeting, the majority of the nobles agreed to mobilize their forces to support the Lindsey-Stanley provincial defense line. For them, opportunities for military merit were scarce, even more so than before. 2 days later, an elite force of the knights, composed of noble elite troops, totaling 6,000 men, including 1 soul-level powerhouse, 5 golden-tier warriors, 400 silver-tier knights, and over 5,000 bronze-tier soldiers, set forth to the capital of the Cadro province, preparing to utilize the teleportation array to reach the Lindsey-Stanley provincial defense line for their support. Chapter 72. The borders of the Cadro province, formation of the defense army. In addition to this, the remaining personnel were organized into the defense army, tasked with safeguarding the borders of the Cadro province, while the Knights Templar ventured forth to support the front lines of the Lindsey-Stanley provinces. To Violin's surprise, Alcott, Edgar, and Brian chose to remain behind, opting not to accompany the knights and thus forfeiting the opportunity to achieve military accolades. Consequently, although the vast encampment still housed over 26,000 individuals, the elite contingent had been significantly diminished. Violin, it is time to begin, Flora remarked to Violin, who stood nearby. As the command tent fell into a hush, all eyes converged upon Violin. Ladies and gentlemen, the defense army currently comprises 36 silver-tier professionals, 373 bronze-tier members, and approximately 18,000 apprentice-level recruits. The remaining 8,000 individuals are laborers and logistical support personnel. In terms of provisions, we have enough sustenance to last us over a year. As for weapons and equipment, we are sufficiently equipped to sustain 2 high-intensity battles. That concludes my report. Once Violin returned to his seat, Flora rapped the table and inquired, Now, let us share our opinions on how best to defend this border. Alcott, being the most senior among the assembly, rose to speak first. In my view, we should prioritize clearing a designated boundary zone, subsequently establishing strongholds in these areas. Should any unexpected incidents arise, the nearest troops can provide immediate assistance. I concurred. I agreed. I, too, am in agreement. Undoubtedly, the presence of the 2 noble factions, along with the sole pioneering knight, unequivocally declared their stance, leaving the remaining silver-tier knights in the tent exchanging glances of uncertainty. Apart from Flora's subordinates, the other 14 silver-tier knights were representatives of other noble families left to command the troops, yet lacking noble status or official military positions, they had effectively lost their voice in the matter. The tent could be broadly classified into 3 factions. Flora and her 10 silver-tier knights, alongside a low-tier silver priest, represented the military authority of the kingdom as delegates of the Knights Templar. The 3 nobles, including Alcott, along with Violin, the pioneering knight, naturally formed a faction of the X family, comprising 10 silver-tier knights. Lastly, the 14 noble representatives, compelled to remain and lead the troops, could only huddle together for warmth in a bid for influence. 3 full minutes passed in silence, with Flora refraining from voicing her opinion, leaving the 14 noble representatives to exchange glances, all of them bowing their heads to admire the patterns of the carpet. Stripped of noble or military titles, they felt utterly powerless as mere ordinary knights. After an indeterminate duration, Flora regarded Alcott and nodded, then stood to declare, I am Flora X, the current commander of the defense army. For the safety of our province, I implore you to make a definitive choice. Otherwise, do not blame me for resorting to harsh measures. Flora harbored a deep disdain for internal discord. The 14 silver-tier knights exchanged looks, fully aware that they had but 2 options. Either comply with the commander's directives and diligently fulfill their assigned tasks, or risk being eliminated by their counterparts, with their own lord too fearful to voice any dissent, unless they wished to position themselves as adversaries of the X family. In the next moment, all 14 individuals rose in unison, saluting Flora with a military gesture, declaring, "In the name of the goddess of life, we vow that until the conclusion of military operations and the Lord's return, we shall unconditionally obey the commands of our leader." "Very well, since we are in agreement, let us commence the war council and proceed with the next arrangements. Fetch the map." The two silver knights standing behind Flora received the order and promptly unfurled a detailed map of the Cadro province and its surrounding areas, now restored to a semblance of clarity, upon the carpet. "Olcott, you shall make the deployments." "Yes, milady." Olcott took the map staff from Flora's hand, tapping various locations on the map as he began his deployment strategy. "The 5 locations beyond the borders require our utmost attention for clearance." "Milady, does the southernmost location near the boundary of the Sipulu province also require clearing?" inquired a straightforward silver knight from the 14 noble factions. Villain gazed at the specified area, which indeed lay directly in front of the Lake of Star Prayers. Recalling the previous night's unheld meeting, Villain had intended to persuade the elders to forego this region, believing he could manage it alone. However, Flora's firm directive to remain and assist his aunt, coupled with the warning that he must receive some form of compensation, had sealed his fate, lest he risk her wrath. "What is it? Do you have an objection?" Flora fixed her gaze upon the speaking silver knight, her warning implicit. "Milady, he must be out of his mind." "We have no objections," quickly interjected the lead silver knight of the 14 noble factions, casting a fierce glare at the knight who had spoken. "Then it is settled. The first phase will involve clearing these 5 regions, followed by the establishment of defensive encampments," Olcott continued as the tension eased. Subsequently, personnel were assigned to execute the tasks. Olcott, Edger, Brian, and Flora each took charge of a designated area, while another area was entrusted to a lead knight from the 14 noble factions. Under Flora's resolute command, the largest contingent, exceeding 8,000 troops, was allocated to clear the gray light wasteland surrounding the Lake of Star Prayers, with Flora herself at the helm. Unsurprisingly, Villain found himself assigned under Flora's command. After the meeting concluded, the various units began their reorganization. Theo effectively commanded the army. Flora, Olcott, Edger, and Brian required only ordinary soldiers and junior officers, eschewing mid to senior-level officers to avoid hampering command efficiency. In light of Flora's uncompromising stance, the 14 noble factions had no choice but to acquiesce. That night, within a remote tent in the camp, the Silver Knights of the 14 noble factions convened. "I shall begin," spoke a mid-tier Silver Knight, the leader. "My lord left 2,200 men, but Lady Flora has requisitioned 1,500, leaving us with fewer than 700. Your situation is relatively fortunate," lamented a representative of a baron. "My lord retained 800 men, yet 700 were taken, leaving me with scarcely 100. I find myself in a similar plight. 80% of my soldiers were reassigned, leaving me with a mere 200. One by one, the commanding officers from other noble factions reported on their circumstances. At the forefront, the mid-ranking Silver Knight calculated the total troop strength held by the 14 individuals, which astonishingly amounted to a mere 6,000 men, with a staggering 13,000 having been siphoned away. "Damn it, that cursed woman, if it weren't for—" "Silence. If you seek death, do not drag us into it." The low-ranking Silver Knight, who had been outspoken during the day, could not suppress his grievances and was abruptly silenced, causing even the other Silver Knights to distance themselves from him, glaring coldly in his direction. Chapter 73. The borders of the Cadro province, Deer Gate Mountain. What is there to fear from merely a Countess family? Upon realizing he had been instantly isolated, the low-ranking Silver Knight could not help but shout in frustration. "You foolish imbecile, you have no idea of the circumstances. Do you think the X's family is merely a Count's family? They are a baronial family of nouveau riche origins. I advise you to report to your lord and gain a better understanding of the world beyond this small corner of the Cadro province. Now, be silent, or I shall ensure you disappear on the road to spare us from calamity." The surrounding Silver Knights reprimanded him, making the low-ranking knight aware of his precarious situation, prompting him to retreat to the back. Silenced and resolved not to voice any opinions until their duties in the defense forces were concluded, to avoid bringing misfortune upon their lord, the high-ranking Silver Knight cast a cold glance at him before resuming a warmer demeanor. This area lies at the northern border of the Cadro province, near the railway leading to the Dwarven Kingdom, and there are still many centaurs active outside the cleared zone. Let us gather to deliberate. Indeed, considering it from another perspective, our team possesses the highest combat prowess, presenting an unparalleled advantage compared to other forces. Upon hearing this, the others reflected and agreed, engaging in lively discussion, save for one fool. The following morning, in accordance with the established plan, the defense forces split into 5 detachments and departed from the original nightly encampment. During the march, Flora called Wren aside and inquired, "Is there anything in your territory that needs addressing? We can resolve it during this operation." Wren pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I am uncertain. My territory has only been developed for a year, and the reconnaissance area is quite limited, I understand." Flora then summoned a messenger to call for the deputy commander. Moments later, a knight on horseback approached the small hillside, dismounted, and saluted Flora. "Captain, you summoned me." "Miller, how is the integration of the troops progressing?" "Very smoothly," Miller replied, reporting that the lower-ranking soldiers displayed no signs of resistance, and based on the information from the commanding officers of each detachment, the junior officers nearly all cooperated willingly with our command, with only a handful being sent to the vanguard battalion, prepared to be expended in the initial wave. "Good. Let them remain attentive and gradually acclimate to the troops during the march, to avoid any delays when the purge commences." Flora nodded in satisfaction. "Secondly, within the existing territory, let the scouts expand their reconnaissance range and mark the tribes with a population exceeding 300 monsters." "Understood, Captain." Subsequently, Miller rode away from the hillside. "Commander, I shall descend as well," Wren remarked to Flora after Miller's departure. "Indeed, take this opportunity to gain more experience." "Yes." Thereafter, Wren mounted his red phosphorus steed and proceeded to the rear of the marching column. As a Silver Knight, he had also been granted command over a 1,000-man contingent. To better manage the troops, Wren integrated the 200 infantry he brought with him as the backbone, blending them with the 800 assigned to him. Meanwhile, he organized 20 knight attendants into a supervisory and messaging unit, facilitating the communication of orders and command of the forces. Observing the orderly advancing troops, Wren nodded in satisfaction. "My lord, shall we dispatch someone to contact Lord Baird and the others in advance?" Kyle inquired as he rode up alongside Wren. After a moment of contemplation, Wren instructed, "Send 2 individuals back to inform Baird and Orlando to assemble the troops and be on standby, as we may require their assistance." "Understood." Following Kyle's suggestion, a bold idea began to take shape in Wren's mind. If feasible, after the withdrawal of the defense forces, they could occupy the temporary fortifications they had constructed as a forward base for the exploration of the Greylite wasteland. After 5 days of steady marching, the 8,000-strong contingent successfully arrived at the preordained location, Deer Gate Mountain, a site both defensible and difficult to assault. Wren followed closely behind Flora, treading upon the debris-strewn ground of Deer Gate, gazing at the earthen walls that had been hastily erected, now reduced to crumbling ruins. 300 years ago, this was once a city of werewolves. Miller suddenly spoke from behind Flora. "Is this the place?" Wren inquired, uncertainty lacing his tone. "Indeed, this is the location," Miller confirmed with a nod, continuing, 3 centuries ago, my ancestor was an adventurer who visited this area. His diary explicitly records Deer Gate Mountain as a small werewolf city, home to over 6,000 werewolves at that time. I see. However, the state of disrepair here is rather severe. As for the reasons behind this desolation, Wren began to piece together the likely narrative. "Miller, have the area cleared for our encampment. We shall assign specific tasks starting tomorrow." "Yes, Captain." Thereafter, a 1,000-man contingent arrived to commence the removal of rubble and debris, leveling the ground. The entire 1,000 were professionals, each equivalent to 3 or 4 robust laborers, making the work exceedingly efficient. As afternoon approached, a vast expanse of land was cleared, followed by the erection of numerous military tents. That night, within the command tent, the commander, the deputy commander, 8 centurions, and other officers convened for a meeting. After discussions between Miller and myself, we have established the following orders. Including Wren, the 8 centurions stood forth, awaiting Commander Flora's directive. The 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 7,000-man units shall constitute the 1st Battalion, while the 2nd, 4th, 6th, and 8,000-man units shall form the 2nd Battalion. With a fortnight marking each cycle, the 2 battalions alternated between the tasks of eradication and fortification. I hereby declare that the 1st Battalion shall undertake the eradication mission, while the 2nd Battalion shall focus on the construction of fortifications. Tomorrow, I shall disseminate the operational orders to the various centurions, with the implementation of the plan commencing the day after. "Understood," responded the 8 centurions in unison, before returning to their ranks. Flora surveyed her surroundings and continued to issue commands. Logistical units, prepare to fulfill supply duties, ensuring the safety of provisions and military equipment. Yes, my lord, replied the logistics officer, a silver knight, stepping forward with a resounding affirmation. The meeting is adjourned. Everyone is to return and rest adequately. Understood, the assembly responded, departing in succession from the command tent and heading towards their respective units. As the centurion of the 7,000, Wren made his way to the upper left section of the camp. My lord, shall I gather the centurions? Asked Kale, upon seeing Wren's return and offering a salute. No need. Let them rest well. We shall assign tasks tomorrow. As you command, Kale replied before taking his leave. Wren then entered his tent and collapsed onto the carpet to rest. Chapter 74. The borders of Cadro Province. The aspirations of lowly soldiers. The following morning, Wren received the orders from Flora. According to the directives, over the next fortnight, he was to lead the 7,000 in purging 3 goblin tribes, each with more than 300 members, 3 dog-headed tribes of similar size, as well as over 20 smaller factions. Kale, send someone to the logistics for provisions and ensure everyone is prepared. There will be no training today. Rest well, Wren instructed. Kale, standing guard outside the tent, replied loudly, yes, my lord. Subsequently, Wren procured a map and marked the locations of the monster clans designated for eradication, as outlined in the orders. The 7,000 was responsible for the upper left quadrant of the camp, spanning over 3,000 square kilometers, intersected by 2 tributaries of the Yellow Sand River, resulting in a higher density of monster clans. This is indeed a land of fortune. Wren firmly believed that this territory would one day belong to him, impervious to encroachment. After a day of rest, Wren set forth with his battalion of 1,100 men, officially commencing the eradication mission. Flora had risen early, standing atop a makeshift watchtower, gazing at the receding figures of the 7,000, and instructed Miller beside her, keep a vigilant eye on Wren's movements. I wish for him to encounter no danger. Yes, Captain, Miller replied, unconditionally obedient to his leader's command. After all, his very life was granted by her. Paving a path across the wilderness proved to be a grueling endeavor. Wren wore a look of resignation as he observed their progress. Merely 20 kilometers in 3 hours, and my lord, the terrain is treacherous. Thorns and brambles abound. Were it not for our protective armor, we would surely be battered and bruised, Kale reported, having cleared his mount of the encroaching foliage before approaching Wren's side. Order the troops to halt. Let us rest in place while I reassess our route. Wren had not anticipated that marching through this land would be so arduous, revealing a lapse in his capabilities as a commander. Beside a colossal boulder, Wren instructed his men to unfold the map and mark the locations that had emerged, initiating his contemplation of strategies. Adjacent to them flowed a tributary of the Huangsha River system, merely 5 or 6 kilometers to the north. According to Wren's conjecture, the path along the riverbank would undoubtedly be less arduous than forging a route through the thickets, yet he remained uncertain of the accuracy of his assumptions, having never witnessed it firsthand. Taking a gamble, he concluded that, if all else failed, they would have no choice but to expend considerable time and effort to carve a path. Fortunately, the eastern region of the Greifang wasteland was devoid of magic, or else they would be confronted not only by the intricate brambles, but also by the sudden appearances of magical beasts and ferocious creatures. In the afternoon, Wren adjusted their course and moved northward. After 2 hours of marching, they finally arrived at an unnamed tributary of the Huangsha River, a stream approximately 5 or 6 meters wide. Standing by the water's edge, Wren gazed upstream and downstream, his vision unimpeded, and expressed his delight. Ah, indeed, I was correct. This is far better than that damned jungle, my lord. We owe our liberation from that green prison to your sagacious decisions, Kal remarked earnestly from the side. Very well, let the soldiers rest for a while. We shall resume shortly, striving to eliminate the first goblin tribe by tomorrow afternoon. Hearing his subordinate's praise, Wren felt a sense of satisfaction as he smiled and instructed Kyle. Understood. Upon hearing the word rest, the 1,000-strong men eagerly sought positions near the riverbank to savor the rare, refreshing breeze. The stifling jungle had only brought them misery, and under the officer's stern authority, they, as lower-ranking soldiers, were neither permitted nor qualified to voice their opinions. Blackamoor, your lord is truly benevolent. He even grants us time to rest. Indeed, unlike our baron, who rides upon his steed while lashing us with a whip, disdainful of our inability to keep pace, by the riverside. A small squad sat in a circle, quietly conversing. It is a blessing from the gods that I, Blackamoor, have encountered Lord Valen. It is through his grace that I have become who I am today, Blackamoor recounted with a look of piety. They had heard this sentiment many times and felt not irritation but rather sympathy and envy for the 16-year-old boy. Compared to Blackamoor, who hailed from serfdom, they were at least commoners, possessing limited choices and avenues for advancement. Sigh, thinking of what our Lord must look like, I truly wish to take my family to the Lake of Star Prayers, lamented a soldier in his 30s. You are courting danger. If your Lord's officer hears you, you shall not return to good tidings, exclaimed an elder soldier in shock, hastily covering the man's mouth while casting wary glances around. Once assured there were no officers in sight, he cautioned, Old Mike, refrain from speaking. If it were not for Sigh, I just wonder if there is a way. The others echoed their lamentations, then fell into silence as an officer approached. Once the patrol officer had departed, Blackamoor turned to his comrades and, in a daze, suggested, Perhaps I should inquire with my former commander to see if there is a solution. Truly, Blackamoor, we implore you. Blackamoor, may the goddess of life bless you. Upon hearing this, the group raised their heads, their eyes filled with hope as they looked at Blackamoor. At this very moment, Wren remained oblivious to the events unfolding among the lower ranks of the soldiers. Instead, he contemplated the most optimal solution based on the intelligence gathered by the scouts. Taking into account the proximity of the goblin tribe. 20 kilometers downstream lay the first selected goblin tribe, which comprised approximately 400 goblins. According to the most commonly accepted estimations in this world, the combat strength of this goblin tribe should be around 70%, equating to 280 goblin warriors. While suppressing information to prevent other monstrous tribes from becoming aware posed some difficulty, it was not insurmountable for him. Subsequently, Wren instructed his men to stow the map and commanded the troops to advance downstream along the riverbank. In a modest goblin encampment situated along an unnamed tributary of the Huangsha River, the goblins regarded their dwelling as quite luxurious. A robust goblin reigned over the tribe with an iron fist. Ever since the chieftain and the elder had departed with the tribe's elite forces, this realm was his to command. Deputy Chieftain, there seems to be some commotion upstream. The fish have increased in number significantly. An unattractive goblin cautiously entered the wooden shelter to report. The abundance of fish signifies that our deity favors us. Now, get out. The vigorous activity was abruptly interrupted as the deputy chieftain glared menacingly at the ugly creature. Why yes. The unsightly goblin scurried out of the wooden shelter, only to be met with ridicule from the other goblins, completely unaware that doom was soon to descend upon them. Chapter 75. The border of the Cadro province. Unusual circumstances among the border monster clans as night fell. The army halted 5 or 6 kilometers from the goblin tribe. The hill ahead provided sufficient cover to prevent the opposing goblin clan from noticing any unusual activity. Lighting oil lamps, Wren convened a meeting with 10 centurions from his troops. This marks our first operation since the establishment of the 7,000th troop. I do not care about your previous states. If there are any issues, raise them now. When I issue command shortly, I expect no other voices to be heard. Wren gazed sternly at everyone, delivering a chilling warning. Among the 10 centurions, only 2 were his direct subordinates, while the remaining 8 were not familiar with his leadership style, leaving their capabilities uncertain. After a full 5 or 6 minutes of silence, Wren instructed Kyle to unfurl the parchment. A magnified map materialized before them, with markings that clearly delineated the surrounding terrain. The objective of this initial operation was to annihilate the goblin tribe in this location. The 3rd, 6th, and 10th centuries were to set out at 4 o'clock in the morning, maneuvering downstream to secure the area and prevent any goblins from escaping. The 4th, 5th, and 7th centuries would launch an assault from the flanking jungle while simultaneously maintaining vigilance to thwart any reinforcements from the enemy. The remaining forces would follow me in a frontal attack. As Wren issued his orders, he indicated the marching routes on the parchment map. Strictly adhere to my commands. Disobedience will result in execution. Understood. The officers present, whether out of fear or submission, responded in unison with loud affirmations. Subsequently, Villing announced the dissolution of the meeting, instructing the centurions of each unit to prepare accordingly to my lord. I have a matter to report to you, Kyle said to Villing after the others had departed. Observing the serious expression on Kyle's face, Villing directed towards the entrance of the tent. Disperse all personnel within 20 meters of the camp. No one is permitted to approach without my command. Yes, my lord, the 10 knightly attendants responsible for the watch replied loudly, promptly executing the order. After a brief moment, once the surroundings had quieted, Villing gestured for Kyle to sit and speak. My lord, today the officers reported that our soldiers. After listening to Kyle's detailed account, Villing inquired, is this situation prevalent? Indeed. There have been no fewer than 10 incidents reported to me. Kyle responded, is that so? Villing fell into a contemplative silence. He greatly needed experienced veterans for the campaign. Furthermore, each soldier had families to support. Attracting them to the Lake of Prayers would significantly alleviate the population deficit. However, these soldiers belonged to other nobles, currently only under the nominal command of the defense forces, possessing command but lacking ownership. This matter posed a challenge. Villing shook his head, momentarily at a loss for a viable solution. Offending so many nobles for the sake of a few hundred soldiers was not in his best interest. Let us set this matter aside for now. Instruct the officers below to remain tight-lipped and not disclose anything, Villing said, rubbing his temples as he instructed Kyle. Understood, Kyle replied, bowing his head as dawn broke. Villing surveyed the 400 troops, then glanced at the sky. Let us depart. Following the meandering river, the 400 men traveled light, hastening towards the goblin tribe. By midday, the main assault force arrived at the attack site. Through the gaps in the underbrush, Villing could clearly observe the situation surrounding the goblin tribe. Noticing the nearly unguarded tribe, Villing rose, unsheathed his knightly sword, and commanded loudly, attack! The entire contingent sprang to their feet and, under the officer's guidance, launched their assault on the goblin tribe nestled below the hill. The goblins, lounging carelessly on the periphery, shrieked in alarm at the sudden appearance of humans, signaling their kin of the enemy's approach. Wah wah wah! The goblins within the camp seized their wooden hammers, stone axes, and fishing forks, pouring out in a chaotic rush, only to be swiftly cut down, scattering and fleeing within 3 minutes. A robust goblin, witnessing his kin's panicked retreat, let out a series of desperate cries, only to be beheaded by a common soldier. As the soldiers breached the camp, Villing, commanding from the hilltop, found it hard to believe. Is this it? It should be so, Kyle replied, looking down. Come, let us take a closer look. With a sense of disbelief, Villing descended the hill towards the goblin encampment. The remaining 30 or so goblins were herded to the center of the camp, surrounded by watchful soldiers, terrified and burying their heads in the dirt, seeking a semblance of safety. Who speaks the common tongue? An unsightly goblin, upon hearing the commotion, lifted his head to gaze at the youth clad in exquisite armor, surrounded by a throng of people. In a heavily accented common tongue, he uttered, Esteemed sir, I can speak. Pray tell, where are the warriors of your tribe? Wren approached the grotesque goblin, thrusting his sword before him with an air of authority. My lord, our tribe sage chief and the G-Great Elder have departed with the warriors, following the divine one. The goblin stuttered, trembling in fear at the knight's imposing blade. Divine? Wyland's brow furrowed at this critical piece of information. Could it be that the assault on the western border was orchestrated by a deity? He quickly shook off such thoughts. The sky may be falling, but he was merely a humble knight of exploration, unconcerned with such matters. Eliminate the remnants, he commanded. Once the centurion had departed, the surrounding soldiers swiftly closed in, dispatching the remaining goblins. In the afternoon, 2 additional squads gathered at the goblin encampment to report to Wren. Over the following days, he eradicated several more monster clans, discovering conditions akin to those of the previous goblin tribe. Mostly the elderly, infirm, and a few robust individuals, with the majority of capable fighters having followed their so-called divine envoy. Half a month later, the 7,000th squad, having completed their mission, returned to the camp for rotation. Upon departure, the barren Deer Gate mountain lay untouched. Upon their return, 3 sturdy walls had risen. Gazing at the tightly packed layers of earth above, Wren felt no doubt regarding their defensive strength. He instructed the troops to rest in the encampment before proceeding to the central tent to report to Flora. Aunt, the situation is as follows. I suspect these monsters are conspiring to amass an army, preparing to assault the provincial defenses, Wren reported upon entering the tent. Your suspicions are not unfounded, but there are some inaccuracies, Flora replied, handing him a document from the table with a grave demeanor. Startled, Wren hastily opened it for review. Chapter 76. The Famine Ritual. 2 days prior, I received an official letter from the provincial governor, stating that the monster coalition had commenced their offensive against the borders of Sela province. As Wylan perused the letter, Flora elaborated beside him. Wylan closed the document, concern etched upon his face. Sela province, will we face an assault here? It remains uncertain for now, but I believe it is merely a matter of time. Thus, we must expedite our preparations. Flora's tone shifted abruptly, turning serious. Wylan, the governor is urging the local nobility to mobilize their forces and reinforce the defense army. Additionally, 5,000 provincial troops will be dispatched here the day after tomorrow. Commander, your orders, please. Wylan stood tall, meeting Flora's gaze with equal gravity. Upon the arrival of the provincial troops, I will amalgamate these 5,000 soldiers with your 7,000 squad to form a singular force, establishing a defensive stronghold at the border between Selep and Cadro provinces, serving as an early warning unit, creating a strategic angle alongside Deer Gate Mountain. Rest assured, Commander, I shall fulfill this mission with utmost diligence. Wylan solemnly accepted the command, displaying no hint of resistance. Flora placed her hands on Wylan's shoulders, her head leaning against his as she spoke. This is an opportunity for you to hone your skills in commanding an army of 10,000. It will prepare you for a more esteemed position and greater authority in your future military service, ensuring the obedience of the nobles under your command. If peril arises, I mean a threat to your very life, prioritize your own safety. The consequences shall be borne by me, Aunt. You? Look at me and answer my question. Yes, Aunt, I understand. That is good to hear. Now, return and rest well. Subsequently, Wylan stumbled out of the command tent. His mind clouded as he walked upon the flat yellow earth. He placed a hand over his heart, feeling an unfamiliar warmth, a sensation he had never experienced, not even in his mother's embrace. 3 days later, Wylan successfully assumed command of the 5,000 provincial troops and began a 7-day training regimen. With Flora's support, Wylan planned to replace all insubordinate officers within that week, installing those willing to heed his orders, thereby consolidating his control over the 5,000 men. On September 20th, in the province of Moni, under the leadership of Count Fakris, in the central city of Fakris, a significant number of troops and personnel had been withdrawn. Apart from 600 law enforcement officers, the city housed fewer than 2,000 city defense troops, and together with members of the church and the Adventurers Guild, the total was under 3,500. Furthermore, the castle defenses located 20 kilometers outside Fakris city were severely undermanned, with little more than a skeleton crew remaining in the basement of the Lord's Manor, for individuals congregated. The bishop of the famine cult, the Lord of Fakris, a priest of the Church of Life, and the president of the Adventurers Guild. Tonight, we offer sacrifices to our God. Yes, bishop. The 3 men exhibited fervent devotion to the god of famine, prostrating themselves in reverent worship before the idol. Within Fakris city, over 1,000 cultists lurked in the shadows, remaining silent. Hundreds of famine priests were strategically positioned throughout the city, awaiting the bishop's command. As night fell, in the area surrounding the magical defense tower of Fakris city, the Lord of Fakris, leveraging his status, easily entered the central chamber of the Mage Tower. Good evening, Mage Watley. The Lord of Fakris greeted a high-ranking silver mage. Good evening, Lord Tevley. What brings you to this place? The silver mage inquired out of courtesy. Naturally. Suddenly, the Lord of Fakris's form grotesquely expanded. His limbs transformed into claws, dense fur sprouted all over his body, and his head morphed into that of a monstrous creature, a terrifying maw consuming a third of his visage. Moments later, a 6 or 7 meter tall beast appeared before the silver mage. Devour you. The horrifying sound wave caused the silver mage to stagger back in terror. The famine beast. How could it possibly be here? Master, what should we do? The bronze mage, having risen from the ground, turned to the silver mage Watley for guidance. Quick, leave this place. Go. Before the silver mage Watley could finish his sentence, the famine beast lunged forward, swiftly tearing the sluggish bronze mage into several pieces, a delectable appetizer. Devouring relentlessly, the famine beast experienced immense satisfaction. Witnessing his student's demise before him, the silver mage Votrii launched a frenzied assault on the famine beast. Dozens of fireballs coalesced, converging to strike the beast. Yet, before the golden tier famine beast, these attacks proved utterly ineffectual. In less than 3 minutes, the famine beast grasped the head of the silver mage, consuming it whole while simultaneously clutching the remnants of the corpse as it proceeded towards the control center. Within the mage tower, without exception, all mages were devoured by the famine beast, becoming part of its power. "Accelerate," it commanded. "Yes, my lord," the famine beast responded in its mind, hastening its ascent towards the heights of the mage tower. 10 minutes later, the reconnaissance magic array enveloping the city of Fortuitously vanished, rendering all magical formations upon the walls powerless. Simultaneously, numerous famine cultists emerged within the city, commencing their final frenzied sacrificial rites. A multitude of famine priests chanted the sacrificial incantations, using themselves as nodes to create a colossal sacrificial magic array, enveloping the entire city of 200,000. After 50 years of scheming, success is finally within reach. The bishop of the famine cult stood atop the bell tower, gazing upon his masterpiece, liberating his innermost emotions with unrestrained fervor. Half an hour later, a pillar of light ascended, and the aura of malevolence spread outward. Everyone within Fortuitously city struggled, from the lofty nobles to the lowly peasants and slaves, all distorted by the omnipresent power of the malevolent deity, transforming into fuel for the dark ritual. Even the cultists of the famine sect willingly engaged in self-sacrifice, broadening the scope of the sacrificial offering. 30 kilometers outside Fortuitously city, a rift in space was torn open as several legendary powerhouses emerged, witnessing the ritual nearing its conclusion, feeling helpless to intervene. "Archbishop, please take action. We cannot allow this sacrifice to engulf the entire kingdom," a legendary knight addressed the priest beside him, his tone resolute. "Alas, it is only the West that will suffer. I wonder how many faithful will return to the embrace of the goddess." The Archbishop of the Church of Life in the Kingdom of Ilya, the legendary priest Saint Albotasman, gripped his priestly staff tightly, closing his eyes to commune with the divine and invoke sacred magic. In an instant, a pure and gentle power manifested in the air, illuminating the night sky and continuously countering the energies produced by the famine ritual. Simultaneously, the life churches across the eastern provinces of the Mani region radiated brilliance, forming pillars to uphold this celestial veil. Chapter 77. The impact of the sacrifice and the southern vigilance in the kingdom of Ilya. The opposing forces clashed, with the power of famine firmly held at bay beyond the luminous barrier, unable to encroach further east, instead spreading westward. Vast tracts of land fell under the blight of famine, with trees withering and rivers running dry. The closer one approached the Mani province, the more pronounced the effects became, gradually diminishing as one moved westward. Below the golden tier, the spread of famine's power remained imperceptible. Aside from a fleeting gust of wind and the surrounding desolation, no unusual occurrences were sensed. Within the frigid confines of Lake Chishing, Anastasia awakened from her meditation, ascending to the highest point of the ice castle to gaze at the encroaching black mist. A malevolent force, though significantly diminished. This must be the dark god's sacrificial rite that Wayland mentioned last time, and it has indeed come to pass. However, it is quite distant from this location. If we devote our utmost efforts to safeguarding the entire lake of Star Prayer, it should suffice. Subsequently, Anastasia arrived at the lower levels of the ice castle, harnessing the magical energy from the elemental pool to withstand this minuscule storm of dark godly power. The exceedingly thin forces of famine brushed against the barrier that Anastasia desperately erected, clashing against one another and dissolving into nothingness, thereby preserving thousands of square kilometers of land surrounding the Lake of Star Prayer. The provincial boundary, a stark contrast emerged, gradually revealing the effects of the famine cult's rituals. As dawn broke over the territory of the Moni province, legendary knights gazed upon the desolate city of Fortuitously, where, in the span of a single night, 200,000 souls had been inexplicably sacrificed. The legendary priest Saint Yarbo-Tasman fell to the ground, murmuring a requiem. A legendary mage invoked the time reversal spell, images of the past decade in Moni province flooding his mind in search of information. "Bernier, what is the situation?" In response to the inquiry from the legendary knight, the legendary mage Bernier opened his eyes and replied, "This scheme has been in the making for over a decade. The mastermind remains elusive, shrouded in the protection of a dark god, but I have been able to trace the strongholds of the famine cult in other cities. It is not difficult to deduce." Saint Yarbo-Tasman concluded his prayer and turned to the others, stating, "They have lain dormant for over 10 years without exposure, until conflict arose at the borders, prompting the mobilization of troops and primary forces. These wretched scoundrels, It seems we must initiate a military operation to diminish their strength and numbers before we launch a war against the Iron-Forged Dwarven Kingdom. There is no rush. The war against the Iron-Forged Dwarven Kingdom is still at least a decade away. We have ample time to prepare and train our troops, many of whom have not participated in battle for an extended period. Bernier's proposal was sound, yet one legendary warrior gritted his teeth and declared, "If these reckless fools dare to assault the Western Front, then let them not return." He then proceeded towards the boundary. Before the legendary warrior could soar too far, he was pulled back by Yarbo, who admonished him sternly, "Your rash actions could trigger a series of events. Your Grace, Donier, heed the Archbishop's command. Since their legend has not entered the fray, neither shall we act. This matter should be entrusted to the military. Our role is to serve as a deterrent. Furthermore, you should understand." "Hmph, I comprehend." The legendary mage Bernier's reasoning was sound, and he could only acquiesce. At the border of Kadiruo province, after a thorough reorganization, Wren had managed to firmly establish control over the 6,000 troops under his command. As they marched towards the southern foot of Deer Gate Mountain, 100 kilometers away, the army moved in perfect order, with no signs of laziness or disobedience. Standing atop the hills of Deer Gate South Mountain, the surroundings became starkly clear. Aside from 2,000 men tasked with vigilance to the south, the remaining 4,000 were engaged in digging earth, transporting stones, and constructing a temporary fortress upon the hill. Lord Wayland, a military order from the commander, a knight hastily approached the encampment on the hill, delivering a missive into Wayland's hands. Violent first examined the letter to ensure its completeness, and upon confirming it had not been tampered with, he proceeded to open it and read its contents. The kingdom issued a proclamation announcing that the western 8 provinces would face an unprecedented drought lasting over 2 years. It would take some time for this news to reach here. So you may wish to prepare in advance. Do you require my assistance? Please inform the commander that Violent is aware and she need not worry, for I have my own methods to cope with this situation. Yes, my lord. The knight, bearing the command, turned to leave, returning to report back at Lumen Mountain. Once the messenger knight departed, Violent found himself lacking the inclination to strategize the camp's deployment. Instead, he sought a spot on the hillside that offered an inspiring view, where he sat cross-legged on the ground, contemplating future plans. The famine had erupted, affecting 8 provinces over an expanse of nearly 4 million square kilometers. Fortunately, sufficient food and water had been stockpiled in advance. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. In his subjective consciousness, Violent presumed that the Lake of Star Prayer would certainly fall within the disaster's scope. However, contrary to his expectations, this was not the case. This time, careful planning would be essential to attract a considerable number of commoners to settle at the Lake of Star Prayer, achieving the goal of population growth without monetary expenditure. It can be said that, aside from the original 15 inhabitants, the remaining population at the lake had all been acquired through money, warfare, and the exchange of goods. Once Violent had completed his preliminary thoughts, he returned to the camp to continue the deployment strategy for the southern slopes of Lumen Mountain. In the afternoon, a knightly squire descended the mountain, clutching a letter, heading northeast. To the south, watchtowers were constructed in succession, detecting the emergence of large numbers of monsters, igniting signal fires for warning. To the east, in the name of the defense forces, orders were dispatched to the pioneering knights and nobles in that direction to assemble and stand ready for support. To the west, efforts were made to eliminate and drive away the monster clans while cutting and burning trees to ensure unobstructed visibility on the southern slopes of Lumen Mountain. To the north, vigilance was maintained to monitor for the ignition of signal fires from the watchtowers, with no room for negligence. Violent surveyed his surroundings, his authoritative gaze fixed upon each individual. I reiterate, these matters pertain to our very lives. If you do not wish to squander your existence, muster all your spirit and focus. Yes, my lord. The 6 centurions thumped their chests in salute, responding loudly, "Very well. You may all disperse." As the crowd gradually departed, Violent seized a rare moment of tranquility, approaching his bed to rest and restore his energy. The forthcoming month was critical for city construction. Carelessness was unacceptable, and progress must be diligently monitored. 5 days later, within the government office of Star Prayer Town at Lake of Star Prayer, Baird received a letter from his lord. Upon opening it, he read that drought was sweeping across the entire West, and preparations were necessary to ensure the normal functioning of the territory. Upon receiving this letter, Baird was filled with confusion. According to the reports from the villages below, This year was destined to be a bountiful harvest, with ample water sources and no signs of drought whatsoever. Food, that's right, the food we have purchased. Looking at the few words inscribed, Baird suddenly grasped something, though his understanding seemed to veer slightly off course. Subsequently, Baird instructed someone to summon the leader of the merchant convoy, Raimondo. The right half of the Sinapus subcontinent, Chapter 78. The borders of the Cadro province. Monsters advancing north by the end of September. The rudimentary fortress atop the southern mountain of Lumen was just beginning to take shape. The 6-meter-high earthen walls, composed of yellow mud bricks, stood resolutely on the hillside, providing the station defense forces with a profound sense of security. In stark contrast to the meticulously constructed walls, the internal layout was exceedingly simple, ensuring only the safety of water sources and food supplies, while all else was kept to a minimum. Ultimately, aside from the 1,000 men left to guard the hill, the remaining 5,000-strong contingents were dispatched to engage in the establishment of watchtowers, timber felling, and the elimination of monsters. This labor continued until mid-October, at which point it was deemed largely completed. In early October, Wren once again received a prophetic insight, acquiring a piece of seemingly trivial yet pertinent information. 3 years hence, the Duchy of Layton's Maple Leaf County will manifest a natural spatial conduit, a passage connecting to the underground world. Thus far, the Lake of Star Prayer housed a small, dormant teleportation array leading to an unknown subterranean realm. Regarding this peculiar occurrence, which spanned several provinces, Wren had yet to devise a strategy for addressing it. However, he contemplated a commercial approach, considering the advanced purchase and accumulation of extensive tracts of land to profusely profit from the wealth of adventurers and noble offspring. Though careful deliberation was required, as night fell within the encampment, Wren analyzed the intelligence gathered from reconnaissance in conjunction with the current situation, deducing that the monster coalition poised to attack the province of Celop might very well seek a northern route to find a breakthrough. Indeed, beyond the borders of the Celop province, the commander of the 4th Monster Clan Coalition, the legendary Red Dragon Vaxman's most formidable subordinate, the half-dragon chieftain Neural Vaxman, a soul intent-level powerhouse possessing 5 soul rings, had grown increasingly irritable due to a series of defeats. Faced with the fortifications of the Kingdom of Alea at the borders of Celop province, no strategy or display of force had succeeded in breaching the defenses and penetrating into the realms of humanity. Esteemed Lord, I propose we circumvent this obstacle and launch an assault from the Cadro province. Advancing from the north into Celop province, a scarred lizard man stepped forward respectfully to voice his suggestion. Jangala, have you forgotten the prophet's admonition that we must never attack the Cadro province? There lies the attention of more than one deity. Otherwise, we shall encounter annihilation. A robust word commander, Pelik, glared at the lizard man Jangala with a fierce countenance. Confronted with Pelika's words, Jangala could do nothing but return to his position in silence. Neural, the half-dragon, was acutely aware of the prophet's prophecy. Thus, prior to their departure, the legendary figures had designated the Cadro province, a territory scarcely larger than a palm, as a no-go zone, compelling all tribal leaders and racial commanders to adhere strictly to this decree. Consequently, they withdrew all bronze-tier and higher warriors from the monster clans surrounding the Cadro province, integrating them into other monster armies to serve as expendable forces, thereby maximizing their residual value. Furthermore, the Goblin King, who had been preparing for a surprise attack on the Cadro province, was ordered to cease his operations, causing years of meticulous planning to unravel, with his elite subordinates conscripted and he himself reassigned to the southernmost battlefield. The aforementioned legends, apprehensive that the Goblin King had attracted the attention of the deities, resolved to cast him to the farthest reaches from the province of Cardro, thereby averting any unforeseen circumstances. It is essential to note that in the original plan, the Goblin King was to lead the first wave of the monstrous army against the human kingdom. This aspect left Wren in profound perplexity. According to the fateful guidance he received after departing from the domain of Guter, an attack by the Goblin King on the southern part of Cardro was foretold to occur within a year. Yet, none of this came to pass. Presently, with the north rendered impassable and the south threatened by other monstrous armies, he found himself with no choice but to continue the offensive. As the most sagacious entity among the 4 monster alliances, he deliberately initiated the assault on the province of Celop 1 month after the other 3 armies had commenced their attacks. He had anticipated that the humans would redirect their forces from Celop to the south. But contrary to his expectations, he was met with a human army that was more prepared than ever. "My lord, I have a proposal," a Ratman sorcerer, positioned towards the back of the ranks, stepped forth to address the half-dragon leader. The half-dragon, Neural, harbored a profound disdain for the despicable Ratman sorcerer, suppressing his discomfort to utter a single word. Unfazed by the commander's aversion, the Ratman sorcerer began to expound his plan with great fervor. According to your strategy, we shall dispatch a detachment northward, and adhering to the rules established by the esteemed legends, we shall breach the province of Selup at the juncture with Cardro, striking with unexpected swiftness. Indeed, my lord, that is precisely my intention. The Ratman sorcerer grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of decayed teeth, emitting a foul odor that compelled the surrounding monster commanders to cover their noses. Then who shall execute this plan? Upon hearing this, all the monster leaders instinctively recoiled a few steps. Their lack of intellect did not equate to foolishness. A successful endeavor would yield no rewards, while any errors would invoke the ire of the esteemed legends. Casting a glance around at the hesitant assembly, Neural addressed the Ratman sorcerer. Tatsur, since this plan is your proposition, you shall be entrusted with its execution. Do you? The Ratman sorcerer, Tatsur, was momentarily rendered speechless. Do you have any objections? The gazes of the other monster leaders towards Tatsur were laced with mockery and derision, devoid of any sympathy. Esteemed commander, our Ratmen are weak in combat, merely suited to serve as cannon fodder. However, to undertake such a pivotal, indeed, crucial endeavor, our kind is wholly unworthy. Only the mightier races possess such qualifications, Tatsur protested, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. Very well, if others are to command, then you shall lead, Neural replied, evidently unyielding in his decision. This, my lord, our Lizardman Legion is prepared to send 200 warriors, my lord. Our Wolfman Legion is also willing to dispatch 100 Skullcrushers to support the Ratman sorcerer. One by one, other monster leaders stepped forward, pledging their forces, and within mere minutes, a formidable contingent had been assembled to aid the Ratman sorcerer. With no escape in sight, the Ratman sorcerer had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill and take on the perilous role of executing a vital plan. Outside the war tent, two low-ranking golden half-dragons entered, bowing respectfully to their leader, Nulul. Commander, you two will accompany the Ratman sorcerer Tatsur. Should he dare to flee at the critical moment, execute him without hesitation. Understood. After ensuring their safety, Half-Dragon Nulul declared the meeting adjourned, instructing that the assault on the borders of the Selup province would continue in the order established the following day. On the next morning, a contingent of 2,000 elite monsters was dispatched to the Ratman sorcerer. Observing this motley crew of so-called elites, the Ratman sorcerer felt an overwhelming urge to despair, lamenting his decision to step forward. Two half-dragons loomed behind him, fixated on the back of his neck, searching for an opportune moment. Tatsur, my lord commands that if you do not depart by noon, it will be deemed as an act of cowardice. One half-dragon, with an air of arrogance, declared as he gazed down upon the Ratman sorcerer. Yes, I shall set forth at once. Faced with the imposing presence of the two golden half-dragons, the low-ranking Ratman sorcerer could only tread cautiously. Subsequently, a force of 2,000 elite monsters, accompanied by 3,000 Ratman warriors and 1,500 goblin laborers, set off in a grand procession heading northward. Chapter 79. The border of the Cadro province. The Battle of Lumen South Mountain in late October. The first outpost, located 50 kilometers from Lumen South Mountain, ignited a signal fire, alerting the rear while simultaneously gathering supplies for retreat. Gazing at the distant plume of black smoke, Kyle hurried to the tent to report to Violin. My lord, signals have been received from the south indicating an enemy attack, with numbers exceeding 5,000. Notify all troops stationed outside to return immediately to the Lumen South Mountain Fortress. Issue a warning to the nobles and frontier knights to the east, and relay the situation to the commander in the north. Upon hearing Kyle's report, Violin remained calm, issuing orders with composure. Understood, my lord. The troops surrounding Lumen South Mountain, tasked with various missions, received the command to abandon all current endeavors and return to the fortress they had spent a month constructing. 20 kilometers from the southern outpost, the Ratman sorcerer squinted at the dark smoke in the sky, his eyes darting restlessly. Tucker. Master, what is your command? A towering 2-meter-tall giant Ratman approached the Ratman sorcerer Tatsur, kneeling respectfully before him. How many cannon fodder have you gathered? In response to my master, I have assembled 4,000 expendable troops, comprising 500 able-bodied men and 3,500 elderly and weak. all of whom have consumed the plague potions you provided. I have nurtured them for several days. It is time to unleash their worth." Upon concluding his inquiries, the Ratman sorcerer urged his rat steed onward, prompting the troops to advance. A day later. At the foot of Lumen's South Mountain, over 10,000 monsters camped, gazing towards the fortress atop the hill. Several reconnaissance personnel concealed themselves in pits, cautiously observing through the cover of brush, meticulously recording the number of monsters present. "The scent of humans," remarked one Ratman soldier, sniffing the air with uncertainty. "Are you certain?" The Ratman officer cast a discerning gaze upon the keen-scented soldiers within his patrol, and in a low voice he inquired, "Captain, I am uncertain, but the air is thick with the scent of humans, more potent than that left behind by the individuals at the outposts. Dispatch a small squad to investigate the vicinity." The Ratman officer decisively commanded, opting for cautious belief rather than dismissive skepticism. Before long, over 100 Ratman soldiers emerged from the camp, forming into teams of 5 to meticulously scour the surroundings. Utilizing their acute sense of smell, the search radius diminished progressively. "There's no time. We must vacate this location," remarked the leading knightly squire to the secretary beside him, as he observed the Ratman soldiers not far away. Indeed, a few figures crawled out from the cavern, making their way towards the mountain summit. "Why, Lord, humans, it is humans," the Ratman officer leading the search exclaimed upon hearing the sound, only to behold 3 human figures materializing several hundred meters away. It was now too late to pursue them. "Continue the search, turn over every stone in the vicinity," he commanded, agitatedly pacing. The other Ratman soldiers immediately dispersed, executing a thorough search. Meanwhile, Wren, having acquired intelligence on the monstrous army, promptly convened a pre-battle meeting to strategize defense and bolster morale. "Kyle, commence your report," Wren instructed as all centurions and higher-ranking personnel assembled. Taking his place at the head of the table, Wren spoke with authority. At his command, Kyle unfurled a parchment and began his briefing. "According to our reconnaissance, the monster army numbers approximately 10,000, including 3,000 Ratmen, while the numbers of goblins and dog-headed men remain unclear. However, based on the number of tents, they are estimated to be between 5,000 and 7,000. Additionally, there are around 2,000 various monsters, including wargs, lizard folk, centaurs, and ogres, among others. We have also discovered the presence of half-dragons, though their exact number is uncertain, but it is no less than 2. As Kyle concluded his report, the atmosphere in the room grew exceedingly tense. They claimed to be a defensive force, but at best, they constituted a secondary unit, capable of engaging goblins, dog-headed men, and similar monster clans, yet struggling to summon the courage needed to confront wargs, lizard folk, or the terrifying ogres. "Gentlemen, I am fully aware that this is a formidable challenge," Wren declared, taking a deep breath to rally their spirits, "but I have already reported our situation to the commander. If we can endure these few days, reinforcements will surely arrive. Furthermore, with the monster army's presence here, I trust that the provincial and royal armies will not remain idle. Ultimately, danger often accompanies opportunity. If we can hold off this monstrous horde, our merits will not be insignificant, and we may even achieve glory in battle." With Wren's encouragement, the expressions of nearly 100 individuals gradually transformed, the previous fear and numbness giving way to a flicker of hope. Subsequently, Wren rose, drew his knight's sword, and plunged it into the wooden table. "In this defensive war, I shall stand in the most perilous position, fighting alongside you. Should I falter and flee, you are free to direct your weapons at me and launch an assault." And no sooner had he spoken than a murmur of whispers erupted among the near 100 individuals, transforming the once tranquil meeting room into a cacophony of noise. A few minutes later, a centurion rose and spoke. "My lord, your usual demeanor is one of fairness and justice. You do not show favoritism based on whether one is a legitimate heir or not. Your character has earned my respect, and I am willing to follow your commands and fight alongside you. I in the presence of the goddess of life. I pledge to engage in battle by your side. And should I flee, I implore you to slay me without mercy." Another centurion promptly stood and respectfully addressed Wren. Subsequently, the other 4 centurions similarly vowed to defend the fortress of Lumen Nanshan with their lives. The remaining 100 captains followed suit, pledging allegiance in unison to their commanding officer. "We shall guard this city and thwart the monster's nefarious schemes. You are all heroes." After the meeting was adjourned, The captains took it upon themselves to inspire the morale of their subordinates, gradually lifting the spirits that had waned. Surrounded as they were, they feared that inaction meant death, and that valiant combat would also lead to demise. Thus, they had no reason to fear the enemy, especially when their exalted leader was willing to stand at the forefront. The following dawn, thousands of soldiers, their bodies swollen with festering sores and reeking of decay, were driven to the front lines, followed by 1,000 ratmen soldiers escorting this batch of goblins and kobolds to assault the fortress. The ratman sorcerer, perched upon his rodent steed, surveyed his handiwork with pride swelling in his heart. Today, we shall taint this earthen stronghold. Tomorrow, we shall breach the city and my master is formidable. This group of humans shall undoubtedly serve as fodder for my master's ascension, hastening his rise to the soul intent level and restoring the glory of the ratmen. Observing this, the giant ratman flattered, "Ha ha ha, Tuck, my master's elevation shall not neglect you. The position of ratman commander is yours to claim. Thank you, my master. Thank you. In Chapter 80, at the border of the Cadro province, the Battle of Lumen Nanshan. Upon the earthen walls of the Lumen Nanshan fortress, Valen stood fully armored beneath the military banner, sword planted firmly, within the gaze of all soldiers and officers. The busy soldiers occasionally glanced towards the flag, finding solace in its presence. "Attack!" bellowed the giant ratman Tuck, causing the ratman soldiers behind him to instinctively retreat several paces. Behind the giant ratman, 10 ratman plague priests picked up their plague war drums, striking them rhythmically. Under the influence of the drumming, thousands of goblins and kobolds felt their eyes bulge with blood, their limbs and bones contorting grotesquely, spikes protruding from their forms, and grotesque lumps swelling upon their backs, a foul stench enveloping the entire battlefield, causing the surrounding trees to wither. Moments later, the cadence of the drums shifted, and thousands of plague-infused beings surged towards the Lumen Nanshan fortress. The Ratman's plague entities had only 3 hours of vitality. Enduring this duration meant victory. Now, with bare skin exposed, they prepared for battle. Officers at all levels methodically issued commands, and soldiers executed them diligently, retrieving clean strips of cloth from the seams of their armor to wrap their hands, feet, and mouths, leaving only their eyes exposed. Archers, fire! On the walls, hundreds of archers first unleashed 3 rounds of coordinated fire upon the plague entities, followed by free shooting, expending all their arrows in the shortest time possible. Hundreds of the leading kobold plague entities fell to their arrows, yet their momentum showed no signs of abating. The warriors advanced, ready to face the impending onslaught. The archers retreated, while the soldiers armed with swords and guns advanced, their gazes fixed intently on the approaching plague entities below. A shrill, piercing sound reverberated throughout the fortress, incessantly testing the soldiers' psychological fortitude. The plague entities that scrambled up the city walls were systematically eradicated, their foul, virus-laden fluids staining the earthen walls, corroding the embedded stones. As time elapsed, more soldiers faltered, being dragged from the walls and torn to shreds. Valen stood upon the general's platform, observing the chaos unfolding on the walls with an impassive expression that belied the turmoil within. As the spiritual pillar of the army, he could not afford to display any emotion on the battlefield. "Kill, the master is watching us. In half an hour, these monsters will lose their vitality. Hold on." Soldiers were continually injured, swiftly evacuated to consume the diluted essence of life, healing their wounds and purging the plague virus. The war gradually approached its conclusion, as thousands of once active plague entities suddenly ceased their movements, collapsing limply to the ground, swiftly decomposing into pools of liquid. Though the plague entities had all lost their vitality, the defending soldiers remained vigilant, for the true monstrous army had yet to commence their assault. "Master, the battle is over." The giant ratman Tuck cautiously glanced at the half-dragon nearby and humbly reported to the ratman sorcerer Tattisal, "Withdraw the troops and prepare to take over this fortress tomorrow." The ratman sorcerer ceased his meditation and instructed the giant ratman. "Yes, my master." Under the puzzled gazes of the defense forces, the monstrous army began to retreat in an orderly fashion. "Why, lord, what is the reason for this?" Kyle inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Things are not so simple. Let all warriors rest well and take their potions to prevent the spread of the plague." "Understood." Once Kyle departed, Valen surveyed the vanishing monstrous army with a grave expression. "With the presence of ratmen, we must remain vigilant against poisonings. This was a widely circulated adage among the nobility of this world. Subsequently, Valen ordered that no underground water be consumed, which sparked a considerable uproar among the troops, only to be swiftly suppressed by the various officers. That night, within the monstrous encampment, the Rat-Man sorcerer sat by the fire, warmly feasting with 2 half-dragons. Tattersall, if we cannot seize this earthen fortress tomorrow, you know the consequences. One half-dragon warned, fixing his gaze on the Rat-Man sorcerer. Understood, understood. We shall simply take the fortress tomorrow. The Rat-Man sorcerer responded with a beaming smile, exuding confidence. Humph, schemes and conspiracies. The Rat-Men are indeed a base and filthy race. Scoffed the other half-dragon disdainfully. Yes, yes, indeed. Faced with the half-dragon's derision, the Rat-Man sorcerer could only respond meekly. Others had half-dragon chieftains and the legendary Red Dragon as their backing, while he was merely a Rat-Man of no significance. Were it not for his status as a sorcerer, he would have long been cast into the most brutal battlefields as a commander of fodder troops in the depths of the night. Within the castle of South Mountain at Lumen, numerous soldiers suffered from parched throats and extreme thirst, incessantly licking their lips, gazing at the well guarded by nightly attendants, and with officers continually patrolling the camp. Many soldiers extinguished their thoughts of seizing water. They were perplexed as to why those in authority would issue such a command. The following morning, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky, prompting the parched soldiers to remove their helmets and tilt their mouths skyward, savoring the divine bounty bestowed upon them. Gazing out at the light rain, Wylan licked his cracked lips and smiled, truly feeling as though the heavens were favoring him. Yesterday, he had been uncertain whether the groundwater had been contaminated, thus he had forbidden anyone from consuming it. He was somewhat familiar with the tactics of the Rat-Men, which compelled him to take such measures. After consuming the dry black bread, the guards remained on high alert, ready to thwart any sudden monster attack. All were concealed behind the battlements, refraining from showing themselves, awaiting orders. Tuck, lead a group to seize the castle. Surely that band of humans must be extinct, declared the confident Rat-Man sorcerer. Do not desecrate the bodies of the humans. They are resources for my ascension. Indeed, the little rat understands. The giant Rat-Man Tuck strode boldly towards the city walls, leading the Rat-Men army. Sir, I believe I just glimpsed a human figure. A Rat-Man soldier in disbelief wiped his eyes. What nonsense are you spouting? Giant Rat-Man Tuck delivered a resounding slap that sent the soldier spinning before collapsing to the ground. The master said this band of humans is extinct. Thus, they are. The other Rat-Men soldiers, upon hearing this, clamped their mouths shut, daring not to utter another word. As this band of Rat-Men approached within 200 meters of the earthen wall, over 500 archers rose to their feet, knocking arrows. Fire! As the arrows rained down unexpectedly, the giant Rat-Man swiftly seized 2 Rat-Men soldiers to use as shields, retreating in a flurry. The remaining Rat-Men soldiers followed suit, hastily withdrawing. The monsters left behind over 600 Rat-Man corpses as they retreated in disgrace. Tattersall, is this what you refer to as taking the earthen fortress? Inquired a half-dragon, gripping a battle blade and speaking in a low voice. Impossible. They cannot have neglected to replenish their water supply post-battle. They must have fallen into a trap, the Rat-Man sorcerer replied, shaking his head. Chapter 81. The border of the Cadurlo province, the battle of the southern mountain of Lumen. Today marks the deadline. A different half-dragon coldly fixed his gaze upon the Rat-Man sorcerer, unabashedly stating, we must launch a strong offensive. We can surely seize it. Given that the human army was still alive, coupled with the drizzling rain, it signified the failure of his meticulously orchestrated plan. Tuck, master, I am here. The giant Rat-Man emerged from the throng, elegantly kneeling at the feet of the Rat-Man sorcerer and obsequiously declaring, bring all forces to bear. We must conquer this earthen fortress. Yes, my master. The giant Rat-Man swiftly rose and dashed off to convey the orders. Half an hour later, over 2,000 Rat-Men soldiers stood at the forefront, followed by a coalition of various monsters, including gnolls, lizardfolk, and ogres. In contrast to the Rat-Men soldiers' trepidation, the other monster armies appeared scattered and unrestrained. For them, whether they succeeded in capturing the southern mountain of Lumen today was of little consequence. Prior to their departure, their commander had already informed them that they were to merely show up, not to exert effort. The Rat-Man sorcerer, observing the monster army preparing to perform, felt a seething frustration. yet found himself utterly powerless. Assault. Under the command of Tuck, over 2,000 ratfolk soldiers, burdened by trepidation, raised their wooden shields and cautiously advanced towards the earthen fortress. After the ratfolk had traversed 100 meters, the monstrous army behind them began to stir, primarily motivated by obedience to orders, yet utterly unwilling to sacrifice their lives. With the strength of the ratfolk soldiers, breaching the fortress was an insurmountable challenge. Thus, the ratfolk sorcerer had no choice but to make a desperate proclamation. Slay 10 human soldiers and earn a low-grade magic crystal. As he surveyed the doubtful gazes of those surrounding him, the reward was clear, counted by the heads of humans. Suppressing the anguish within, the ratfolk sorcerer retrieved an exquisite pouch from his spatial ring and poured its contents onto the ground. The alluring glimmer of low-grade magic crystals ignited a frenzy among the monsters. Even the two half-draconians behind the ratfolk sorcerer exchanged glances filled with avarice, contemplating whether to take action. Ultimately, they restrained their desires, deciding it wiser to wait until this old fool failed to conquer the fortress before making their move. In an instant, the creatures, who had been prepared to languish in idleness, surged forth with vigor, recklessly charging towards the earthen fortress. Along the way, many ratfolk soldiers met their doom not at the hands of humans, but rather from their own allies. "Damn these filthy insects, obstructing my path!" A silver-tier ogre bellowed, swinging his spiked club to clear a way, paying the price of merely dozens of ratfolk lives. "Make way! Clear the path!" Witnessing the mounting casualties, Tuck, the giant ratfolk, urgently commanded his troops to step aside. After a brief tumult, gazing at the more than 300 ratfolk soldiers reduced to a gruesome pulp beneath the feet of their comrades, Tuck felt an overwhelming sense of despair, compelled to regroup his forces and follow in the wake of the monstrous army. "The magic crystals belong to us lizardfolk." The lizardfolk captain surveyed the multitude of adversaries and instructed his subordinates. "Captain, rest assured. I observed yesterday that these humans are exceedingly frail. What poses a challenge for the ratfolk is mere fortune handed to us." A lizardfolk, licking its lips, scurried alongside, addressing the captain. "Children, brandish your weapons and reap the heads of humans." A towering werewolf, standing over 3 meters high, howled at the diminutive fortress below. On the city walls, Valen gazed upon the impending horde of monsters, feeling an unprecedented weight bearing down upon him. No fewer than 200 at the silver tier. "My lord, allow me to take your place here." Kyle knelt before Valen, beseeching him. "I have vowed to stand with them. I shall not break my word, even if it costs me my life." Valen helped Kyle to his feet, removing his helmet as he spoke. "My lord, this cannot be. You are our sole silver-tier warrior, while the enemy's silver monsters are countless. If you depart now, leaving these 6,000 soldiers behind, you can assuredly escape unscathed." Yet Kyle remained undeterred in his counsel. Valen's expression hardened, his gaze fixed intently on Kyle. "Do you wish for me to flee in the face of battle?" "I would not dare, my lord. Allowing me to fulfill your duty would be equally valid in the eyes of the law." Kyle met Valen's gaze with unwavering resolve, prepared to face death without hesitation. As the two conversed, the earthen city walls had been breached at numerous points, allowing a multitude of monstrous creatures to surge into the fortress. Engaging in fierce combat with the defenders, a centurion surged forward, gripping his iron sword tightly, and confronted a man-eating ogre. Unsurprisingly, he was struck aside by the ogre's spiked club, his innards shattered, and he fell lifeless to the ground. The military standard continued to stand resolutely atop the wall, with not a single soldier retreating. To retreat meant death. To advance also meant death, so why not launch one final assault against the monsters? Perhaps death was not the end. Witnessing the situation further deteriorate, Valen unsheathed his knightly sword and leapt down, severing the head of a rampaging warg. Surrounded, he fought valiantly. A dozen wargs, witnessing the demise of their comrade, converged upon him, attacking relentlessly. Faced with 3 silver-tier wargs and a host of bronze-tier wargs, it was nearly impossible for Valen to withstand them alone. A miscalculated block sent him flying, colliding with several soldiers. This commander of the human army, if his head were to be claimed, would surely fetch a handsome price in magic crystals from the Ratman sorcerer. The warg captain's eyes gleamed with avarice as he casually picked up an iron sword, inching closer to Valen. Suddenly, a token flew from Valen's person, hovering in the air. The token of faith. Perhaps salvation was at hand. As he gazed upon the familiar emblem, Valen recalled Anastasia had once bestowed it upon him, proclaiming it could withstand 3 attacks from those beneath the legendary tier. The ward captain, driven by insatiable desire, reached out to seize the floating token. An icy realm descended, encasing all monsters within the fortress in an instant. At the foot of the hill, the Ratman sorcerer and 2 half-dragons observed as the entire hillside transformed into a frigid expanse, exerting every effort to make their swift escape. A familiar sound resonated, and all the encased monsters shattered into crystalline fragments, scattering about. The token lingered momentarily in the air before gradually descending into Valen's grasp. The surviving soldiers of the defense gazed in awe at this miraculous occurrence, collapsing to the ground, overwhelmed by a sense of having narrowly escaped death. Beyond the southern mountains of Lumen, the Ratman sorcerer suddenly took action, ambushing a half-dragon and plunging a peculiar artifact into its back. The filthy Ratman, the other half-dragon, witnessing this, swung its blade with a horizontal strike, severing the sorcerer's neck. The decapitated head of the Ratman soared high, its visage still grinning at the half-dragon. Half an hour later, the unconscious half-dragon awoke, its eyes darting to the corpse of the Ratman sorcerer, feeling as though it had survived a cataclysm. Shortly thereafter, the 2 half-dragons returned, bearing the head of the Ratman sorcerer to report their findings. Chapter 82. The war concludes within the earthen fortress of Lumen's southern mountains. Kale helped Valen rise from amidst a pile of corpses. "Water? Is there any water?" Valen murmured, licking his cracked lips, his consciousness fading in and out, his entire body racked with pain. Kale instinctively moved to fetch water from the well, but suddenly halted, drawing a small knife and slicing open his own artery, bringing his hand close to Valen's lips. Sensing the warmth of the life-giving liquid, Valen instinctively began to suck, alleviating his thirst. Moments later, he gradually slipped into a restful slumber. "You lot, come here." Kyle tore off a strip of cloth to bandage his wounds and addressed the nearby knights' attendants. "My lord." Several of them, dragging their weary bodies, approached Kyle and respectfully stated, "Our master is currently asleep. You few should escort him back to his quarters." "Indeed," asked the deputy of Wylan. With the master now in a state of unconsciousness, he had to assume the responsibilities of the temporary commander, tallying casualties, managing the aftermath, and simultaneously preventing the monsters from returning. By 5 o'clock the following afternoon, Wylan slowly awakened from his slumber, feeling an overwhelming hunger and eager to rise. "Do not move. Lie back down first." The familiar voice brought warmth to Wylan, and upon turning his head, he was surprised to find Flora seated by his bedside. "Aunt, how did you come here?" "I hurried here to collect your remains," Flora reprimanded with a stern expression. From her tone, Wylan sensed her anger and quietly explained, "In that situation, as the commander, I had to fulfill my duty." "Very well, I understand. Leave the rest to me. This conflict is nearing its end. You should take care to heal in the coming days, and I will find an opportunity to introduce you to our captain." Observing Wylan's resolute demeanor, Flora softened her tone. "Yes, Aunt." Standing outside the door, Kyle noticed the commander emerging and immediately thumped his chest in salute. Flora cast a glance at Kyle. His actions had already reached her ears. "Take good care of Wheeling, my lord. It is my mission," Kyle replied resolutely. After Flora departed, Kyle entered the room with freshly boiled water. Following the priest's purification, the toxins in the groundwater had been eliminated, rendering it safe for my lord. Kyle set down the kettle and assisted Wylan in sitting up. "The blow from that warg nearly turned me into pulp," Wylan chuckled as he spoke to Kyle, "My lord. You have gained quite the notoriety. Everyone is now referring to you as the Frostborn." Kyle handed a bowl of water to Wylan and then respectfully reported, "Cough, cough. What a shameful title that is. Perhaps I should issue a decree to cease discussions on this matter." Observing Wylan's reaction, Kyle quickly interjected. Wylan waved his hand dismissively. "Let them speak as they wish." After resting for a moment, Wylan handed the bowl back to Kyle and inquired, "What of the casualties?" "There were significant losses." Kyle placed the bowl aside, responding with a hint of melancholy. "Before the battle, we numbered 6,431. After, only 2,786 remain. Of the 200 soldiers we brought, and the 20 knights' attendants, merely 137 soldiers and 16 attendants are left in war. Losses are unavoidable." Wylan comforted Kyle with a pat on the shoulder. "Cremate their bodies, and once this conflict concludes, bring them home. Understood. A fortnight later, all remained peaceful within the earthen fort of South Mountain at Lumen. No monsters had appeared. The defense soldiers engaged in lively discussions, some speculating that the frost storm had been carried back to the monster army by the half-dragons, while others conjectured that victory had been achieved on the southern battlefield, and the monsters were soon to retreat in the realm of the Salop boundary, amidst the encampment of the monstrous army. The half-dragon Neural once again summoned the leaders of the various legions for a council. At the entrance of the grand tent, 2 severed heads were prominently displayed atop wooden poles, serving as a grim spectacle for the passing monstrous chieftains. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that one head belonged to a Ratman sorcerer, while the other was that of a half-dragon. The Ratman sorcerer, having sacrificed an exceedingly precious magical artifact to effect a soul exchange, was met with his demise at the hands of Neural the half-dragon, as he reported back to the camp. Neural's trusted subordinates were acutely aware of their leader's extraordinary ability to discern, at a mere glance, whether a soul was in harmony with its corporeal vessel. Thus, when the Ratman sorcerer returned to report with a sense of misplaced optimism, it was the harbinger of his death. As the monstrous leaders entered the grand tent, they beheld the darkened countenance of Neural, casting their eyes back to the freshly severed half-dragon head, standing silently in their respective positions like obedient children. Once all the monstrous leaders had gathered, Neural rose from his seat and, with an air of authority, proclaimed, "Esteemed legends, I hereby command the cessation of hostilities. We must commence our retreat to prepare for the impending retribution from humanity. My lord, what is the reason for this?" 2 months prior, the defense forces of Cadero province regrouped at the Cloudfall slope, leading to the much-anticipated ceremony of rewards and recognition. In stark contrast to the 6,000 troops prepared to support the provinces of Lunsa, Ister, and Danny 2 months ago, fewer than 3,000 returned, with the noblemen having suffered considerable losses. Yet, for these aristocrats, the sacrifices were deemed worthwhile. As Violin meandered through the camp, he noticed numerous fresh faces among the young nobility. Upon inquiry, he learned that they were the direct heirs of noblemen who had perished on the front lines, here to partake in the ceremony of accolades that would belong to their families. Violin, here. Looking into the distance, he spotted Moira waving at him. "Sister Moira, it has been quite a while." With a smile, Violin approached her, warmly greeting her. "It has been 2 months. You have grown quite a bit. I have heard about your exploits from Flora. You truly embody the excellence of Lord Angus's lineage." Though 2 months had passed, Moira bore the marks of experience, yet her spirited nature remained intact. "What are you saying, Violin?" she retorted playfully as Flora, from behind, playfully pressed Moira's head down, gritting her teeth. "Ow, ow, ow, let go of me, Flora." Moira wriggled free from Flora's grasp and stepped aside, fussing with her hair while voicing her grievances. "Good morning, Aunt," Violin greeted warmly. "Come with me. I shall take you to meet my brother and the commander." "Wait, I want to go too," Moira exclaimed, hastily trailing after the two. After a brief walk of 10 minutes, the trio arrived at a secluded tent. Just as they reached the entrance, voices echoed from within. "Kadurki, when are you going to marry my daughter?" "Wait, just wait a moment. I'm only in my early 40s and not yet ready." "Commander. Father-in-law. Hemph, waiting? You nearly met your demise at the hands of the two-headed ogre. If you keep waiting, Moira might end up a widow." Violin, overhearing this lively exchange, turned his head slightly to the side, catching Moira's half-smiling gaze. She opened her mouth, teasingly saying, "The days of calling me sister are numbered." Soon after, the 3 entered the tent. They immediately spotted 2 individuals seated on the ground, reveling in jovial conversation, devoid of any pretense. "You've arrived. Please, take a seat." A young man with sharply defined features and a sculpted visage greeted them warmly. Flora guided Violin to sit on the carpet, while Moira took her place beside Kadurki X's. The imposing figure sitting nearby, the commander of the 16th Knights, Maydenki, exuded a neighborly charm rather than his usual authoritative demeanor. "Commander, this is Violin." Violin felt somewhat apprehensive as he looked at Maydenki, just as he was about to cautiously greet him. The commander preemptively spoke. "Violin, how is your father, Commander Angus?" Taken aback, Violin replied, "He is well. When I departed, my father was in good health." Flora, noticing Violin's confusion, leaned in to whisper, "The commander's current achievements are greatly attributed to your father." "Haha, the next time you see your father, Please convey a message for me. 30 years ago, the flag-bearer Maidmengchi Colombo sent his regards to him. Commander, I will surely deliver it, replied Wayland, bowing respectfully. Sit down. There's no need to stand. What a fine young man you are. As the evening unfolded with jovial toasts, Wayland became quite familiar with the two influential figures of the 16th Night Regiment. By the way, is your territory nearby? Maidmengchi suddenly inquired, setting down his cup. Indeed, Commander, it is not far from the Huangshe region, just past the falling clouds, Wayland answered naturally, shedding his previous reticence. Is your territory in need of more people? Yes, indeed. We are in dire need, Wayland responded without hesitation. I have gathered a group of about 30,000 individuals, abandoned by pioneering knights, and they are quite difficult to manage. How many can you take in? While it is always preferable to have more people, Wayland was already aware of the impending famine's ramifications. Accepting all 30,000 at once might lead to dire consequences at the Lake of Star Prayers. As for the trade of people within the scope of this famine, it seemed that most were selling serfs and slaves. After careful consideration, Wayland raised his head and said to Maidmengchi, Commander, my territory is limited. I can only accommodate up to 10,000. 10,000 will suffice. I will arrange for someone to deliver them to you later. Thank you, Commander. After some additional exchanges, the meeting drew to a close. In the following days, officials dispatched by the royal capital began verifying the merits of military achievements, recording them for the nobility. In this military campaign, Wayland, serving as a logistical guard for the Night Regiment, earned 0.2 merits. Participating in the malicious extermination of a monster clan granted him 0.5 merits, and defending against a small monster forces incursion at the South Mountain Fortress earned him 3 merits, totaling 2 merits. He was still 28 merits away from being promoted to Viscount, a long journey ahead. However, he was still a pioneering knight, with over 2 years before the baronial promotion review. Leaving ample time ahead, it is worth noting that many barons have toiled for decades, participating in numerous military actions for the kingdom, yet they still possess fewer merits than Wayland. Truly, merits are hard to come by, Wayland remarked to Kyle beside him while gripping his token. I nearly lost my life for just this little item, my lord. I believe that within 10 years, you shall surely be promoted to Viscount. Kyle assured, I appreciate your kind words, Wayland chuckled, but achieving Viscount status within 10 years seems unlikely. Perhaps in 20 years, it may be possible. Then why, Lord Wayland? My master invites you to a small gathering. Adrian, please inform Cousin Brian that I will be there shortly. Yes. Wayland then made a quick preparation before heading to the meeting. Inside Brian's tent, Alcott and Edgar were already seated, engaged in merry conversation. Though I still have a gap in merits to reach Viscount, it is not insurmountable. With just one more conflict, I should be able to accumulate enough, Edgar explained to Alcott, brimming with excitement. Old brother, I envy you. Alcott, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, I still have quite a distance to cover. I need to participate in at least 3 more battles. Ha ha ha, I merely had the fortune of being assigned to a region abundant with monstrous clans, achieving victory through sheer numbers, thus earning an additional 0.5 merit points. Chapter 84. The disbandment of the defense forces and the autumn harvest food reserves at Lake Qixing. That moment, the curtain was drawn aside, and Brian led Velen into the tent. Velen, come, sit quickly. This time you have truly shone, earning the title of Frostborn. Alcott rose to greet him. The fledgling has begun to spread its wings. The merit points you've amassed nearly rival my own, Edgar added, also standing in admiration. Velen, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, Dear uncles, please refrain from mentioning that title. It is far too embarrassing. Ha ha ha, come, let us sit. The 4 gathered around a low wooden table, laden with a variety of exquisite food and fine wine, awaiting their enjoyment. Come, let us drink a toast to celebrate our survival. In response to Brian's suggestion, the 4 raised their bowls and downed their drink. After a round of light-hearted conversation, Alcott turned to Velen, expressing his gratitude. Velen, we 3 owe you a debt of thanks. Without your letter, we would have faced dire consequences, possibly even severe injuries. Velen humbly replied, Uncle, even without my reminder to stockpile provisions, wouldn't there still be the kingdom's relief supplies? Velen, you are still too young, Edgar shook his head, saying, relief supplies also come at a cost. Would the kingdom's assistance to the west require us to pay? Velen inquired, puzzled. Subsequently, Alcott revealed the harsh truth. Without funds, the supplies might very well vanish en route. Velen looked incredulously at his cousin Brian, who, typically so earnest, was unusually silent. The interests involved are far too significant. It is best we refrain from discussing this matter. Nevertheless, you have rendered us three a tremendous service. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask, and we shall assist you within our means. Alcott transitioned his tone, raising his bowl to Velen. Velen clinked his bowl with the three and drank it down in one go, half-jokingly stating, "Dear uncle's cousin, it's settled then. You cannot decline my requests in the future. Ha ha ha, should you encounter difficulties, feel free to seek us out." Edgar affectionately patted Velen on the shoulder. "I am the company of such kin." Velen felt a profound sense of peace and warmth. As the revelry concluded and the wine was exhausted, Velen leisurely returned to his tent, sleeping soundly until dawn the following day. Upon waking, Kyle entered the tent holding warm water and a towel. Respectfully addressing Velen, "My lord, please freshen up." "Kyle," Velen replied after tidying himself upon our return, "do you wish to remain by my side, or would you prefer to lead troops?" "I wish to remain by your side." "My lord," Kyle answered without hesitation. Velen regarded Kyle seriously and reiterated, "Consider this carefully. Leading troops would bring you greater glory, recognition from many, and the power to assert your authority. Remaining by my side, you will have none of these. My lord, I am willing to follow and serve you until the end of my days." Kyle suddenly knelt before Velen and declared with resolute clarity. Velen regarded the young man of peasant origin with a complex expression. Had he been in Kyle's position, he would undoubtedly have made the same choice. "Rise, for my back shall be entrusted to you from this day forth." "Yes, my lord," Kyle replied, a smile illuminating his face as though he had received a grand honor. 3 days later, the defense forces were disbanded, and each noble returned to their respective homes. On the journey back, the landscape on either side of the road was predominantly one of desolation. Rivers had run dry, and the land was parched. The territories that had withstood the last monster attack had now vanished. 5 days later, Velen returned to the Lake of Star Prayers. At this moment, the scenery within the lake was somewhat reminiscent of the outside but vibrantly alive, devoid of decay or withering. Furthermore, Velen noticed a significant increase in the population within his territory, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Had Mind Monkey truly sent over 10,000 people? Just then, Baird approached him with excitement, bowing as he greeted, "Welcome back to your loyal domain, my lord." "Baird, has someone sent over additional populace?" Velen dismounted and inquired. Baird, momentarily puzzled, replied earnestly, "My lord, the increase in population at the Lake of Star Prayers was acquired through my initiative in trading food. Additionally, I sold 5 million pounds of grain to other nobles, which brought in approximately 50,000 gold coins." "Well, what?" Velen exclaimed, gazing incredulously at Baird. 10 minutes later, after Baird's patient explanations, Velen felt his head spinning. He had initially intended to purchase emergency provisions for a disaster, only to discover that the surrounding 3,000 square kilometers of the Lake of Star Prayers had remained unaffected by the famine tributes. Thus, the 2 million pounds of grain he had procured with his dwindling funds transformed into a substantial reserve of hard currency. Moreover, Velen, in collusion with several other nobles, had aggressively stockpiled grain, leading to a famine outbreak that left surrounding nobles in dire need, forcing them to pay threefold for a portion of the grain, thereby filling Velen's coffers unbeknownst to him. "Ah, my lord, regarding this year's autumn harvest, here are the accounts for your review." Velen accepted the bound ledger and began to peruse its contents. Under Baird's management, there was a total of 1 town and 3 villages, amounting to 6,500 individuals, of which 2,000 were those acquired through food trade, and another 1,000 were recent migrants over the past 3 months. The arable land totaled 40,000 acres, of which 20,000 acres were tax fields. Among these, 10,000 acres of tax fields were devoted to growing beans and tubers, 6,000 acres to root vegetables, and 4,000 acres to wheat, yielding a total harvest of 4 million pounds of beans and tubers, 120,000 pounds of root vegetables, and 600,000 pounds of wheat, culminating in a grand total of 5,800,000 pounds of grain. According to the military stipend of 2 acres of tax fields per soldier, 300 soldiers and officers were allocated 300,000 pounds of beans and tubers, and 150,000 pounds of root vegetables. After these distributions, Baird retained a staggering 1,700,000 pounds of grain. This did not account for the burgeoning town of Orlando, which, by rough estimates, should yield around 200,000 pounds. Upon arriving at this conclusion, Wylan exhaled deeply and addressed Baird. "Do not sell the remaining provisions." After some time, A population of 10,000 will be migrating to the Lake of Prayer. Contemplate carefully how to accommodate them, whether to continue expanding northward or to divert them towards Orlando. The decision lies with you. Rest assured, my lord, I shall manage it well. The following day, upon returning to the territory, Wren personally conducted a funeral for the fallen soldiers, interring them in a military cemetery established 3 kilometers from the town of Prayer. In the days that ensued, he maintained rigorous training, striving to break through to the next realm and achieve the rank of mid-level silver. Chapter 85. Moira's appointment. In late December, 10,000 gaunt serfs were escorted to the Lake of Prayer. The escort officer was none other than Wren's acquaintance, Moira, the logistics supervisor of the 16th Night Brigade, accompanied by a rather portly middle-aged man. Wren, I have come as promised. Upon catching sight of Moira, Wren felt no surprise. This fervent admirer of his father still clung to the memory of the wooden toy he had proposed, albeit he had not anticipated her arrival would be so swift. Welcome, Sister Moira. May I inquire who this gentleman is? Wren greeted her with a warm smile. Lord Wren, I hail from the South Core Trading Company of the Cuz Province. You may call me Hook. 2 months prior, I was invited by Miss Moira. I understand you possess a certain potion. I hope my intrusion is not unwelcome. The portly man bowed slightly, expressing his respect towards Wren. Welcome to our abode, Hook. However, the potion is still in the experimental phase. You will need to reside at the Lake of Prayer for a few days. Wren replied calmly. The Lake of Prayer, it sounds like a place of beauty and abundance. I am certain it will leave a lasting impression on me, Hook responded with a smile, attempting to ease the awkward atmosphere. Subsequently, Wren instructed Baird to receive the populace and arranged for the merchant Hook from the South Core Trading Company. Before leading Moira to his castle, in the castle's reception room, Wren personally served tea to Moira. Sister Moira, is the South Core Trading Company reputable? Moira took a gentle sip of tea and replied at a measured pace. The South Core Trading Company enjoys an excellent reputation, boasting nearly 2 centuries of history, with collaborations involving the kingdom's military and numerous nobles. One of its founders was the first Earl of Andusi. You may rest assured, indeed. After absorbing her explanation, Wren did not fully lower his guard. Where is your potion currently located? If possible, we could commence the experiment now. Moira set her teacup down and addressed Wren. There is no need for haste, Sister Moira. The potion cultivation estate is still a distance away. As soon as Wren finished speaking, he entered the adjoining study, retrieving an aged wooden box and placing it before Moira. This is what my father gifted me during his childhood. Moira opened the box and gazed at the somewhat unsightly wooden knight within, inscribed with the name Angus. Without a hint of disdain, she joyfully picked it up and examined it with great care. Wren sat quietly beside her, refraining from interrupting, choosing instead to remain in tranquil observation. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Moira gently placed the wooden knight into the wooden box and held it close to her heart. Expressing her heartfelt gratitude, Villain, thank you. Sister Moira, this is your reward. There is no need for thanks, Villain replied, shaking his head. Why, Lord, the banquet is ready, came Kale's voice from outside the door. Villain rose and warmly invited. Please, come in. The following morning, Villain, Moira, Kale, and several other knightly guardians arrived at the training grounds. Today, Moira donned her priestly robes, raised her staff, and solemnly declared, in the presence of the goddess of life, I hereby commence the oath. Kale unsheathed his knightly sword, and Villain similarly drew his short sword, holding it upright against his chest as he regarded Kale with utmost seriousness. I, Kale, swear by my own honor, in the witness of the goddess of life, that I shall fight to the best of my ability for this person before me, fulfilling my duties and adhering to the chivalric spirit. Wherever my blade may lead, there lies my direction. I, Villain, as your oath recipient, accept your fealty, unwavering and steadfast. May the goddess of life bear witness, a radiant light envelop the two, an invisible bond intertwining their fates. With the completion of this oath, may the goddess protect you both, Moira proclaimed solemnly, concluding the ceremony for the knightly guardians. The atmosphere shifted to one of exuberance as the two sheathed their swords, and the knights welcomed Kale with open arms, celebrating his true integration into their ranks as the 15th Guardian Knight to follow in their footsteps. Kale, you surpass us all, Baird exclaimed, patting Kale on the shoulder, filled with emotion. A year and a half ago, this young man had been a mere serf, and now he stood proudly among them. It is through my lord's grace that I have arrived at this point. Kale humbly replied, devoid of any pride or arrogance. In the afternoon, Villain, accompanied by Moira and several knightly attendants, set forth to the first potion cultivation estate located at the confluence of the Star-Calling Lake and the Frigid Expanse. This estate was the largest of the 6 potion cultivation sites, encompassing 30 acres of cultivable land, with an average capacity of 200 potion plants per acre, totaling 6,000 plants. The entire estate spanned 100 acres, fortified with massive stones, and the quality of the surrounding walls surpassed even that of their Castle Point. 50 serfs tended to the 30 acres of land, while 30 mid-level apprentice warriors, led by the territory's sole bronze-level warrior, Eden, were stationed to guard this vital location. My lord. Eden greeted Villain with a respectful bow upon seeing him approach. Kale dismounted swiftly and joined Villain, taking hold of the red phosphor steed. Sister Moira, please proceed. Moira, intrigued by the numerous changes around her, particularly the stark contrast of the icy landscape nearby, suppressed her curiosity. She understood well that everyone harbors their own secrets, and she recognized that Villain's willingness to bring her here was a significant display of trust. To incessantly inquire would be rather ungracious. Following closely behind Waylin, Moira entered the estate, gazing upon the enchanting scene that resembled a celestial paradise. In the potion cultivation field, the delicate blue potion plants swayed gently in the breeze, harmonizing with the softly falling snowflakes around them, evoking a profound sense of tranquility and comfort. According to information Moira had found online, these potion plants had mutated from blue vine grass and possessed remarkable hemostatic properties, proving effective for both external and internal wounds. Waylin pointed at the pale blue potion, explaining to Moira, I still need to conduct some experiments, which may take some time before I can begin inscribing the magical array and preparing the potions. Moira nodded, extracting a potion plant from the soil, and inquired of Waylin, what additional materials do I need to prepare for the complete process? Here is the list, Waylin replied. Moira retrieved a list from her pocket and handed it to Waylin, estimating the cost to be around 20,000 gold coins, possibly more. If you find yourself short on funds, I can. Sister Moira, you underestimate me. I am not lacking in money, though I will need some time to gather these items. There's no rush. This period is perfect for experimenting with the specific properties of the potion. Chapter 86. Ice Blue Potion. In the ensuing days, Waylin busied himself with procuring the necessary materials for the potion workshop while keeping a watchful eye on the merchant Hook from the Southern Cure Chamber of Commerce for any unusual behavior. 3 days later, the first vial of potion was prepared. Holding it in his hand, Waylin observed the pale blue liquid, gently shaking it. Hook stood nearby, listening attentively to Moira's explanations while fixating on the potion in Waylin's hand. Despite his attempts to mask his greed, it did not escape Waylin's notice. This potion plant thrives in an exceedingly harsh environment. I have named it Ice Blue Grass, and the potion in my possession is crafted from this very plant. Known as Ice Blue Potion, Moira paused, taking the Ice Blue Potion from Waylin's hand and elaborating to the two men. The Ice Blue Potion possesses excellent hemostatic properties, capable of healing any wound effectively. Most importantly, it carries an ice attribute, imparting a tingling sensation during treatment, alleviating pain. Something that diluted holy water cannot compare to. Now, Hook, what do you believe this Ice Blue Potion is worth? Waylin inquired with a smile, eagerly anticipating his response. After a moment of contemplation, Hook, gazing at the Ice Blue Potion in Moira's hand, stated, For this potion, I am willing to offer 3 gold coins, and our chamber will handle the transportation costs. I will consider it further, Waylin replied, deliberately withholding an immediate answer to keep Hook in suspense, intending to revisit the matter after some time. The following day, Waylin intensified his surveillance of Hook to prevent any information from leaking out, thus avoiding any unpredictable crises. Time passed swiftly, and a year gradually unfolded until it reached January 1 ST, 9722 of the Radiant Era. 300 kilometers west of Lake Qixing, a legendary mage traversing the astral realm will remain for 10 days, offering you the chance to trade your most precious treasures for considerable rewards. While supervising the potion preparation workshop, Waylin was suddenly taken aback by the news. What's wrong? Is there something amiss? Moira inquired, observing Waylin standing there in confusion. No, nothing at all. I just had a few thoughts. Waylin replied with a smile, before continuing, Please, go on. Although Moira found his reaction peculiar, she refrained from probing further and proceeded to explain. Transforming the ice blue grass from raw materials into a finished potion requires 12 intricate processes, each demanding the inscription of 4 to 5 magical arrays, necessitating a substantial amount of magical materials such as magic pearls, purple gold sand, and black azure wood, which would approximately cost around 18,000 gold coins. Secondly, regarding the energy supply, you could either recruit several mages or construct an elemental pool for a permanent solution. After pondering for a moment, Valen asked, Sister Moira, what is required to construct the elemental pool? Given the size of your workshop, you will need a high-grade magic crystal as the focal point of the elemental array, 6 medium-grade magic crystals as support, and 30 low-grade magic crystals to serve as fuel to communicate with the elemental realm, thus forming a miniature elemental pool to energize the entire potion workshop and facilitate the operation of the magical arrays. I see. Listening to Moira's estimates, Valen fell into a reverie. A high-grade magic crystal is valued at 80,000 gold coins, 6 medium-grade ones at 30,000 gold coins, and 30 low-grade ones at 12,000 gold coins. To permanently resolve the energy supply issue for the potion workshop, he would need to spend a total of 122,000 gold coins. Based on Hook's previous valuation of the experimental products, a bottle of ice blue potion could be bought for 3 gold coins, and 1 ice blue grass could yield 2 bottles. The first potion plantation could produce 6,000 ice blue grasses annually, and combined with the other 5 potion plantations, they could yield 12,000 grasses per year. After accounting for unexpected losses, they could still harvest around 10,000, equating to 20,000 bottles of ice blue potion, valued at 60,000 gold coins. He could recoup his investment in a maximum of 3 years, with the 4th year yielding pure profit. Valen murmured to himself, growing increasingly exhilarated by these figures. 60,000 gold coins a year. It makes my heart race, Valen. If you lean towards constructing the elemental pool, you could take a loan from the South Core Chamber of Commerce. I can act as your guarantor, in no need, Sister Moira. I have all the necessary resources, Valen replied, suppressing his inner excitement and speaking calmly. Now, I would appreciate your assistance. What? You actually have the means, Moira exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. Valen, maintaining his composure, responded, Sister Moira, everyone harbors secrets, do they not? I may have overstepped. According to her knowledge, high-grade magic crystals are highly sought after and rarely found in the hands of lower-tier nobility, aside from circulation among the upper echelons of the kingdom. Even knowing that Valen is the son of Angus, she found it hard to believe that he would provide such resources to his own SONAS for the widely circulated price of 80,000 gold coins per high-grade magic crystal. That was merely the kingdom's unilateral pricing. In reality, it could fetch double that amount if exchanged for gold coins. In other words, her inquiry was rather intrusive. Noticing the atmosphere grow awkward, Valen swiftly shifted the topic. Sister Moira, how long will it take to complete the construction of the potion workshop? It will likely take around half a month, as the intricate task of depicting the magical array demands considerable time. This duration is not excessive and is quite acceptable. Sister Moira, I shall ensure that Bayard delivers the items you requested as swiftly as possible. Following that, I have certain matters to attend to, so please feel free to instruct him regarding any further needs you may have. Afterward, Wayland departed from the first potion plantation with Kale and returned to the castle. Upon their arrival, Wayland promptly instructed Kale, please notify Bayard to come here and prepare provisions for 10 days. Accompany me on an outing this afternoon, and why, Lord, should we have any additional personnel accompany us? Kale inquired. Not at all. It is best that only the 2 of us are aware of this matter. Understood. Handing over the red phosphorus steed to Kale, Wayland proceeded into the castle and made his way to the study. There, he retrieved the items Moira required from his private treasury and placed them into a wooden box. Come in, he called. Outside the study, upon hearing Wayland's voice, Bayard pushed open the wooden door and approached his lord, bowing respectfully. My lord, you summoned me. These are the items that Moira needs. Deliver them to her. Furthermore, should she have any requests, do your utmost to fulfill them. Additionally, inform Orlando and the others that a year-end summary meeting will be convened on January 15th. Lastly, how is the cultivation of the sweet herb progressing? The yield is unsatisfactory. We either need to seek the assistance of a druid for cultivation or abandon the endeavor. Very well, I shall decide after I conclude my current tasks. For now, continue as originally planned. Yes. Bayard lifted the wooden box and exited the study, opting to personally ensure its delivery for added security. Chapter 87. The Peculiar Minotaur Brigade. Once Bayard had departed, Wayland returned to his private treasury. opening an exquisite chest that housed 8 vibrant, 7-colored life flowers. After reserving one as a reward, he carefully extracted the remaining 7 and placed them into a smaller wooden box. This is the most precious treasure I possess. I hope it does not disappoint me. Wren meticulously secured the wooden box, closed the treasury door, and proceeded directly towards the exit. At that moment, Cale stood at the castle gate, awaiting in silence. My lord, let us proceed. Time is of the essence, and we must travel through the night. Yes. Subsequently, the two mounted the red phosphorus steed and galloped westward without pause. Across the wilderness, they raced relentlessly, showing no signs of stopping. The straight-line distance was 300 kilometers, yet they would likely need to traverse nearly 1,000 kilometers, leaving no room for wasted time. Throughout the journey, Cale followed closely behind his master in silence, refraining from asking what they were to undertake or where they were headed, merely trailing Wren closely. My lord, there is a light moving towards us. Wren tightened the reins, bringing the red phosphorus steed to a halt as he gazed in the direction Cale indicated, observing several shadowy figures in motion. Upon discerning the figures more clearly, Wren realized they were indeed minotaurs and urgently exclaimed, "Quickly, let us head north, my lord. We cannot move. The horse's legs are stuck in the mud." Upon hearing Cale's panicked voice, Wren discovered that, unbeknownst to them, all 4 legs of the red phosphorus steed had become nearly entirely ensnared in the earth. With resolute determination, Wren unsheathed the knight's sword from his mount and, feeling the talisman resting against his chest, realized he might have to employ this precious artifact once again. Damned be his luck today. Just as Wren braced himself for an impending confrontation, a gentle voice resonated through the air. "Fear not, my friend across the way. We harbor no ill intent." Suddenly, a minotaur with skin as white as snow materialized before Wren, nearly causing his jaw to drop in disbelief. In his understanding, minotaurs typically possessed a tawny complexion, primarily worshipping the Minotaur god and the Great Bull god. According to their beliefs, those who revered the Minotaur god were generally shorter, most standing around 2.5 meters tall, often engaging in the plundering of spouses, regardless of their race. In contrast, those who followed the Great Bull god were towering figures, reaching heights of up to 4 meters. Upon maturing from silver to gold rank, they sprouted an additional pair of arms, thus earning the title of 4-armed minotaurs. My dear human friend, we are devoted followers of Lady Wren, the goddess of the moon. Please, do not be afraid. The throng of minotaurs encircling Wren shed their tawny exteriors to reveal their alabaster skin and somewhat endearing features, their gentle countenances evoking an involuntary fondness. "You may call me Sarah, my friend. I am a priest of Lady Wren." Among the group of white-skinned minotaurs, one, standing only 2 meters tall, spoke in a soft universal tongue, addressing Wren. "Priest Sarah, may I inquire as to why you have obstructed my path alongside my companions? We have lost our way and seek guidance from you, of course, with the promise of fair compensation." The gentle minotaur priest responded. "May I ask where you hail from?" Wren inquired, observing the assembly of white minotaurs, clearly led by the priest Sarah. "We come from Alpu Island, following the divine edict of Lady Wren. Destined for the misty forest," Sarah succinctly explained their origins. Alpu Island, I recall, is a solitary isle situated to the north of the Sinapus subcontinent. "Indeed, my friend," Sarah affirmed. With a nod, Wren gestured toward the southwest and remarked, "You stand at the border of the Cadro province in the kingdom of Iliad. To reach the misty forest, you must journey southwest, traversing the entirety of the Grey Maw wastes." "Thank you," the Minotaur priest Sarah expressed gratefully, subsequently producing a stone suffused with moonlight and presenting it to Wren. "This is a moonstone, equivalent to a mid-level magic crystal, as a token of gratitude for your guidance." Wren accepted the moonstone without hesitation, tucking it into his pocket, and kindly advised, "Priest Sarah, should you venture to the misty forest, I suggest you head south along the kingdom's border, reach the Lea Great Forest, and then proceed westward into the misty forest via the Duchy of Rycotes." "Thank you for your counsel," Priest Sarah replied once more with gratitude, before dispelling the magical bindings that had ensnared the crimson phosphorus steed. "Farewell, Priest Sarah." Wren and Cale remounted the crimson phosphorus horse, resuming their journey westward. "Until we meet again, my friend." 10 minutes after Wren's departure, the snow-white minotaur named Sarah once again unleashed her divine magic. Under the influence of this enchantment, over a dozen minotaurs transformed into human figures towering 2 meters tall, making their way southward. After distancing themselves from the minotaurs by several hundred kilometers, Kale could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "My lord, what is the situation with that group of minotaurs?" "Uncertain," was the reply. "It is possible that a faction of minotaurs has converted to the worship of Lady Sullen, the goddess of the moon." Instances of racial branches embracing other deities are not unprecedented. The most notorious event in the Sinapus subcontinent is the Black Ya Orc Rebellion, which is referred to as the Sacred Shia Incident among the human factions in the year 6527 of the Radiant Era. Over 3,000 years ago, a vast branch of the orc race known as the Black Ya Orcs resided in the southern part of the sacred Third Dawn Kingdom, east of the Death Desert. At their zenith, the Black Ya Orcs dominated the southern expanse of the Sinapus subcontinent, nearly severing all communication between the eastern and western regions of Sinapus. 2 centuries later, a conflict erupted, fracturing the Black Ya Orcs. The human factions of the Sinapus subcontinent extended nearly all their support, turning the once dominant Black Ya Orcs into a beleaguered group, while rebel factions gained strength. The war raged on for 3 centuries. In the year 7027 of the Radiant Era, the sacred Shia Orc Kingdom was established, and the orcs renamed themselves the Shia Orcs, pledging their faith to the god of Shia, a subordinate deity of the god of dawn. The northern territories of the Black Ya Orcs were invaded by humans, with the sacred Third Dawn Kingdom annexing a portion, while the remaining lands supported the establishment of the Duchy of Liberway, the Kingdom of Belfaz, and the Duchy of Morning Light. Within the human faction, a shared area of faith allowed all deities to propagate their teachings, provided it was at the cost of suppressing and weakening the Black Ya Orcs' power. In response to the emergence of the sacred Shia Orc Kingdom and human nations, the remaining Black Ya Orcs united to form the Coles Union Orc Kingdom, and with the assistance of the Orc faction, they barely managed to establish a foothold to contend with the sacred Shia Orc Kingdom and the human nations. Following this incident, the once weak divine power of the god of Black Ya Orcs plummeted to a feeble level, astonishing other deities with the strategic brilliance of the god of dawn, while simultaneously prompting deities from other factions to heighten their vigilance against the god of dawn, fearing they might unwittingly lose vast regions of faith, resulting in a decline in their own divine standing. After a journey spanning 20 hours, they finally reached the vicinity of their destination. Note: in this world, deities cannot intervene without cause, unless they are offended by mortals. Chapter 88. Trading with the astral mage. Upon arriving near their destination, Violin and Kale first took a moment to rest before commencing their search for the merchant from another world. "My lord, look over there. A mansion stands in sight." Violin turned to see a mansion that appeared conspicuously out of place within the local environment. "It must be here." As they approached the mansion step by step, they discovered numerous corpses of monstrous creatures, now serving as sustenance for bizarre plants. The situation was rather precarious. Should they retreat now and forfeit this opportunity? At a distance of over 1,000 meters, Wayland roughly counted and found no fewer than 3,000 monstrous corpses, predominantly minotaurs, with a third of them being of silver quality or higher. Among them stood a 5-meter-tall minotaur, whose lingering aura, even in death, left Wayland slightly breathless. Just as the thought of abandoning his quest crossed Wayland's mind, the grand entrance of the mansion suddenly swung open. Before them appeared a being resembling an elf, with 2 pairs of colorful wings and a stature of 1.5 meters, strikingly akin to a fairy. "Welcome, esteemed guests. My master has been awaiting you for quite some time. Please, follow me." The fairy maiden spoke in a soft, mellifluous voice, soothing the weary spirits of the 2 men. Unbeknownst to them, Wayland and Kale trailed behind the fairy as they entered the mansion. "Dear guest, welcome to my abode. I am Alge Holmes, a merchant of the Star Realm. You may call me Gray, which is the new name I have adopted in this world." A handsome middle-aged man, stroking the fairy maiden's head, smiled warmly at Wayland as he introduced himself. "Good morning, my name is Wayland X, a humble human noble. I have come to engage in trade with you. This is my attendant, Kale. Pleasure to meet you." "Sir," Kale said nervously. "You are anything but ordinary," Gray remarked, appraising Wayland, then addressed the fairy maiden. "And Leah, please prepare a cup of fruit tea. I wish to extend my hospitality to Wayland and of course, master," and Leah replied, reluctantly leaving Gray's side to head toward a room on the left. "Please, have a seat." "Thank you." Wayland expressed his gratitude once more, sitting somewhat stiffly opposite Gray, while Kale stood behind him. "Your world is truly vast, filled with formidable beings. I can hardly contain my eagerness to explore it thoroughly, Gray said, breaking the silence that had settled in the room. May I inquire how you entered our realm? Was it as a stowaway or by other means? Wren asked cautiously. Ha ha ha, there's no need for fear. Relax, consider me a friend. I am not so pretentious as for entering your world. I naturally paid the fare, albeit with some reluctance. However, the opportunity to traverse your realm holds great promise for my future endeavors. Reassured by the response, Wren felt a sense of relief, knowing he need not fear being eliminated after their trade was concluded. Sir, may I ask why there are so many minotaurs outside? With the atmosphere growing more amicable, Wren summoned the courage to inquire. Humph! Gray's expression darkened at Waylene's question. These foul creatures dared to covet my beloved Anlia. It would have been a mercy to use their souls as lamp oil instead. The thought of a married woman flickered through Waylene's mind, but he quickly shook it off, wishing to avoid any associations that might displease his host. At tea that moment, Anlia returned, bearing an exquisite tea tray and placing 4 cups of fragrant fruit tea upon the coffee table before settling quietly beside Gray. Resting her head against his right arm, with meticulous attention, Wren discerned that the fairy maiden's countenance bore a slight blush, evidently having overheard their previous conversation. I have yet to introduce you, Gray exclaimed. Tapping his forehead, this is Anlia, my soul mate, who has accompanied me for 3 centuries. She is the love of my life. With this introduction, Gray seemed to have unlocked a floodgate of stories, regaling them with tales of his adventures with the fairy maiden Anlia, causing her cheeks to flush deeper as she nestled further into his embrace. Miss Anlia, your love with His Excellency is eternal. Ha ha ha, I graciously accept your blessings, Gray replied, reveling in Waylene's kind words. Here, this fruit tea is derived from my personally cultivated tea tree, which translates to the tree of pure life. However, I prefer to call it the tea tree, as the translated name lacks elegance. Do indulge. It greatly benefits the elemental energy within your pure forms, or what you may refer to as combat aura. Thank you, Your Excellency. Wren lifted a cup, first offering it to Kale before pouring one for himself and savoring the warmth that enveloped his body. Unbeknownst to him, Kale's combat aura surged, breaking through the limitations of the bronze low tier and advancing directly to the bronze high tier. Wren, too, experienced a breakthrough, surpassing the silver mid-tier. He could distinctly sense that he was but a step away from the silver high tier, confident that with half a month of dedicated cultivation, another breakthrough was within his grasp. I am profoundly grateful, Your Excellency. I truly enjoy our friendship. Gray lifted his fruit tea, savoring it slowly, and remarked, I have encountered countless individuals, some driven by greed, others by hypocrisy or arrogance, lacking in genuine character. Yet, individuals like you, who empathize with their subordinates and embody a heart full of gratitude and innocence, are exceedingly rare. Perhaps this is a commonplace phenomenon, but it is one I find quite distasteful. You jest, Your Excellency. Sensing the atmosphere was ripe, Wren retrieved a small wooden box he carried, gently placing it on the tea table and slowly opening it for Gray's perusal. Your Excellency, this is the item I wish to trade. The 7-colored life flower, my most treasured possession. Please, do examine it. Gray, unreserved, summoned a magical hand that presented a 7-colored life flower before him. With an incantation whispered under his breath, Gray's mind flooded with knowledge about the 7-colored life flower, including its properties, effects, growth conditions, and cultivation methods. In a mere 10 minutes, he comprehended all pertinent information. Wren, the value of the 7-colored life flower is immense. However, according to my customary practice regarding botanical matters, I typically acquire only one specimen, regardless of its rarity. Yet today, I shall make an exception for you. I will accept all 7 of your 7-colored life flowers, offering you a price of 2,000 trade points. Subsequently, a small orb of remarkable sci-fi design appeared before Wren, accompanied by a virtual panel displaying an array of item information and images. This is an artifact from a material-based technological realm. I found it intriguing and made slight enhancements, resulting in this peculiar magical item. You may take your time to select. Chapter 89. Trading with the Astral Mage. Upon hearing the words of his counterpart, Wren calmed his mind and meticulously perused the information provided, as well as the trade points marked on the back of each item. Botanical category. Vitality vine grade. Silver basic information. Capable of absorbing the ambient magical energy. Producing vitality crystals, One vitality crystal is equivalent to a low-grade magic crystal. In a sparse magical energy environment, it yields 10 vitality crystals per year. Value: 10 trade points per vine. Drawback: cannot propagate seeds. Growth limit of 10 meters. Withers after 100 years. Valen gazed at the explanatory notes in parentheses, presumably an approximation provided by Gray based on the characteristics of his world. As he examined the first item, he felt a twinge of desire, yet he patiently continued to browse, hoping for even more enticing offerings. Weapon category: Radiant Magic Sword Grade. Gold basic information. A treasure from a small dimensional realm. Possessing a sword spirit, this sword spirit is proud and difficult to tame. Upon purchasing, one may choose to erase the sword spirit's memories. Value: 200 trade points. Drawback: wielding this sword may corrupt the user's character. Please choose wisely. Botanical category: Hollow Fruit Tree Grade. Gold basic information. Assists mages in their mental cultivation, yielding 30 hollow fruits every decade. Value: 300 trade points per tree. Drawback: below gold grade. The hollow fruits may only be consumed once every 3 years. Otherwise, the consumer risks becoming a mental puppet of the tree. Please consume with caution. Animal category: Black-skinned meat pig grade. Bronze basic information. Tender meat. Infused with magical energy, beneficial for extraordinary cultivation. Value: 2 trade points per pig. Lifespan: 5 years. Drawback: experiences estrus 10 times in its lifetime. Temperament is volatile and indiscriminate regarding its targets. Strict rearing is essential. Botanical category: Luminous grapes grade. Silver basic information. Juicy and plump, capable of enhancing physical attributes, repairing hidden injuries, and suitable for transplantation. Value: 150 trade points per vine. Drawback: highly sensitive to environmental conditions. In a sparse magical energy environment, it refuses to bear fruit. Faced with the dazzling array of goods before him, Valen found himself deeply ensnared in a quandary. He yearned for this item and that, yet he possessed only 2,000 trade points. This opportunity might be his sole chance to meet Gray, compelling him to deliberate with utmost caution. Without hesitation, he noted that each botanical item listed could serve as the foundation of a territory or even the economic pillar of a family. Valen, have you found anything to your liking? Gray inquired, noticing Valen's indecision. My apologies for taking up your valuable time. Esteemed one, the treasures you possess have truly opened my eyes, leading me to a state of confusion and inner conflict. Valen responded, ha ha ha, no worries, my friend, Gray remarked nonchalantly. Feel free to share your circumstances, and I shall provide you with some guidance. In response, Valen conveyed, esteemed one, I am a pioneering knight, having been away from my family for nearly 2 years. My territory spans approximately 500 square kilometers, yet I find myself struggling without an economic foundation, encountering significant developmental bottlenecks. In light of this, I propose that you exchange for breeds of both animals and plants, as this will support your development while safeguarding you from being usurped by other nobles. At this juncture, Gray lifted his head and inquired of Velen, which power currently provides you with protection? My family, Velen replied without hesitation. What is their standing? A count family, comparable to some of the more powerful marquis families. What position does your father hold within the family? The head of the family. Is there any intrigue among the clan members? No. Are your direct subordinates loyal? Under the witness of the divine, they have pledged their fealty as guardian knights. I see. After posing a series of questions, Gray began to select suitable items for Velen. 5 minutes passed, and the diverse array of items on the virtual screen vanished, leaving only 6 products: the golden apple tree, the ivy tree, the black tea tree, the llama beast, the black-skinned meat pig, and the glowing grapes. Among these items, Velen was familiar with only 2. The information regarding the other 4 eluded him. Please take a look at the information for these items. I shall explain the reasons shortly. Gray observed Velen's confusion and spoke in a gentle tone. Thank you, my lord. Subsequently, Velen focused intently on reviewing the information of the remaining 4 items. After Velen became acquainted with the details of the other 4 items, Gray continued, the golden apple tree can be exchanged for 1 specimen, but it requires a high magical energy environment and the constant care of a druid to soothe the plant's disposition. You may not be able to provide this, so it would be wise to entrust it to your family in exchange for their support and protection. The ivy tree can be exchanged for 4 specimens, and it can be woven into inner armor, enhancing defenses against magic. Even against soul-level magical attacks, it can significantly mitigate their effects, serving as a life-saving asset. The black tea tree can be exchanged for 6 specimens. allowing you to harvest tea leaves, crush them, and mix them with flour to create pills that enhance endurance on the battlefield or aid in rapid recovery during training, alleviating physical injuries. The llama beast is a commendable livestock option. You can exchange for 6 of them, 1 male and 5 females. They require only 3 years to grow from infancy to adulthood, consuming little while providing much, with various uses depending on your methods. The black-skinned meat pig is an omnivorous livestock with a short growth cycle. It can be ready for market in just 6 months, proving immensely beneficial for training troops and rapidly augmenting your military strength. You may exchange for 20 pigs, comprising 3 males and 17 females. Lastly, the glowing grapes primarily serve to mend dark injuries and can be exchanged for 2 specimens. A.S. Velen listened to Gray's introduction. He silently calculated in his mind. 1 golden apple tree requires 800 trading points. 4 ivy trees require 320 trading points. 6 black tea trees require 300 trading points. 6 llama beasts require 180 trading points. 20 black-skinned meat pigs require 40 trading points, and 2 glowing grapes require 300 trading points, totaling 1940 trading points, leaving him with 60 remaining. Thank you, my lord. Your prudent planning has enabled me to achieve twice the result with half the effort. A seasoned and formidable individual meticulously crafted his plans, and Viling felt as though fortune was favoring him. With a wave of his hand, Gray opened a portal to another realm, then affectionately patted the head of the fairy maiden Anlia, instructing her to fetch the necessary items for their transaction from his demiplane. Viling cast a gentle glance through the portal, beholding a scene akin to a celestial paradise, where numerous wondrous plants vied for attention amidst the harmonious coexistence of terrifyingly powerful creatures. Once Anlia had entered the demiplane, Gray waved his hand to close the portal. Viling, you have 60 trade points remaining. What would you like to exchange them for, Your Excellency? May I have a few moments to contemplate? The development of his territory had been resolved, and the remaining 60 trade points could be redeemed for something of his liking. Yet, he found himself in a state of confusion regarding what he truly desired. Chapter 90. The things he cherished from the moment of his birth, he had accepted his ordinariness, resigning himself to remain within his family and lead a mundane life over the fleeting span of a few centuries. However, after receiving the guidance of fate, he suddenly yearned to depart from his family, to forge a domain of his own and create a paradise uniquely his. He had taken action in pursuit of this dream. After much contemplation, Viling raised his gaze to Gray and inquired, Your Excellency, is there a magical artifact that allows one's consciousness to enter a virtual space for the purposes of simulated management and war strategy? I will see what I can find. Gray, heeding Viling's suggestion, swiftly searched among the projection magical artifacts. Moments later, an item perfectly aligned with Viling's vision appeared on the virtual screen. Item type: Immersive Gaming Helmet Level, Bronze Information. A virtual reality helmet powered by magic. Remodeled from an unknown material world, featuring 3 standalone games, children's toys. Value: 15 trade points per unit. Drawback: highly addictive, lacking self-control. Please use with caution. Your Excellency, I would like to exchange for 2 units of this immersive gaming helmet. 2 units? Gray looked at Viling with surprise. 1 for use and 1 as a backup. After all, this may be my only opportunity to encounter you in this lifetime. Better to be prepared. You make a valid point. The world is vast, and the cosmos is expansive. Our initial meeting might indeed be our only encounter. Gray seemed to reminisce, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. What would you like to exchange for the remaining 30 points? I am uncertain. Might you have any recommendations, Your Excellency? Viling pressed on, unashamed. Well, I suggest exchanging for 3 strands of source energy vines, which would create a perfect synergy with the immersive gaming helmet, eliminating the need for additional consumption of source crystals, as you refer to them in your world as magic crystals. Then I shall heed your counsel. S. and Leah had yet to return. Gray continued to regale Viling with tales of his travels. His vibrant adventures, the myriad of peculiar races, and the fascinatingly unique rules governing various planes of existence left Viling in awe, stirring within him a deep yearning for exploration. Observing the admiration that filled Viling's eyes, Gray's vanity was greatly satisfied. The reverence of those he esteemed only served to enhance his own sense of joyo. Those whom one deems unworthy, even if they feign piety and extol praises as if in reverence to the divine, they remain utterly indifferent. Your life, esteemed sir, is indeed remarkable. Ha ha ha, not at all. I merely possess a penchant for adventure. while simultaneously gathering an array of rare and precious plants to enhance my botanical garden, and engaging in a bit of commerce, mingling with acquaintances of a likable nature. Valen harbored a sense of envy towards Gray's experiences, yet he understood that a life of wandering was not his destined path. At heart, he yearned for stability. It is unclear how much time passed, when suddenly, Gray's half-plane portal opened, and the fairy maiden Anlia emerged, clutching a book. With a gentle wave of his hand, Gray caused the tome in Anlia's possession to soar into Valen's grasp. This was a storage book woven from leaves imbued with spatial properties, possessing a single-use efficacy. Once an item was retrieved, the corresponding page would be rendered irreparably damaged. Thank you, esteemed sir. Valen had just been contemplating how to transport his belongings back, unaware that his counterpart had already thoughtfully resolved the matter. Now that the transaction was complete, we shall no longer intrude upon your time. Indeed, Anlia, please see them off. Very well, my master. Subsequently, Valen followed the fairy maiden Anlia as they departed from the opulent mansion. Outside, Anlia unfurled her folded wings and began to cast a spell, conjuring an oval portal before Valen. This was a temporary spatial passage leading 300 kilometers away. May your journey be smooth. Thank you, Miss Anlia. After expressing his gratitude, Valen, along with Kale and 2 horses, stepped into the portal. Following a bout of disorienting turmoil, the 2 men and their steeds found themselves back at the Lake of Star Prayer. Gazing at the nearby town of Star Prayer, Valen felt a sense of unreality. After bidding farewell to Valen, the fairy maiden Anlia returned to the mansion, nestling beside Gray. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, Master, is he not just an ordinary human? He is anything but ordinary. I perceive destiny within him. Gray gently stroked Anlia's head as he explained. Anlia tilted her head and asked, So, is this your investment in him? Master, that cannot be deemed an investment. It is merely an equitable exchange, with a bond of friendship involved, Gray mused, expressing a hint of nostalgia. Perhaps we shall visit him again before we depart. Master, how long do we plan to travel in this world? 100 years, I supposed. Is it truly for such an extended period? Not excessively so. I cannot even ascertain whether 100 years would suffice to explore this realm thoroughly, Gray remarked, gently caressing Anlia's cheek. This world is vast beyond imagination. With over 15 centuries of adventures, I can confidently place this world among the top 3 I have encountered. The number of those stronger than I is countless, and not far from here, I sense a legend. While I could easily vanquish her, the density of power is rather overwhelming. Although I may not fully comprehend, I am certain that Master is the mightiest. You shall soon learn of those even more formidable. Upon returning to the Lake of Star Prayer, Valen made his way directly to the castle, intending to securely store the storage book, planning to devise a thoughtful strategy for establishing his planting estate in the most suitable location. Except for the golden apple tree entrusted to the family, the remaining 5 resources are sufficient for self-sustenance until the rank of Viscount. The next objective is to expand the territory, vigorously develop the economy, train the army, and enhance one's own strength. Alas, I must venture far again. I hope to bring back something this year. Wylan rubbed his temples. He truly wished to avoid leaving his domain unless absolutely necessary. After riding for less than 3 miles, he noticed an unusual number of people on the road, most bare-chested, diligently attempting to break large stones to pave the path, while soldiers stood guard nearby. My lord, at that moment, an officer approached from a distance, saluting Wylan. Wylan pointed to the civilians working on the road and inquired of the officer, What is happening here? My lord, recently, an influx of freemen has arrived at the Lake of Praying Stars. Lord Baird is concerned about potential chaos, so he has organized the able-bodied young men among the newcomers to engage in territorial tasks such as road construction and land reclamation, providing them with 2 meals a day to ensure their survival. Very well, continue with your duties, Wylan nodded, patting his red phosphorus horse, and set off toward the mountains with Kale. Yes, my lord, I shall serve diligently, the officer, watching Kale follow the lord, felt a twinge of envy and lamented his own lack of ability, realizing he could only tread the path of a soldier, not that of a knight. Chapter 91. Summary meeting. Upon returning to the castle, Wylan immediately ordered the establishment of 2 pastures on the northern side of the castle, one covering 300 acres and the other 500 acres, preparing to rear black-skinned meat pigs and llamas to expand their scale in anticipation of future military training. By virtue of Wylan's command, Lord Baird swiftly recruited a significant number of civilians for the construction, even pulling some of the road-working freemen to the northern side of the castle to build the pastures, while the newly arrived freemen were similarly dispatched to fulfill the Lord's orders with utmost speed. Harnessing the strength of the majority of the able-bodied youth from the Lake of Praying Stars, the two pastures were largely completed in less than 10 days, with only minor details remaining to be refined. On the 15th day of the first month in the year 9722 of the glorious era, all 15 of Wyland's guardian knights gathered within the castle for an annual summary meeting. A year had passed, and Orlando and the Hebrew brothers had matured significantly. Those working alongside them, including Andrew, began to look to them for guidance. "Salute to our Lord," I in the conference room, upon seeing Wyland enter. The 14 men rose to pay their respects. "Sit, everyone, take your seats." Wyland approached the seat of honor, smiling at the others before settling down. As the 14 took their places on the benches, Cale, serving as Wyland's personal guard, positioned himself behind him, surveying all present. A year ago, I promised that whichever of you achieved victory would be rewarded by me. Let us commence the reports, starting with Orlando and his team. Upon hearing this, Orlando rose to his feet and bowed to Wyland, subsequently commencing his report. Over the course of a year dedicated to expansion, we have claimed an area of 600 square kilometers, establishing a pioneering town, 3 villages, 2 lumber camps, 1 mining site, a breeding ground for azure purple horses, and 12 outposts, with a population of 8,500 individuals. The land cultivated amounts to 32,000 acres. Regarding military matters, aside from the 15 knight attendants and 3 squads totaling 150 soldiers withdrawn by our Lord, we currently have an army of 800, 300 of whom are professional soldiers, all of whom have entered the apprentice warrior stage. The remaining 500 are militia, with approximately 1/3 having also become apprentice warriors. Our command currently comprises 95 knight attendants. I have 35, Hebra has 30, and under Andrew's mentorship, there are also 30 knight attendants. As for resources, a few minutes later, based on Orlando's report, Wyland had essentially grasped the intelligence regarding the expansion area. In summary, the newly developed region greatly exceeded Wyland's expectations and served as a testament to Orlando's capabilities. Henceforth, the pioneering town shall be renamed Orlando Town, designated as a subordinate administrative region of Lake Chishing, with a military quota of 800, while you may supplement the remaining soldiers at your discretion. "Thank you, my lord," Orlando replied, his voice brimming with excitement. Seated beside Orlando, Hebra was even more exhilarated than his brother. Had it not been for the solemnity of the occasion, he might have leapt from his seat. After inviting Orlando to take his seat, Wyland turned his gaze towards Baird, signaling him to commence. Lake Chishing originally spanned 150 square kilometers, and in the past year, it has expanded northward by 300 square kilometers, now encompassing an area of 450 square kilometers. This includes 1 town, 3 pre-existing villages, and 4 newly established villages within the last 3 months, totaling 7 villages, 5 lumber camps, 1 salt mine, 6 ice blue grass potion plantations, 6 outposts, and a population exceeding 16,000, of which 7,000 are newly relocated freemen. The military comprises 1,600 personnel, 500 professional soldiers, 300 defense troops, and 800 militia, with both professional soldiers and defense troops now having reached the apprentice warrior stage, while around 100 militia have embarked on the path of becoming professional warriors. There are 37 knight attendants. In terms of resources, we currently possess 60,000 gold coins, 15 million pounds of grain, and 550 sets of leather armor. Truly commendable is Baird, who, even when faced with a talent like Orlando, manages to maintain a steady upper hand. Wyland regarded Baird, who bore serious dark circles under his eyes, nodding in admiration before addressing the assembly. "I declare Baird the victor." With these words, no one voiced dissent. The facts were evident, leaving no room for disagreement with their lord's judgment. Even Orlando had to concede that this time, Baird had triumphed. Theos speak of the remarkable ice blue grass. Without Baird's meticulous discovery, Lake Chishing would not have been able to cultivate an economic pillar to sustain their rapid development. "Kyle, have the items brought in?" "Yes." Moments later, 2 knight attendants entered the conference room, carrying a large wooden chest. Wyland stepped forward to open the wooden chest, revealing an array of items within. 6 low-grade magic crystals, a mithril dagger, 3 sets of exquisite knightly armor, 3 finely crafted knightly longswords, and a 7-colored life flower, all meticulously displayed. From this moment forth, these possessions belonged to Bayard and his team. The manner of their distribution is for you to determine amongst yourselves. After concluding the affairs of the previous year, Wayland returned to his seat, leaning back against the chair, his left hand propping up his chin, and spoke. This year, we have 3 objectives. Upon hearing this, Bayard and the others promptly adjusted their postures and directed their gazes toward Wayland. First, we must expand our territory by at least 400 square kilometers to the north. Andrew, Greg, Mike, Dosius, Yaf, Adolf. With each name Wayland mentioned, a guardian knight rose to their feet and bowed in acknowledgement. You 6 shall be separated from Orlando to form a new pioneering team. I will allocate 200 troops, 3,000 inhabitants, and a portion of resources to you. I hope that by this time next year, you will present me with delightful surprises. We shall not fail to meet the trust placed upon us by our Lord. We will fight with our lives to accomplish the task, they pledged. Wayland nodded, allowing them to take their seats once more, and continued, Second, we must absorb more inhabitants. With the favorable winds at our backs, we should strive to expand our population. Both Cheeching Town and Orlando Town must prepare to establish relevant industries and attract more people, while simultaneously preventing unrest that could threaten the security of our territory. Yes, my lord, Bayard and Orlando responded in unison. Randolph, a knight of unremarkable appearance, stood and bowed respectfully to Wayland. Next, you shall accompany me and be responsible for the layout of 5 industries. The task is substantial, so I hope you are prepared. I understand, Randolph replied calmly, accepting the responsibility without much excitement. In this new year, let us exert our utmost efforts to strengthen our homeland. Randolph remained while the others dispersed. Very well. Chapter 92. Assigning tasks, inspecting the Chingzi Horse Ranch. Once all had departed, Wayland summoned Randolph to his study. How has your experience been under Orlando's command this past year? Has he made things difficult for you? Wayland inquired with a smile, gesturing for Randolph to take a seat. Why, Lord, Orlando possesses remarkable talent, Randolph replied, sitting upright in a respectful manner. In my 22 years of life, he is the most gifted knight I have encountered in terms of cultivation, and he is equally adept in leadership. His achievements without formal education only serve to highlight your keen eye for talent. My lord, I merely provided him with an opportunity. The rest is his own diligence. Wayland waved his hand dismissively, feeling a deep sense of joy akin to that of a father witnessing his son's growth and recognition by others. Without you as a mentor, even a talented individual like Orlando would find it difficult to flourish. All right, come, let us have some tea. Kyle brought in the tea. Wayland smiled and gestured for Randolph to help himself. The coming year may require more effort from you. Upon hearing this, Randolph set down his teacup, straightened his posture, and spoke with conviction. Please, my lord, enlighten me. I possess 3 types of flora and 2 types of fauna, all of which are crucial for the future development of our territory, their significance rivaling that of the ice bluegrass. The task for the coming year is to foster this growth. Should you place your trust in me, I am willing to guarantee my life as assurance that I will fulfill all your directives. I am well aware of your capabilities, and it is precisely for that reason that I have chosen you. After offering words of encouragement, Wayland instructed Kyle to retrieve the parchment from the desk and present it to Randolph. This document contained information on 5 species of plants and animals, including their growth environments, cultivation requirements, and necessary precautions. Your task for the next month is to seek out and modify the environment to accommodate these 5 species. The foundational construction of the 2 ranches is complete. You need only implement the specified modifications. Should you require manpower or resources, feel free to make requests directly to Bayard. Additionally, I will assign 4 squads of soldiers to you, who will report solely to your command. As Randolph listened to Wayland's words, he meticulously reviewed the parchment before carefully tucking it away in his attire. Your wishes are clear to me, my lord. I humbly request permission to commence my duties at once, he declared resolutely as he rose to his feet. Wayland, standing to face Randolph, commended him. Indeed, you are a man of decisive action. I shall not delay you any further. Once Randolph departed from the study, Wayland changed into simpler attire and made his way to the training grounds to complete the day's exercises. Ever since he had consumed the mystical fruit tea of the Star Realm Mage, he felt that the attainment of high-tier silver status was within his grasp. 2 days later, Wayland, accompanied by Kyle and several knightly attendants, journeyed to Orlando Town to inspect the Azure Purple Horse Ranch. Mounted on his red phosphor steed, he reveled in the surrounding scenery, reminiscing about the time over a year ago when he had seized the Azure Purple horses. He had taken a considerable detour. misleading the enemy from the border of the Sela province, seeking to retaliate against the Hall's family. Yet, more than a year had passed, and he had not heard of any centaur tribes troubling the pioneering knights of the Hark's family, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Never mind, never mind. Why dwell on such matters? He mused. This opportunity may have slipped away, but I shall find another. Those who dared to ambush me on the road, though they failed, I shall not forget. Shaking off the thought, Wren quickened his pace, planning to inspect the Azure Purple Horse Ranch before visiting several outposts along the border. Outside Orlando town, Orlando donned his armor, leaning against a large tree, patiently awaiting his arrival. Surrounding him were 35 knights under his command, more than half of whom had attained the rank of Bronze Knight. All wore armor infused with mountain copper, and their weapons contained traces of mithril, classified as high-quality equipment according to their ranks. Each knight bore the emblem of the Fire Lion etched onto the left side of their breastplates, symbolizing their unwavering loyalty and representing their combat spirit and beastly forms. "Captain, my lord, they have arrived," reported a Bronze Knight to Orlando. Orlando received the helmet handed over by a knight beside him, donned it upon his head, slightly disheveling the red silk ribbon tied around his neck, and commanded loudly, "Mount." The 35 knights moved in perfect unison, standing resolutely upon their azure steeds, forming ranks in anticipation of Whelan's inspection. Orlando tenderly caressed his red phosphor steed before mounting it and saluting his lord. All the knights drew forth their long swords, holding them proudly before their chests, paying homage to Whelan with a salute. Their youthful faces bore a determined gaze, their postures erect. Though still in their adolescence, they exhibited the dignified stance befitting true knights. Very well, Whelan held these 35 knights in high regard. However, through their military bearing and abilities, he discerned that 5 of them had recently been inducted into Orlando's order within the past 6 months, displaying a noticeable disparity from their 30 companions. The red ribbon was still untied. Whelan approached Orlando, adjusting the silk ribbon around his neck. "Thank you, my lord," Orlando said with a smile, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. A little rascal, despite being under 20 himself, he commanded a presence. "Come, lead me to the Azure Steed Ranch. I entrusted the Azure Steeds to you over a year ago. Let us see the fruits of your labor. Please follow me, my lord." Subsequently, Orlando took the lead, with Whelan accompanied by Kyle and several knight attendants behind him, while the remaining 35 knights brought up the rear, all making their way towards the ranch 7 kilometers away. Along the journey, as Orlando elaborated, Whelan gleaned an understanding of the ranch's scale. The entire Azure Steed Ranch spanned 5,000 acres, housing 51 soldiers, 125 herders, and 387 Azure steeds. Surrounding it was a village, where half of the arable land was devoted to cultivating windgrass, a plant greatly favored by the Azure steeds, serving as both sustenance and provisions for battle. With no monstrous clans or beasts in sight, the fields were bustling with farmers, their faces adorned with genuine smiles. Upon seeing Whelan and his entourage, they paused their tasks, bowing respectfully to express their reverence for their lord. Witnessing this scene, Whelan's spirits lifted even further. After a leisurely 15 minutes, the group arrived at the entrance of the Azure Steed Ranch. 10 soldiers stood guard dutifully at the gate, diligently performing their duties without a hint of negligence.